500 million people around the world are watching a live broadcast, and everyone is completely amazed by the live footage. The man in the live stream was smiling as he stood in the middle of a vast expanse of land, spanning over 100,000 acres, introducing the farm to the viewers. This place is filled with all kinds of rare crops and mouth-watering fruits, and countless intelligent robots work back and forth in the fields to maintain order. Not far away, rare animals such as golden brown bears, blue reindeer, and sika deer leisurely foraged or frolicked. The whole scene was like a fairy tale world, leaving viewers around the world in awe. All of this began with a bizarre incident that Ngu experienced not long ago. He was a graduate student majoring in agriculture, and was struggling with his career path after graduation. Just as Ngu was hesitating, a mechanical notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Suitable host detected. The Strongest Manor System has been activated. The system has detected that the host does not yet own a manor. The system is beginning to grant you a manor. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Northern Lights Farm X1, covering over 100,000 acres, located in the Great Xianbei Mountain region of China, Dakodianzi village. Ding! All the necessary permits for building the manor have been sent to the system warehouse. As long as the host promotes the farm or starts a live stream to increase popularity, she can gain reputation and charm points. Reputation can be used to unlock system lotteries, with a chance to win special abilities, rare animals, and large sums of money, while charm can be exchanged for various magical items in the system shop. Please strive to transform your farm into a top-tier estate. After hearing this series of system notifications, Ngi's inner turmoil had long been replaced by excitement. Now that she owned such a vast amount of land, why bother worrying about finding a job anymore? The next moment, a clear plan gradually took shape in Ngi's mind. He decided to promote the farm through live streaming, quickly increase its popularity, and thus rapidly obtain system rewards. Then, step by step, the farm will be transformed into a top-tier estate that combines ecology and luxury, making it a paradise that countless people around the world yearn for. After calming down, Ngu opened the system interface and began to examine it carefully. 3 buttons were clearly displayed on the interface: Attributes, Warehouse, and Shop. Without the slightest hesitation, Ngu directly accessed the warehouse function. Then, he quickly looked around to make sure no one was watching, and immediately took out an identification document. This was the fastest way he could think of to verify the system's existence. When his fingertips touched the tangible, unique texture of the document, Ngu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was no illusion. Ngu glanced at the information on the ID card, then quickly put it back into the warehouse. After looking around again to make sure no one was watching, he turned his attention back to the system panel. The document appears to be in good standing, and the name registered on it is indeed his. However, its legal validity needs to be verified with the relevant authorities. This map should be my land. Judging from the location, it seems to be in the border area of the Mauve River. This time, Ngu looked at it with extra care. After confirming the map information, he turned his attention to the other function buttons and opened the Properties interface. Host, End Reputation, 16,000 Manor, Northern Lights Farm Area, 105,382 acres. Charm, 0. The interface is very simple, and Eng can browse all the information in an instant. Then he looked at the remaining 2 functions. Warehouse, as the name suggests, is a space used to store items. In terms of volume, it is approximately a 5 by 5 by 5 cube, which is more than enough to hold some small supplies. As for the final shop function, it includes 2 parts, a lottery and an exchange. Looking at the mysterious items in the shop, Ngu felt that the road ahead had suddenly become clear. Why was he so conflicted before? Ultimately, it's because every choice comes with a price. For example, joining a company might offer good benefits, but it also means losing your freedom and being no longer in control of your own destiny. This is precisely the kind of situation Ngu dislikes the most. But the reality is that people need to earn money to support their families. Therefore, he had to choose a relatively acceptable path from these options. After much deliberation, he naturally found himself in a dilemma. But now, everything is completely different. The emergence of the system has provided him with a brand new and superior solution. A full 100,000 mu of land. What an enormous scale! With just a little development, it would be enough to create wealth that is unimaginable to ordinary people. More importantly, Ngu himself has an agricultural background and is fully capable of maximizing the value of this land. And isn't this idyllic pastoral life exactly what he has always longed for? Since that's the case, why hesitate any longer? This is the opportunity he's been dreaming of. Moreover, with the system's support, developing this land will undoubtedly become much easier. After the graduation ceremony, Ngu rushed to the relevant department to verify the documents. After the staff confirmed that everything was correct, his last bit of doubt completely disappeared. At this point, Ngu fully accepted the existence of the system and truly accepted the fact that he owned a 100,000 mu farm. Overwhelmed with pride and excitement, he felt an irrepressible surge of pride. Back in his dorm, Ngu immediately began researching the estate's details. In fact, he already had a preliminary idea in mind after seeing the 3D map. As a student at Northeast Agricultural University, he was extremely familiar with the Greater Xianbei Mountains region. It was incredibly famous. The Great Xianbei Mountains are known as the Millennial Forest Sea. The forest coverage rate is as high as 80%, including a large amount of virgin forest. The entire region boasts over 900 plant species, 60% of which are economically important. These include 342 medicinal plants, 42 edible plants, 29 aromatic plants, and 28 oilseed plants. The potential value of these plant resources alone, once developed, can only be described as astonishing. Not to mention, this area also boasts abundant animal, fish, fungal, and even mineral resources. According to relevant surveys, there are 56 species of mammals belonging to 16 families and 6 orders in this area. Among them are rare and endangered species such as wolverines, sables, musk deer, moose, brown bears, and sika deer. There are also more than 250 bird species, including 46 species under national key protection. As for fish and fungi resources, they are equally abundant. Highly prized varieties such as matsutake mushrooms, lingji mushrooms, and monkey head mushrooms are plentiful. Mineral resources include precious metals such as molybdenum and gold. Even so, Ngu has no intention of getting involved in mineral development. In contrast, he prefers to make rational use of plant and animal resources. Because that is the true meaning of gold and silver mountains, and it is inexhaustible. Just thinking about 100,000 acres of land is enough to feel the enormous potential it contains. With excitement, Ngu began searching for Dekodianzi village on the map. Coincidentally, this village was the northernmost village in China, facing Russia across the river. Having confirmed this geographical location, Ngu gained a clearer understanding of her estate. The location at the confluence of the northern foothills of the Great Xianbei Mountains and the Wulong River makes its geographical features particularly distinctive. After a brief glance, Ngu reopened the System Properties panel. She then entered the manor's detailed information page. Estate, Northern Lights Farm Area, 105,382 acres. Details, Woodland, 98,532 acres, 93.5%. Grassland, 5,013 acres, 4.7%. Cultivated land, 1,200 mu, 1.1%. Riverbank, 193 mu, 0.2%. Island, 327 mu, 0.3%. Charm, 0. 93% of the area is woodland, just as I expected. Looking at the detailed data, Ngu showed an expression of expectation and muttered to himself, "This is actually better. The woodland of the Great Xianbei Mountains has more development potential than grassland and farmland." Given his professional background, he is more adept at developing understory economy. This is especially true after obtaining the license for domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals, provided by the system, which makes it even more significant. This means he can legally raise first and second-class protected animals, such as sika deer and musk deer. The former produces antlers, while the latter provides musk. There are many similar high-value resources, whose returns are in no way inferior to those of ordinary crops. Moreover, this mountain forest must also hide even more potentially huge plant and animal resources. Of course, the specific development direction will need to be decided after on-site inspection. Overall, Ngu was very satisfied with the structure of the farm. In the next few hours, he quickly assessed his situation and made preliminary plans for the future. The next morning, Ngu finished all the school-related matters and purchased a large amount of daily necessities. Although it was mentioned online that there were a few small shops in Dakodianzi village, he decided to prepare the supplies himself just to be on the safe side. He could store them in the system's warehouse anyway, just in case. After all, they were heading to a remote border village. It was always safer to be prepared in advance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Once everything was ready, Ngu boarded the train to Mo City. The journey from Bingqing to Mo is about 800 kilometers. The slow train ride takes a full 17.5 hours. The scenery outside the window is exceptionally beautiful, but Ngu has no interest in appreciating it. Throughout the journey, he remains immersed in his research on the system. He had already made his decision regarding the live stream. The reason was simple: to gain reputation. To be honest, Eng was indeed full of confidence in farm development. But when he saw those amazing items in the system's shop, it would be self-deception to say he wasn't tempted. To obtain these items, one must possess sufficient reputation and charm points. Charm points need to be accumulated gradually through the development of the farm. Eng knew very well that this matter could not be rushed. One must proceed step by step, just as one must eat one bite at a time. But in comparison, gaining reputation is much simpler. When he saw the word reputation, the thoughts of live streaming and short videos immediately came to mind. In this day and age, gaining attention and fame is not difficult. Countless examples exist of overnight sensations achieved through the internet. Of course, Ngu is also very clear-headed. He understands that only a very small minority truly achieve phenomenal success. But what's the harm in giving it a try? Moreover, he held the huge advantage of a 100,000 mu farm, giving him a significant head start over most people. So, after arriving in Mo and resting briefly for one night, Ngu officially began his live stream. As Ngu walked along the street leading to the bus station, she calmly introduced the area to the audience. As you can see, the streets here are very clean. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as spotless. The reason we can do this is not only because of the good cleaning work, but more importantly, because this place is one of the few pollution-free natural pristine areas in China. In addition, this is the only place in China where you can observe the aurora borealis and experience the phenomena of polar day and polar night. As Ngu introduced the story, a chorus of doubts quickly arose in the live stream. Let's all move on. 100,000 mu is already outrageous enough, and now they're starting to exaggerate this obviously fake claim. Actually, what the streamer said isn't entirely wrong. I just checked, and the northern lights have indeed appeared in Mo. Although his description was somewhat counterintuitive, there were still dozens of viewers in the live stream, and some were willing to verify it. As a result, the comments quickly split into two camps and began to argue. Looking at the debating comments, Ngu smiled and said, "What I said may be a bit beyond everyone's understanding, but it is indeed the truth. For example, it didn't get dark until after 9 o'clock last night, and it was already light at 3 o'clock this morning. I still haven't fully adjusted to it." As he spoke, he walked towards the bustling area ahead. While described as bustling, it was actually smaller than some small towns in the interior. This was understandable, given that Mo City's permanent population was just over 50,000. Even for a county-level city, such a small size wouldn't allow for overly dense development. A dozen minutes later, Ngu arrived at an intersection, looking around with a puzzled expression. "The map shows the bus station is right here, but I can't see it at all." As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of mockery appeared in the live stream. "If I remember correctly, don't you have to go to the local authorities to handle land contracting?" Haha, the streamer finally gave himself away. I thought he could hold out for 2 hours. The chat was buzzing with excitement. But Ngu paid no attention to it. At this moment, His biggest concern was getting to his farm as soon as possible. Once he arrived at his destination, these doubts would naturally be dispelled. He searched the vicinity carefully but still couldn't find the bus station. Frustrated, Ngo headed towards a small supermarket nearby. "Excuse me, how do I get to the bus station?" "The bus station?" The shop owner glanced at Ngo and said with a smile. "Go forward 50 meters, turn right and you'll see a small gate. The main gate was damaged by the cold last winter and is still under repair." After hearing this, Ngo suddenly realized. The construction area was actually the entrance to the bus station. Just as he was about to thank the shop owner, the owner asked, "Young man, is this your first time in Mo?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten lost," Ngo replied with a slightly helpless smile. "Then you probably don't know the departure times of our bus station, right?" Seeing Ngo nod, the shop owner continued, "We only have 3 buses a day to various towns at 6 in the morning, at 2 at noon, and at 8 in the evening." "What? Does that mean we have to wait for more than 5 hours? Ngo was taken aback. He glanced at the time and said helplessly, "Is there any other way to get to Dakodianzi village in Heiha town? I don't mind if it's a little more expensive." He was eager to get home and really didn't want to wait any longer. "Dakodianzi village? What are you going there for?" This time, it was the shop owner's turn to be stunned. "That place hasn't been developed for tourism. There are no attractions, and even the shuttle buses don't go there. Isn't there any other way? You can take a taxi, hire a car, or rent a car." Hearing this, Ngo felt even more helpless. He hadn't expected Dakodianzi village to be so remote. However, now that he had arrived in Mo, he certainly wouldn't let the last 100 kilometers or so stop him. This place was so big, surely he could find a way to get there. Meanwhile, the live stream was already filled with laughter. Some had even begun to assert that Ngo didn't actually have a farm at all, and was simply using the excuse of not being able to go to cover up the lie about the 100,000 acres of land. Chapter 4. The atmosphere changed abruptly. As soon as Ngo finished speaking, someone suddenly spoke up beside him. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a burly build and a height of at least 1.8 meters. But what was even more surprising was that this man spoke with a thick northeastern accent, yet looked like a foreigner, leaving Ngo and the viewers in the live stream completely dumbfounded. The man smiled and said he was from Dakodianzi village and could give Ngo a ride, but he needed to pick her up at the train station first. Ngo immediately agreed and even offered to pay the fare. The man waved his hand and said, "It's on my way. We're both Chinese, helping each other is normal." The two quickly arranged to set off together. Ngo felt relieved because the other person's appearance clearly showed Russian ethnic features, and Dakodianzi village is a rare Russian village, with many locals having this ancestry. Viewers in the live stream began explaining the background, and the chat became lively. However, even so, the doubts about the 100,000 mu of land have not stopped. Many people simply do not believe it. Such a scale would have been unthinkable even in ancient times, let alone someone actually being able to contract such a large amount of land. After getting in the car, the uncle chatted casually while driving. "Are you live streaming on Douyin?" Ngo nodded in response. The uncle was quite proud, saying that his daughter taught him how to use it, and he also remarked on how advanced technology is now, making winter here less boring, as he could pass the time with his phone. As they chatted, the uncle suddenly asked, "Are you going to Dakodianzi village to see the northernmost point?" Ngo shook her head. "It's not for tourism. I plan to settle down there." Upon hearing this, the uncle was clearly stunned. He pressed for details about whether he was going to stay with relatives, and Ngo explained directly, "I've contracted a piece of land and am planning to develop it." Since the other party was a local, he knew he would find out sooner or later, so he didn't intend to hide it. The uncle laughed. "Don't joke around. In all these years, only one piece of land in our village has been contracted out, and that's just for building a villa." Clearly, he didn't believe that anyone would engage in agricultural development in a place like Mo. Ngo replied casually, "Perhaps the land I'm taking over is that one." Upon hearing this, the uncle's expression immediately changed. He looked at Ngu seriously and said that the Northern Lights farm covered more than 100,000 acres and would cost at least 100 million yuan. In his view, the young man before him was either lying or a wealthy second-generation heir with an astonishing background. Either way, it was unsettling. After all, the land's value had plummeted after the logging ban, and who would take it over was shrouded in uncertainty. More importantly, the entry of this foreign capital could disrupt the peaceful life of the local area. The uncle secretly hoped that Ngu was just joking. But Ngu confirmed it again. The car fell silent. After a while, the man spoke up, saying, "That place is mostly virgin forest, and they don't allow logging. It's not worth that price at all." Ngu remained calm. "That's precisely why I chose it. I'm best at developing forest land, you'll see when the time comes." After saying this, the uncle didn't say anything more, but the atmosphere clearly turned cold. In the live stream, the audience had a completely different reaction. Comments like, "The acting is so realistic," and "This acting skills are good enough to enter the entertainment industry," kept flooding the screen, with some even thinking it was better than a TV drama. Ngu noticed a change in the uncle's attitude, but before figuring out the reason, he chose to proceed cautiously. After all, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, and he still needed to develop his business here in the future. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream still didn't believe the story of the 100,000 acres of land, and instead became increasingly convinced of the two men's acting skills. Before long, the car arrived at the train station. Mo City isn't large, it's only about a 10-minute drive from the city center. The car remained quiet, the atmosphere still tense. The man's expression relaxed slightly only after a group of passengers emerged from the station. He quickly spotted his target, got off the train, waved, and called out, "Sophia, over here!" Chapter 5 has such a connection? With the uncle's shout, a tall girl walked over quickly. Before the uncle could speak, she exclaimed, "Senior Ngu! What are you doing in my dad's car?" This sentence stunned both the uncle and Ngu, and the live broadcast room instantly erupted. The comments section was filled with exclamations. "This girl is so beautiful! She looks like a mixed-race princess! Her beauty is divine!" Praises kept flooding the screen, and some even joked that just looking at her was enough. Who cares about the 100,000 acres of land? Ngu had no interest in reading the comments. He stared at the girl in front of him, his face full of confusion. She called him Senior, clearly someone from the same school, but he was always low-key and almost no one knew him. Not to mention, if he had seen such a blonde, gray-eyed, and strikingly beautiful girl before, he would never forget her. Just as he was about to speak, the older man couldn't help but ask, "Sophia, do you know this young man?" The girl nodded. "Yes, and you've met him before." Upon hearing this, the two of them were even more confused. The uncle looked at Ngu suspiciously and muttered, "Could he be a relative of someone from our village?" Sophia quickly explained, "No, Senior Ngu is a member of our school's online agricultural experts support association. He was the one who helped solve the problem of damping off disease in the pine seedlings in the village before." As soon as the words were spoken, the two of them suddenly realized. Ngu also remembered the reason. That group was mainly responsible for connecting farmers with experts, and he studied plant protection. His mentor often assigned him problems to solve as a practical assessment. Clearly, the village they were helping at the time was this one. "So it was you who helped us?" The uncle's tone immediately became respectful. Ngu quickly waved her hand. "Uncle, don't be like that, that's just my job." The atmosphere instantly eased, and the previous suspicion was swept away. Sophia was still a little confused and couldn't help but ask, "Then why was Senior Ngu in the car?" Ngu explained, "I contracted a piece of land near your village, and I just happened to hitch a ride with my uncle." "Oh, I see." Sophia's eyes lit up. "So, Senior, are you going to stay in our village permanently? If you don't have a place to stay, you can stay at my house. I have spare rooms." Her tone was clearly expectant. The uncle standing next to her was stunned. Was this really his usually reserved daughter? But then she thought about it again. The other party had helped them before, so it was normal for them to be a little enthusiastic, though she still felt a little uneasy. He coughed and added, "He's leased the Northern Lights, so he shouldn't need to stay at our house." Sophia was immediately shocked. "The Northern Lights? Isn't that land 100,000 mu?" The uncle nodded. "About 105,000 mu." At this moment, his opinion of Nga had completely changed. Someone who could solve tree diseases must also be capable of developing forest land. More importantly, having such a person in the village would be a good thing for everyone. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100. Viewers were buzzing with discussion. Some thought it was staged, while others began to doubt, wondering, could there really be 100,000 acres of land? Some even started betting on spicy snacks. Regardless of whether it was real or not, everyone found the plot interesting, and with Sophia's appearance, the live stream's popularity clearly increased, with some even starting to give virtual gifts. The car started slowly, and Sophia turned to look at Ngu, asking curiously, "Senior Ngu, why did you choose to buy the Northern Lights farm? Logically speaking, you could have stayed at the university or joined the system, right?" Chapter 6 Arrival at the farm. Sophia, also a member of the Agricultural Support Association, paid special attention to Ngu after learning that he was the one who helped solve problems in his hometown. However, she couldn't understand why Ngu, with his abilities, would choose a place with limited potential like the Northern Lights when he clearly had better opportunities. In her view, agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishing are all underdeveloped here, and forestry has been banned for many years, leaving almost no space for logging. Such a place might actually bury Ng's talent. Ngu smiled and said, "I don't like a life where you can see the end from the beginning, or where you have to calculate everything. Compared to those jobs, I would rather run my own farm and fish and read in my spare time." He continued, "Although I've never been to your village, the environment of the Great Xianbei Mountains and the Wulong River is very good, clean and pristine. The potential of such places may not be worse than that of the plains." These words struck Sophia like a ray of light, and she wholeheartedly agreed. Her decision to give up postgraduate studies and return to her hometown was also driven by a longing for this kind of life. She couldn't help but say, "Senior Ng, you're truly special. I believe you won't be disappointed here. I study animal science. Feel free to contact me if you need anything." Unbeknownst to her, the conversation had already been transmitted to the live stream, and the chat exploded instantly. "Stop looking at the scenery, streamer, show me the pretty girl. That voice is so beautiful. That adoring tone, it's like she'd obey your every command." The number of viewers in the live stream kept rising. Many people don't usually like watching acting, but Ng's live stream was so natural that it was almost impossible to tell that she was acting. Instead, it gave them a sense of being there. Some even began to wonder if the legendary 100,000-acre farm really existed. The three continued chatting in the car, with the older man occasionally chiming in. Ngu asked with some surprise, "You're also planning to stay in the village?" Sophia smiled and nodded. "I don't like the constraints of working either. Although I don't have as grand ambitions as you, the thousands of acres of meadows in the village are enough for me to lead everyone's development." The two shared similar values and found themselves getting along increasingly well. Sophia's impression of Ngu continued to improve, and she even began to think that being with him wouldn't be bad. Of course, she knew in her heart that their current understanding was far from being a future possibility. Time passed slowly, and Ngu didn't pay attention to the live stream. He only started streaming to build up his reputation. He was more concerned about the people and things around him right now. What he didn't know was that with these genuine interactions, the number of viewers in the live stream was steadily increasing, and his reputation was quietly rising as well. Through their dialogue, the audience gradually pieced together the environment of Decadian Village, the two individuals' professional backgrounds, and their future plans, and their overall worldview became clearer. Meanwhile, the constant flashes of the Great Xianbei Mountains and forests, and the snow-covered landscapes in June in the footage also made many viewers feel fresh and increasingly curious about how far this realism could go. 2 hours later, the car approached the fork in the road. Sophia's father said, "The first road leads to the Northern Lights, and the second road goes back to the village. I'll take you there first, then Sophia will help you pack, and afterwards we'll all go to my house for dinner." Along the way, he had already realized that his daughter's attitude towards Ngo was unusual. Since that was the case, he might as well treat this young man as one of their own. Besides, Ngo had helped the village, so it was only right and proper to treat her to a meal. Hearing this, Sophia blushed slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Ngo was a little embarrassed. I brought food, so I won't bother you anymore. It's been a long time since you've seen each other. The uncle immediately put on a stern face. What do you mean by bothering? Or are you looking down on us? Ngo quickly waved her hand. That's not what I meant. Then it's settled. I'll go back and cook a few more dishes. After a few words, Ngo could only agree. The car had already entered a side road, and a large sign came into view in the distance. The 5 characters, Northern Lights Farm, were clearly visible. Chapter 7. Everyone's defenses crumble, and the adorable Sophia. The moment Ngo saw those 5 big characters, she clearly felt her heart race, her breathing become rapid, and her adrenaline surge wildly. The viewers in the live stream also got excited. Soon, the road came into view, with a somewhat simple gate standing there, next to a huge rock about the height of a person, on which the words, Northern Lights, were engraved. Looking through the fence, a cement road stretched straight ahead, running parallel to the Wulong River, and finally stopped in front of a villa. The moment the footage appeared, the live stream chat exploded. Some exclaimed in surprise that there really was a farm, some were awestruck by the endless grasslands, and others stared at the distant forest and the enormous villa. The chat was flooded with comments. Many people began to waver. Could Ngo really own 100,000 acres of land? The more they looked at it, the more real it seemed. Some even started to feel uneasy, fearing they might have inadvertently offended a powerful figure. In contrast, Ngo himself was somewhat stunned. The shock of reality far exceeded everything he had seen on the 3D map. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, your reputation has reached 100,000. You are rewarded with 1 free lottery draw. Would you like to draw a prize? Ngo was stunned. He clearly remembered that he only had a little over 10,000 reputation before the broadcast started. Now, he had directly broken through 100,000. He could hardly believe the speed of this growth. He quickly checked his phone and saw that the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1,000. For a newcomer, this was quite extraordinary, clearly indicating that he had been promoted by the platform. However, Ngo quickly calmed down. More than the number of viewers, he was concerned about the fact that live streaming could indeed bring a lot of reputation points, which meant more chances to win prizes. Just then, the car stopped. Sophia's father said, I won't go in. You two go ahead. I'll call Sophia when the food is ready. The father and daughter were familiar with the place and weren't surprised by what they saw. Ngo nodded in response. Okay, see you in a bit. After saying that, he and Sophia got out of the car and dragged their luggage into the manor. As they went deeper into the manor, the word vast became more and more real. The fences stretched into the distance, almost without end, giving people a direct sense of the scale of this land. Following the road, the Wulong River flows alongside, requiring a descent of steps to reach the riverbank. Not far away, a stream cascades down the hillside and joins the river, providing excellent irrigation. Along the way, wild animals roam the grass, and birds circle overhead, filling the entire farm with vibrant life. Soon, the two arrived at the villa. Facing south, the villa was nearly 10 meters high, with Russia on the opposite bank. Sophia explained with a smile. Don't be fooled by its log cabin exterior, it's actually a modern building inside. We even came to watch the construction back then. Eng was pleasantly surprised. So, the outside is decorated with wood, but the inside is a modern structure? Sophia nodded in confirmation. He couldn't help but admire the previous owner's ingenuity. Then he shook the keys in his hand. Let's go in and take a look. Before entering, Ngo explained the structure of log cabins to the live stream audience. A stone foundation, layers of logs stacked to form walls, and then live moss used to fill the gaps, allowing the wood to naturally seal as the moss grows, thus keeping the cabin warm even at temperatures as low as -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. The audience exclaimed that they had learned something new. Stepping into the villa, Ngo looked around and smiled. Doesn't it feel like being in a forest? The interior was almost entirely made of wood, and a faint woody scent filled the air, creating a very relaxing atmosphere. Just then, Sophia suddenly exclaimed and rushed into the living room. "My goodness! It's so cute! Senior, come quick, this is really amazing!" Chapter 8 Crazy Hints? Should we just make it obvious? Ngu thought something had happened and rushed over to check, only to find that what surprised Sophia was just a fireplace. The fireplace was indeed quite exquisite, but he still didn't quite understand why she would describe it as cute. Before he could even speak, Sophia excitedly said, "With this fireplace, I can roast meat here and make big loaves of bread." She paused, then added softly, "Of course, if you allow it, Senior." Ngu nodded and said, "If you're willing, I certainly have no objection. Then I'll come over when I have time and let you try my cooking." After saying that, she blushed and lowered her head, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Ngu had no choice but to change the subject. "Let's go, let's look at other places." To him, the living room was just one part of the entire villa. Since he was going to stay there, he naturally wanted to see everything. As the camera switched repeatedly, the live stream chat exploded. Some were amazed by the villa's extravagant size, others lamented the disparity between people, and still others joked that Sophia was already thinking about cooking for Ange. Some viewers even exclaimed that this was either a script or real life. If it was too outrageous. When they saw the double kitchens and over a dozen rooms, even those who initially doubted the 100,000 mu of land began to waver. After all, that number was too distant, but what they saw before them was constantly redefining their understanding. As the camera zoomed in, everyone gradually realized that Ngu and they seemed to be on completely different levels. While doubts still lingered, they had noticeably diminished. This villa alone was enough to speak for itself. Soon, the two arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. As soon as the door opened, Sophia was stunned again. "My God! I want a house like this too!" She walked quickly to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the great Xianbei Mountain, the Wulong River, and the Russian Bear Country on the other side, and became very excited. "Senior, do you know what? If we renovate the yard properly, it will be absolutely gorgeous. We can plant flowers all around the windows, and every morning we'll wake up to a garden that connects with the outside scenery. It would be stunning." The master bedroom is indeed cleverly designed, with the bathroom and walk-in closet hidden behind it, and 2 large windows offering panoramic views. Lying down, you can see the mountains and rivers. Standing up, you can overlook the entire yard. The possibilities are endless. Seeing her excited expression, Ngu smiled and asked, "Is she really that beautiful?" Only now did he truly take a good look at Sophia. Her features were delicate, her figure outstanding, and her smile bright. In the sunlight, she even possessed an unreal beauty. He suddenly felt that this girl was even more beautiful than he had imagined. She had a lively personality, and their values aligned. If they spent more time together, developing a romantic relationship, or even marriage didn't seem like an impossible possibility. "Of course." Sophia nodded, then couldn't help but add, "I wish I could live here." She froze, her face instantly turning even redder. This scene caused another uproar in the live stream. Some called it a blatant hint, while others said it was practically an open declaration. Many more remained awestruck by the house, even completely believing that Ange truly owned 100,000 acres of land. Of course, a few still couldn't accept it, and began making various sarcastic remarks. Ngu didn't even look at the comments on the screen, and even if she did, she wouldn't care about them. After looking around the villa, the two of them took a walk around the yard. Behind the villa was a large paved area, neither grass nor farmland, and quite spacious. The yard also had facilities such as a barbecue area, sauna, swimming pool, storage room, veterinary room, and slaughtering area, clearly intended for livestock farming. As for why the previous owner gave it up, none of that matters. What matters is that all of this now belongs to Ange. With these readily available facilities, everything will be much more convenient in the future. Just then, Sophia's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 9 That ID? I already had it, after learning that it was Sophia's father who invited her to dinner, and Ngu quickly said to the camera, "That's all for this live stream. I'll let you know in advance for the next one. By the way, Next time I'll most likely take you to see the specific situation of his 100,000 acres of land. Stay tuned. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream went black, clean and tidy. Before the audience could react, the live chat exploded. Some complained that it was over just as they were getting into it, while others guessed that he was having dinner at Sophia's house and didn't want everyone to see it. Still others were unwilling to give up and sent gifts to beg for the show to continue, but Ngo couldn't see any of that. It was his first time visiting someone's home, so naturally he couldn't live stream while eating. After putting away his phone, he told Sophia, who was still a little reluctant to leave, that the estate would welcome her back any time. Sophia nodded repeatedly, and then they talked about his future plans. She was curious if Ngo also planned to get into animal husbandry. Ngo nodded, saying that forest-based farming was a good way to develop woodland, but he wouldn't just raise common cattle and sheep. Sophia immediately guessed that he wanted to raise reindeer, and Ange smiled, readily admitting it. He added that besides reindeer, there were also musk deer and sika deer in the plans. However, he would decide what to raise specifically after he had a clear understanding of the farm's situation. He wouldn't invest blindly. Clearly, he already had a clear but cautious plan. Reindeer are often thought of as animals found only abroad, but they are actually distributed in the Daxian Bay Mountains and are considered a local specialty. This not only brings economic benefits but also creates a unique brand effect, which is precisely what Ngo values. Sophia explained that the Evenki people in the next village raise reindeer, and as a livestock professional, she also has knowledge of this. She also reminded him that reindeer are Class 2 protected animals, and the permits are not difficult to obtain, but musk deer and sika deer are Class 1 protected animals and require national approval. Ngo casually replied that he had already obtained the necessary permits long ago, and there were basically no animals in China that he couldn't keep. Hearing this, Sophia was visibly taken aback, her eyes filled with admiration. It's worth noting that a permit for the domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals is practically a dream for professionals like them. Most people can only obtain a Level 2 permit at best, and Level 1 approval is extremely difficult. Yet Ngo had managed to get it all sorted out. The two walked and talked, quickly entering the village. Almost every house here was a log cabin with a large courtyard, exuding a strong exotic rural charm, a sight extremely rare in China. Walking through this environment, various keywords kept flashing through Ng's mind: Russian bear culture, reindeer, the northernmost point of the world, a summer resort. He gradually realized that this place had the potential to develop tourism. If these unique features were integrated to create an ecological agriculture plus tourism model, it could not only attract tourists but also bring stable income. For example, reindeer-drawn carts and unique experience projects could all become selling points. However, he also knew that all of this needed to be done step by step. He had to familiarize himself with the environment before making any plans. Acting rashly would only bring trouble. Development like this couldn't be rushed. After walking for a while, Eng suddenly remembered the issue of etiquette and asked Sophia what he should be mindful of when visiting her home. After all, the customs of the Rus people and the Han Chinese were different, and a slight oversight could lead to rudeness. Sophia smiled and said that her mother was Han Chinese, so her family wasn't too particular about etiquette. As long as they didn't ask women's ages or go into the kitchen, there were basically no other taboos. Eng nodded in agreement, confirming his guess. Sophia did indeed have distinctly Eastern features, a common occurrence in the area. Just then, Sophia pointed to a house ahead and said that the one with the blue roof was her home. Chapter 10 First Lottery Draw. Huge explosion. After the log cabins were built, the villagers would paint the triangular roofs their favorite colors. Ngo observed around and found that blue and green were the most common, looking fresh and cute. One house she had just passed was painted a macho pink, standing out from the crowd and making it the most unique house in the whole village. Soon, he saw a woman standing in front of the house Sophia had pointed to. Before he could react, Sophia excitedly rushed over and called out, "Mommy!" The two immediately hugged each other. And stood aside, observing, and had to admit that both mother and daughter were very good-looking. After they parted, Sophia's mother smiled and said to Ngo, "You must be Ngo? I heard from Lev that it's all thanks to you for helping the village solve the tree disease." Ngu quickly replied. Auntie, don't be so polite. We're all from the same village, it's only right to help each other. As he spoke, he felt that the way she looked at him was a little special, as if she was sizing up her future son-in-law, but there was no malice in it, so he didn't take it to heart. Just then, Lev's voice came from inside, inviting them to come in for dinner. Compared to Ange's villa, the space here was smaller, but it had a strong sense of home and made people feel very comfortable. When he saw the dishes on the table, he was completely stunned. Northeastern-style sauerkraut stew with vermicelli, blood sausage, spring rolls, plus a Russ salad and mashed potatoes, with rye bread as the main dish. Even more outrageous, there was a bowl of Northeastern-style soybean paste next to the salad, a perfect fusion of East and West. What alarmed him most was the large 5-liter jug of bulk liquor on the table. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the meal quickly drew to a close. Lev was clearly a little tipsy, almost pulling Eng into a brotherly embrace, and enthusiastically saying, "Come eat at my place next time, don't make do alone." And smiled and waved her hand. "I can cook, I can't make do." Upon hearing this, Sophia and her mother's eyes lit up. Her mother smiled and said, "There aren't many young people who can cook these days. Whoever marries you is very lucky." She then gave Sophia a meaningful look. Sophia also stared intently at Ngu. She could cook, but if her partner could, that would be even better. In just one meal, her opinion of Ngu had clearly improved considerably. After chatting for a while longer after dinner, Ngu got up to say goodbye. "Uncle, I have to go back now. I still need to tidy up the house, otherwise I won't be able to stay tonight." Lev suggested that Sophia help, but he quickly refused. He explained with a smile. "Just tidy up a few rooms and it'll be fine. It's rare for you to get together, so chat some more." Actually, he was still thinking about going back to participate in the lottery, which was obviously inconvenient to do with someone nearby. Only after his repeated insistence did Lev finally agree, reminding him that there were shops in the village. Before leaving, Sophia's mother gave him some more groceries, which Ango had no choice but to accept. Back at the villa, he first tidied up the master bedroom. Looking at the spacious balcony, he couldn't help but mutter, "It would be so nice to have a bathtub, especially when it snows." Lying in bed, he quickly reviewed the day's events. Although he had been drinking, his mind remained clear. After all, having lived in northeast China for many years, he could still tolerate a fair amount of alcohol. He opened the system panel and muttered, "It's time to draw a prize." His reputation points had reached 110,000, and with achievement rewards, he could draw 12 times in total. Taking a deep breath, he began the process. Notifications rang out in succession, some resulted in nothing, while others brought rewards to his account. Consuming 10,000 reputation points, welcome back next time. Obtained a Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia. Obtained 3,000 yuan. Obtained a complete live streaming equipment package. Obtained Animal Emotion Perception Ability, LV1. In one round, out of 12 draws, 4 resulted in no prizes, 5 were cash prizes, and 3 were special items. Eng did a quick calculation and felt this was a pretty good result. The Plant and Animal Encyclopedia allows for real-time access to information. The complete live streaming equipment ensures broadcasting is possible in any environment, and the Animal Emotion Perception feature can detect emotional changes and can be upgraded later. After reading the introduction, Ngu couldn't help but gasp. The system's products are indeed extraordinary. This live streaming equipment alone is already a great help to me. Chapter 11 was quite a surprise. The Northern Lights farm was completely different from ordinary places. Located on the border between China and Russia, it was covered by vast virgin forests, and signal strength was extremely poor in many areas. More importantly, the climate was extremely cold, with temperatures below zero for 8 months of the year, and winter temperatures often dropping to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and sometimes even as low as -52 degrees Celsius. In this environment, most electronic devices would malfunction. Ngu knew very well that it was almost impossible to live stream outdoors with a mobile phone in winter, and even with a regular camera, it wouldn't last long. Equipment issues were the biggest obstacle to gaining reputation. He was originally worried about how to solve this, but unexpectedly, the first lottery draw provided the answer directly. With a complete live streaming equipment package, he can stream and film from anywhere on the farm year-round, completely ignoring the harsh winter conditions. This package also includes a drone, a graphics workstation, and a NAS storage device. The drone handles aerial photography, the workstation processes the video, and the NAS stores the footage, each component boosting efficiency and making it easier for him to gain reputation. He was already quite satisfied with the equipment alone, but what surprised him even more were the two abilities he drew later, which completely overshadowed the equipment package. One of them was a flora and fauna encyclopedia, which allowed him to accurately identify all plants and animals without ever making a mistake. Keep in mind that there are millions of species on Earth. It's impossible for humans to remember them all, let alone quickly distinguish them in complex mountain forests. But with this ability, everything becomes simple. Whether it's live streaming explanations or daily development, he can handle it all with ease, directly improving the quality of the content. Another ability is animal emotion perception, which is even more astonishing. Although he can currently only perceive 4 basic emotions, happiness, anger, sadness, and fear, it's already powerful enough. If this ability fell into the hands of a professional animal trainer or zoologist, it could absolutely create miracles. Because they can adjust behavior according to the animal's emotions, building a more stable relationship, and once that relationship is established, many things become easier. An ant running a farm already relies heavily on animals. With this ability, his interactions with them will be even smoother. More importantly, this ability is currently only LV1, and it can be upgraded in the future, even to perceive more subtle emotions. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It's really a case of insatiable greed. This is already enough, yet I still want to use it on people. After pulling himself out of his thoughts, Gus sat up and looked out the window. The next moment, a flood of information rushed into my mind. It was a purple linden, belonging to the Tiliaceae family, a national second-class protected plant, with dark gray bark and large, clearly distinguishable features. Moreover, its value also appeared. The purple linden has a wide range of uses. It can be used medicinally, has ornamental value, its wood can be used to make furniture and handicrafts, its flowers are a high-quality nectar source, and its seeds can be pressed for oil. This information brought a smile to Nji's face. Although he knew about linden trees before, he could never have grasped their details so comprehensively. Now, this knowledge seemed etched into his mind. He grew increasingly excited, constantly turning his gaze to other plants, thoroughly enjoying himself. It was a pity there were no animals in sight, otherwise he would have already tested his emotional perception abilities. After a while, the novelty wore off. Ngu rested for a bit, then retrieved all the supplies he had previously purchased from the system's inventory. Although the villa was fully furnished, it was almost entirely devoid of daily necessities. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance an ice city, and these items were sufficient to sustain his daily life. Next, he only needed to put the supplies away one by one and then slowly replenish what was missing. After tidying up, Ngu chose a room on the second floor, moved all the live streaming equipment inside, and began familiarizing himself with its operation. According to his plan, the equipment would be officially put into use tomorrow. He became engrossed in his work, and since it got dark late, time flew by. Until around 7 p.m., a cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 12, Sophia's Temptation, is broadcasting again. Huh? Sophia? Why is she calling? Ngu muttered to himself when he saw the video call, and answered casually. Hello, Sophia. Sophia's first question was, Senior, have you eaten? Ngu smiled and said he wasn't hungry yet, it was still light out, no rush. Sophia reminded him that it was almost 8 o'clock, and it was dark here. Then Ngu realized and gave an awkward smile. Sophia tilted her head and suggested bringing him some food, adding that she wouldn't dare go out any later. Her gesture was so cute that Ngu was momentarily stunned. He quickly refused, saying he could manage on his own. Seeing his reaction, Sophia teased with a smile. Senior, you've never been in a relationship, have you? Ngu was a little embarrassed, and said he was usually too busy. Sophia confessed that she had never been in a relationship and actually longed for that feeling. It wasn't that no one pursued her, but rather that she hadn't met the right person. Those who were capable didn't align with her values, and those who did weren't good enough. Ange, however, was different. Both her abilities and her ideas made her feel attracted to her. Ange, however, didn't notice, only surprised that someone as beautiful as her had never been in a relationship, and even asked if she had many suitors at school. Sophia blushed immediately and made an excuse to go back to her room to continue their conversation. The scene shifts, showing her tidy bedroom with bookshelves and a desk filled with books. Just then, a jarring black shadow flashes by, which she hurriedly hides in the closet. And Gus saw it clearly, her heart skipping a beat. Then Sophia appears in the frame, tentatively asking, "You didn't see anything, did you?" And Gus feigns ignorance and asks back. He casually mentioned seeing a teddy bear, and Sophia breathed a sigh of relief, picking it up and laughing. "Isn't it cute?" Ange nodded, but his use of cute clearly referred to the person. The two chatted about the teddy bear, the books filling the room, and Ange's live streaming equipment, and before they knew it, more than an hour had passed. They reluctantly hung up when Sophia's mother called her. Before hanging up, Sophia reminded him to eat. Ange put down his phone, unable to help but admire her professionalism, even considering bringing her to the farm to work with him. During their conversation, he learned that Sophia had led a team to win both the team and individual top prizes in the Elite Cattle Challenge. Winning such a top-level competition meant she was undoubtedly very capable. Ange is skilled in plants, and Sophia is an expert in animal husbandry. If the two of them cooperate, the farm will definitely develop more smoothly. Of course, he also had a selfish motive. The more they interacted, the closer their relationship would naturally become. "It's decided!" He quickly made up his mind and prepared to find an opportunity to persuade her to join. Afterward, he started fiddling with the equipment, and posted an update announcing that the live broadcast would start at 8 o'clock the next morning. He was busy until dark before he finally ate something simple. Lying in bed reflecting on the day, Ngu felt like he was dreaming, but he loved this change. He began planning for the future, developing the farm, building reputation, improving himself, and at the same time, he secretly decided, Sophia, he was determined to have her. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. The sun rose a little after 3 a.m., but fortunately the curtains were thick enough not to disturb his rest. Ngu woke up at 7 a.m., ate a quick breakfast, and then took his equipment and headed out. At 8 a.m. sharp, he started his broadcast. "Hello everyone, I'm Ngu, a new streamer and also a farmer with 100,000 mu of land. Today, I'll take you to see this super farm located in the primeval forest of the Great Xianbei Mountains." Chapter 13. First aerial photography, an unbelievable sensation. The live stream already had 200 viewers. As Nji's voice faded, the previously quiet scene instantly became lively, with various comments flooding in. "Good morning, streamer!" The familiar opening lines. Some even asked if the streamer would be showing everyone the 100,000 acres of land today. Others couldn't help but complain. "You suddenly went offline yesterday, making me wait so long. Please don't do that again today." Some viewers even specifically mentioned Sophia, jokingly asking if they wanted to visit her home to explore. The atmosphere instantly heated up, and the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise steadily. Clearly, many people had set reminders to go live in advance. Ngu looked at the lively comments and said as she walked, "Today is my second day at the farm. To be honest, my understanding of this land is still at the theoretical level." He paused, then continued, "To decide how to develop the area, the first step is definitely to figure this place out." As he spoke, he quickly panned the camera around, and a vast expanse of scenery instantly came into view. A boundless sea of forest stretched out, an endless expanse of green. The comments section immediately exploded. "What a huge place! Is this really 100,000 acres? This grassland alone must be over 1,000 acres, right?" Some even doubted that this forest looked like a primeval forest. Some veteran viewers explained, "Didn't the streamer say that this place is on the edge of a primeval forest?" Discussions arose one after another, and the atmosphere in the live stream became increasingly heated. Ngu looked at the comments and smiled slightly, explaining, "New viewers may not know that my farm is located in the Xianbei mountain region, across the river from the grizzly bear kingdom." He added, "Everyone should be familiar with the Great Xianbei Mountains. They're often mentioned in textbooks, which immediately caused a stir in the live chat. What? The Great Xianbei Mountains? Bear Ridge? Are there bears there? Some people seriously discussed whether they should play dead if they encountered a bear, while others refuted it as a rumor. Some even mentioned Siberian tigers, while others said, first pig, second bear, third tiger, bears are the most dangerous. The various opinions mixed together created a tense yet somewhat humorous atmosphere. Seeing everyone's concern, Angus smiled and reassured them. Don't worry, this place is on the northern edge of the Greater Xing'an Mountains, and there is human activity around, so wild animals generally won't easily appear. He then said, how about this? I'll use the drone to give everyone a general overview of the farm first, and then we can gradually explore further. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already taken the drone out of his backpack. The live stream chat exploded again. There are drones too? This equipment must be expensive. But it covers 100,000 acres, so this amount of money is nothing. Viewers marveled while eagerly anticipating the next scene. Soon, the live stream switched, and the drone slowly ascended. As it gained altitude, the field of vision rapidly expanded, capturing more of the scenery. The mountains stretch endlessly, one after another, undulating and majestic. The entire forest surges like a green ocean, its misty expanse creating a breathtakingly grand scene. Scattered throughout the low-lying areas are crater lakes, like blue jewels embedded in the landscape. The online comments exploded. It's taking off! So beautiful! I feel like I'm flying with it! Some exclaimed that every frame could be a wallpaper, and others even expressed envy for the lifestyle of those living there. While operating the drone, Ngu explained, the terrain of the Xianbei Mountains is relatively gentle. It doesn't have the towering momentum of the western snow-capped mountains, nor is it as imposing as the 5 sacred mountains. But it stretches for thousands of miles and has its own unique flavor. He continued, I am currently at the northernmost point. From here to the southernmost point, Hongfeng, it is about 1,400 kilometers, which is roughly the distance from Beijing to Shanghai. And Ge added, my Northern Lights farm is only a small part of the northern foothills, but it still covers an area of 100,000 mu. As the aerial photography continued, the interaction in the live stream surged instantly, attracting a large number of new viewers. The new viewers were stunned by the scenery as soon as they entered. Where is this place? Are there still such views in China? Is this a private farm? Some people also reminded him to look at the title and confirmed that it was in China. The discussion grew increasingly heated, with gifs and comments flooding the screen. Ngu, however, barely glanced at them. He was captivated by the scenery before him, only able to offer a feeble explanation as he watched. Such a magnificent vista is difficult to appreciate from the ground. Only from a high vantage point can one truly grasp the full panorama of the Great Xianbei Mountains. Not only the audience, but even Sophia, a local resident, was engrossed in watching the spectacle from her bed, glued to her phone. After a while, Ngu came to his senses and began to slowly lower the drone, zooming in on a more specific area of the farm. He said, the mountains and forests make up about 90% of the farm, but the remaining 10% is also very unique. The camera then panned to the riverbank and meadows. A wide river appeared in the frame, with sandy beaches stretching for thousands of meters along its banks. Ngu explained, in winter this place freezes over for miles, a truly breathtaking sight. And across the river lies Russia. The live chat exploded again. Wow, such a huge flat area? This enclosed area is bigger than our village, right? Some even asserted that the streamer was a tycoon. Others estimated that this flat area was at least 5,000 acres. The chat was flooded with comments again. Is that 100,000 mu real? This streamer is exaggerating too much. The popularity in the live stream continued to rise, and many people were completely amazed by the scale and scenery of the farm. Chapter 14. Deep into the primeval forest. If Ngu saw the comments right now, she probably wouldn't be able to resist saying, expert. Because the total area of the farm's grassland and cultivated land is approximately 6,000 mu, not far off from the 5,000 mu guessed by the viewers. To be able to estimate to this extent based solely on aerial footage is quite impressive. However, his attention remained focused on the drone. As the flight altitude gradually decreased, the main subject in the picture was no longer the vast forest, but an endless grassland, and the view became more detailed and clear. Scattered among the meadow are a few large trees and Ange's large villa. The villa is a log cabin structure that blends seamlessly with its surroundings, not out of place, but rather like a finishing touch that adds depth to the scene. Ng's voice rang out again. The farm's woodland area is actually close to 100,000 mu, in addition to more than 5,000 mu of meadow and more than 1,200 mu of arable land. He added, strictly speaking, this is not grassland, but meadow. Grasslands are mostly xerophytic plants, while meadows require more water. They may seem similar, but the difference is actually quite significant. Meadow plants are more suitable as forage grass in terms of both nutrition and palatability. They are a high-quality source of feed. Many countries use meadows as livestock bases, and this will be the core foundation for my future development. With the combination of explanation and visuals, many viewers listened intently. Such a natural environment and educational content are rarely accessible to most city dwellers, which is precisely why it feels so fresh and appealing. In our fast-paced lives, this virtual rural tour experience has become a form of relaxation. More and more people are drawn into the live stream, and the number of viewers quickly surpasses 10,000. For a new streamer, these numbers are quite impressive. The comments and gifts kept pouring in, driving the stream's popularity skyrocketing. But Ngu was completely oblivious to all of this. He was still focused on operating the drone. If he had glanced at the data at that moment, he would probably have immediately realized that his reputation points were increasing rapidly. On the other side, Sophia was also watching the live stream. Listening to Ng's explanation, she couldn't help but smile. As expected of a senior, your knowledge is really solid. You can even explain animal husbandry so clearly. The thousands of acres of meadow in Decadian village have always been her source of confidence. It is precisely because of these resources that she has the confidence to return to her hometown to develop. And Ng's ideas are clearly in line with hers. Whenever she discovered that the two of them shared the same idea, she would feel inexplicably happy, and she couldn't explain why. Just then, Ngus suddenly added, "Oh right, I forgot to mention, that small island in the Wulong River, which is the land directly opposite my villa, is also mine, about 300 mu." He spoke casually, but the live stream chat exploded. "I'm so jealous! Only 300 acres? Could it be any more Versailles-like?" Various complaints followed one after another. Some people even did the math. "We earn 600 yuan per mu per year here, so 300 mu would be 180,000 yuan in income." Others said helplessly that compared to 100,000 mu, 300 mu really doesn't seem like much. Some people exclaimed, "It feels like these streamers can achieve in a lifetime what we could never reach just by casually engaging in some farming." Envy and awe were intertwined. Time passed slowly, and the aerial photography was nearing its end. Ngu piloted the drone back from a distance, saying, "I believe everyone has a general impression of the farm now. Next, I will take you on a deeper exploration." Soon, the drone returned, and the camera was focused on Ngu again. The live chat instantly changed its topic. "The streamer is so handsome. That windbreaker is nice." Some people even joked about Bald Chong from the cartoon. Some people noticed the machete he was carrying, exclaiming that it was quite hardcore. Many more viewers were surprised by his age, expecting him to be middle-aged, but he turned out to be a young man. Ng's appearance is indeed on the masculine side, and coupled with his long-term outdoor activities, he has a strong physique. At this moment, dressed in outdoor gear, his aura is off the charts. He quickly packed up the drone and switched the live stream back to his phone's view. Actually, the equipment the system had rewarded him with was more professional, but he wasn't familiar with it yet, so he decided to use his phone first and upgrade later once he was more comfortable with it. While organizing the equipment, Ngu said, "Many people have misconceptions about the Great Xianbei Mountains. Although it is winter for 7 months of the year here, the 4 seasons are actually quite distinct. For example, it's summer now, and the temperature is between 10 and 28 degrees Celsius, which is more comfortable than many other places. It won't really drop below 0 degrees Celsius until after October. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed towards the mountains. If you're interested, please follow me. Next, I'll take you into the Great Xianbei Mountain Primeval Forest, known as the Arctic Divine Land, from a first-person perspective. Chapter 15. Reputation Soars, Learning Through Trial and Error. When it comes to grass, many people's first thought is short, green grass. However, the meadows here completely overturn people's perceptions. When Ngu first stood on the farmland, she didn't feel anything, but once the activity started, the grass, which was over a meter tall, instantly gave her a strong sense of oppression. Based on my observation, the main plants in the meadow are small-leaved camphor, sedge and three-angled grass, among which sedge is the most lush. As she spoke, Ngu squatted down and said, "Look at this grass clump the size of a basketball. People in northeast China call it a tattoo. Stepping on this thing is uneven, like being on a boat. This should be the biggest obstacle on our way forward." Meadows are a rare sight, and the audience was momentarily captivated by what they saw. Walking through the meadow, the south wind blows, and the green grass suddenly looks like the sea, wave after wave. This is a kind of stunning experience unlike anything seen from aerial photography. Even watching all this through a mobile phone screen is incredibly exciting. Without the tower head, the feeling underfoot would be like walking on a soft carpet. On the way, Ngu didn't forget to explain to the viewers in the live broadcast room. "I don't know if you can hear the chirping of grass insects, but I can hear them very clearly, but I can't see the insects at all. Speaking of which, this place is one of the few natural and unpolluted clean places in China. The air is much better than in the city. If you have the chance in the future, you must come and experience it." Ngu pushed her way forward through the bushes. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from directly in front. Several terrified birds fled into the sky like arrows. "Oh my God! That scared me to death! What was that flying up just now? How could there be a bird hiding in the grass? That's dangerous! Decisive action! We must put up eyes in these unseen bushes, they're too scary." Looking at the comments in the live stream, Ngu said with a smile, "You never know what might be hidden in the meadow ahead, so you must be vigilant when walking on this sea of grass. Sometimes birds and wild ducks hide here, sometimes there are snakes or other animals, and the chances of seeing a roe deer are not small." As they continued forward, the viewers in the live stream also experienced a different kind of scenery. Some of the particularly shocking scenes were especially impressive. For example, suddenly, the path leading to the thicket of weeds will split to the left and right, as if a giant python is slithering by, a perspective straight out of a horror movie. The key point is that whenever this happens, Ngu would make up stories to scare them. For example, Ngu once said, "Legend has it that a giant python, as big as a house, lives in this meadow and can suck a person into its belly." The meadow area is actually not very long. In addition, Ngu often visited places like this during her graduate studies. Therefore, traveling back in time did not actually take too long. Just as they were about to cross the meadow, Ngu suddenly exclaimed, "Hey everyone, guess what I found?" These words were spoken. The live chat was immediately filled with question marks. The viewers in the live stream looked and looked, but felt that what they could see were just weeds that had just been cleared, and there was nothing special about them. Considering that Ngu had just joked with them and scared them, many people suspected that Ngu was up to her old tricks again. Here's a hint: Northeast China has 3 treasures. Ngu didn't stop walking, she just smiled and said. However, the screen was still filled with question marks. There was just a little more text inside that question mark. Could it be that the streamer discovered ginseng? If there were really that much ginseng, it wouldn't be so expensive. It couldn't have been a sighting of mink or deer, could it? You can't touch wild animals, can you? Look, the streamer didn't stop at all. It definitely couldn't be ginseng, otherwise he would have stopped long ago. Watching the discussions among the viewers in the live stream, Ngu smiled. The secret to live streaming truly lies in interaction. He had just discovered that the number of viewers in his live stream had reached 50,000, which was 50 times more than yesterday. What a reputation harvester! When it comes to live streaming, one naturally puts in a lot of effort. He soon discovered that the more viewers interacted with him, the faster the number of people in the live stream grew. He figured that the interaction must affect the exposure. So he started trying to interact with the audience. The thought of his reputation points exploding today filled Ngo with a sense of exhilaration. After they had finished their discussion, they began to explain. Actually, there are 3 versions of the 3 treasures of Northeast China. The old version is ginseng, sable fir and ula grass. The old version is ginseng, sable fir and deer antler, and the new version is red pine forest frog and black fungus. The audience was even more bewildered when these words were spoken. You can understand it as each era having its own set of 3 treasures. The reason why ginseng, mink fur, and deer antlers that you mentioned have been phased out is because ginseng is now a protected plant and ordinary people cannot pick it. Mink and deer are protected animals and only a few people can raise them. So they are naturally not treasures for ordinary people. After hearing Ng's explanation, the audience immediately focused their attention on the new 3 treasures, unaware that it was all a smokescreen. Of course, I'm not talking about the new version. To be honest, I have all those 3 treasures from the new version, so there's nothing to mention about them. I'm referring to the old version, which is ula grass. As she spoke, Ngo casually plucked a blade of grass and said, Look, this is ula grass. Ula means leather boots in Manchu. As the name suggests, this grass is used to keep people warm, especially for keeping warm. In the past, every autumn, people would harvest ula grass, dry it in the sun, pound it with sticks until it was soft, and stuff it into shoes to keep them warm and breathable. However, to be considered a treasure, it must be quite rare. Think about it, if it were everywhere, even if it were useful, would people consider it a treasure? Only things that are useful and rare can be considered treasures. At this point, Ngo abruptly changed the subject, saying, As everyone knows, with the continuous development of our new celestial empire, people's living standards are improving day by day, and technology is also constantly advancing. The innovation of insulation materials is never-ending. Against this backdrop, people's demand for ula grass has naturally decreased a lot, and it was the first of the 3 treasures to be removed from the list. As Ngo finished speaking, the live stream chat was immediately flooded with comments like, Great vision, thank you to the motherland. At the same time, they also roughly understood what the 3 versions of the 3 treasures of Northeast China meant. The first version had 3 items, 1 for survival and 2 for warmth. You can imagine. The second version has 3 items, 1 for survival, 1 for warmth, and 1 for making money. The third version has 3 items, all of which are used to make money. Isn't this a reflection of people living and working in peace and contentment? Of course, besides keeping warm, ula grass has some other uses. Ngo thought for a moment and then added, I remember in the movie Boonie Bears, Bald Chong was looking for this kind of grass to treat frostbite. In fact, this is not made up. Ula grass has a good effect on frostbite and athlete's foot. Unfortunately, the ula grass is on my farm, so it certainly won't grow very big in the future. Chapter 16 The Farm's First Product. These words were spoken. This has raised another round of questions. They didn't understand what he meant. Because livestock only eat the tender shoots of ula grass. When it gets old, the palatability decreases, and even cattle and horses don't want to eat it, ha ha ha. The audience was stunned when they heard Ng's words. Good heavens, so it turns out that the old cow only eats tender grass. In just a few words, Ngo had already crossed the meadow area. Compared to the drifting of the grassy sea, the mountains and forests are breathtaking. Unlike other areas where large trees are artificially planted, the trees here are truly undeveloped. In other words, many of the trees here are hundreds of years old, or even older. Trees like red pine, birch, and white birch can grow to about 1 meter in diameter at breast height, giving people an indescribable sense of grandeur. You've all probably noticed that the trees here are very tall and straight, right? As Ngo walked, she said, Actually, this situation is somewhat inevitable, because the trees here are so dense that they can only receive the maximum amount of sunlight if they grow tall enough. As they were talking, Ngo stood under a tree and took a picture from a low angle. What? That tall? Why does it feel taller than the building I live in? The tree can grow this tall? That's unbelievable. No wonder the host emphasized the primeval forest several times. It is indeed better than artificial ones. Why is it that the tallest tree I've ever seen is only 3 stories high, but this one is probably 10 stories high? By the way, does the streamer have a way to measure the height of this tree? I'm really curious. Are you kidding me? Such a tall tree, how can you measure it like that? Streamer, please don't take the risk. I still want to see the farm development series. And Gus seemed to suddenly remember something, quickly took off her backpack, pretended to retrieve something, and took out a device from the system warehouse. You know what, I actually brought a rangefinder. Although the results may not be accurate, it can still give you a rough idea of the height. As they were talking, Ngo placed the rangefinder on the ground and aimed it at the tree canopy. The numbers on the rangefinder changed rapidly, and soon settled on a number of -43 meters. Upon seeing this number, everyone gasped in shock. The live stream chat instantly exploded. 43 meters tall, what does that mean? It's about the height of a 13-story building. Let alone city dwellers, even people from the countryside would almost never see such tall trees. But in Anja's case, they are too numerous to count. Putting aside everything else, the tree next door is even taller than this one. Alright, you've seen the general situation. And Gus smiled and said, we should continue our exploration. Heading south. Although it's getting higher and higher. But Ngo didn't feel tired. After all, the terrain here is very gentle. The key point is that the grass here is very short. Grass simply cannot compete with trees for nutrients. Under the tree, there's no sunlight. Without the obstruction of weeds, everything went smoothly. On the way, viewers in the live stream were also discussing it. I don't know why, but I feel like the streamer is walking much faster. Take a closer look. There's very little grass around these trees, and in many places the ground is even exposed, so it's normal that it's easier to walk on, right? Speaking of which, I feel like everything around me has become strange since we entered this mountain forest. Won't the streamer get lost? I didn't realize it when I was watching the aerial footage, but now that I see it now, these trees are really thick and tall, they must be very old. Nonsense, those trees are obviously thicker than a person, they must have been growing for at least several decades, and their trunks are even older. I never imagined that we had forest scenes like those in Nordic films in China. I'm really envious. I want to visit the streamer's channel, but unfortunately I have to work every day now, it's too difficult, sob. Because the roads are easier to travel, and Ngo has been able to communicate more with the audience. With nothing else to do, he introduced the basic situation of the farm while answering questions from the live chat. And what about the viewers? They also taught him some live streaming tips. In this model, viewers' understanding of the Northern Lights farm has also been deepened. The total area exceeds 100,000 mu, and 90% of the area is mountainous forest. The mountains and forests are home to thousands of plant species, hundreds of animal species, and countless fungi, making them a veritable treasure trove of life. Look everyone, we've found something great! Suddenly, Ngo stopped and pointed her phone camera at a patch of grass. However, this patch of grass was dotted with tiny white flowers, which looked exceptionally elegant, and there were also some small red fruits. It's about the size of an index fingertip, with neatly arranged pockmarks on it. It looks a bit like a strawberry, but is only the size of a mulberry. What kind of fruit is this? Don't eat things you don't recognize from the live stream. You have to believe that the anchor is a professional. It looks a bit like a strawberry, but not quite. It's too tiny. Even the smallest strawberry is bigger than this. Most people are very cautious about this fruit. After all, it was a fruit I had never seen before. Don't worry, this fruit is definitely edible. Ngo chuckled and said, actually, you've already guessed half right. This is indeed a plant of the strawberry genus, scientifically known as oriental strawberry, and called sorghum fruit in northeast China. Speaking of which, the whole sorghum fruit is a treasure. The juice can treat diarrhea, the leaves can expel phlegm, the green fruit can treat kidney stones, and the ripe fruit can quench thirst. Before the audience could even marvel at the fruit's abilities, Ngu had already picked one, put it in her mouth, smacked her lips, and said, "It's sweet and sour, with a unique wild fragrance. It would definitely be great as jam." Many viewers were startled by Ngu's actions. "What? You're already eating? Will the streamer run into any problems? The anchor sounds quite professional, so everything should be fine." Among these comments, a few unusual ones were also mixed in. It instantly caught Ngu's attention. "Host, what's the shelf life of this fruit? Can you ship it out? I'd like to buy some." As soon as this comment appeared, several more people chimed in. Some people even found their own solutions. "You can send jam too. Just post the link, and you're done selling. I can see how difficult it is to produce, so I'm willing to pay a bit more." Ngu was also taken aback when she saw these comments. "I really didn't expect that someone would actually figure out how to monetize it." However, it must be said that this is indeed a good idea, considering that there are quite a few valuable berries on this mountain. If appropriate, he could hire some villagers to harvest the fruit, make jam, and then sell it via live stream, thus completing a closed loop. Don't worry, everyone. Sorghum fruit is just one of many wild fruits. Besides this, there are also goat's milk fruit, persimmon, and yajita fruit. In other words, blueberries, raspberries, and similar fruits are all nutritious and suitable for making jam. I will do some research to see which ones are suitable and then produce jam from them. I'm sure everyone will benefit from it. I'll collect some now, and then I'll get back and finish it." Before she finished speaking, Ngu pretended to take a bag out of her backpack and began collecting things. A heated discussion broke out in the live stream room. The fruits that Ngu mentioned are incredibly famous. For example, blueberries are one of the 5 healthiest fruits recommended by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Many people have always thought that blueberries are mainly distributed in the Americas or Europe, but they didn't expect that they could be found in China. Noticing the audience discussing this, Ngu began to explain while collecting the information. After collecting all the sorghum berries, he immediately began exploring the surrounding area. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be only one such case. Suddenly, Ngu was completely stunned. He swallowed hard, muttered to himself, and said, "I suddenly regret not buying a lottery ticket today. I was just saying that even if ginseng weren't a protected plant, we would never encounter it, but God is going to slap me in the face." Chapter 17. Are you surprised? These words were spoken. What? The screen is filled with. Who doesn't know that wild ginseng is extremely rare? Even if Eng didn't say it, people would know that. If wild ginseng weren't so rare, how could it be so expensive? Judging from Ng's tone, she had definitely found wild ginseng. "Look, isn't there a bunch of bright red berries hidden in those bushes over there? I bet a bag of spicy strips that they are definitely ginseng seeds, the fruits of ginseng." As she spoke, Ngu quickly stepped forward, lifted the bushes, and was immediately stunned. To be precise, it's frozen in place. Almost instantly, the hairs on my body stood on end. The viewers in the live stream were all stunned. "What? A bear? This is a fucking bear. The streamer's luck is absolutely incredible. He said he wouldn't find ginseng, and then he saw ginseng. He said there wouldn't be any bears, and then he encountered one. Is God really going to slap the streamer in the face? Sure enough, those who brag get struck by lightning. Luckily it's such a small thing, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Are you guys stupid? If the little bear is here, the big bear must be nearby. Hurry up and grab your bucket and run. Take advantage of the bear's absence and don't die here. Bears are no joke." The name that people usually only see on TV or at the zoo suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, causing a huge sensation. Who would have thought that a little bear was hiding in this bush where ginseng was concealed? Is this really a grand slam? To be honest, bear cubs are not dangerous to adults. It's only the size of a puppy. What kind of aggression could it possibly have? But who doesn't know that even when a mother bear goes hunting, she won't stray too far from her cubs? It's not hard to guess what a mother bear, who is responsible for feeding her cubs, would do if she encountered unarmed humans. The word danger was practically written on Nji's head. As for the ginseng, everyone has already forgotten about it. On the other side, Deko Dianzi village. Sophia was completely stunned the moment she saw the bear. He grabbed his phone and rushed out of the room, shouting, "Dad, look! My senior encountered a bear on his farm. We need to find someone to help him right away." Compared to their chaotic mess, Nge had calmed down by now. His first thought was also to retreat immediately. But he looked at the little bear with some pity. This little bear is actually in a somewhat dangerous situation. Although he doesn't look thin, he has an injury on his left leg. In the wild, injuries to adult animals are fatal, let alone to cubs. His ability to sense animal emotions clearly told him that the little bear was afraid and sad. It seemed that it also knew its situation. This brown bear is not in good condition right now. Although the injury on its left leg is not fatal, it will greatly reduce its ability to survive in this forest. Nge took a deep breath and said, "Nature is cruel. If the mother bear only has one cub this year, then the situation is better. The mother bear will take good care of it as much as possible until it recovers. But if the mother bear has 2 cubs, she will most likely be abandoned." Upon hearing Nji's words, the viewers in the live stream were also surprised. Will the mother bear abandon it? Doesn't this mean the cute little guy is in danger? This little bear is so pitiful. It's so small, not even as big as a dog. Didn't you hear? If there's only one child, there won't be a problem. I have a feeling the streamer is setting up something. Could it be that the streamer wants to take this bear away? Nge had no interest in the live stream at the moment. Naturally, they had no idea what these people were saying. However, he continued to explain. In the natural environment, the most difficult thing for any animal is to gather food. Even for animals like bears, which are at the top of the food chain, obtaining enough food is a very difficult thing. Raising 2 cubs is very difficult in itself, let alone one of them being seriously injured. In this situation, sacrificing one of them might be the best outcome for them. Nji's words made the audience truly understand why nature is cruel. It must be said that, in this situation, abandoning the injured or weak is the most correct choice. At the very least, it ensures that at least one of the mother bear's cubs survives, thus maintaining the species' existence. Immediately, many people in the live stream began begging Nge to take the little bear away. Of course, some people, from Nji's perspective, said that this was too dangerous and that the area should have been marked and that they should have gone down the mountain to find a professional. Besides these normal comments, there were also a few people who, under the guise of protecting the environment, spouted nonsense about not allowing interference. Undoubtedly, such a person would be subjected to a barrage of criticism. Anyone with a modicum of common sense wouldn't say something like that. Are not animal lives also lives? Isn't it right to protect animals while ensuring human safety? To be honest, I've considered taking this brown bear down with me. After all, with my help, it should be able to survive. At this point, Nge gave a wry smile. But doing this is somewhat of a gamble, betting that Mama Bear has other children. Only in this way can I leave safely. To be honest, he was tempted. He wanted to keep the brown bear as a pet. Anyway, he has a license for the domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals. If they can raise even first-class protected animals, then brown bears, which are second-class protected animals, are certainly allowed to be kept as pets. Just thinking about having a brown bear as a pet is incredibly awesome. Moreover, brown bears can also serve as mascots for farms. In short, it boils down to one sentence: I want it. But as he said, there's a lot of gambling involved. He really disliked the feeling of gambling. What's more, it's a gamble with one's life. You may not know this, but a brown bear's sense of smell is 7 times that of a hunting dog and 2,000 times that of a human. When it runs, it can reach a speed of 56 kilometers per hour. As for its strength, if it gets caught, it's definitely doomed. It was only at this moment that the audience realized that Nge was talking about a brown bear, not the dog bear they had thought. A difference of just one word makes all the difference. It should be noted that the two are not comparable in combat strength at all. Any adult brown bear of any breed can easily overpower an adult bear, and in other aspects, the brown bear is superior. As Anne said, if the mother bear really thought he was going to steal the bear cubs, it would be extremely dangerous. Within the village of Dekodianzi, Sophia watched the live stream, clenching her small fists and muttering to herself. "Senior, what are you thinking? Now is not the time to protect animals." As a local, she knew all too well the strength of brown bears and goat bears. Roar dash. Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the live stream. Ng's hair stood on end and his expression changed drastically. Just a dozen meters away, a huge brown bear raised its two front paws, stood up, and roared at Ngo with its gaping maw. The viewers in the live stream saw all of this clearly. The live streaming software automatically focused, and the camera was so close that you could even see the saliva and blood spurting from the brown bear's mouth, making it feel like you were right there. It has to be said that the live streaming equipment provided by the system is truly powerful. The viewers in the live stream could see it even more clearly than Ngo, who was there in person. In an instant, the screen was filled with bullet comments, which suddenly disappeared. Countless people were so frightened that they trembled all over. Some people were so frightened that they even threw their phones away. After a brief lull, the chat in the live stream exploded with comments. "Run, streamer! What? Call the police immediately! Isn't this too late? Wow, that's a huge bear! We're doomed! We didn't touch the bear cubs, so everything should be fine, right?" Chapter 18: A Request from Mother Bear. Now, the brown bear was staring intently at Ngo with its large, bell-like eyes. A low-frequency roar kept emanating from its mouth. It seems to be issuing a warning. Faced with this brown bear that was over 2 meters tall, Ng's first thought was to run away. Just kidding, only an idiot would dare to stay here any longer. It's important to know that brown bears are predators that can be ranked alongside lions and tigers. Such animals are simply beyond human resistance. Even escaping depends on its will. Firstly, brown bears are omnivores, and they mainly eat fruit. Secondly, its cubs are injured and cannot stray too far. In other words, the chances of a successful escape are not bad. As for the ginseng here, it's completely unimportant. With their lives hanging by a thread, who cares about ginseng? However, Anja's thoughts soon changed. Escaping was not his only option. Because he discovered something very strange. With the mother bear's roar, its anger actually diminished. Although Ng's back was soaked with cold sweat, he remained very calm at the moment. He was 100% certain that the brown bear's anger was subsiding. In fact, the fact that a top predator like a brown bear has not attacked yet, coupled with the decrease in its anger, already indicates that it does not want to attack. The key point is, as its anger subsided, a hint of sadness appeared on its body. Moreover, it has intensified and risen sharply. Could it be? And Gus suddenly had a bold idea. This brown bear wants me to take his cubs away. Although it sounds incredible, it's not impossible. Thanks to the rescue and release of various animal rescue organizations, many wild animals have received help from humans. When faced with certain crises, these animals often turn to humans for help, although the chances of getting help are about 50-50. For example, some videos circulated online recently showing wild foxes running to the police, and wild owls flying into zoos, and similar incidents. Just as Ngo was thinking this, the brown bear slowly crawled over. That's right. It's about climbing. It no longer remains standing. Moreover, the climbing speed is very slow. Using the animal's ability to sense emotions, Eng could clearly feel that there was no longer any anger in it, and almost all that remained was sadness. This put Ngo at ease. As the brown bear drew closer, Ngo made no move, and the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly anxious. Is the streamer scared out of his wits? Run while the brown bear isn't going to attack. Does the streamer intend to use a sliding tackle to take down the brown bear? Don't joke around. How could such a thing be possible? There were many heroes who fought tigers in ancient times, but when has anyone ever fought a bear? I just checked on Baidu, and brown bears can weigh over 400 kilograms. Streamer, please don't do anything silly. What's going on? I saw a live stream with a rather unusual name on the trending list and clicked in, but why is there a bear in it? I can't watch anymore. Will the streamer get eaten by this bear? Call the police. Call the police now. What's the use of calling the police? I started watching from day one. It takes 2 hours to drive from the county town to the streamer's farm, and more than 3 hours to walk from the farm to the streamer's place. Before anyone knew it, the live stream had already climbed to the top of the trending list. More and more people are flocking to the live stream. Then, they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that while watching a live stream, such a huge brown bear would suddenly appear, and it was even wild. The key issue is that it also posed a threat to the streamer's life. After learning the whole story, without exception, everyone's mouths gaped open wide enough to fit an apple in them. Certainly. And Ge had no interest in reading those comments. At that moment, he was staring intently at the brown bear. As it drew closer, and slowly circled around the bush. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the brown bear was wearing something that looked like a collar around its neck, and it appeared to be a GPS device. This confirmed his judgment even more. The bear had indeed lived with humans. Moreover, it is highly likely to be some animal rescue center. He felt that the logo on the collar looked very familiar. In that moment of stunned silence, the mother bear had already stretched her head toward her cub. The sadness reached an unprecedented intensity. Even without using her abilities, Eng could sense its intense reluctance to part. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered by what they saw and couldn't understand it at all. What's going on here? You were so aggressive just now, why did you suddenly become so calm? Were you just worried that the streamer might hurt the bear, but now that you're sure it's okay, then everything's fine? Never mind the question, streamer, hurry up and grab your bucket and run. Are you going to stay here and become an extra meal for the mother and cub? Exactly. Stop filming. We need to watch a documentary about this. If it's really too much, bring protective gear next time. Don't be reckless. I'd like to see you develop the farm. This is only the first day. It must be said that there are still more good people than bad in the world. Although there were a few onlookers who didn't mind making things worse. But the vast majority of people are good. Many people wanted Eng to take advantage of the fact that Mama Bear was in trouble and run away quickly. Deko Dianzi village. Sophia and her group, along with some villagers, rushed into the farm. Although the farm has a gate and a fence, those things really can't keep people out. Its purpose is to announce to others that if you go any further in, it belongs to someone else. Now that the farm owner is in danger, the first thing to do is rush in to rescue him. But at that moment, the mother bear suddenly started moving again. It bit the injured bear cub by the scruff of its neck and slowly lifted it up. Eng knew that it was moving its cubs. Many animals move in this way. The most common cats and dogs are like this too. Seeing this scene, viewers instinctively assumed that the mother bear was about to take her cubs away. However, the bear mother actually walked directly towards Ng's direction. Although all the evidence has shown that my guess is correct. However, Eng slowly moved away from the direction that Xiongma was walking in. Who knows if their mother left this way? However, he changed positions several times, and the mother bear kept moving towards him. The key point is that the movement speed is getting faster and faster. Of course, there was still no anger. And so, Eng finally stopped. The viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what Ngo was planning. I have no idea what the bear mother is planning. Just then, the mother bear placed the cub at Eng's feet. Immediately, he quickly took 2 or 3 steps back. Even so, Eng knew that if it wanted to attack her, it could kill her instantly. Then, the mother bear lay still, watching Eng and her cubs quietly. Non-still images. But only the grass and trees moved again. Neither Ange nor Xiongma moved. What the heck? What's going on? Why did the bear mom leave the bear with the streamer? World-famous painting man in nature? I'm completely baffled. I have a feeling that the mother bear wants the streamer to take the cub away. Chapter 19: The Attention of Live Streaming Platforms. The capital city. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door of the operations director's office at Douyin. With the appearance of the bear mom, the number of viewers in the live stream surged again. At this moment, more than 100,000 viewers have gathered. Whether they were new viewers or longtime fans who had been watching for hours, everyone was shocked by the scene. The discussion in the live chat is getting louder and louder. Soon, Ange's live stream caught the attention of the official content operations team. What's the matter? The Douyin operations director frowned as he looked at his subordinate. Which leader wants to see their subordinates in a panic? Director! I've discovered a streamer with huge potential. On the second day of broadcasting, big data analysis has already pushed the stream to over 100,000 viewers. Seeing that the leader seemed a little angry, Nanqing quickly said, "The key point is that his current live stream interaction rate has reached 52%. The operations director was stunned after hearing what Nanqing said. What does a 50% live stream interaction rate mean? It means that for every 2 people watching the live stream, 1 person will interact with the stream. In his more than 10 years in the industry, he has never heard of a 50% live streaming interaction rate. It's worth noting that for the average streamer, an interaction rate of 1% is already considered a success. Even for some top streamers or niche streamers, an interaction rate of 15% is already quite remarkable. To put it bluntly, when it comes to giving away red envelopes via live chat, very few streamers can achieve this level of interaction. After all, most people don't like leaving a trace of their presence online. But now, his subordinates are saying that there is a 52% interaction rate. It sounds unbelievable no matter how you look at it. Are you sure the data is normal? There was no manipulation? No. Absolutely not. Nanqing patted his chest and assured him. You'll know once you watch his live stream. I'm sure he'll become a huge hit. The key point is that I think his presence might alleviate the problem of content homogenization in our company. As they spoke, Nanqing quickly opened Ng's live stream and expertly selected to stream it. Do you want me to take it away? The moment she turned on the screen mirroring, Ng's voice came through. Just then, Ngo broke the stillness between the human and the bear. Upon hearing this, the bear mother surprisingly nodded in a human-like manner. The operations director still doesn't understand what's going on. The live stream chat exploded. What? What the hell is going on? Can this brown bear understand what the broadcaster is saying? I'm a bit confused. Can someone explain what's going on to me? It's not uncommon for animals to seek help from humans when they have problems, but whose pet asks for help like this? After that action just now, I'm starting to wonder if this streamer found a wildlife park and is filming a scene for us. Filming? Have you ever seen a brown bear that's this cooperative? Ngo was in no mood to read the comments right now. His attention remained focused on the brown bear. To be honest, he was momentarily stunned when he saw the mother bear nod in such a human-like manner. Although a brown bear's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old human child, it is still, after all, just an animal. It's truly amazing that it can understand its own words. Don't worry, I will definitely find it a good doctor after I go down the mountain. As she spoke, Ngo slowly squatted down, took off her windbreaker, laid it flat on the ground, and then slowly reached out her hand towards the bear cub. The bear cub was in such a state that it was impossible for it to walk down the mountain on its own. But he didn't have the proper tools, and it was impossible for him to lift her up. The only option was to wrap it in clothes and carry it on your back. Of course, the package wasn't just any package. Fortunately, he had studied this before. The problem isn't that big. Although he seemed to be moving very gently. In reality, all the muscles in his body were completely tense. Especially the leg muscles. Whenever his mother makes any unusual move, he jumps away from where he was. Certainly. During this time, he also used his ability to perceive emotions to observe the mother bear. At that moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. That's how Nga is. This is what Sophia looks like while holding her phone. The viewers in the live stream were all like that too. Even the operations director of Douyin is the same. No one is an exception. The trolls have all fallen silent. There was another lull in the barrage of comments. Soon. The bear was then wrapped up. The mother bear didn't make a single move from beginning to end. However, sad groans kept coming from its mouth. With a nervous heart, Nga slowly lifted the teddy bear up. Now comes the most crucial moment. At least, that's what he thought. No sooner had he lifted the cub off the ground than the mother bear suddenly turned around and left without looking back. Nga was taken aback again. Originally, his idea was to try to leave on his own, slowly. Unexpectedly, the mother bear simply left. Did it really understand? What? The streamer is safe? The mother bear definitely understood what the broadcaster was saying. Indeed, all life possesses wisdom. This is definitely the most thrilling live stream I've ever watched. Damn! There's another bear cub. I didn't see it earlier. Remembering what the anchor said, I suddenly felt lucky for this little bear. Yeah. Without the streamer, this little bear would probably be doomed sooner or later. Did the streamer say anything beforehand? When I came in, it was already a standoff between man and bear. As the mother bear left, people suddenly discovered that another bear cub was hiding in the bushes not far away. However, that one was healthy. He seems to be in pretty good physical condition. They followed closely behind their mother bear, heading towards the distance. Soon, the other two bears disappeared from sight. Nga finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We're finally safe." To be honest, I really didn't expect to encounter such a big guy as a brown bear on my own farm, let alone that such a situation would occur. However, the ending is still good. The cubs' injuries were indeed fatal to them, but they are nothing to us humans. By the way, if you encounter a brown bear in the wild, please don't stop like I did. Brown bears are among the top predators on land. The reason I dared to do this was mainly because I saw that the brown bear was not hostile to me, and it also had a GPS tracking number from the Northern Forest Zoo Wildlife Rescue Center on it, so I figured it must have had contact with people. As for other things, we'll talk about them on the way. However, before we go down the mountain, there's one more thing we need to do. Chapter 20. I have what you don't. Are you angry yet? At the foot of the mountain, Sophia suddenly stopped. Staring blankly at his phone, he began to speak. Dad! Uncles and elders, it seems we don't need to go. Sophia, what did you say? Lev stopped in his tracks upon hearing her words, and asked in surprise. At the same time, the dozen or so people traveling with her also looked at Sophia. Their faces were filled with confusion. Judging from Sophia's demeanor just now, it wasn't hard for them to tell that Sophia definitely liked this young man named Ench. Now that her beloved is in danger, shouldn't she be the one most anxious? Shouldn't they be acting as if they desperately want to see the person, dead or alive? Just like when we were crossing the meadow, did you act that way? They really don't understand why someone would say such a thing. The idea of escaping danger alone was simply not on their minds. Nobody knows bears better than them. For centuries, they have been fighting against bears. They were well aware of just how terrifying the fighting power of bears could be. What's more, it's the largest brown bear. If someone encounters a brown bear in the wild, they are basically at the mercy of fate. In fact, they had already made preparations to collect Nji's body. I just didn't say anything because I was worried that Sophia wouldn't be able to accept it. Sophia, there are so many of us, you don't need to worry, Lev said, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. Yes. That young man and Gu helped our village before, how can we just stand by and watch him die? The burly men around them all chimed in. They all assumed that Sophia was worried about their safety, which was why she spoke up to stop them. Sophia then realized what was happening and quickly explained. No, it's that the adult brown bear left and entrusted the cub to the senior. I heard from my senior that the brown bear seemed to have received help from someone. Anyway, it's safe now and everything's fine. As they spoke, Sophia handed over her phone. She knew that this was somewhat difficult to accept. This is especially true for those of them who have fought against bears in the past. To be precise, it's too hard for someone who has been bullied by a bear to accept. Only by seeing it for themselves can they be put at ease. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were also shocked by what Nga had just said. Have you seen the GPS? I was so dumbfounded, I didn't pay attention to these details. You know what, there does seem to be something on Mama Bear's neck. To be honest, it's really impressive that the anchor was able to observe all of this under those circumstances. If it were me, I probably would have wet my pants by now. Absolutely right, absolutely right. No matter what, the streamer is still awesome. To remain calm and composed when facing a brown bear, especially one who understands brown bears, is a sign of strength in itself. By the way, is there anything else, streamer? Shouldn't you be taking little bear to get treated as soon as possible? Yeah, it would probably take 2 or 3 hours to get down the mountain from here, right? I remember one guy saying it took him more than 3 hours to get up here. Looking at the comments, Nga smiled and said, Don't worry, although little bear is injured, he's not bleeding right now, so staying a little longer won't have any effect. Besides, this matter can be resolved immediately. Do you remember how I found the teddy bear? I'll say it again, I'll bet a pack of spicy strips that it's ginseng. As they were talking, Ange had already reached the bushes where she had started and quickly cleared away the surrounding weeds and shrubs. The first thing you see are a few diamond-shaped leaves, a flower that looks like a chive blossom, and red berries hanging on it. Holy crap! It's like ginseng! This streamer is about to make a fortune. For a streamer, this shouldn't be considered making a fortune. While ginseng can easily be worth tens of thousands, and older varieties can even be worth millions, how can this not be considered making a fortune? Look, this is a grade 6 ginseng. It's worth at least $1 million. What the hell is a 6th grade ginseng? This isn't a fantasy novel. Upstairs, that's how ginseng is classified. Legend has it that ginseng that grows 1 compound leaf in 1 to 5 years is called 3 flowers. Ginseng that grows 1 palmate compound leaf in 5 to 10 years is called palm. Ginseng that grows 2 palmate compound leaves in 10 to 20 years is called 2 jiazi. Ginseng that grows 30 years is called lampstand. And ginseng that grows 50, 80 and 100 years are called 4th grade, 5th grade and 6th grade respectively. Doesn't that mean a 6th grade ginseng is a 100-year-old ginseng? I've learned something new. This thing could easily buy an apartment in Beijing. We'd be rich. Didn't you read the introduction? The streamer owns 100,000 acres of land, so a ginseng is just a drop in the ocean. With the emergence of this message, many people instinctively open the profile and then feel completely stunned. This live streamer actually owns 100,000 mu of land. Only now did they realize what Eng meant by talking about her farm. What does 100,000 mu, approximately 6,667 hectares, of land mean? This is something they have absolutely no concept of. It's impossible for ordinary people to imagine just how big it is. A quick search on Baidu revealed that it's actually the size of a small town. The Olympic Bird's Nest covers an area of only 306 acres, and the Forbidden City covers an area of just over 1,000 acres. In other words, Ango's farm is roughly equivalent to 328 birds' nests, or 100 forbidden cities. Compared to this, what does $1 million ginseng seem like? Just as the new viewers were in shock, another interesting comment popped up. By the way, host, when you first introduced the 3 treasures of Northeast China, didn't you say that ginseng is a protected plant and can't be harvested? Goodness, it's true. Baidu says this thing can't be picked. Ha ha ha, I think the streamer must be in a lot of pain right now. Millions of dollars are here, and he can't even touch them. Seeing that streamers can't earn this money, I suddenly feel really good. That's true. I'm happier watching you lose money than when I make money myself. Looking at the comments from these people, and Gu grinned and said, "Although I really don't want to ruin your good mood, there are some things that are really not suitable to be kept secret." As she spoke, Ngu took out her phone, quickly tapped a few times, and then pointed the live-streaming phone at her. An electronic version of the certificate appeared prominently in the live broadcast room. Permit for collecting protected wild plants. Upon seeing these words, the viewers in the live stream were completely dumbfounded. There are certificates like this? Wild plants are protected, yet they're still being harvested? And with certificates? Surprised? Unexpected? I happen to have this certificate. I can legally harvest ginseng. And Gu smiled and said, "Not only do I have this, I also have another certificate." As soon as the words were spoken, a permit for the domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals appeared in the live broadcast room. That's right. Not only do I have the right to collect plants, but I also have the right to domesticate and breed animals. I can legally keep this little brown bear as a pet, haha, it's that amazing. Aren't you angry? Looking at the live stream, Doing Operations Manager Nanqing turned to the Operations Director, who was staring blankly at the screen, and said with a smile, "Director, do you believe me now? I told you he had huge potential, didn't I?" Chapter 21 That's just a rumor. Yes. The Operations Director breathed a sigh of relief and said, "To be honest, I initially thought that his live stream's performance today was somewhat accidental. After all, brown bears don't appear every day, and wild ginseng is even rarer, making it almost impossible to replicate. However, after I saw his 2 certificates, my opinion changed. Now I think he is the most promising person on our platform, without exception." Upon hearing this, Nanqing was visibly taken aback. Although she was the first to discover Ngu and felt that she had great potential. But I never imagined that the potential would be this great. Firstly, I never even dared to think about it. It's important to know that Douyin is currently the largest short video platform in China, with countless creators driven by its massive user base. The number of new videos added every day can even exceed 100 million. This place is filled with countless handsome men and beautiful women, as well as top talents from various industries, and many specialized internet MCN, multi-channel network, operation agencies. Moreover, recently, many celebrities and influential figures have joined this movement with their massive online followings, bringing more professional and stunning works to the table. Without a doubt, each of these people possesses enormous potential. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The key point is that there are now many bloggers focusing on rural themes. Some people reminisce about the past, some promote traditional culture, some engage in animal husbandry and farming, and some engage in food robbery. In every category, there are people who achieve great success. Under these circumstances, how could the director believe that Ng's potential is undisputed number 1? Is it simply because of those 2 certificates? Nanqing really couldn't understand how this conclusion was reached. Looking at Nanqing's expression, the director said calmly, "Do you think he could have obtained this certificate if he didn't have real skills?" Nanqing subconsciously shook his head. Key Protected Wild Plant Collection Permit. License for domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals. One is collecting protected plants, and the other is raising protected animals. What is the purpose of establishing protections for animals and plants? Isn't it just that the country wants to protect these plants and animals? But once you have these 2 certificates, you can dispose of these plants and animals at will. Isn't that the same function as the imperial sword of ancient times? How could one obtain something without real skill? Even if you have the capability, you need to be trusted by the relevant authorities. Nanqing thought for a moment, and then added, "That's the key. Why are these plants and animals protected? Isn't it because there's too little? There are many reasons why there are so few of them. It could be that the natural environment is no longer suitable for survival, or it could be that the value is too great, and too much has been developed. In short, the things that are being protected are definitely too few countries. However, the fact that Ngu was able to handle such matters reasonably, legally, and in accordance with regulations proves that the relevant departments also trust him." "Yes. That's the key point," the operations director said solemnly. However, that kind of thing is not something we need to consider. All we need to know is that he owns a 100,000 mu farm. He can raise a brown bear himself. He can grow ginseng himself. He can develop all the protected plants and animals on his own. His farm is in the Daxian Bay Mountains. He can raise red-crowned cranes, he can raise sika deer, and he can raise all kinds of protected plants and animals. In addition, don't forget that our company also has knowledge-based and rural-related businesses, which can greatly alleviate the problem of homogenization of our platform and is in line with the expectations of the higher authorities. Listening to the director's explanation, Nanqing's thoughts suddenly became clear. And equals basics plus knowledge plus authority plus gimmick plus good looks plus policy. The bugs are piling up one after another. Have you figured it out? Seeing her expression, the operations director finally spoke, saying, Well then, since you were the one who discovered Nge, the handover to him will be entrusted to you. My idea is very simple. I must secure the exclusive live streaming rights. I don't care about the benefits and conditions, I just have to get it. As for posting videos, try your best to do so. Also, you can talk to him about our mid-length video partner program and tell him that it can be synced to Shigua Video and Tushio. He naturally wanted exclusive rights to the video as well. But there aren't many people willing to sign these contracts now. After all, you have to cast a wide net to catch more fish. People are very shrewd. Who doesn't know that posting on more platforms means more revenue? Therefore, he did not want the exclusive rights to the video to affect the signing of the exclusive live streaming rights. In any case, he felt that Douyin, TikTok, was not suitable for Nge. A video that's less than a minute long can't show much at all. The companies Shigua Video and Tushio are suitable, but they are not within its business scope. Of course, we should make every effort to secure other opportunities while ensuring that everything is running smoothly on our side. Okay, I understand. Nanqing Tao nodded solemnly. Knowing Nge's potential, she naturally understood the importance of this matter. In addition, you can help us with other aspects of operations and promotion. It will definitely benefit us. The operations director thought for a moment, and then added, By the way, you can go and talk to him. I will communicate with the higher-ups and customize an event. He will most likely get first place, tens of millions of views, extra bonuses, and all of that. Also, confirm whether he has signed with an MCN agency. If he has, find a way to help him break free from the control of the MCN agency. I don't want too many troubles later. While the two were chatting, Nge was also taking action. While everyone in the live stream was shocked by the two documents, he quickly put them away and started rummaging through his backpack. However, this was just a pretense of searching. A toolkit was quickly retrieved from the system repository. Scissors, small axe, small saw, small rake. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered by what they saw. What kind of things does the streamer keep in his bag? That's outrageous. I've never seen anyone bring this into the mountains. I'm a little curious about how heavy the streamer's bag is. It's ridiculously heavy. I suddenly understand why live streamers can have licenses while we can't. Looking at these comments, Nge laughed and said, As someone who studies plant protection, it's perfectly reasonable for me to carry these things in my bag, right? As he spoke, he quickly laid out a piece of craft paper and placed the surrounding moss and tender birch leaves on it. This is used for preservation. It's a fairly traditional method. As Nge operated the machine, she said, In the past, people had many rules when digging for ginseng, but I don't follow them. I just start digging. Speaking of which, I just saw someone in the live chat talking about 5th or 6th rank, but that's actually a misconception. You can't tell the age of ginseng from its leaves. You can usually only judge the age by looking at the ginseng root, the texture on the ginseng body, and the bumps on the ginseng rootlets. Of course, this requires a lot of experience. I'll dig some out and tell you about it later. In addition, the ginseng in TV dramas and novels that is often described as being 1,000 years old is also fake. The lifespan of ginseng is actually limited to 400 years. Its ability to live so long is also due to the nutrients it contains, such as ginsenosides, which can effectively prevent ginseng from rotting, thus allowing it to live for so long. In just a few words, Nge had already dug out most of the ginseng. Now, both he and the viewers in the live stream gradually showed expressions of shock. Chapter 22 12 million? Not tempted at all. Big. That wasn't Ji's first thought. He had initially thought it might be a ginseng that was 10 years old. It seems that it would have taken at least 100 or 200 years for it to grow to this size. As for the viewers in the live stream, not many of them actually understand ginseng. But unfortunately, some people understand. In the comments section, someone clearly wrote that their 172-gram ginseng was not as big as this ginseng. 172 grams, that doesn't sound like it's heavy? At the ginseng auction in Shanghai a few days ago, the king of ginseng weighed only 21.68 grams. Don't you know that if ginseng increases in price by 1 gram a year, that's already a big deal? Doesn't that mean this is a ginseng that's 100 years old, and almost 200 years old? Ginseng that is less than 50 years old is indeed unlikely to increase in price by 1 gram per year, but ginseng that is more than 50 years old may increase in price by nearly 2 grams. Wow! That's incredible! The streamer encountered such a priceless treasure on his first trip up the mountain. I'm so envious. I'll offer you 1 million. Will the streamer sell it to me? 1 million? Are you trying to fob me off? Or do you think the streamer is stupid? Take that ginseng king at the Shanghai auction I just mentioned. It weighed 21.68 grams, the starting price was 880,000, and the final price reached 1 million. The streamer's is at least 10 times that. Everyone who sees it gets a share. I suggest the streamer just do a giveaway. I'll offer 10 million. DM me if you're interested. TikTok company. Looking at the comments on the projected screen, Nanqing couldn't help but swallow hard and said, Director, it seems we really have to offer our highest terms. Yes. The director was equally shocked. So you've already made 10 million? Although they knew that Nge was definitely not short of money. But no one expected that Nge could make money so quickly. On the other side, the progress of the Engi project is also very fast. One by one, the roots were quickly dug out. The dense root system could not stop his speed at all. The entire ginseng root was removed from the ground in less than 5 minutes. The entire ginseng root was completely separated without any damage to the root system. Putting everything else aside, the methods used alone are astonishing. Even some experienced ginseng diggers probably couldn't do it so cleanly and efficiently. Haha, my skills are pretty good, right? Nge smiled and pointed the ginseng at the camera, saying, You might not believe it, but this is the first time I've ever dug up wild ginseng. These words were spoken. Everyone was shocked. Immediately following were voices of doubt. Who would believe this is his first time? How could you possibly be so skilled on your first try? I really didn't lie to you. Nge looked at the comments and said, I have dug up quite a few garden ginseng before, but those who know about garden ginseng know what they're talking about. Artificial cultivation is definitely aimed at making money, and it is generally harvested after 4 or 5 years of growth. There is absolutely no comparison between 4 or 5 years and 100 years. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. The wild ginseng was not damaged at all and is in perfect condition. As she spoke, Nge took out a small electronic scale from her backpack. Seeing this, many people couldn't help but complain. Doraemon's magic pocket? What exactly is in the streamer's backpack? Who would bring an electronic scale up the mountain? That's ridiculous. Holy crap! 337 grams? That's so heavy! Doesn't that mean it's equivalent to 13 times that of the one in Shanghai? There's no doubt it's definitely tens of millions, right? I'll offer 12 million, can the streamer sell to me? This is absolutely the best of the best, isn't it? I'm so envious. While they were complaining, Nge had already placed the ginseng on the electronic scale. 337.82 grams. The moment the audience saw this number, they couldn't sit still. 21 grams of ginseng is worth millions, so 337 grams is incredible. The moment this number appeared, the live stream chat exploded with comments. They are likely far more numerous than the brown bears that just appeared. However, compared to before, there are many more cases of conjunctivitis here. Envy, jealousy, and hatred can all be transmitted to everyone through the screen. Indeed, wealth can move people's hearts. And good naturally wouldn't bother with these envious guys. If you really care about this, then you shouldn't do anything at all in the future. 100,000 mu of land is already enough to make people envious. Not to mention, he will definitely receive even more. Although it weighs more than 300 grams, it may not necessarily be of the highest quality. Upon seeing someone say that this ginseng was of the highest quality, Engu smiled and said, "Judging the quality of a ginseng is not just about its weight. This thing, it's all about the 5 elements and 6 limbs. Look at this. Wow, it's really top-notch. I didn't even notice it before." To be honest, Engu didn't observe carefully just now. Since it's already mine, I can observe it whenever I want. Besides, I just promised the audience that I would explain how to judge the quality of ginseng. I'll just explain as we watch. He never expected that this ginseng would be of such excellent quality. However, his casual remark dealt another devastating blow to people. Why did it start with a negative and then positive tone? They say you can't judge whether a ginseng is top quality by its weight, and they emphasize things like the 5 shapes and 6 forms, making people think that this ginseng is of average quality. But what happened? It's still top-notch. Then why are you denying it? Seeing the audience's outburst, Engu quickly said, "I really didn't look at the ginseng carefully just now, that's why I said that. You should know that while ginseng growing in the natural environment comes in all shapes and sizes, you can find anything. The level of being beautiful in all 5 aspects is already extremely rare. To put it simply, the 5 forms of ginseng refer to the 5 parts of ginseng: the rhizome, the stem, the body, the veins, and the whiskers. There's also a folk song to describe it. The reeds grow tightly together, round and plump like jujube pits, with tight skin, fine lines, and bumpy texture. The tendrils are long and clear, like leather straps, adorned with pearl-like dots below. Let's put it this way, most wild ginseng can only achieve 1 or 2 of these. 3 is considered a good grade, 4 is already very rare, let alone 5. Everyone was astonished after hearing Nji's introduction. Indeed, there are many intricacies to ginseng. The barrage of comments just wouldn't stop. In short, mine is absolutely the best of the best. As she spoke, Engu picked up some soil from the area where the ginseng was located and sprinkled it on the craft paper she had just prepared. Then, she wrapped the ginseng in the paper. As for selling it, I don't plan to do that for now. I plan to keep it for myself. Maybe it can save my life someday. Nji's words caused an uproar. He refused the high price of 12 million. Judging from the video, he didn't hesitate at all. 12 million. That's enough for an ordinary person to live a comfortable life for the rest of their life. To be fair, the calm rejection of the 12 million yuan price tag is more impactful than the 100,000 mu of land. At least, people can still vaguely imagine what 12 million can buy. We've dug up the ginseng. We should head down the mountain now. That little bear cub still needs treatment. Hearing Nji's words, people then remembered that there was an injured little brown bear here. The ginseng was so enticing that I completely forgot about it. While they were talking, Engu had already used her backpack as cover to put the ginseng into the system warehouse. Immediately, he quickly hung the windbreaker containing the teddy bear directly on his backpack. It wasn't until this moment that the audience understood why Nji's method of wrapping the bear was so complicated. I was worried that it would fall off after I put it on my back, or that the little bear would feel uncomfortable. The path down the mountain is more difficult than the path up the mountain. Fortunately, the terrain of the Great Xianbei Mountains is relatively flat, so the problem is not too serious. In fact, nature has prepared many surprises for us in these mountains. As Engu walked, she continued, "For example, this." After saying that, Engu pointed the camera directly at the fallen, decaying wood beside her. Chapter 23 Descending the Mountain. The traditional Chinese medicine family is shocked. Upon closer inspection, there was a shiny black object on the rotten wood. Black fungus? Black fungus! Black fungus, hee hee. To be honest, it looks a bit small. So the surprise from the streamer was black fungus. If the streamer likes this, there are plenty of places like heaven on earth. Hey upstairs, I suspect you're making a sexual innuendo, but I have no proof. And Gun never expected that her casual snapshot would lead the audience to make suggestive remarks. He was somewhat speechless and said, Wood ear fungus is a very good ingredient. It has a soft texture, delicate taste, delicious flavor, unique taste, and is also rich in nutrients. It has a protein content that is no less than that of meat, a calcium content that is dozens of times higher than that of meat, and an iron content that is hundreds of times higher than that of meat. It is called the meat of the vegetarian world by modern nutritionists. Look at this. The earpiece is dark brown with a glossy sheen, and the back is gray. According to national standards, this is definitely top grade. However, this wood ear mushroom is just the most inconspicuous thing on my mountain. Although I haven't discovered them yet, I'm certain that there are a lot of precious edible fungi such as truffles, matsutake mushrooms, and monkey head mushrooms on this mountain, and even lingji mushrooms are quite common. Upon hearing Nji's words, the viewers in the live broadcast room were all amazed. So wood ear mushrooms are graded? The streamer is practically a human encyclopedia. I just looked it up on Baidu, and the host is right. I can understand Ganoderma lucidum, but truffles are available in China. You know what, we do have them in Yunnan province. They used to be used to feed pigs. Yunnan province? That's only the southernmost part of the province. The anchor is in the far north, so it'll be the same there? By the way, I just checked out the streamer and his resume is amazing. It's not surprising that the audience reacted this way. Firstly, they rarely encounter people with such a wealth of knowledge. Secondly, they didn't expect that Anja's farm would have these things. Truffles and matsutake mushrooms are high-end ingredients commonly found on Western dining tables. As for Ganoderma lucidum, it is a legendary treasure that can rival ginseng. Nature is amazing. Many things can exceed people's imagination. Looking at the comments, Ngus said with satisfaction. Take truffles for example. At first, people thought they only existed in Europe and were even hailed as one of the 3 great delicacies. But within a few years, people discovered the existence of this fungus in Yunnan province. The key point is that the locals didn't care to eat it and let the pigs eat it. That's why it got the name pigstalk fungus. However, do you think it's only in Yunnan province? Later, people discovered truffles in Sichuan, Tibet and Taiwan, which was a slap in the face to the Europeans. Of course, the discovery did not stop there. Several years ago, our professors found truffles in both the Greater and Lesser Xianbei Mountains, and the ripening period was 2 months earlier than in the south. Oh, by the way, everyone should be careful not to eat wild mushrooms casually. Mushroom poisoning can cause vomiting and diarrhea in mild cases, and can even be fatal in severe cases. The key point is that the methods for identifying whether something is poisonous that are currently widely circulated are all fraudulent. For example, the most common method is to judge by color. In fact, there are quite a few gray fungi that are poisonous, just as there are colored fungi that are edible. As Ngu ascended the mountain, she recounted her experiences. If we encounter fruits or fungi that won't affect our descent, we'll pick some. Of course, we'll also let the little bear rest occasionally. It must be said that the wild flora and fauna resources in this mountain are truly abundant. Along the way, they saw more than a dozen species of wild protected animals. As for plants and fungi, they are too numerous to count. And she picked only the ones she was most comfortable with, and she had already picked a lot. This includes more than a dozen kinds of fungi and mushrooms, as well as several kinds of wild berries such as sorghum, raspberries, and blueberries. Although today's itinerary was changed due to Shaoxiong, Ngu still achieved her goal and gained a general understanding of the situation. Once we get back, we can start planning for development. At the same time, Chairman's office of Guangxingju. A girl rushed in and exclaimed, "Dad, look at the quality of this ginseng. I've never seen such a beautiful ginseng before." Ginseng? What good ginseng can you find these days? The CEO of Guangxingju smiled helplessly and said, Right now, the best ginseng in the country is what we have stockpiled in our warehouses. Come and show Dad what good thing you found. He wasn't exaggerating when he said that. Guangxingju was founded during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty. It has a history of nearly 500 years. It was once the largest pharmacy in the country for a century. It has a profound cultural heritage, comparable to its counterparts in the capital. The recently popular Anmong Nyohuangwan is made by them. To be honest, he really didn't believe that he could find anything good by watching live streams. However, since it was brought by my own precious daughter, I definitely have to take a good look at it. His dash. Upon seeing the screenshot, he couldn't help but gasp and asked, Wang Yu, are there any other photos? I recorded a video. Sure, Wang Yu said. I saw that the streamer had a permit for collecting protected wild plants, and I figured this must be something special, so I recorded it. As she spoke, she had already turned on the recorded video. I must say, watching Eng dig for ginseng is a true visual feast. Even on his second viewing, Sure Wang Yu was still somewhat shocked. Not to mention, it was the first time her father had ever seen it. However, the shock quickly shifted from Eng's methods to the ginseng itself. Top-notch. These are the only two words he can think of. It has all 5 elements, nothing more. Even when he was young and able to gather ginseng himself, he had never seen many wild ginseng of such quality. Even if we look at those that have been passed down through generations, there are only a handful that can compare to them. When he saw the close-up shot of Ng explaining how to judge the quality of ginseng, he even trembled with excitement. Wang Yu, where is this wild ginseng? We must buy it. I haven't seen fresh ginseng of such quality in at least 40 years. As a traditional pharmaceutical merchant, he naturally understood the value of ginseng. Even disregarding its monetary value, ginseng of this quality is so rare that once it's dug up, it's gone forever. Keeping it at home to pass down through generations would be quite a good idea. As a time-honored brand of traditional Chinese medicine, they have always liked to stock up on top-quality medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, Sure Wang Yu couldn't help but gasp. As someone from a family with a long history in medicine, she naturally knew very well that the peak of wild ginseng harvesting was 20 or 30 years ago. The amount of wild ginseng harvested in a year back then was probably more than what we get in 10 years now. In that era, few plants could compare. One can only imagine their exceptional quality. Someone in the live stream offered 12 million, but the streamer didn't even consider it. Sure Wang Yu quickly realized what he meant and said. He also said that he didn't intend to sell it, saying that keeping it at their home might save his life someday. 12 million? We'll offer 20 million. 30 million is also acceptable. After a slight pause, he added. He said he needs to keep the ginseng to save his life, so we can exchange it for Gilingi, Dingkuan Dan, Among Nyohuangwan, or Nyohuang Qingxinwan. We can use the versions from when we could use rhinoceros horn. Seeing his father's reaction, Sure Wang Yu's breathing became heavy. Judging from this reaction, even if she were stupid, she could tell just how miraculous this ginseng was. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eng had already seen the meadow below. After more than 2 hours of travel, we finally made it down the mountain. Chapter 24. Don't pick the wildflowers by the roadside, because... So that's where it was. Suddenly, Ng let out a cry of surprise. This statement immediately aroused people's curiosity. Before people could even ask questions, the camera angle was adjusted. In the distance, in a ravine, a patchwork of pink flowers could be seen. It completely covered the entire hillside. It was very beautiful. The buds and flowers intertwine, creating a dazzling and beautiful display. The scene of mountains and fields covered in a brocade-like, rosy glow instantly drew gasps of amazement. Wow! It's so beautiful! What kind of flower is this? It's so pink. It actually covered an entire hillside. It's so beautiful, I really want to visit the streamer's house. This is simply paradise. I wish we could take our wedding photos here. Wake up, you don't even have a girlfriend yet, why take wedding photos? Camping is clearly a better option. Just thinking about it is so exciting. When will the streamer start taking customers? I can't wait. I wonder what kind of flower it is. I imagine such a beautiful flower must smell wonderful. And Gu quickly adjusted the camera. He said with a smile. These flowers are clearly Xianbei azaleas. I mentioned it when I went up the mountain, but I couldn't find it. Now I have. It is a fragrant plant unique to our Wulongjiang province. It usually blooms in spring and covers the mountains and fields. Oh, by the way, spring comes a little later here than in the south, around May or June. Everything south of the Wulong River is considered the south. Locals also call it Zhengxiang, Dadaxiang, or Dazixiang. You can tell from the name that this flower is very fragrant, with a light and elegant scent, like plum blossoms. Speaking of which, there is a touching story behind the name Dadaxiang. If you would like to hear it, I can tell you. To be honest, that little bear cub was really heavy. Although she hadn't reached Enge's limit yet, she had still expended a lot of energy along the way. Recalling the way up the mountain, the meadow was much more difficult to walk than the mountain path, so Enge thought she should stop here for a while and rest. The comments section was filled with the word, I want to. There are so many that they can cover the entire screen. And Gu put the bear cub down and slowly said, A long time ago, on this mountain, there lived a little girl named Dada. When Dada was a child, her whole family died from infectious diseases, and she could only survive by relying on the help of the villagers. When she grew up, in order to repay the villagers, she went out to study medicine. After she mastered her skills, she used medicine to treat the sick. The story of Dada slowly unfolded from Nji's mouth. People were quickly drawn to the story. The comments section was filled with people's words of sympathy. At the same time, we admire the spirit of this girl named Dada who was not defeated by hardship. Suddenly, Nji's tone changed abruptly, and she said, But the peaceful days didn't last long. One day, the infectious disease came again, and from then on, Dada could only work day and night to prepare medicine and treat the villagers. After tireless treatment, she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Only then did people realize that the herbs had long been used up. But at this time, there was a continuous snowstorm on the mountain, making it impossible to go up the mountain. The villagers were helpless and could only watch Dada die. Nji's tone changed frequently as she spoke about these things. Hearing this, many viewers in the live chat were already in tears. The audience was deeply moved by this act. Aren't there such people in reality? It is because of the existence of these people that people can live and work in peace and contentment. The story told by Ngu did not stop. After she died, people buried her in her favorite mountain forest. From then on, no one in the village could cure that infectious disease. After months of struggling to hold on, the villagers finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to move away from the village. Before leaving, they went to the mountains together to see Dada one last time. But after going up the mountain, we found a kind of small flower that we had never seen before in the forest. This flower gave off a faint fragrance, and the closer we got to Dada's tomb, the stronger the fragrance became. When everyone arrived at Dada's tomb, the strong fragrance relieved their discomfort a lot. Suddenly, the villagers had a bold idea. After returning home, the villagers boiled these small flowers into a medicinal soup and drank it. Their infectious diseases were miraculously cured. In memory of Dada, they named this little flower Dada Fragrant Flower. After those last words, Ngu fell silent, quietly gazing at the sea of flowers not far away. Perhaps this is just a story, but the emotions it evokes are real. The inspiration it provides to people is also real. It wasn't just him, the audience felt the same way. The comments and gifts at this moment prove it all. The screen was filled with gifts, so many that you couldn't count them all. To be honest, Enge had no idea of the value of these gifts. But I also know that it must be very valuable. After all, no platform will offer cheap gift effects. He didn't understand the gift, but he could clearly see the comments on the screen. I never imagined there was such a story behind these flowers. I didn't realize it at first, but now that I look at it, these flowers are really beautiful. Even though I know the story is fake, I'm still very touched and very grateful to Dada. The world has never lacked people like Dada. They are all heroes. We salute them. Looking at these comments, Ngu composed herself and said, "To be honest, this matter may not actually be entirely a story. Because the Xianbei rhododendron does indeed have certain medicinal value, and it has good effects on diseases such as enteritis, acute bacillary dysentery, chronic bronchitis, and bronchial asthma. However, I must remind everyone not to get your hands on the Xianbei rhododendron. Firstly, medical conditions are so advanced now, it's reliable to see a doctor. Secondly, the Dada Xiang is also a protected plant. Although it's only a second-class protected plant, it's still a plant that can be imprisoned for life." Upon hearing the phrase, "serving a life in prison," many people couldn't help but laugh. I'd only ever heard of a beast who spends his whole life in prison before, but a flower who spends his whole life in prison was a first for me. But it must be said, this thing can really land you in jail for life. Alright, we've admired the flowers enough and heard the story enough. It's time to head down the mountain. After saying that, Ngu hung the little bear cub on her back and set off again. There wasn't much of a mountain path left, and we finished walking down in about 10 minutes. Just as Ngu was about to sneak into the meadow, a shout suddenly came from not far away. Chapter 25 Ticks? Thank goodness I got vaccinated. Huh! What are you all doing here? Eng looked at Sophia and her father with surprise. I don't understand why they're on my farm. It was this girl who saw online that you had encountered a brown bear, and immediately called the villagers to come up the mountain to rescue you. Who would have thought that when they got to this area, they would find that you were no longer in danger? Lev looked at Sophia and said, Everyone in the village has already gone home, but this girl refuses to leave no matter what. She says it's not easy for you to take the bear cub across to this meadow, and she wants to stay and help you. After hearing Lev's explanation, Eng roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. I couldn't help but feel a little moved. Oh, I see. Once I'm settled, I'll definitely treat everyone in the village to a meal. Ngu said with a smile. It's perfect timing. When we get back, Sophia can take a look at this little bear cub. I remember your major includes some veterinary knowledge, right? The bear cub's injuries were not actually that serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed on the mountain for so long before coming down. He had originally planned to go home and help clean and bandage it. Now that Sophia, a professional, has come, we should definitely ask her for help before going back. In an instant, he could also take this opportunity to persuade Sophia to come and work at the farm. How about I check how badly the little bear cub is hurt? Sophia nodded heavily and said. As she spoke, she had already turned her gaze to the little bear cub behind Ngu. It was only at this moment that Eng suddenly remembered that she had said last night, no Rus girl could resist a bear. And at this moment, the live stream chat exploded once again. What a beautiful young lady! Why are there foreigners in the streamer's family? Foreigners say the villagers feel a bit out of place. They look like Russians, but how come they speak Mandarin so well? Is this the streamer's girlfriend? I'm so envious, she's so beautiful. If it weren't for the older man next to her, I would have thought that the beauty filter or something had been upgraded again. I met this young lady yesterday. The streamer hitched a ride with her yesterday. Don't you know that there are also Rus people in our country? The streamer's farm is located in a Rus ethnic village, and half of the people there have Rus ancestry. Yesterday, there were only a little over 1,000 spectators. Now the live stream has more than 100,000 viewers. Her value increased a full 100 times, so naturally many people don't know her. However, with the audience's explanation, people quickly gained a general understanding. It must be said, Sophia's looks are truly stunning. This truly stunned the viewers in the live stream. TikTok company. Looking at the live stream, Nanqing, the operator, muttered to herself. Now another element has become popular. Ngu, your live stream is truly amazing. I hope everything goes smoothly. Suddenly, a scream came from the live stream. Senior, you have a tick on you. Did it bite you? Ticks? Nga frowned and said, "Don't touch it with your hands, just use a branch to pick it up." After saying that, Nga remained motionless and began to recall whether she had felt any pain earlier. After thinking it over repeatedly and confirming that I hadn't felt any bites, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sophia and her father had already removed the tick. "Senior, are you sure you weren't bitten? I still have some antibiotics at home." "Don't worry, I don't feel any pain, and I've been vaccinated," Nga said. "It shouldn't be a big problem. If I feel anything, I'll go to the hospital on my own. Don't forget, I'm a professional too." Hearing Ng's words, Sophia felt much more at ease. At this point, discussion had already begun in the live stream room. "What are ticks?" "It's just a little bug, why make such a fuss?" "It's understandable for girls to be afraid of bugs, but why is the streamer like that too?" "Well, I'm so envious. This girl cares so much about the streamer, I want to care about her too." "Huh! Antibiotics and vaccines have been developed, could this bug have some kind of toxin? That's a bit scary." Seeing these comments, Nga explained, "Everyone, please don't underestimate these ticks. Although it is small, it is a parasite that can cause zoonotic diseases and can infest the surface of any vertebrate. The key point is that it carries a large number of bacteria and pathogens, and diseases such as hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, tick-borne encephalitis, Lyme disease, Q fever, and red meat allergy can all be spread through it. The most common ticks here usually transmit tick-borne encephalitis, and many loggers have been infected with them in the past. Once infected, severe symptoms such as high fever, headache, altered consciousness, or even paralysis may occur. This mainly occurs between May and August. Fortunately, I don't feel any pain, so I should be fine." Upon hearing Ng's explanation, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but gasp. I never imagined that little bug could be so powerful. "This is terrifying. Shouldn't the streamer go to the hospital for a checkup? My dog had this before, and we took him to the vet for a lot of tests. I just looked it up, and these bugs are really terrifying. I suggest the streamer take this seriously. My advice is that you guys shouldn't give me any random advice. Didn't you realize that he's a professional and knows how to handle things? What, didn't you guys see?" Miss Sophia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the streamer explain these things. She must have been relieved after confirming that the streamer understood these things. "I'm a little conflicted about whether I should go play there in the future, since there's something so terrifying. Actually, there's no need to worry about this. Just take precautions, and there are many places that offer them." Seeing that many people were actually starting to be afraid of this, Nga smiled and explained the prevention and treatment methods. They also stated that once the land is developed, certain measures will be taken to effectively prevent ticks from spreading. It's important to know that ticks are zoonotic parasites, and this matter needs to be addressed for both the safety of humans on the farm and the well-being of livestock. Wow, there were so many intricacies involved here? Is the streamer a walking encyclopedia, knowing everything? No wonder the anchor won so many awards while in college, he's truly unbeatable. Once this place is developed, I definitely want to go and see it. I believe the streamer won't let us down." Just as Ange was telling the audience about the ticks, Sophia had already finished examining the bear's injuries. Chapter 26. You should also try my cooking. "Senior, thank goodness you brought it back." Sophia gently stroked the bear's head and said with pity, "Even with the help of medicine, this kind of injury will take 2 weeks to heal. I really don't know how this little guy got injured, it's so serious." It's important to know that medication can not only reduce the possibility of infection but also greatly accelerate wound healing. Even so, it still takes 2 weeks to recover, which shows the extent of the injury. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream all gasped in shock. Luckily, the streamer brought this teddy bear back with him. No wonder the mother bear entrusted her cubs to the streamer. Yes. Without the streamer, this little bear would probably be in trouble. Don't be so sad. Isn't it lucky for it to have met a streamer? Exactly, every cloud has a silver lining. Maybe it will be better off with the streamer? I believe that if it wants to go back to the wild in the future, the streamer will not be able to stop it from leaving. Besides, the streamer's yard is enough for it to play in. That's right. A 100,000 mu yard is enough for it to live the same life at home as it does in the wild. At first, people were discussing the bear cub's injuries. But with the appearance of a comet, the topic of the live stream suddenly veered off course. By the way, do you guys think it's possible that this streamer is the first and only person in China to keep a bear as a pet? Hiss. It doesn't seem impossible. Bears aren't really suitable as pets, are they? They're such strong fighters. Don't many people raise livestock in Russia? Don't you know that Russia is also the country with the most shares in the hands of the brown bear? Unfortunately, NG's attention wasn't on the comments at that moment. I had no idea what the comments were saying. After listening to Sophia's words, Eng comforted her. Although we don't know how the little guy got injured, at least we can ensure his safety. Sophia nodded and said, It's good that you're here, Senior, but don't take risks next time. This kind of animal is very dangerous. It's just the right time. I originally thought the mother bear was going to give up on the little guy, since this kind of thing happens all the time. Ngu was still shaken and said, I will never do such a thing again. It was really scary. Hearing Ng's words, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. So, even live streamers get scared. Recalling Ng's calm demeanor in the face of the bear mother, I thought he wasn't afraid at all. After exchanging a few words, Ngu suggested that they go back first and talk about it later. Senior, let me carry this little guy. You must be tired from the journey, Sophia said. Upon hearing this, Ngu quickly shook her head and said, Let me do it. This guy weighs 30 or 40 pounds, and it's inconvenient for you to carry him. Sophia was taken aback when she heard this. I didn't realize this little guy was already so heavy. But on second thought, it seems to be about the same size. If you ask her to carry it, she might not be able to carry it out. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was stunned. The viewers in the live stream were the same. Good heavens! 30 or 40 pounds! I didn't expect this little guy to be so heavy. This is almost as heavy as a big bag of flour I have at home. I finally understand, the streamer's strength is all-encompassing. He can carry 30 to 40 kilograms of stuff on mountain paths without even panting. He's unbeatable. Do you think it's possible that the story was just a break for the host? It's normal to take a break at this distance, right? If it were me, even without carrying any weight, it would be difficult to complete the whole walk. I suddenly feel a little sorry for the streamer, so I followed them. This streamer is definitely something. Just as Sophia was wondering what to do, Lev spoke up, saying, I'll carry it. 30 or 40 pounds is nothing to me. It wasn't until this sentence was mentioned that the viewers in the live stream realized there was another burly man present. Logically speaking, Lev, this Rus man, would be an eye-catching figure in anyone's lens, but in Ng's case, he became almost invisible, which is truly outrageous. However, looking at the whole picture, it seems that the faces of the Rus strong men in Ng's lens are not particularly attractive. In comparison, there are many more interesting elements. After thinking it over, Eng finally decided to give the teddy bear to Sophia's father, Lev. There are so many hidden tamarisks in this meadow that it's quite difficult for him to walk on them. If he were to carry this thing along with him, it would be even more difficult. As for Sophia, she took the initiative to take on the photography work. Perhaps because of its injury, the little bear cub was quite well behaved. Whether on Ngo's back or Lev's back, they didn't cause any trouble. By the way, Senior, you don't have any milk here, do you? Should I go home and get some? On the way, Sophia suddenly spoke up, saying, This little guy is probably not even 5 months old yet, so he can't eat regular food. I'd better go buy some myself. This little guy will probably need to drink milk for a long time, and we can't keep using your stuff for free. Ngo flatly refused, saying, If I remember correctly, although brown bears can eat some plants when they are 5 months old, it takes 1.5 years to wean them. What are you saying? It's just a little more food for this little one. We can use our milk as much as we want. Before Sophia could speak, Lev said boldly. In his opinion, that little bit of milk was nothing at all. Anyway, they have so many dairy cows. There's more milk than you can drink. It can also be made into various dairy products for preservation. If I could use the extra milk to pet the bear every day, that would be so awesome. Besides, my precious daughter is almost kidnapped, so what's a little milk? The group returned to Nji's villa while chatting and laughing. Through their conversation, the audience also realized how powerful the brown bear was, and just how dangerous Ango had just been. They finally understood why there were so many tiger-slaying heroes in ancient times, but so few warriors who could fight bears. Just imagining an opponent who might weigh a ton, with thick skin and massive claws and sharp teeth appearing in front of me sends chills down my spine. Not to mention, the force of 100 kilograms that an adult bear can unleash in an instant is enough to easily deform metal, let alone a human skull. There's a reason why Russia has a small population. It's astonishing how many people keep these things as pets. After understanding these things, when I looked at Ngu again, my eyes had changed. To remain calm and composed in the face of such an enemy, especially one whose strength is so well understood, is truly remarkable. He's also a ruthless person. A strong person worthy of respect. However, this feeling did not last long. Because they were all busy with the shocking villa in Ango. The vast majority of viewers in the live stream were newcomers today. This was the first time they had ever seen this villa. Faced with such a massive villa in the style of the Xiong kingdom, there were bound to be many expressions of curiosity and awe. Sophia, I haven't tidied up the vet's room yet, so you can treat this guy in the living room. I brought some veterinary medicine in the medical kit. As they approached the villa, Ngu said, Uncle Lev, why don't you have lunch here? You can try my cooking. Chapter 27 1 million reputation points, intermediate lottery. Let's eat at my place instead. Everything's ready-made here. Lev looked at Ango with a skeptical gaze and added, It's getting late. Russian men from Russia are not allowed in the kitchen. Even though their lineage has been developing in China for over 100 years and many traditions have changed, their culinary skills have never been anything to write home about. This is a Rus ethnic village, and most of the people around here are like this. Therefore, in his mind, most men should be like that as well. In addition, he felt that someone as academically gifted as Ngu must have been busy with her studies in the past, and didn't have much time to cook for herself. How could one possibly be good at cooking under such circumstances? I even feel that every time Ngu says that, it's just an excuse. I simply didn't want to bother them. Sophia definitely needs to treat the little guy's injury first. Ngu thought for a moment and said, We'll waste a lot of time going back and forth, so let's eat here. I just happened to collect a lot of mushrooms, fruits, and berries on the mountain today. I can make a few dishes and some jam without any problem. Upon hearing Ngu's words, Lev couldn't help but swallow hard. He watched the entire live stream of Ngu coming down the mountain. Of course, Ngu knew that her backpack was full of good things. It's important to know that finding many wild ingredients depends on luck. Even locals don't get to eat it often. Now that Ng has to deal with all these delicious foods, how can she not be tempted? How about I call her mother over to help you out? To be honest, Lev still didn't quite believe in Ngu's cooking skills. Some were even worried that Ng would ruin those good ingredients. Unexpectedly, Ngu said, Just come and eat. I can handle it myself. If you have any rye bread, you can bring some over as a main dish. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the villa's entrance. Ngu quickly opened the door to her house. Suddenly, the scene inside the room appeared before everyone. For a Rus person like Lev, the log cabin style of decoration is just like his own home, so there's nothing surprising about it. But the viewers in the live stream were different. It was the first time they had ever seen a room full of wood. Immediately, another murmur of discussion arose. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen this kind of decoration. The whole room is made of wood, won't that cause any problems? Is the entire villa made of wood? Wouldn't that be dangerous? This feels great, like we're still in the forest. Don't worry, This is a completely modern building, it's just that a lot of wood was used in the interior decoration. Let me tell you, even if this is a traditional log cabin, the kind of wooden building, there won't be any problems, and it even has many advantages. After entering the room, Angu gave a brief explanation, put down her phone, and went to find the first aid kit by herself. There was absolutely no explanation given to the audience about log cabins. Seeing this, many longtime viewers immediately realized that their moment to show off had arrived. So, he quickly repeated what Angu had explained yesterday. Undoubtedly, the words of these science popularizers have garnered the admiration of a group of newbies. However, other longtime viewers soon exposed their lie, telling the newcomers that Angu had indeed said so. Not long after, Angu reappeared on camera. He also brought a large medicine box with him this time. Upon seeing this, both Lev and Sophia were taken aback. Lev was a little confused and said, "Hey, where did you get this suitcase? When I picked you up yesterday, you brought a suitcase with you." He was certain that the suitcase couldn't hold it all. "I had someone deliver it to me a while ago." Angu replied vaguely. "Sophia, take a look at the things, they should all be complete, right?" Sophia nodded and quickly checked. "It's very complete, everything I need is there. All kinds of bandages, veterinary medicines, and tools are readily available." Sophia was very satisfied with this configuration. "Okay, I'll leave things here to you," Angu said with a smile. "I'll go to the restroom and then I'll prepare lunch." As they were talking, Angu quickly went to the restroom. Of course, the phone is still in the same place. The reason he was in such a hurry was because he had just heard a system notification. "Congratulations, host! Your reputation has reached 1 million, officially unlocking the intermediate lottery, 100,000 reputation points per draw. You are rewarded with 1 free intermediate lottery draw. Would you like to participate?" Reaching 1 million reputation points was actually within Nji's expectations. After all, 100,000 people are watching the live stream today. If that were all, he wouldn't be in a hurry. Anyway, he already knew how the lottery worked. Whether you smoke early or late, it's all the same. Hearing about the intermediate prize draw piqued my curiosity, and I jumped right in. I wonder what the difference is between a lottery with 100,000 yuan and one with 10,000 yuan. Enter the toilet, quickly lock the door, and open the system panel. Holy crap! 1.13 million reputation points? A regular lottery costs 10,000 per draw, and 1.13 million is enough for 113 draws. Yesterday, 3 good items were found in 12 tries. Does this mean we're going to make a fortune today? For a moment, Nji's breathing became heavy. System, what's the difference between the intermediate and beginner lottery draws? Ding! The odds of winning in the intermediate lottery are higher. Who doesn't know that the drop rate is higher? Give me 13 regular lottery draws first. This costs 10,000 reputation points. Welcome to visit again. This costs 10,000 reputation points. Welcome to visit again. Consume 10,000 reputation points to receive 3,000 yuan in pocket money. Consume 10,000 reputation points to receive 3,000 yuan in pocket money. Consume 10,000 reputation points to obtain a vacuum concentration device. 13 draws, 8 of them were empty, 4 were money, and only 1 was another item. Looking at the lottery results, Nji's lips twitched slightly as she said, "System, isn't this like putting a scale in the toilet? That's going too far." Ding! The lottery is entirely based on luck. The host can choose the intermediate lottery to increase the chances of winning. Ngu took a deep breath and said, "Go ahead and draw. The remaining 1 million reputation points can be exchanged for 10 intermediate draws, plus the bonus draw, for a total of 11 draws. If you still don't give me something good, then go ahead and draw." Consume 100,000 reputation points to welcome veterinary milk powder. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain master-level cooking skill. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive 300,000 yuan in pocket money. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain 8x8 of Toro's shamans. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain 100 adult sika deer. Good heavens! I didn't expect your system to be such a shrewd businessman. Looking at the results of the 11 draws, there wasn't a single "Thank you for your patronage" message, and even the consolation prize of 3,000 yuan had turned into 300,000 yuan. And Gu couldn't help but complain. I didn't expect this guy to be just as cunning as those telecom companies. When 4G came out, 3G slowed down, and when 5G came out, 4G slowed down again. Chapter 28 Culinary Skills Amaze Countless People. Criticism is one thing. And Gu also understood that this was all about luck. At least with the intermediate level, there are fewer gaps in the learning curve and fewer consolation prizes. Moreover, the consolation prize of 300,000 is already quite generous. In just a short time, they raised 1.8 million, enough to support the completion of part of the farm's renovation. As for the rest of the items, they look pretty good. Whether we made a profit or not is hard to say, but there's no need to worry about it. Reputation isn't hard to get, based on my experience. After completing a series of self-comforting actions, Eng began to quickly check the information of each item. Vacuum concentration device. This device uses vacuum technology to remove a large amount of water from food, reducing weight and volume while maximizing the preservation of the raw material's nutrients and aroma. Looking at the only item she had won through the beginner's lottery, Eng couldn't help but mutter to herself. Just as I understood this system, is it like a mind reader, giving me whatever I want? To be honest, this so-called vacuum concentration device is not some kind of cutting-edge technology. You can buy it in real life. As for the price, it's not considered expensive for Ango at present. But coincidentally, Eng might just need it. If you really want to sell jam, then this equipment will definitely be used in the final step. In short, this device will most likely save him a lot of time. System, where will this device be placed? The warehouse won't be big enough, will it? Ding! The large equipment has been ordered by the system, and all fees have been paid. It will be delivered tomorrow morning. The meaning of system is very simple. It's been ordered and will be delivered tomorrow. And Gu nodded and then looked at the other items. Veterinary milk powder, a magical milk powder from the future that can provide animals with rich nutrition and has many uses such as improving their physique and enhancing their intelligence. Good heavens! After reading the introduction, Gu exclaimed, Wow! To be honest, just looking at the name, he thought it was just a consolation prize. Milk powder, whether for humans or animals, is very common, isn't it? Unexpectedly, this thing is actually quite amazing. It improves the physique and intelligence of animals. What if that bear cub ate it? Thinking about the impact on the bear cubs makes me a little excited. If there are enough, they can be fed to other animals in the future. Unfortunately, it's now difficult even for a little bear cub to afford milk powder freely. After all, I only won twice this time, 1 pack each time. 2 packs for the bear, how long will they last? I should be able to draw more later, no problem. After muttering something to herself, Gu turned her attention to other objects. This is just the product of the first intermediate lottery, and it's already so amazing. I imagine the rest won't be bad either. Master-level culinary skills. After using this skill, the host will fully understand the principles of food and be able to skillfully use knife skills, heat control, and other techniques, achieving a comprehensive understanding. The Avtoro's Shaman 8x8, measuring 6.4 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and 2.7 meters high. This is an ultimate off-road vehicle with 8 wheels, an amphibious all-terrain vehicle, suitable for various special environments such as mountains, snow, swamps, and rivers. It's practically an off-road monster. Sika deer, a medium-sized deer, but you can get 100 of them as a one-time reward. That's interesting. After looking at the remaining 3 rewards in one go, Gu couldn't help but murmur. My cooking skills will come in handy right now, and I can finally experience what master-level cooking is like. As for the remaining 2, Gu knew exactly what they were. The so-called Avtoro's Shaman 8x8 is the vehicle jokingly referred to as the Siberian Conqueror's vehicle. Its off-road capabilities are absolutely world-class. After all, it was modified from a military rescue vehicle. However, its ability to absorb oil is also remarkable, and because it is so heavy, it may not be able to run fast. However, running around in an environment like a farm is still quite a comfortable thing. Putting everything else aside, this car easily traversed that difficult meadow today. Where are the sika deer? It was already on Ango's pet list. I got 100 this time, which is a good chance to test the waters and see how it goes. After receiving all the rewards, Ngo suddenly felt a surge of new information in her mind. According to his understanding, his cooking skills are now at least better than 99% of chefs, so the system reward is really amazing. After digesting all the information, Ngo walked outside. The vacuum concentrator, the car, and the sika deer will all be delivered tomorrow. Veterinary milk powder has already appeared in the system warehouse and can be used at any time. Hey, Uncle Lev, why are you all alone? When Enge returned to the living room, she found that only Lev was in the room. Sophia and the bear cub were no longer in the room. Sophia took the bear cub to take a bath. Doesn't your villa have several bathrooms? Sophia said it's not easy to deal with if it's not cleaned properly. Oh, I see. Ngo nodded and said, Uncle Lev, I'll go cook now. The TV remote is over there. If you want to watch something, just turn it on yourself. Don't be shy, make yourself at home. After saying that, Ngo picked up her backpack and Liv's streaming phone and prepared to leave. Ngo, do you really not need our help? Lev was clearly still not entirely at ease. Don't worry, I can handle it. Ngo was somewhat amused and exasperated and said. Viewers in the live stream also witnessed this scene. Haha, this Russ uncle is so cute. It seems he's still not entirely comfortable entrusting the job to the streamer. Look at how distressed he looks, he's probably worried that the streamer will ruin the ingredients. When the host said they would eat ingredients from the mountain, their eyes lit up. That's normal, right? To be honest, I personally feel that even the locals might not be able to eat the things that the live streamers pick often. Nonsense, don't you think about it. The anchor encountered a bear on his first trip. How could the locals dare to go up the mountain so casually? Besides, those things are all about luck. Soon, Enge arrived at the kitchen. This kitchen is actually no different from a modern kitchen. Gas appliances, electric cookers, induction cookers, and other supplies are all readily available. Enge quickly poured out everything she had collected that day. I collected quite a few wild vegetables and mushrooms today, and with the ingredients Sophia's mother gave me yesterday, it's enough to make a rather hearty lunch. As Ngo looked through the ingredients, she murmured, Let me see what I can make. Chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried cabbage with straw mushrooms, fried mushrooms, and stewed potatoes with willow shoots. Finally, we could have some monkey head soup. It's a pity that fresh wood-ear mushrooms are poisonous. Otherwise, a braised wood-ear mushroom with scallions would have been perfect. Oh, right, we can also make some jam to go with her big loaf of bread. Chapter 29 Wild and cultivated are different. As they spoke, Ngo casually started to move. The viewers in the live stream were also discussing it animatedly. You're actually planning to cook so many dishes? It seems like the streamer has some skills. I don't know how the final result will be. I never knew the streamer could cook. He's the perfect boyfriend, handsome, rich, and a good cook. It's a pity that he already has Miss Sophia. You have no chance. By the way, are fresh wood-ear mushrooms poisonous? I think I eat them all the time. Are you kidding me? You eat that all the time? Where can you buy fresh wood-ear mushrooms these days? My family grows wood-ear mushrooms, and I can tell you, they're really poisonous. Ngo, who was preparing the ingredients, smiled and said after seeing the comments, Fresh wood-ear mushrooms contain a special substance called porphyrin. Once porphyrin is ingested, there is a high chance of developing phytophotodermatitis, in which the skin will begin to itch, hurt, and swell when exposed to sunlight. In short, it's best not to eat fresh wood-ear mushrooms. After drying them, blanching them will completely remove this substance, and only then will the wood-ear mushrooms be considered a high-quality ingredient. Of course, fresh wood ear mushrooms can also have this substance removed through some special processing methods, but since we have other ingredients, there's no need to take the risk. To be honest, it wouldn't be difficult for Ango to solve this problem. But he worried that if someone followed his method and ended up not handling it properly, and causing problems, he might as well just give up. After a slight pause, he explained. Take this willow shoot, for example. It can invigorate the spleen and clear heat, break up blood stasis and promote blood circulation, detoxify and reduce inflammation. It can also lower blood pressure, lower blood lipids, nourish the liver and strengthen the stomach. It is definitely a very good ingredient. The key is that it can also promote hair growth. I'm under so much pressure these days, it would be terrible if I went bald at such a young age, so this is a good way to help me grow hair. Upon hearing Nji's words, another wave of complaints erupted in the live chat. Good heavens! I'm speechless. You're under a lot of pressure? Then how are we supposed to live? Living in a big villa with beautiful scenery, how can you feel so much pressure? Putting everything else aside, this farm alone can put my family under immense pressure for generations. Versailles is truly Versailles, even more Versailles than the Palace of Versailles. It's true, I want to send you razor blades. Seeing these netizens' complaints, Ngu said righteously. You can't say that. Although I have 100,000 mu of land, is 100,000 mu of land normal? As you saw today, the meadow is like a swamp, and most of the area is forest. We even encountered a bear. The key point is that I am in the northernmost part of our celestial empire. The direction I am facing away from right now is the Russian bear country just a few hundred meters away. It's freezing cold, with average temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius for 8 months of the year. I don't need to elaborate on how difficult it is to develop here, right? Let alone agriculture, even animal husbandry is difficult. As for forestry, the logging ban has been in effect for many years, so it doesn't exist. Listening to Nji's eloquent speech, many viewers began to believe it. After all, his words contained no mention of pressure, yet pressure was evident everywhere. Thinking about it this way, it does seem like there's a lot of pressure. With 100,000 mu of land, you can imagine how much cost has already been invested. I feel sorry for the streamer. I hope the streamer's career goes smoothly. It's true that starting a business is always difficult. The streamer doesn't need to put too much pressure on himself. You've probably been running this place for many years now, right? Take it slow and grow. However, just as these people began to comfort Ngu suddenly changed the subject and said, Fortunately, I have a master's degree from Northeast Agricultural University, majoring in plant protection. My expertise lies in developing understory economy, and the farm environment is a perfect match for my skills. The key is that I still have a lot of money, enough for me to carry out the initial development. Anyway, I quite like this kind of life. These words were spoken. Another round of complaints ensued. That was all just a setup. Everyone feels sorry for you, you're the best at getting results. Streamer, you'll lose all your friends if you play like this. I was thinking of giving her a gift, but now I want to see if this place can be developed by the streamer in the future. I was actually feeling sorry for the streamer just now, and tears of regret involuntarily streamed down my face. Wow, I didn't expect the streamer to be such a good cook. It's so smooth and natural, she's already cooking while she's talking. In just a few words, Ngu had already taken care of the ingredients. They've even started stir-frying chicken. Judging by this, she's in no way inferior to those food bloggers. It wasn't until this moment that the audience realized that Ngu hadn't been exaggerating. This craftsmanship is absolutely flawless. Over the next few minutes, Ng introduced the product, chatted, and made it all at the same time, managing to do all 3 tasks smoothly. It's already past 1 o'clock. If I simmer it on low heat, I'll probably starve to death. I'd better just use the pressure cooker. After saying that, he poured the soup and liquid from the pot into the pressure cooker. Then, the monkey head mushroom soup was quickly put on the stove to simmer. The remaining dishes are quick to cook, whether stir-fried or deep-fried, so we'll prepare them after our chicken stew with mushrooms is almost done. Looking at the monkey head mushroom soup that was simmering over a low flame, Nga nodded in satisfaction and said, "We can use the spare time in between to make some jam. Speaking of which, I seem to remember that when we were picking blueberries, many viewers in the live stream wanted some, right? If so, I'll start making arrangements as soon as possible, since the berry season only lasts for 2 months." Although it seemed like a rhetorical question, the atmosphere in the live stream was still quite enthusiastic. Blueberries are just too well known. It is known as the king of berries. It is one of the 5 most recognized healthy fruits in the world. People may not know all its benefits, but thanks to the promotion by businesses over the years, they have come to know that blueberries can effectively improve eyesight and prevent various cancers. In this day and age, vision and cancer are undoubtedly the 2 biggest problems. Naturally, it is highly praised by people. Okay, since so many people want it, I'll start making arrangements as soon as possible. As Nga spoke, the blueberries in the pot began to melt. Seeing this, she immediately put several large pieces of rock sugar into the pot. By the way, I should mention beforehand that there is a big difference between wild blueberries and cultivated blueberries. As you can see, I just added a lot of rock sugar. The reason for this is that wild blueberries are more acidic than cultivated ones. To balance out this sourness, sugar is naturally needed. However, wild blueberries also have an advantage, namely that they contain dozens of times more anthocyanins. As you all know, blueberries can help prevent cancer, and this cancer prevention relies on anthocyanins. So, wild and cultivated blueberries each have their advantages and disadvantages. Choose for yourself, and don't blame me later. Just as Nga was explaining these things, Sophia walked in from outside. "Senior, do you need my help?" Hearing her voice, Nga turned her head and said, "No need, I can handle it myself. Is the little bear cub's injury taken care of?" Chapter 30. Each has its advantages and disadvantages. Choose whichever suits your needs. "Yes, it's all taken care of," Sophia said with a smile. "You'll be very surprised when you go out in a little while." "Oh? Could it be that this guy has some special qualities?" Nga raised an eyebrow and asked. "You'll find out soon enough." Sophia looked at the pot with a smile. "Are you making blueberry jam?" "Yes, once the chicken and mushroom stew in the pressure cooker is almost done, I'll prepare the other dishes." Nga nodded and said, "Not bad, right?" Did you add sugar? Wild blueberries are very sour." "Yes, I added it. Don't worry, I know a lot about plants," Nga said with a smile. "I bet you really like blueberries, right?" "Yes, I eat it every day when I'm home," Sophia said. "How did you know?" People only know that the anthocyanins in blueberries can prevent cancer, but they don't know that anthocyanins are actually oral skincare products that can not only effectively block sunlight, but also slow down the aging of the skin and internal organs. Nga thought for a moment and said, "Your skin is so good, I suppose it must be related to your diet." Upon hearing this, Sophia blushed. In an instant, only Ng's praise remained in her mind. As for the things mentioned earlier, I've almost completely forgotten them. All girls like to be complimented on their beauty and good skin, and she was no exception. What's more, these words came from Nga, her beloved. Unlike her, the viewers in the live stream were more focused on the health benefits of blueberries. Anthocyanins have this function? I thought blueberries were only good for eyesight and cancer. I'm a little curious, do blueberries have any other special benefits? It's a pity that blueberries are so expensive, otherwise I would like to eat them every day. They are really good. I envy Miss Sophia. She has such good conditions. It looks like she'll never lack food in the future. There's a reason why it's expensive. You've seen how difficult and dangerous it was for the host to pick the fruit today. I hope the host can hurry up. I just searched it on Baidu, and it says that wild blueberries have 40 times more anthocyanins than regular blueberries. 40 times? What? That's incredible! Looking at these comments, Nga naturally understood that she had piqued the curiosity of these people. It seems that once blueberry products are produced, there will be no shortage of buyers. So, in high spirits, he explained, Wild blueberries do indeed have 40 times the anthocyanin content of cultivated blueberries, but as I always say, each has its advantages and disadvantages, so choose for yourself. Artificially grown blueberries are larger, have a better taste and flavor, and are relatively cheaper. Wild blueberries are definitely more expensive. They taste more sour, but they have a higher nutritional content. As you can see from today's picking environment, wild blueberries only exist at altitudes above 900 meters, mostly in deep mountains and forests. Moreover, the collection is relatively scattered, and it would require a lot of manpower to collect in large quantities. In addition, there is the need for processing, so the cost is high and naturally it will be more expensive. As for the effects, in addition to what I just mentioned, preventing cancer, blocking ultraviolet rays, delaying aging, and protecting the eyes, it can also boost immunity, enhance memory, strengthen blood vessels, improve sleep, and eliminate free radicals. While Eng was making blueberry jam, she started to explain some scientific facts. Blueberries help prevent cancer and slow aging because of anthocyanins, enhance memory because they contain compounds that treat short-term memory loss, and protect the eyes because of carotene and vitamin C. Listening to Ng's endless rambling, Sophia stood there stunned. Not to mention the viewers in the live stream. It's perfectly normal to know the health benefits of a particular food. But knowing the underlying principles is quite impressive. Kueng not only knows the effects and the principles, but also has his own understanding of them. He even knows exactly what to take with it, and how to take it. Indeed, some of them are incredibly strong. It's practically a human encyclopedia. Soon. The blueberry jam is ready. That covers most of what you need to know about blueberries. Finally, as she finished cooking, Ange added, I saw some friends asking if I sell fresh blueberries. I don't sell them, at least not online. Firstly, it's summer now, and the temperature in the south is quite high, so it's easy for it to break down on the road. Secondly, the berries have very thin skins, so I estimate that they will turn into a pulpy substance when they arrive at their destination. Instead of doing that, it's better to process them directly into jam and sell them. That way, there's no risk of any problems. Of course, in addition to jam, I may launch some other products in the future. After a pause, Ngus slowly continued. For example, blueberry wine, blueberry snacks, dried fruit, yogurt, and other foods. However, these will definitely have to wait until I make a product that I am satisfied with before they can be sold. After all, I've never made anything other than jam, so I can't guarantee the quality right now. After hearing Ng's explanation, another round of discussion broke out in the live stream room. The streamer is definitely a professional at this kind of thing. As everyone knows, everything south of the Wulong River is in the south. I'm looking forward to selling jams and other products to supplement my son's diet. Same here. Kids these days really have it tough. It would be great to improve their eyesight and memory. My girlfriend is already saying that if I don't give her wild blueberries within a week, she's going to go to Mo City to find the live streamer herself. To be honest, I can totally understand why wild blueberries are more expensive, but I hope the host can guarantee the health of the food. It would be bad if someone got sick from eating them. By the way, can blueberries be used to make wine? I've never heard of that before. After setting the prepared blueberry jam aside, Ngu glanced at her phone and saw the comment. She then said to her phone, Everyone can rest assured that I can absolutely guarantee food safety. I own a company that specializes in producing ready-to-eat foods. All the necessary documents and qualifications are complete, and can be verified on the websites of relevant departments. While we were talking, stir-fried straw mushrooms with cabbage, fried mushrooms, and stewed potatoes with willow shoots were already being prepared. Watching Ngu handle various kitchen utensils, ingredients, and seasonings with ease, Sophia's eyes widened in surprise. They look very cute. To be honest, after she learned that Ngu could cook, she thought it was just the literal meaning of the name, that she could make something to eat. I never expected Angie's skills to be so good. Putting everything else aside, these few dishes alone completely outclass her. As each dish was served, Sophia couldn't help but swallow hard. Especially after the chicken and mushroom stew has reduced in sauce, it becomes incredibly fragrant. Countless people in the live stream couldn't help but shed tears. Senior, I never knew you were such a good cook. This is definitely comparable to a top chef. I'm hardly a top chef, I just cook everyday dishes. And Gus said with a smile. Let's take the dishes out. The last soup still needs to simmer for a while. The two quickly carried the dishes out. Immediately afterwards, Anji's exclamation rang out in the live stream. Holy crap! However, the phone was still in the kitchen, and the viewers in the live stream had no idea what had happened. Chapter 31 will only feed them when they beg us. This thing is actually gold! And Gus stared in astonishment at the little bear cub in front of her. He never expected that Sophia's shock would be this. It's worth noting that golden brown is extremely rare among brown bears. He had originally thought that the bear would be brownish gray or brown. After all, the mother bear is brown, and so is her brother. Doesn't this little guy look even cuter after his bath? Sophia placed the food she was carrying on the table and said with a smile. Right. Right? Yes, gold is much cuter than brownish gray. And Gun nodded and said, Now I'm even more eager to keep this little thing as a pet, haha. Compared to brownish gray, gold is definitely more attractive. Sophia said. Gray usually gives people a slovenly feeling, but now it has suddenly become holy. Holy not? And Good didn't understand. But it definitely has a sense of luxury and splendor. He had originally considered making this little bear the mascot of his farm. This current coat color is clearly more suitable. Looking at the little bear, Enga couldn't help but lower her head and stroke the bear cub. Perhaps it was because of the good medicine, or perhaps it was because Sophia had just fed it milk, but this guy was much more energetic than when it was on the mountain. Seeing Enga reach out, its two dark eyes stared intently at Engu, then let out a scream and fled backward. Unfortunately, with its leg injured, how could it possibly run? As it limped along, its tail ended up in the crevice of its rear end. Seeing this comical appearance, Engu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, this guy is actually afraid of me, that's interesting. With the ability to sense animal emotions, Eng could naturally sense clearly what this guy's current mood was like. It's quite interesting that a brown bear, who stands at the top of the food chain and is someone even lions and tigers dare not provoke, is afraid of him. After all, this guy is still so young, and we haven't known each other for very long. Anyway, there's still a long way to go, plenty of time for it to get used to us. And Gus said with a smile. Go and call your parents to the restaurant for dinner. I'll go and bring out the rest of the food. Originally, Engu had some doubts about whether she could tame the little bear. But with the recent appearance of the milk powder that could improve the intelligence of animals, coupled with his increased control over his ability to perceive animal emotions, he became increasingly confident in this matter. Especially after learning that this creature was actually golden, my resolve to keep it as a pet was strengthened. Okay, sure. Sophia nodded in response to Nji's words. When Eng returned to the kitchen, she found that the live stream had exploded. What happened? Where did the streamer go? Why has it taken so long? What made the anchor exclaim in surprise? I suspect the streamer saw something. Why did an 80-year-old woman come back to life? Why did hundreds of sows scream in the middle of the night? Why did a young man exclaim in alarm? Behind all this, is it the distortion of human nature or the decline of morality? Oh my God, it's been so long, I hope nothing bad has happened to the streamer. Seeing the reactions in the live stream, Engu couldn't help but say speechlessly. You'll see why I was surprised when you see that little bear in a bit. He truly didn't expect these netizens to make such connections. In just a short while, even his 108 ways of dying were revealed. Soon, Engu carried the last dish, took her phone, and walked into the restaurant. What? This teddy bear is golden? I thought this bear was gray. Suddenly, I feel that this bear has become quite adorable. I really want to pet it. Why do I feel like this bear is afraid of the streamers? Clearly, the bear's color also surprised the viewers in the live stream. They really didn't expect it to be this color. And one has to admit, gold is indeed much better looking than brownish gray. Just then, Sophia called the Levs to the restaurant. "Uncle and Aunt, let's eat." And Gus smiled and said, "It's getting late." "Wow, you made 4 dishes! You're so fast!" Lev looked at the dishes on the table and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. To be honest, he really didn't believe in Ng's cooking skills. To my surprise, they prepared 4 dishes so quickly, and they looked and smelled quite good. The key point is that the 4 dishes that are most commonly eaten in their area are chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried straw mushrooms with cabbage, fried mushrooms, and stewed potatoes with willow shoots. They were quite knowledgeable about these 4 dishes. Although I haven't eaten it yet, I can basically tell that it's definitely not bad. "Didn't I just say that I'm quite good at cooking?" And Gus said with a smile. "I also made some blueberry jam. The monkey head mushroom soup will take another half hour. There aren't many young people who can cook these days, and even fewer who can cook as well as you. Whoever marries you will be very lucky," Sophia's mother said with a smile, glancing at Sophia as she spoke. "You flatter me, please have a seat," and Gus said modestly. He was completely unaware of the gesture of looking at Sophia. However, just because he didn't notice doesn't mean Sophia didn't notice. In that instant, a slight blush appeared on her face. Of course, some viewers in the live stream also noticed it. "No wonder Sophia is so beautiful, it turns out her mother is a great beauty. This young lady is indeed of mixed race, she perfectly matches my Eastern aesthetic. Has Miss Sophia fallen for her? Sophia's mom has fallen for her, okay. Why, I'm so much worse than Sophia, do I have no hope? Am I the only one paying attention to the food? It looks even better than what you'd get in restaurants." The 4 of them ate and chatted, and the viewers in the live stream were absolutely captivated, praising how delicious the food was. "It smells delicious. I just had lunch and I'm hungry again. I really want to try the streamer's cooking. I wonder if Sophia and her family are just being polite. From my perspective as a professional chef, this is definitely not bad. I don't know if it's a hallucination, but I feel like I can smell chicken. Why can't I smell anything from my phone? I guess I'm just too poor." Although it was a rant, I listened carefully to the conversation. Because Eng was learning about the situation in Dekodianzi village from Sophia's family. This is a great opportunity to understand the worldview of Ango's side, and those who want to keep watching will naturally listen attentively. After a long while, Ngo said, "I'll go get the jam. It's my first time making it, so I don't know how it will taste." "I'll go get it," Sophia quickly spoke up. After saying that, he quickly ran into the kitchen. When the jam was served, the little bear cub that had been hiding to the side cautiously approached. They even started trying to climb onto the dining table. "Looks like this guy also wants some jam," Ngo said with a smile. These words were spoken. The other 3 then noticed the bear cub. "Haha, no wonder, fresh jam just smells so good." Looking at the little bear's adorable appearance, everyone couldn't help but laugh. However, how could it possibly climb onto the dining table, given its size? Sure enough, he soon fell flat on his face. Seeing Sophia about to help, Eng quickly stopped her, saying, "Let this guy try a few more times. We'll feed him when he begs us." Chapter 32. It's decided I'll call you that. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sophia looked at the bear cub and hesitated. "Don't forget how this guy just treated us," and Gus said in an unchanged tone. "It will be staying in this house for a long time to come. We need to let it know who is the boss. Otherwise, when it gets a little older, it will have to go into a cage. Brown bears are no joke. If you can't tame it, how can you feel comfortable letting it share a room with you?" "Eng is right, that's exactly how we should deal with brown bears," Lev added. Hearing their conversation, Sophia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to help them up. She also understood that when dealing with such an animal, one should be serious from the very beginning. In fact, her knowledge told her that in this situation, she should be put in a cage. The live stream room was now in complete chaos. This little guy is so cute. Haha, the streamer is so naughty. Do you think this guy will end up eating jam? Isn't this a bit inappropriate, considering the little bear is still injured? The streamers are professionals. They know how to handle this little bear. Exactly, now all you have to do is watch this guy's performance. I don't think it's a good idea yet. We can play around after the injury heals. What do you know? Let alone bears, even cats and dogs that have been domesticated for a long time, if you let them run wild from the beginning, you won't be able to change them later. My dog is like that. At first I thought it was cute, but then he started destroying the house and I couldn't correct it at all. Just as the two sides were clashing, the little bear cub had already gotten up on its own. This time, it became more cautious during the climb. Not only that, but he would also yell at Nga and the others from time to time. It seemed like they were trying to scare Ange and the others, or perhaps it was a threat. Clearly, it didn't want Ange and the others to get close to it. Unfortunately, its voice was so childish and had no threat whatsoever. Not only did it fail to achieve its intended effect, it also amused everyone. Whether it's Nga, Sophia and the others, or the viewers in the live stream. In fact, Nga and the others never intended to touch it. After all, it's impossible for it to climb up there. It's still too small. Its claws weren't fully grown yet. As for its limbs, putting aside its strength, given its injuries, it wouldn't be able to go up there. As expected. In the following time, it fell face first into the poop several times in a row. Finally, it seemed to realize that it had no chance of climbing up. So, it actually sat down on the ground and stared longingly at Nga. Then, I looked at Sophia. Their gazes darted back and forth between the two of them. They've already shown some interest, and seem to be looking forward to being fed. One is someone I've had a long-term relationship with, and the other is someone who heals my wounds. As for Sophia's parents, they were not even within its consideration. To be honest, this reaction was somewhat unexpected for Nga. Judging from appearances, this guy's intelligence level is quite good. With the addition of the milk powder from the system's lottery, the taming is basically a sure thing. It has to be said that its reaction truly melted the hearts of Sophia and some viewers in the live broadcast room, who all turned their attention to Nga. Nga noticed all of this but didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly observed the bear's reaction, and finally, after confirming that the bear had allowed him to touch it, he put some jam in the plate and placed it in front of it. The bear cub stretched out its paw and probed the area first. Seeing that Nga and the others did not react, he quickly put it into his mouth. Immediately afterwards, they hurriedly smeared jam on their paws and put it in their mouths. What? This way of eating? It seems the cartoons weren't lying. I never imagined that bears would actually eat with their paws. Wow, so cute! I'm so jealous! Even a tough guy would be tempted by the bear cub's pose. By the way, Senior, you haven't named this little guy yet. A name? It definitely needs to be one. Nga thought for a moment and said, How about we call him Xiong'er? Xiong'er? Sophia asked, puzzled. Haven't you noticed that this guy looks a bit like Xiong'er from Boonie Bears? Although they are different species, one is a dog bear and the other is a brown bear. To be honest, Nga is a bit bad at naming things. I was thinking of choosing a name that was similar, and that would be quite nice. And so, the name just came out. Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia suddenly realized and said, I was wondering why it seemed so familiar. Oh, I see. Ng's words were a wake-up call. Many people in the live stream suddenly realized what was going on. Many people have started discussing where it resembles something and where it doesn't. Meanwhile, the bear cub had finished eating the jam and was now licking the plate clean. One of them wasn't sitting properly and fell backward to the ground. Even so, he didn't let go of the plate. I think we should still call it Iron Silly. Even Xiong'er thinks too highly of it. Nga felt the name suited him better and better as he talked, and with a wave of his hand he said, It's decided then, from now on you'll be called Iron Silly. Upon hearing this, the tone of the live stream shifted abruptly. Iron-headed fool, the streamer is also a naming genius. Why do I feel like I don't like Xiong'er's voice as well? I think Tai Hanin is pretty good, Tai Hanin, Bing Duen Duen. Haha, I must say, the name Iron Hard-Hearted is quite cute. I just wonder if this little guy will want to beat the streamer to death when he grows up. Ha! At that moment, Ngu snatched the plate and added some more blueberry jam. He muttered to himself. Iron-headed fool, you'd better grow up quickly. When you grow up, go to the mountains and pee on me, so everyone will know that this is your territory. Then no bear will dare to enter our farm. In your brown bear family, female bears typically have a territory of 100 to 500 square kilometers, while male bears have a territory of 700 to 1,000 square kilometers. Our farm is less than 70 square kilometers. If you can't even protect this, then you'll be very shameful. Dash. Hearing Ng's words, Sophia chuckled and laughed. Senior, I didn't expect you to have this idea. Is the streamer scared of the bear? I never expected the streamer to have this idea. It's perfectly reasonable to keep a bear at home to guard the house. Upstairs, are you serious? When have you ever seen a guard bear? Look at this. Dogs can guard the door, geese can guard the door, so why can't bears? Am I the only one who thinks the size of a bear's territory is outrageous? 1,000 square kilometers, how long would it take it to patrol the whole area? I think the key point is the 70 square kilometers of territory the anchor occupies, right? Opinions vary widely. There were various discussions. In no time, another plate of jam was finished. Then, this guy looked at Ngu again with that same gaze. Ngu didn't hesitate. I poured a whole plate of it directly. To be honest, this is exactly the effect he wanted. Since this silly guy knows to ask me for food, it proves that he already knows that I can provide him with food. According to the bear's logic, it is now its mother. It will be easier to get it to obey in the future. This is a pretty good starting point. Then, once, twice, 3 times, it just wouldn't stop. Sophia's mother couldn't help but laugh. It seems this little guy really enjoys your jam. He wasn't this enthusiastic when I gave him milk just now. Really? Maybe it's more used to this, Ange said. Don't be modest, your jam is really delicious. I'd like to ask you to help me make jam in the future. Hearing this, Ngu couldn't help but scratch his head a little embarrassed. Time flies. That silly guy actually ate all the jam today. If Ngu didn't have a farm, he might not be able to afford to feed such an appetite. Just as the audience was getting into it, Ngu suddenly spoke to the camera. That's all for today's live stream. This afternoon I'll get things sorted out for the blueberries and try to get things on track as soon as possible. If you haven't followed yet, please do so. I'll post an update before the next live stream. Also, it seems like you'll get a notification when the stream starts after you follow. Alright, see you next time. After saying that, Ngu immediately ended the live stream. This left a huge number of bewildered viewers. They had never seen a streamer shut down their live stream so unexpectedly. Chapter 33 I Need to Recruit Some People. Faced with Ng's sudden departure from the broadcast, the viewers in the live stream found it hard to accept. Almost everyone is urging Ngu to continue her live stream. However, the live stream room was already completely dark at that moment. Many audience members who arrived yesterday commented that it was the same yesterday. And at this moment, TikTok company. Nanqing was also taken aback when she saw Ngu suddenly end the broadcast. Immediately afterwards, gifts started flooding the live stream. It seems that many viewers want Ngu to continue her live stream. That's really crazy! Even in her experience operating Douyin live streams, she had never seen anything like this. It's truly rare to see viewers showering each other with virtual gifts after the broadcast ends, wanting to continue watching. It took her a long time to realize that she should call Ngu to discuss the exclusive offer. However, before dialing, she chose to focus on the draft first for a final check. Working with Ngu will definitely have a huge impact on her future career. Uncle and Aunt, you just said that most of the people in the village who have jobs earn around 3,000 yuan a month, right? After turning off the live stream, and Gus said to the Levs. Business matters are naturally not convenient to disclose to the public through live streaming. That's why he turned off the live stream. Of course, more importantly, he felt he had seen most of the interesting things that day. There's no need to continue the live stream then. Yes, those who can earn a salary are basically like this, while those who can't earn a salary stay at home to raise cattle. In a year, they only earn about 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. It's pretty much the same for everyone. Lev said. What? You want to hire people? If you want to hire people, you can hire quite a few with a salary of $3,000. If you want to grow blueberries, just buy them from the villagers. There's no need to hire people. It would be a waste if everyone picked too many to eat. Sophia's mother seemed to have overheard Ango talking about blueberries, so she added to the story. Hearing the couple's words, Ngo fell into deep thought. It has to be said that it gave him a general idea. Uncle and Aunt, I have an idea, can you give me your advice? Hearing Ng's words, Sophia's parents readily agreed, saying, You can say that, but we don't understand it either. We can only look at it from the villager's perspective. Yes, that's enough. Ngo nodded and said, Regarding blueberries, I plan to use 2 acquisition methods. One option is for me to buy back the goods at 30 yuan per kilogram. The other option is for me to pay 100 yuan per day, and if the weight exceeds 3 kilograms, I will give an additional 20 yuan per kilogram as a commission. Ngo has given this price a lot of thought. Currently, the market price for domestically produced blueberries is generally 60 yuan per kilogram for wild blueberries and 50 yuan per kilogram for artificially cultivated blueberries. However, transportation to Mo is very inconvenient. Wild blueberries are soft and juicy, so transporting them out results in significant losses. In other words, the villagers here have almost no way to sell the blueberries they pick. They can only make them into jam for their own consumption. It cannot be converted into cash. For him, the acquisition was to create an opportunity for the villagers to monetize their wealth. At the same time, he also needs to take responsibility for the losses during the blueberry production process. In conclusion, he believes that a buyback price of 30 yuan is very reasonable. The remaining profits will be enough to justify the risk he took in acquiring the blueberries. As for the second option, it is still up to the villagers to decide whether they are willing to transfer the risk. In such a vast mountain range as the Great Xianbei Mountains, it's impossible to find blueberries every day. If they choose this option, they will indeed sell the blueberries to Ngo at a cheaper price once they find them. But what if they can't find them? Can I just get 100 yuan for free? 100 yuan is equivalent to their normal daily family income. Of course, using this method, Ngo is very likely not to lose money. After all, blueberries always grow in clusters. He made a killing if he found just one clump and bought it back for 20 yuan. Moreover, he doesn't intend to only buy blueberries. Actually, I don't think it's necessary to set such a high price. Lev hesitated for a moment, then said, To be honest, even at 20 yuan a pound, the villagers would be happy to pay. After all, there's more of this stuff than they can eat. It's already good enough if it can generate income. After all, we also know that there are significant risks involved in this matter. Lev said this with some hesitation. One side was full of his old acquaintances. On the one hand, he could become her son-in-law. After hesitating for a moment, he finally revealed his true thoughts. No need for that. Besides blueberries, I also plan to harvest several other kinds of fruit. Ange interrupted Lev, saying, Sorghum berries, raspberries, tomo, as well as dwarf currants, black currants, prickly berries, chokecherries, goat's milk berries, cranberries, and so on, are all valuable. Anyway, I will label all the types, styles, and purchase prices of the fruits. If people are willing to sell these things to me, it will also reduce a lot of my risk. There are many high-value fruits on this mountain. Most of them are suitable for making jam. The key point is that the harvest season is concentrated between June and October. Each month has several distinct versions. If blueberries sell well, other varieties of fruit will naturally follow suit. The target audience is also roughly the same. They are all wild fruits, and they are all highly nutritious. Moreover, most of them can be made into similar products. In short, there should be no problem selling them. And Gus spoke as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, but the three people present were dumbfounded. Wouldn't acquiring so many different kinds of wild fruit be riskier? Why are you talking about sharing the risk? After a few seconds of pause, Sophia asked in surprise, Senior, are you sure you can sell all these kinds of fruit? She had seen most of these fruits before. In her understanding, most of these fruits are difficult to store. It is even more difficult to transport them out. Although it is rich in nutrients, it is very difficult to monetize. The key point is that she believes the target customer groups for these fruits are different. After all, when it comes to expensive items, people will definitely choose the one that best suits their needs when making a purchase. People who like blueberries don't necessarily need cranberries, and people who like sorghum don't necessarily like blackcurrants. Therefore, the sales channels needed to sell these products would inevitably be very complex. Clearly, she doesn't understand the internet. I don't understand what NG's current popularity represents. The second day of the live stream attracted 100,000 viewers, which almost certainly indicates that it will become a top streamer in the future. Top streamers often have millions of viewers in their live streams. Add to that the number of fans on the video, and it becomes even more terrifying. With such a huge fan base, how could it possibly lack an audience? In particular, because of the live stream, they can clearly see the production process. It's nutritious, good for the body, especially for women and children, and you can even see the birthing process. Plus, it's ridiculously affordable. How could it not sell well? Sales will definitely not be a problem. And Gus smiled and said, You don't need to worry about the cost. I can afford the price. In addition, besides this, I have a few other positions to fill. Chapter 34 Offering himself up there. Oh? Are there any other places where we need to use people? Lev and his two companions looked at Ange with puzzlement and said, The person who makes jam? If that's the case, our whole family can help out. Hearing this, Ngu couldn't help but feel a little amused and exasperated. He doesn't intend to run a small workshop. He won't just hire any two people. But he had to admit that what the Levs had just said had deeply moved him. You know, he had just created a project that could make a lot of money, and the other party offered to help him without even thinking about money. In this materialistic world, perhaps only in villages like this can people be so simple and honest? If you're willing to help me, that would be wonderful, but not in something anyone can do like making jam. And Gus said with a smile. To be honest, although my farm is still in its early stages, there are still many things to do. I definitely can't handle it all by myself. I need some trustworthy people to help me. Right now, I've just arrived here, so I can only trust a few of you. How about this, you two come here to help me, and I'll give each of you a salary of 10,000 yuan a month. How about that? As Ange said, although the farm is just the beginning, there is a lot to do. Making jam and raising sika deer already require a lot of people, not to mention the need to maintain the farmland, meadows, beaches and other areas of the farm. In addition, and of course the most important thing right now is to hire part-time people to pick wild fruits and to buy blueberries and other fruits from the villagers. In short, there's a lot of backlog on the farm. If we really let him handle it all by himself, then he won't get anything done. It will be difficult to handle all these trivial matters in a short period of time. He certainly didn't want to see this outcome. To solve this problem, you naturally need to find some trustworthy people to help you. Ideally, this trustworthy person would also be very familiar with the situation in the village. Without a doubt, the best choice is Sophia and her family sitting in front of them. The key point is, he had already looked into it before. Sophia's family mainly makes a living by raising livestock. In other words, their family members are relatively free. They can definitely come and help me out, and I can even earn extra money. After hearing Ng's words, Lev was also taken aback and said, Isn't this inappropriate? Besides, we don't know anything about it. The main job is to help me recruit people, pay the part-time villagers, and buy the fruit from them. It's all very simple, just a bit tedious. Ngu interrupted him directly, saying, It's just because money is involved that I need trustworthy people like you. As for the salary of 10,000 yuan, I think it's quite appropriate. This? The Levs looked at Ango with flickering eyes. To be honest, a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan would be very tempting for them. If each person earns 10,000 yuan, that's 20,000 yuan a month, which is equivalent to more than half a year's income. But what merit or ability do they possess? What about me? Senior, I can help too. Sophia suddenly spoke up. Originally, her purpose in returning was to lead the villagers to prosperity. But looking at it now, it seems that because of Nji's existence, the villagers' lives will soon become prosperous, and they don't need her to lead them or work hard. Putting everything else aside, just the act of picking wild fruits can double the income of many families. Moreover, she understood very well that this was just the beginning, and the farm would definitely create many more jobs to improve the lives of the villagers. If that's the case, then why bother with all the hard work? Why not join Ango's farm directly and help it grow and expand? In this way, wouldn't she also be able to achieve her goal? The key point is that if she joins the farm, she can see Ange every day. It would be wonderful if you were willing to come, Ange exclaimed with delight. I just happened to order 100 deer to test the waters. They'll be delivered tomorrow. You and I can discuss how to settle them. He was originally thinking of calling her parents over first. Then slowly win her over and get her to join your farm. Unexpectedly, before he could even bring it up, this girl came to him on her own. At this moment, Sophia and the other two were already in shock. He immediately asked for 100 deer. Even the cheapest deer fawns cost thousands of yuan. Doesn't that mean the starting price is 100,000 yuan? The key point is that this is just a trial run. Do you intend to raise even more in the future? Putting aside everything else, deer antlers alone can fetch a lot of money. It seems that Ango is richer than they thought. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry about losing money on the jam. A deer? Is it a reindeer? Sophia quickly recalled what Ange had said yesterday. No, this time we ordered sika deer. We haven't found a source for reindeer yet. Ange shook his head and said, To be honest, reindeer are still very rare, and they're not easy to find. Upon hearing this, Sophia couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's as if it's easy to kill a sika deer. However, she quickly shifted her attention back and said, Is the sika deer a fawn? If so, we need to start preparing this afternoon. No, they are all adult deer, Ange said. And they should all be very healthy. That's good then, but you're a bit too hasty. Although the farm has existing livestock sheds, feed rooms, veterinary clinics, and other facilities, they haven't been used for a long time, and there might be places that need repair, Sophia said. I've looked at it, and there shouldn't be any problems, Angus said with a hint of helplessness. He knew this all too well. But what can you do if you win a prize in a system lottery? Watching Ango and Sophia chatter away, the Levs exchanged a glance, seemingly having made their final decision. They seemed to see echoes of their past in Ango and Sophia. Anyway, Ango will be our son-in-law soon. Since that's the case, we can't let outsiders benefit from this money. Just follow Nji's lead and you'll be fine. At worst, we can save the extra money as a dowry for our daughter. Just then, Nji's phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Nge? I'm from the Content Operations Department at Douyin. Before Nanqing could finish speaking, her phone started beeping. What the heck? He's dead already? You're not going to finish listening? Could it be that someone has already approached us? The more Nanqing thought about it, the more panicked she became, wishing she could slap herself. Nanqing, you should have made the call immediately after the next call. How could you have delayed for so long? No, would we approach other companies so quickly? They don't have the same permissions as me to see contact information. But why did they hang up? Was something important? On the other side. After hanging up the phone, Nge couldn't help but complain. It's outrageous how companies leak information these days. It's only been a short time, and scammers are already knocking on our door. Sophia couldn't help but ask, Is it possible that it really is the official Douyin account? I only streamed for 2 days in total. How could the authorities possibly notice? Nga laughed. Sophia, ignore that call, let's continue. Chapter 35. A 20/80 split is also acceptable. The words had barely left his mouth. The phone rang again. Nga frowned, but still answered the phone. He wanted to see what tricks the other party was trying to pull. Hey, Mr. Ange, I'm not a fraud. Upon hearing the call connect, Nanqing quickly said, Your live stream today attracted tens of thousands of viewers just through big data, which is why I contacted you. Nanqing was afraid that Nga would hang up the phone again, so she quickly explained the whole story. We are interested in signing an exclusive contract with you, which will definitely benefit your live streaming career. Upon hearing this, Nga raised an eyebrow and asked, Are you really someone from Douyin's official channels? Of course. I'm the operations manager in charge of Douyin live streaming. Seeing that Nga hadn't hung up, Nanqing quickly said, If you're willing to sign an exclusive agreement with us, we can increase the percentage of gifts we receive and provide you with a lot of traffic support. These words were spoken. Nga immediately became interested. The specifics of how the gifts are divided are not the point. But the traffic support is really appealing. After all, his purpose in streaming is to gain reputation. Oh? Tell me the details, Nga said. You should know that the gift split used to be 30/70ths, with the streamer getting 30%. We made an adjustment once, but even then the streamer only got 50%. Nanqing explained. But once you sign an exclusive agreement with us, we are willing to increase the revenue sharing ratio to 73, with you taking 70%. Take today's live stream as an example. Your live stream gifts totaled 6.24 million sound waves, which is 624,000 yuan. The normal share is 312,000 yuan. If you sign an exclusive agreement, you can withdraw 436,800 yuan. At this point, Nga didn't react much, but Nanqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. To be honest, very few viewers on Douyin live streams actually like to send virtual gifts during the live stream. At least compared to other live streaming platforms, I don't like to leech. Even top streamers on the platform would find it difficult to reach this number of gifts during their live streams. That's why most live streamers choose to sell products or provide shopping links to their viewers. Earn a share of the profits by selling items. Nga's first live stream has already reached near limit gift count, which is truly terrifying. However, she quickly calmed down and shifted her attention back to the conditions. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become Nga's exclusive manager. At that time, you'll be raking in performance bonuses. Of course, the most important thing is traffic support. As you know, there are many big names on our platform with millions or even tens of millions of fans, which is even more than the fan base of some celebrities. If you sign an exclusive agreement with us, we will proactively promote and recommend your content to more people, and even tailor some activities to attract more people. You may not know this, but advertisers are very willing to hire a popular streamer like you with high interactivity and a large audience to advertise with you. Given your current situation, a price of 100,000 yuan per hour is not a problem. Oh, by the way, regarding the revenue sharing for sales, our platform can also make some concessions, allowing you to receive a larger percentage. To be honest, Nga isn't interested in product promotions or advertising. However, there is a lot of interest in having millions of fans, tens of millions of fans, and exclusive events. These are all real reputation points. And it will continuously supply itself. However, he understood one thing very well. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Then what obligations do I have to fulfill? First of all, you have signed an exclusive contract, which means you can only stream on our platform. Nanqing said seriously. Of course, this only applies to live streaming. As for video, if you wish, we can sign another exclusive agreement, and the two are unrelated. In addition, we need you to maintain your creative style, which is to continue with the current farm development, but occasionally intersperse some dungeons. Finally, you need to ensure that the broadcast time reaches 120 hours each month. Upon hearing this, Anji's eyes flickered. He could accept the aforementioned conditions completely. He felt that doing live streaming was quite useful. Besides, fans now know where to find him. As for the style of the live stream, that will definitely not change. After all, his original intention was to develop the farm, and he also did some live streaming on the side. However, the requirement of 120 hours of live streaming time became unacceptable. Once the contract is signed, doesn't that mean the live streaming will be like a job? And you'll need to clock in? He came to the farm because he didn't want to work, or be constrained. I only stream when I'm happy, and I don't stream when I'm not. That's what makes me comfortable. I signed a contract, but I'm being restricted. What kind of situation is this? Just as he was about to refuse, Nanqing's voice came again. By the way, you shouldn't have signed with an MCN agency or a live streaming company, right? What is an MCN agency? If you're talking about live streaming companies, then you should contact me. And Gu stated frankly. To be honest, I don't want to sign a contract with you either. I don't want to accept a duration of 120 hours. No! We can discuss the terms. When Nanqing heard that Ngu was about to refuse, he quickly said, If you think 120 hours is too much, we can reduce it to 90 hours. It's not a matter of quantity. We can also increase the profit-sharing ratio, for example, to 20/80ths. Upon hearing Nanqing's words, Ngu raised an eyebrow and said, I will not accept any time limit. I can easily reach 120 hours, but what if I don't want to stream at any time? Wouldn't that put me in a very passive position? Nanqing was also taken aback when she heard Nji's words. I never expected Ngu to say this. She thought Ngu was dissatisfied with something. Seeing that Nanqing didn't speak, Ngu was about to hang up the phone when Nanqing quickly said, If you don't like the time restrictions, we can remove that. As long as your style remains the same and you stay on our platform, these two conditions will be met. Well then, your address is Dekodianzi Village, Mo City, right? I'll apply for a business trip and try to meet with you in the next couple of days. There's room for negotiation on many terms. Alright. When Ngu heard that the other party was willing to compromise, she said, If you had come before, I would have been fine with it, but it might have been a wasted trip. I don't like feeling restricted. It's okay. Nanqing said. Also, before we sign the contract, you'd better not withdraw the money from the gifts you've given as tips, since you'll definitely lose 20% if you do now. Good. Seeing how confident the other party was, Ngu agreed. Anyway, he's not short of money now. I won 1.8 million in a lottery today, which will last me a long time. Since they would be meeting in person soon, Ngu and Nanqing didn't say much. After a brief conversation, Nanqing said she would add Ngu as a WeChat friend and they could chat privately if needed, and then hung up the phone. Is it really someone from Douyin? Sophia watched as Ngu hung up the phone and said with a smile, I knew it. With so many people watching your live streams, it's only natural that their company would contact you. Chapter 36. More than 200 people? I really didn't expect that. Ngu scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, I just think that with so many people becoming overnight sensations on the internet these days, if companies like theirs were to hire every single one of them, how much manpower would they need? Forget about them. Anyway, she'll come to see me in a couple of days, and we can talk about the collaboration face-to-face then. Let's get back to what we were talking about. Hearing Nji's words, Sophia and the others naturally didn't dwell on it. Soon, the four of them finalized everything regarding blueberries and deer. In that case, Uncle, you should go and talk to the other villagers this afternoon. Ange concluded. Sophia, Auntie, and I tidied up the livestock farm. The main purpose was to inform each household that the blueberry harvesting, blueberry jam making, and deer herd raising in Ange did not require too many people. Most of the villagers are very familiar with them. The fact that it was announced by Lev also made it easier for people to believe it. After Ango confirmed his choice, Lev was the first to leave the farm. Let's get ready and go check out the different venues. Watching Lev's retreating figure, Ange smiled and said to the other two, They actually have quite a few things to do this afternoon, including a simple cleaning of the livestock sheds, feed room, veterinary room, and other facilities. After all, the first batch of guests will be moving in tomorrow. Ango places great importance on these customers who can produce deer antlers. After saying that, he got up to get the cleaning tools. Seeing this, Sophia followed behind and said, "Yes, I actually checked yesterday. Everything is almost complete. We just need to tidy it up a bit, and it should be ready to use." The moment Ngo stepped out of the restaurant, the little bear limped out and followed closely behind her. "Goodness, after I fed him, he's already clinging to me?" After sensing the bear's presence, Ngo couldn't help but complain. "You know, I carried this thing so far on my back, and it wouldn't let me touch it. Nowadays, it only takes some jam for it to stick to me and doesn't even want to stray too far away. The name, Iron Hanin, is truly well chosen. This guy is still young, he probably thinks of you as his mother." Sophia grinned mischievously and said, "When it grows a little bigger, even if you want it to come with you, it won't." "Mom? I'd say you're more like its mom, but at most it just sees me as its dad." Ngo casually said, "I think it's just craving the jam I made. Once the jam smell on me is gone, it will definitely be more affectionate towards you." Hearing Ng's words, Sophia's face immediately turned red. "If you treat yourself as the mother and him as the father, wouldn't that be? Is this some kind of hint?" Thinking of this, Sophia couldn't help but glance at Ng. But then he realized that Ngo didn't seem to have any other intentions, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Even the part one originally wanted to say, that you can't be its father, since male bears only care about breeding and not raising cubs, wasn't said. Soon, the two of them took out all the tools. "Mom, let's go. All the facilities are right next to the villa." As Sophia's voice came, the three of them walked outside. The little bear followed very obediently behind. Seeing this, Sophia's mother, Liuji, exclaimed in amazement, "I've never seen a bear so friendly to people before." "Haha, this isn't a bear," Ngo said with a smile. "The bear in question is a dog bear. This guy is a brown bear. It will probably grow to be twice the size of a dog bear in the future." Liuji was also taken aback when she heard Ng's words. She had seen bears before. "It's as big as two bears, doesn't that mean? Just thinking about it makes me shudder." She simply couldn't connect this little guy with a giant bear. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. With time running out and the task at hand, the three of them got to work without saying a word. Meanwhile, Tai Henin obediently lay to the side, quietly watching Ngo and the others. Be honest and straightforward. It doesn't even make a sound. As soon as Ng made a move, it would immediately follow her with its tail wagging. Occasionally, if you try to push it away, it will show a very aggrieved expression and whimper. This earned Sophia rolling her eyes at Ng. However, this reaction also increased Ng's expectations for it. It's already so intelligent now, so it's bound to become even smarter after eating the system's special baby formula. When you get really into work, time flies. Before we knew it, it was already 6 or 7 o'clock. Preparations to welcome the sika deer are now complete. Ngo smiled and reached out to pat Tai Henin's head. "Finally done." Tai Henin stopped dodging and started licking his hand with his tongue. Although bears have barbs on their tongues. But these barbs can retract on their own. The texture is roughly rough. But it's acceptable. Seeing this, Sophia couldn't help but reach out her hand. Unexpectedly, Tai Henin glanced at her with a look of disgust, and then continued to rub against Ng's arm. "Humph! You're such a blockhead. Believe me or not, I won't change your dressings anymore, and I'll never bathe you again." Sophia angrily shouted at the idiot. However, how could Tai Henin understand any of this? It simply submitted to Ngo out of instinct. "Haha, this simpleton probably needs some time to adapt." Looking at Sophia's adorable appearance, Ng couldn't help but laugh. It's obvious that she's genuinely envious. After getting to know each other for an afternoon, Tai Henin has become increasingly close to Ngo. At noon, he wouldn't even let Ngo touch him, but now he's starting to fawn over her. And what about myself? I went through so much trouble at noon to bathe it and bandage its wounds. Now they won't even let you touch it. Mushrooms are blue and sad. It's true that without comparison, there's no harm done. When Engo and the others returned, Lev also happened to be returning from outside. I have already spoken with the villagers, and most of them have chosen to go up the mountain to find the produce themselves to sell. Lev said somewhat helplessly. It's not that they don't want to earn the guaranteed daily wage, it's just that they feel they should be the first to harvest the blueberry fields they know of, so that others won't be the first to pick them. I estimate that once they've taken over all the meadows they're familiar with, they'll come back to earn our guaranteed 100 yuan before heading up the mountain again. That doesn't matter. How many people are willing to go? Nge nodded and said. For Nge, he would profit no matter which option he chose. The key question is, how many people will go? The key factor for this is production volume. I estimate there are more than 200 people, Lev said. In addition, I also instructed that there are many wild fruits on the mountain that we should take, and that they should pick them all if they come across them. It's true that money can be a powerful motivator. There were more than 300 people in the village, and more than 200 of them went. But that's fine too. Anyway, they're all guaranteed to sell. And at this moment, at the home of the CEO of Guangxingju, Shi Wangyu looked at her parents and said, They've already said they don't intend to sell that ginseng. If we want it, it's definitely more appropriate to discuss it face to face. Besides, they own 100,000 mu of land, so they're definitely not short of money. If we offer more in exchange, we'll have to discuss it face to face, right? It's just a trip across the Wulong River. We're not going abroad. What are you worried about? Chapter 37 attracts hundreds of thousands of fans. After dinner, the Lev family then left the farm. Engo was very satisfied with Lev's performance today. More than 200 people will start going up the mountain to collect fruit tomorrow, and it is believed that a large amount of wild fruit will be harvested soon. After sending them off, Engo quickly purchased another batch of 375 milliliters glass bottles and sealing machines online. These are all the things you need to prepare for making jam. Compared to the vacuum equipment obtained through the system lottery, the sealing machine and glass bottles are almost readily available. The only thing needed is to make label stickers. So these things don't take long. Once the manufacturer has finished producing it, it will be sent directly here via Postal Express. Nowadays, the postal service is just as fast as express delivery, and besides, in such a remote area, only the postal service is willing to deliver there. In short, these things can arrive at the farm in as little as 4 days. Even if it takes a little longer, about a week, it will definitely arrive. After taking care of all these miscellaneous tasks, it was already 9 o'clock. However, at this time, it was only just getting dark. Summer days in the Great Xianbei Mountains are always so long. Looking at the chubby guy lying quietly beside her, seemingly asleep, Nge couldn't help but lean down, wanting to touch him. Unexpectedly, before the arm could even reach him, the guy suddenly woke up. Then, she took the initiative to come closer, nuzzled his arm, and eventually lay down on the ground, exposing her golden belly. Seeing this, Nge trusted the little guy even more. Although bears often stand up to fight their enemies, their abdomen remains their most vulnerable spot. Since this creature dared to expose its belly to me, it undoubtedly showed that it trusted me. Indeed, all things possess a spirit. Hey, look at my brain! I actually forgot about that. While stroking the chubby iron-faced Ngu, he suddenly slapped his thigh, got up, and walked out. Seeing this, Tai Henin quickly got up and followed closely behind Nge, afraid that Nge would not come back after leaving. Unfortunately, due to its leg problems, it was very slow to go down the stairs. When it arrived on the first floor, Nge had an extra baby bottle in his hand, and the baby bottle contained the veterinary milk powder that he had won in the lottery. Here, have something good to eat. Seeing that the little one had come down, Nge handed him the baby bottle. The pacifier was inserted directly into his mouth, and even the simple-minded man was startled. Looking at Nge with confusion, she asked, "Didn't you just eat?" I ate it, but that's all. Why wouldn't you eat food that's already in your mouth? After only a slight pause, the guy started eating. But after the first bite, I was stunned again. It seemed to realize that this meal was different from the previous two. In no time at all, the little guy sat up, grabbed the bottle, and started drinking. It looks incredibly delicious. Wow, he's already learned how to hold the bottle? Seeing this, Inga couldn't help but take out her phone and record the scene. In just a few dozen seconds, this guy had already finished a bottle of milk. Compared to when I gave it milk, this is so much faster. The key point is that after this guy finished drinking, he actually handed the bottle back to me, as if he wanted more. So you knew this was good stuff, huh? And snatched the bottle away and said, "But you can only drink one bottle a day. Drinking more is a waste because you can't absorb it at all." Even when that silly guy was whimpering, and Good didn't back down. He couldn't bear to waste a single drop of something that could improve physical fitness and enhance intelligence. He knew this guy wouldn't be the only one needing it in the future. After playing with Taihanin for a while, Nga finally returned to her bedroom. I casually uploaded the video I just filmed to Douyin. Even the title was just something I made up. This silly brown bear actually loves drinking milk. After sending the message, he went straight to take a shower. Ding! Ange, whom you are following, has released a new work, and 3 people have already liked it. Ding! Ange, whom you are following, has released a new work, which has already received 682 likes. Ding! Ange, whom you are following, has released a new work, which has already received 1293 likes. Before Nga had even taken off her clothes, countless people received this notification. On Douyin, there is a notification when someone you follow posts a video. Many people choose to enable this feature. In just under a minute, Ng's casually posted video attracted over 10,000 likes, more than 5,000 saves, and over 7,000 comments. Haha, this little guy can actually use a baby bottle now. In just one day, a brown bear cub will become a human cub. I even suspect the streamer might be an animal trainer, otherwise how could he be so fast? I remember during lunch break this guy wouldn't let the streamer touch him, but he's already stuck to me in such a short time? Are you saying this guy's owner is a streamer? When does he usually stream? As the comment section became more active, the data improved. 10 minutes later, the number of likes has already reached 100,000. The collection has reached an astonishing 80,000 items. As for comments, they have increased exponentially. While other people's comments were just messages, Ng's comments turned into a discussion. The only word to describe it is outrageous. The key point is that such massive amounts of data naturally attract the investment of big data companies. As a result, many people who had never watched Ng's live stream were also drawn in. Through the comments section, many people also learned that the owner of this little bear named Taihanin is a streamer. The capital city, Nanqing, who had just received approval for a business trip, had not yet returned to her apartment when she discovered that Nga had posted a video. He was stunned the moment he clicked on it. 400,000 likes, 320,000 favorites, 390,000 comments. Wow, is this some kind of outrageous thing? Looking at this, Nanqing couldn't help but gasp and say, Nga, who exactly are you? You're probably going to be trending on the hot list soon. No matter who you are, I'm signing you this time. I'll make any concessions to get you signed. Even as an operations staff member, she rarely sees such unusual data ratios. But it has to be said that such a data ratio is simply incredible. If Nga can maintain this momentum, she will definitely create a new self-media legend. Soon. Nga then finished taking a shower. When he opened his phone again, the number of followers had reached 230,000. There were 120,000 more viewers than when the live stream ended. Iron-headed idiot, I never expected you to be so charming. Looks like you can start working and supporting yourself from now on. Nga looked at Taihanin, who was already lying on the side of the bed, smiled and said something, then laid down on the bed. To be honest, what bizarre things hasn't he experienced these past few days? Compared to that, gaining a few 100,000 more followers doesn't seem like much. Before we knew it, it was already the next morning. Eng was woken up early this morning by her phone. Mr. Eng, your farm is in Dakodianzi village, Mo City, right? Are you home now? I'm a staff member delivering sika deer. We've arrived in Mo now and should be there in about 2 hours. Chapter 38. That thing strengthens the kidneys. Upon hearing this, Nga immediately perked up. Yes, that's right, it's in Dakodianzi village. Just come over, I'll be at the farm, Nga said excitedly. Okay, Mr. Eng, I will arrive as soon as possible. Okay, be careful. After a brief exchange, the driver hung up the phone. I got up and opened the curtains. Suddenly, sunlight streamed into the room. Looking at the scenery outside the window, I immediately felt much more relaxed. On one side are endless forests and high mountains, and on the other side is the undulating Wulong River. Each has its own characteristics, yet they blend together quite well. I must find out how to replace the curtains with smart ones when I have time. Leaning against the windowsill, looking at the scenery outside, Nga murmured to herself. If you could simply say something to your smart device every morning and the curtains would open automatically to reveal such a beautiful view, that would be a wonderful thing. But now, he had to get up naked and take the initiative to pull back the heavy curtains. Just as Nga was sighing, she suddenly felt a furry touch on her calf. She looked down and said, You're up too! Actually, brown bears have similar hearing to humans, and Eng's noise wouldn't wake him up. However, due to the change in environment, the bear is now much more sensitive than usual. Nga had already woken up when she answered the phone, and upon seeing Nga move, she immediately ran over. Ha dash! After hearing Ng's words, Tai Hanin responded. Haha, you're really smart! Nga smiled, squatted down, and rubbed the guy's head. He quickly dressed, gave a brief preview of the live stream, and headed to the kitchen on the first floor. Even now, he is still the only one living on the farm. Cooking is something you can only do yourself. I fried 2 eggs, added some red sausage, along with Sophia's milk and rye bread, and a simple breakfast was ready. And what about the simpleton? 1 bottle of veterinary milk powder is all you need. This stuff can improve physical fitness and intelligence, so I definitely can't stop taking it. Drink slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Watching this guy wolf down his drink, Nga couldn't help but complain. It must taste pretty good, otherwise it wouldn't have reacted this way. Just as they were finishing their meal, there was a knock on the villa door. Senior, I'm here! Because Eng had given the farm's backup key to Sophia's family yesterday, they were naturally free to enter the farm. After checking the time, Nga ate the remaining fried egg in 1 gulp, then picked up the milk and walked towards the door. The desire to replace my furniture with smart home appliances grew stronger. With smart home technology, this kind of thing wouldn't require going so far. Senior, you've already made breakfast? I also brought you some. Sophia noticed the grease on Eng's lips and the milk she was holding, and couldn't help but pout. Haha, let me see what you brought. Maybe I can still eat it. As they spoke, Nga took the insulated box from Sophia's hand. Wow, this is the same as what I just ate, except it has jam in it. Nga truly hadn't expected this. Hearing Ng's words, Sophia was also taken aback. Senior, you made this too? But this is a standard breakfast for the Ross people. Are you stupid? We're from the same university. Looking at Sophia's expression, Nga almost burst out laughing. Ice City has a strong Russian ethnic flavor, and our school is one of the best red sausage producing areas. As she spoke, Nga grabbed a piece of bread with her hand and put it in her mouth. Huh! It's not blueberry jam? It tastes good too, is it raspberry jam? Yes, it's Tomo jam, with honey added. Sophia nodded. Tomo is another name for raspberries in the greater Xianbei mountain region. Your dad must have reminded the villagers that we should also get the other wild fruits, right? Nga quickly recalled that she had mentioned it before. She felt relieved and said, I think this kind of jam is also very good, but unfortunately the raspberry season is almost over, so I guess we won't be able to make much this year. Raspberries? Raspberries don't have any beauty or skin-nourishing effects, do they? But raspberries can nourish the kidneys, Ngu said casually while eating. Raspberries, they're a great thing. It can nourish the kidneys and improve eyesight, relieve hangovers and quench thirst, and resolve phlegm and detoxify. Putting everything else aside, its kidney tonifying and hangover relieving effects alone are enough to make it a bestseller. He believes that if he can make raspberry jam, it will be just as good as blueberry jam. Clearly, Sophia had watched Enja's live stream yesterday and knew about the benefits of blueberries. She figured that the main target audience for blueberries must be women who love beauty, as well as some families with young children. That's why that sentence just slipped out. Surprisingly, raspberries also have the effect of tonifying the kidneys. Although she didn't understand it very well, she knew that many wild animals ended up endangered because of these two words. It's easy to imagine how many customers these two words will attract. By the way, you just said you added honey. Was the honey bought, or is there a beekeeper in the village? And Gus suddenly said, if I were to raise them myself, I would like to raise some too. After all, Tai Henin would definitely love honey. As she spoke, Ngu pointed to Tai Henin not far away. The honey was bought from the city, but we can indeed raise bees here. I'll look up some information later. Sophia said, but I always feel that keeping bees is not a very good choice. Our winters are too long and the flowering season is only so short, so the bees definitely won't be able to collect honey. Let's check that out, just in case we find a suitable variety. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the restaurant. In no time at all, Eng had finished the breakfast that Sophia had brought. I don't know if it's because I exercised a lot yesterday, but Eng has a good appetite today. After tidying up the dishes, Ngu glanced at the time. The deer delivery team will be here in about half an hour. I'm planning to do a live stream and show the viewers our deer enclosure, feed room, veterinary clinic, and other facilities. If you don't want to move, you can just wait at the villa. They'll be here in half an hour, Sophia said with some surprise. Let's go out together. We can take a quick look around and then wait for the driver at the entrance. Alright, you goofball, you come too. Ngu nodded, then took her live streaming equipment and walked outside. Hello everyone, I'm Ngu, a new live streamer. I'm also a farmer with 100,000 mu of land. In about half an hour, the 100 sika deer I bought will be delivered. I'm sure you're all just as curious as I am about what it's like to raise sika deer, right? Chapter 39. Sika deer arrive at the farm. As soon as Ngu appeared in the live stream, the entire room became lively. The anchor is here. It's finally starting. It's the same familiar rhetoric. Did the host always start with this kind of opening line? Oh, Miss Sophia is here too. Wow, I saw Tai Henin. Quickly, let Tai Henin appear on camera. By the way, didn't the streamer just mention sika deer, or 100 of them? Aren't sika deer protected animals? Can they be farmed? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the brown bear with the streamer? Aren't brown bears protected animals? The streamer has a license for the domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals. You can check it on the homepage or search for it on the relevant department's website. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Ngu said with a smile, Sika deer are indeed protected animals, but I have all the necessary permits and can raise them without any problems. This time, I purchased a total of 100 heads as a trial, which should be enough. I will make a second purchase later. We have about half an hour before the sika deer arrive. Let's take this time to check out the facilities I've prepared for raising the deer on my farm. If any of your friends want to apply for a permit to protect the domestication and breeding of wild animals, these facilities are essential. As Ngu chatted with the viewers in the live stream, the number of viewers began to climb. It's important to know that many people turn on live stream notifications before watching other people's videos or live streams, and only enter the live stream after seeing the notification. As time went by, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded 100,000 in just a few minutes. There's even a continuing upward trend, which looks truly terrifying. However, Ngu didn't understand any of this. When the number of viewers in the live stream was about the same as when she left the stream yesterday, she felt that was enough, so she walked towards the deer enclosure. Little did they know how terrifying it was that the number of viewers reached the peak of the previous day right after the broadcast started. Sophia and Taihanhan followed closely behind, all appearing in the shot. Although Ngu stopped speaking, the live stream chat continued to buzz with discussion. 100 sika deer as a trial run? The anchor is making quite a boast. I feel like a single deer would cost at least several thousand yuan, right? Hundreds of thousands in total? A few 100,000 is nothing, just a drop in the ocean. The streamer owns 100,000 acres of land. You newcomers probably don't know that. Finally, we see the adorable iron silly. He's so cute. I thought the owner of the iron-headed guy would be a strong man like the Russians, but I didn't expect him to be a handsome young man. I was drawn in by the videos of the iron silly guy, but I was won over by the streamer. From today onwards, I'm a die-hard fan. This is the first time I've ever seen a live stream like this. Does the streamer really own a farm and plan to live stream its development? Your words remind me, host. How's the blueberry jam thing going? My wife heard that blueberry jam can improve memory, and she's been nagging me to buy some, although it might be because she wants to fight aging. While these people were talking, an area enclosed by a fence appeared in the shot. It appears that the fence is taller than inch, probably over 1.8 meters. The area is approximately 1,500 square meters. The open area was filled with a large number of livestock supplies such as hay racks, feed troughs, and water bowls. At the deepest part, there were shacks used to shelter from the wind and rain. Doesn't the streamer own 100,000 mua farmland? Why is he fenced off like that? I'm curious about that too. I remember that free-range animals are of much higher quality than captive animals, right? Could it be that they're worried about these animals damaging the crops? This area is so large, it seems like there's plenty of room for animals to roam. I think the anchor should let the animals roam outside, especially deer, which probably need a lot of exercise, right? A bunch of online viewers are just typing away at a professional. This person is a top student from Northeast Agricultural University and has experience helping farmers. Do you have that? When Ngu noticed, she found that the live stream chat had already started arguing, and quickly said, "Everyone, there's no need to argue about this. Our farm's deer will indeed be free-range, but not now, for 2 reasons. 1. I hope these deer will recognize the entrance and know that this is their den. This way, after being free-range, they will know to go home and won't wander on the mountain. 2. Deer that have just been bought from outside may carry some viruses, bacteria, or even infectious diseases. If they are released into the mountains indiscriminately, they may harm native animals. In short, once we are certain there is no risk, we will open the gates and allow the sika deer to roam freely within the farm." As Ngu finished speaking, the chat in the live stream quieted down considerably. Many people suddenly realized what was going on. So there are so many intricacies involved here. Of course, those who spoke in a bad tone just now will inevitably face a barrage of criticism. The live streamer doesn't mean he doesn't want the animals to go out, nor is he afraid of problems with the crops. He simply needs to assess the danger. What else do you keyboard warriors have to say? In that brief pause, Ngu had already led the camera to another building. "Everyone please look, this building was also built for safety. If any deer develops a health problem, they will be sent here." As she spoke, Ngu went straight inside. "First of all, this room we see is the disinfection room. The animals that are brought here will be disinfected using these instruments." As Ange explained, she showed everyone the various specialized equipment, while Sophia assisted in the introduction. Soon, the entire process was explained. Disinfection room, veterinary room, isolation room. After reviewing the veterinary procedures, the instructors briefly introduced the various functional areas, including the feed room, biogas digester, and rainwater and sewage separation system. It has to be said, Ng's itinerary made many new viewers realize one thing: he really intends to run the farm properly. Instead of being like some bloggers who open shops or factories just to grab attention and shoot footage, but don't do it properly, which is disgusting. Just as people were discussing this, a comment popped up. Suddenly, I realized that there's actually a fence separating this area. Upon seeing this comment, Gus smiled and said, Stags, deer, and growing deer should all live separately. If fans want to build a deer farm, this is the only way. In addition, there is a fixed standard for the area of the enclosure. You can calculate it yourself: 10 square meters for male deer, 13 square meters for female deer, and 7 square meters for growing deer. Just as Ngo was introducing the deer farming to the audience, Sophia suddenly said, Senior, it's almost time. Shall we head to the farm gate? Wasn't chapter 40 shocking? It seems like it's coming soon. Ngo glanced at the time and said, Looks like you're looking forward to it too. Of course. Sophia blurted out. Raising deer is one of my dreams. Unfortunately, I can't get the permits for breeding and raising protected wild animals. I even struggled with whether to come back or not because I thought I might only be able to raise ordinary livestock like cattle and sheep for the rest of my life. In the live stream, many people who knew the inside story of Sophia's return were filled with emotion upon hearing this. I didn't expect Miss Sophia to have such thoughts. I had guessed before that Sophia must have been struggling with this, but I didn't expect it to be for this reason. Indeed, for many people, the purpose of learning is not to escape poverty in their hometown, but to help their hometown escape poverty. Now it's great, with the existence of the streamer, the young lady can see her favorite Lulu anytime. I hope the young lady's help to help the fake get out of poverty and become rich will go smoothly. Actually, I think that if the live streamers develop their businesses here, it will definitely help the local economy. Just as everyone was discussing, Ngo and her companion arrived at the farm gate. In fact, many viewers were seeing the scene at the entrance for the first time. Looking at the village not far away, many people sighed with emotion. Villages with log cabin architecture are not found anywhere else. Those colorful houses built of logs are very eye-catching. The pink rooftop in the distance, in particular, caught people's attention. While explaining to the new audience why the village was like this, Ngo waited anxiously. How could he not also look forward to the arrival of the sika deer? To cover up her anxiety, Ngo started teasing Taihanin while explaining these things. Meanwhile, Sophia, watching the goofy boy playing with Ngo, had a look of disbelief in her eyes. However, she did not voice her doubts. Perhaps they didn't want to say it in front of so many people, or perhaps they felt that the sika deer issue was more important. Time passed by, second by second. The audience also learned that Dakodianzi village was originally a Rus ethnic village. And so it became clear why Sophia and Lev, Rus people, were from the same village. They're finally here! I've been waiting for so long! Suddenly, Ng's voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, the camera switched to showing an oncoming truck. Immediately, the viewers in the live stream started discussing it. The sika deer are finally coming. Only 2 trucks came. Can they fit 100 heads? It can definitely fit them. That truck in front can hold 80 adult pigs. I run a slaughterhouse, so I know it very well. I have a feeling that the 2 vehicles are not from the same family, and the second one doesn't look like it's carrying living creatures. Indeed, the second one doesn't look like it's carrying sika deer. It doesn't have any ventilation holes, unlike the first one, which has windows on the carriages. While the audience was discussing this, Ngo also noticed that the second truck seemed to be different from the first one. Or rather, the second car doesn't seem to be from the same road as the first. Putting aside the car model and such, just the way it fits together so perfectly doesn't seem like a vehicle capable of carrying an animal like a deer. Hey, Senior, why does the second truck not look like it's for transporting deer? Sophia noticed something was off and couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Maybe the other things I ordered arrived too, since they didn't contact me before. Just as she was about to speak, Ngo suddenly thought that perhaps some of the other items she had won in yesterday's lottery had been sent over. You should know that besides the sika deer, I also won 2 other items yesterday, which will only be delivered today. The delivery driver, however, did not call him in advance like the driver who delivered the sika deer. In just a few words, the truck had arrived at the farm gate. After parking, a middle-aged man got out of the car and walked straight towards Ngo and his companion. Young man, your boss should have already told you where to send these sika deer, right? I am the owner here. Ngu smiled and said, You see that villa over there? If you follow this road a little further in, you'll see a livestock shed. Let's park the car there for now and wait for me to come over. What? You're the owner here? Upon hearing Nji's words, the boss couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He truly hadn't expected that Ngu would be the owner of this farm, rather than a young person working there. Although they had a brief conversation, he only thought that Ngu was just someone with a younger voice. After all, the farm is indeed enormous. Although the exact number is unknown, the endless fence makes it easy to tell. In addition, the 100 sika deer he brought this time are worth a total of 500,000 yuan. Not to mention that the procedures for raising sika deer are not something that ordinary people can do. He never imagined that such a great enterprise would be built by a young man. The viewers in the live stream were overjoyed to see this. Haha, I knew it! I couldn't be the only one who reacted this way. If you suddenly hear that someone in their early 20s is the owner of this farm, you'd probably think the same thing to anyone. This uncle's expression is so real. Who would have thought that the owner here would be so young? Do you think this uncle noticed the clumsy iron thing under his feet? If I were this uncle, I definitely wouldn't dare to get that close. Nji's attention was focused on the sika deer, so she naturally couldn't see the comments in the live stream. If he had seen it, he would have sent that silly guy to another place immediately, since bears, no matter how big, are enough to scare people. Yes, didn't we talk on the phone this morning? Ngu asked, puzzled. By the way, was that truck behind you with you too? It doesn't look quite right. No, that car was also delivering goods to you, but I don't know exactly what it was delivering. We met by chance while having breakfast in Mo City. After learning that Ngu was the owner of the place, the middle-aged driver's eyes became complicated. Just then, the driver of the car behind them came over and said, You must be Mr. Ngu? I'm here to deliver your car. Upon hearing this, Ngu revealed an expression that said, I knew it. His Avtoro's Shaman 8x8 has finally been delivered. With this vehicle, it will be much more convenient to move around the farm in the future. There is no vehicle more suitable for the farm environment than this one. Chapter 41. I didn't expect my fans to be so weak. Oh, I understand. Ngu nodded and said, How about this? I'll arrange for the deer to be put into the pen first, and then I'll come to pick up the car. Can you wait at my villa for a while? The two drivers naturally had no objection to Nji's suggestion. Soon, the two trucks entered the farm one after the other. Ngu and the other person walked towards the livestock shed not far away. Senior, why didn't you go to the store to buy a car? Why did you have it delivered? Sophia asked Nj with some curiosity. This was the first time she had ever seen someone buy a car this way. After all, in her mind, you should definitely test drive a car before buying it to see how it feels to drive. If things go well, you can complete the contract signing and payment process in person before taking the car away. You know, a car is definitely a big-ticket item. Doesn't Nj's approach leave no room for trial and error? The car I bought is a bit special. It should only be sold in the Weiqing port area of China. Could it be some kind of imported luxury car? When Sophia heard about the Acropolis port, her first thought was importing. Although she didn't know much about cars, she had heard that most imported cars were shipped through the Acropolis port. It is an imported car, but it can't be considered a luxury car. You'll find out in a moment. In just a few words, the two arrived at the prepared deer enclosure. At that moment, the uncle who had delivered the deer just stood there, stunned. He was mentally prepared before he came in. But when I actually saw everything inside, I was still somewhat shocked. The differences between people are truly enormous. Boss, you must have spent a lot of money on this farm, right? Seeing Ngu approach, the uncle who brought the deer couldn't help but say something. It cost quite a bit, since the area is quite large, but it was all worth it. I love the environment here. Ngu casually said, I feel like my soul is starting to be elevated by living here. The chat room was buzzing with excitement as people listened to Ngu and the uncle's conversation. It must be said that the uncle's reaction was actually the reaction that most normal people would have. However, these viewers in the live stream had no way to express their emotions. The bullet comments and other comments cannot be fully released. Nowadays, listening to the uncle's words and seeing his expression, the sense of immersion is instantly there. After a brief chat, Ngu said, "Uncle, the left side of my deer enclosure is for male deer, and the right side is for female deer. Thank you for your help." "It's nothing, it's just my job." As he spoke, he walked to the truck and opened the door. He understood that Ngu meant for him to hurry up and unload the goods. The moment the car door opened, everyone perked up. Whether it's Ngu, Sophia, or the viewers in the live stream. As the driver operated the vehicle, deer with brownish-yellow fur and white plum blossom-shaped spots emerged from the carriage. Each sika deer has a pair of tree branch-shaped antlers on its round head, though they seem a bit small. Beneath the antlers, there is a small, trumpet-shaped ear. At this moment, Ngu also noticed that the driver's car was divided into 4 neat and orderly cages. Half of it has horns, and the other half doesn't, so it's clearly a male and female split in half. As the uncle drove them, the deer quickly got off the vehicle and entered the deer enclosure. The live stream room is even more lively right now than this scene. "The sika deer are so cute. This is the first time I've ever seen a sika deer. I really want to visit the streamer's farm. I didn't expect the streamer to actually do it, yyds. Why do some deer have antlers while others don't? These antlers look so small, are they the kind of deer velvet we eat? I feel like the last time I saw a sika deer was in an elementary school textbook." After seeing the comments in the live stream, Ngu said with a smile, "Antlers are actually the deer's main weapon. Generally, the main application scenario is when the bucks are fighting each other for mates. Of course, I'm talking about the general situation. In special cases, both male and female deer can have antlers, such as the reindeer I mentioned before. I will try to raise some in the future so that everyone can have a good look at them." Upon hearing Ngu's words, many people suddenly realized what was going on. At this moment, Ngu continued, "Speaking of which, in ancient my country, the sika deer was considered a mythical beast. As early as the Shang dynasty, people were already using the bones of sika deer for divination. In recent years, archaeologists have discovered many inscriptions on deer antlers in the Yin ruins. In addition, during the Eastern Zhou period, it was common practice in Chu tombs to install real deer antlers on the heads of the tomb guardian beasts, because they believed that deer antlers had divine power and could protect the dead in the underworld. In conclusion, the sika deer, especially its antlers, has a very strong connection with the culture and art of our celestial empire. Deer are a common sight in murals, paintings, and sculptures throughout history, and they are also objects with historical significance." As Ngu watched the herd of deer continuously disembarking from the vehicles, she recounted stories of sika deer in China to the live stream audience. Many people listened attentively, and engaged in serious discussion. Until he saw the words, "kidney tonic," appear in the live stream again. "I really didn't expect so many of my fans to be so timid. I was explaining the history of deer antlers, and you guys started talking about deer velvet." Upon hearing Ngu's words, the comments section visibly paused for a moment. To everyone's surprise, Ngu suddenly changed the subject and said, "Since you want to talk about deer antlers, then I'll tell you about them too. Since ancient times, people have used deer antler as a tonic, mainly for physical weakness, old age, or recovery from illness. Of course, it also includes kidney deficiency, spermatorrhea, and back pain, which are of most concern to you. Perhaps some of you think this is cruel, or that the ancients were ignorant and did not understand science, but I want to say that reality is exactly the opposite of this perception. You may not know how brutal it can be when deer compete for mates. On the internet, it's easy to find pictures of a buck with another deer's head hanging from its head. It's a fight to the death. After the antlers are harvested, the deer will no longer have antlers. Even if they fight again, the loser will not die. Regarding its medicinal value, modern medical research has confirmed that deer antler contains even more amino acids, vitamins, lecithin, and other substances than ginseng. These substances can effectively enhance cellular and humoral immunity, promote lymphocyte transformation, and of course, increase the body's defense against external threats. As time passed, the 100 deer slowly entered the deer enclosure, and Ange gave a general explanation of the benefits of deer antlers. With this groundwork laid, selling deer antlers in the future will surely be much easier. Deer antlers are the greatest economic value of the sika deer. It's important to know that male deer antlers can be harvested twice a year, with each harvest yielding 1 to 3 kilograms. On average, each deer can yield 5 kilograms of antlers per year. Although the price varies greatly depending on the quality, the lowest price per kilogram is over 1,500 yuan, and if the quality is good enough, the price can even reach 5,000 yuan per kilogram. These profits absolutely qualify it as one of the farm's pillar industries. Is Chapter 42 worth tens of thousands? Mr. Ange, all 30 male deer and 70 female deer have entered the pen. Do you have any further questions? Upon hearing this, Nge turned her gaze to Sophia. He was a little distracted and didn't count the number of sika deer. Although this was a reward he won through a system lottery, it wasn't impossible for problems to arise since there were still many steps involved from system procurement to transportation to the farm. Noticing Nge's gaze, Sophia immediately understood and nodded to him, indicating that there was no problem. Thank you, we have no problem on our end. After receiving Nge's reply, the driver quickly left. He really didn't want to continue being provoked here. The feeling of envy, jealousy, and hatred is not pleasant at all. Watching the guy leave so quickly, as if fleeing, Nge asked, puzzled. What's wrong with this guy? He acts like I'm a man-eating monster. I don't know, maybe they have other businesses. This place is quite remote. Upon hearing Nge's words, Sophia casually remarked before turning her gaze back to the sika deer. Right now, the most important thing to her is still the sika deer. The live stream chat was filled with complaints as the two talked. That fucking man-eating monster! If it were me, I wouldn't want to stay in that heartbreaking place either. I felt that if I stayed any longer, the driver would start to cry. Who can argue with that? People younger than you achieve countless times more than you do. If I were that uncle, I would also want to leave as soon as possible and find a secluded place to cry for a while. Speaking of which, is it possible that the other party saw the silly guy next to the streamer? The silly guy may be small, but he's still a bear. Sophia was distracted, and so was Nge. Looking at the sika deer cautiously exploring the enclosure, Nge couldn't help but laugh. He now owns 100 sika deer, livestock that are very far removed from people's lives. By the way, Senior, I've noticed that the antlers of these male deer should be removed. Suddenly, Sophia spoke up. From what I've observed, now is the perfect time to harvest deer antlers. If we let them grow any longer, the antlers will harden completely into antlers, and then we won't be able to harvest them this year. Even without Nge's words, Sophia understood perfectly the importance of harvesting deer antlers. If the antlers are not removed at the appropriate time, it will inevitably cause very serious damage. Even for deer breeds that cannot be harvested for antlers, the antlers still need to be sawed off. I think the first batch of deer antlers was harvested around mid to late June. Upon hearing her words, Nge immediately recalled a lot of information and said, But let's let them get used to the environment first. It doesn't matter if both batches this year are ruined. We can't cut off their horns before they've even gotten used to it, can we? But these 30 deer can produce over 100,000 yuan worth of antlers a year, so why give up on them? That's the logic. These deer will be released into the wild. Now is the perfect time to establish a sense of belonging. Taking action at this time will definitely have some impact. However, the loss of over 100,000 yuan is somewhat. Upon hearing Sophia's words, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. What? The antlers from these 30 deer can sell for hundreds of thousands of yuan every year? I suddenly suspect that the streamer was just setting the stage by talking about deer antlers before actually selling them? No, the streamer is mostly right. Besides, the streamer probably doesn't need that little bit of money. Wow, I just checked, and top-grade deer antler costs over 8,000 yuan per kilogram. Even the cheapest red deer antler costs over 1,000. Which keyboard warrior just said the streamer didn't care about the feelings of these deer? Would you casually give up a dozen or so animals just for their sake? Now I understand just how rich the streamer is. Land farms, country villas, sika deer. Everyone knows these things are valuable, but that's all they know. But the situation is completely different now. They just found out that deer antlers can be harvested every year, which is a fixed income. These 30 head of cattle alone can yield hundreds of thousands of kilograms a year. In an instant, it exceeded the annual salary of most people. This money is enough for a family to live a good life. This amount of money is enough to buy a decent car. However, Ngu was able to casually say that it didn't matter if he was ruined. Their income for a year, or even several years, seemed insignificant in Nji's eyes. The difference is revealed invisibly. The key point is that they remembered Ngu had previously said that this was just a trial run. If more sika deer are added later, how terrifying will this number be? It's obvious that 100 deer are nothing compared to this huge farm of 100,000 mu, approximately 6,667 hectares. It won't create any burden at all. How could the future possibly be limited to just this little bit? What if the deer herd were expanded to 1,000? What if the deer herd were expanded to 10,000? Just thinking about it is terrifying. We don't need those tens of thousands. Ngu thought for a moment and said, however, if we sell these deer antlers, it will be enough to cover these guys' other expenses, and there might even be some left over. That would be good. How about this? Let's observe for 2 days and see how things go. If it's suitable, then we'll proceed. Sophia nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, this is the safest approach. After hearing Nji's words, the audience realized that raising livestock was not as simple as playing a game. These livestock were a major expense. Even if the farm can provide a large amount of food, there must be considerable expenses. Deer antlers are not a business without capital. That tens of thousands might include 100,000 in costs. Many people who were initially excited about raising sika deer suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads, and they calmed down. Sophia, let's not disturb these deer for now. Let them get used to themselves. We'll come back to see them this afternoon. After a few minutes, Ngu finally spoke up. I always feel that because we're here, these deer are always on guard. Sophia understood instantly upon hearing Anja's words. Sika deer are alert, timid, and easily startled. With their highly developed hearing and sense of smell, their presence here will definitely have a significant impact on these deer. Where shall we go? Sophia asked. You forgot? We still have 1 truckload that hasn't been unloaded yet, Ngu said with a smile. Avtoro's 8x8 shaman is the ultimate weapon he's been waiting for. Chapter 43. Didn't you see it just now? Oh, right. You also bought a car. Let's hurry over there, so the truck driver won't get impatient. Upon hearing Nji's words, Sophia and the viewers in the live stream suddenly remembered that they had just received 2 trucks at the door. The sika deer are simply too eye-catching. They had completely forgotten about it. Okay, you silly goose, let's go. Ngu nodded, called out to Taihanan beside her, and then walked towards the villa. Although Taihanan is quite big now, he is still a child after all. There is also a mixture of curiosity and wariness towards sika deer. After the first sika deer came down, he hid to the side and observed it carefully. He was deeply afraid that these unknown and numerous creatures might cause harm to him and Ngu. It wasn't until they heard Nji's shouts and heard the sound of footsteps fading away that they realized what was happening and hurriedly chased after her. Haha, Taihanan is really a simpleton. This guy's reaction reminds me of a text I read in elementary school. I know, I also thought of the donkey from Guizhou. The deer cried out, and the bear was terrified and ran far away, thinking the deer was going to bite it, ha. If things really develop this way, will the iron hard-hearted guy start eating sika deer after a while? What will the streamer do then? Ha, I can already imagine the scene of the idiot being hung up and beaten. Clearly, Taihanan's wary appearance amused the vast majority of people. In particular, It is interesting to find that the story of the donkey and the tiger from the Chinese textbook has been told in a different way, and that reality is surprisingly consistent with the text. If this idiot can really hunt on his own, I'd be overjoyed. Why would I hit it? Don't try to frame me. Looking at these comments, Ngu said, brown bears can usually only eat other foods after 5 months, and they start to learn to hunt after a year and a half. It takes 2.5 to 4.5 years to master hunting skills. Right now, this guy is only 4 months old, and has never learned to hunt. Without a mother bear to teach him, it will be extremely difficult for him to master hunting skills. Many people were taken aback by Nji's words. They never imagined that the juvenile stage of brown bears could be so long. It's important to know that most animals master survival skills within 1 or 2 years. However, this is not entirely incomprehensible. After all, bears are animals at the top of the food chain. Because they have virtually no natural enemies, they naturally have ample time to learn and grow. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. There's always a way out. If all else fails, we can always take it to the rescue station to learn some skills later. Ngu shook her head and said, this guy's lactation period is still a year away from ending. Let's wait until it's over before talking about anything else. In the time it took to say a few words, Ngu and her companion arrived in front of the villa. What? A bear! Mr. Ench, there's a bear following you. Before Ngu could speak, the driver suddenly exclaimed in surprise, clearly startled. Seeing this, Ngu asked in confusion. This guy has been following me the whole time. Didn't you see him at the gate? Don't worry, he hasn't grown all his teeth yet, so he's not a threat at all. The driver was stunned. He looked completely bewildered. Does Eng know there are bears? She was with him before? Were they there just at the main gate? How come he has no recollection of this at all? Even if it's small, it's still a bear. Thinking back, it seems that his attention had been on Ngu earlier. After all, this is someone who's willing to spend a lot of money to buy such a bizarre vehicle as the Avtoro's Shaman 8x8. Swallowing hard, the driver finally managed to speak. You mean this bear, Xiongxia, is your pet? It won't attack anyone, will it? Don't worry, it can't attack people even if it wanted to, it's too weak. As she spoke, Ngu quickly went to Taihan inside, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, and brought it in front of the driver, saying, Look at this guy, all he can do is pretend to be pitiful, he can't do anything else. Let's hurry up and open the box, I can't wait. The driver was a little bewildered by the scene. Is it really necessary to be so aggressive? They lifted the bear up by the head, they're even more fierce than the Russians. The viewers in the live stream were also amused by this scene. It must be said that the two drivers displayed their two different reactions to the angel song perfectly. The vast majority of viewers felt that they would have the same reaction if they met Ngu in person. After all, the phenomenon of Lord Ye's love of dragons, a Chinese idiom meaning someone who is afraid of something but actually loves it, is very common. Just because someone likes to watch a silly person online doesn't mean they would actually dare to interact with a brown bear in real life. However, many viewers were curious as to why the two drivers seemed completely oblivious to the simpleton's presence. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined are better than 1 zhuge liang. After a brainstorming session with many people, the answer was quickly found. Previously, this guy, Tai Henin, was indeed not very noticeable. At the gate, upon seeing the truck, Ngu hid behind it. When we were at the deer enclosure, after seeing the sika deer, we hid behind a big tree to observe the herd. If it hides like this, in reality, even they might not see it at all, or they might mistake it for a cat or dog hiding, rather than a bear. In the live stream, they could see clearly mainly because Ngu would occasionally give a few close-ups, and they had been paying attention to Tai Henin all along, with some even reporting his location. On site. After repeatedly checking to make sure the idiot was safe, the driver asked, Are you planning to unload the truck here, or go to the garage? Let's unload it here. After that I'll go for a spin. Without hesitation, Ngu replied, Now that we have this king of off-road vehicles, how can we not enjoy it to the fullest? That's true. In a place like your farm, this big guy really makes the most of it. As the driver spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the meadow next to him, then quickly got into the vehicle, tilted the carriage, and opened the boarding stairs at the rear. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was buzzing with discussion. The king of off-road vehicles? Could it be the G-Class? I think it's a modified Wrangler, right? Ford, when it comes to off-roading, I think I'm better at it. Hummer is actually not bad, but it doesn't seem to deserve this title. The king of off-road vehicles is undoubtedly the Unimog, but it seems to be rarely seen in China. Just as the driver was about to open the side compartment, Ngu quickly stopped him, saying, "Driver, let me do it. I also want to enjoy the fun of opening the compartment." As they spoke, Ngu handed the live-streaming phone to Sophia. He quickly stepped forward and swiftly opened the side compartment. Moment. Everyone was stunned. This car is outrageous. Aside from the word outrageous, there's really no suitable adjective to describe it. Chapter 44, Exploring the Farm Again. Wow, it's huge! Isn't this a bit too rough? You call this an off-road vehicle? Height and width restrictions, this thing can't enter the city, right? Can this thing really go off-road? It looks more like an engineering vehicle to me. Compared to a car, this thing feels more like a small boat with 8 tires. I think this vehicle probably weighs several tons. Won't it get stuck underground when off-roading? Am I the only one who thinks this vehicle looks a bit like a tractor? Are you kidding me? This is called the king of off-road? I've never seen this brand before. As the cargo compartment of the freight truck opened, all the spectators were stunned. The first thing you see are 4 enormous tires. He looked taller than Ango in the train carriage. If placed on the same plane, it would probably reach his chest. In other words, the tire is estimated to be over 1.6 meters long. The key point is 4. There are only 4 on each side. Doesn't that mean this car has 8 tires? Whose SUV has 8 tires? There can only be 6 at most, okay? As for the appearance, it's very rugged and very large. It looks angular, and has a strong sense of line. In short, it's very simple. The front has a tractor-like feel, while the body has a small metal boat-like feel. A ladder is prepared at both the driver's cab and the rear door. It's estimated that the manufacturer felt that the foot pedals on ordinary off-road vehicles were no longer sufficient, so they prepared a ladder. This car is truly breathtaking. It just doesn't feel like it's related to off-roading. Nobody thought the car was easy to drive. Compared to the people in the live stream, Sophia was even more confused. She had initially thought it would be some imported luxury car, or perhaps an SUV or a pickup truck, but she never expected it to be such a behemoth. Can this thing really be grown in a farm environment? She was very skeptical about this. You should know that countless rivers and streams are hidden in the meadow. The area was all muddy, and such a heavy vehicle might get stuck in it instantly. While everyone was still in a daze, Ngu took the phone and prepared to show the interior of the car. When he glanced at the comments section, he couldn't help but explain. Don't be fooled by this thing's appearance. It's definitely an off-road vehicle, and an all-terrain off-road vehicle at that. Mountain roads, snowfields, and sand dunes are just basic environments for it. They are like flat ground to it. Even wetlands, swamps, and rivers can be traversed with ease. Yes, even rivers. Because it's an amphibious vehicle, it can float and move in water, so it can basically go anywhere. Perhaps because its predecessor was a rescue vehicle of the Russian bear, it also has a nickname, the Siberian Conqueror. This nickname alone is enough to prove its off-road capabilities. As Ngu spoke, everyone was stunned. This thing is actually amphibious. It's so big, how can it go into the water? If that's the case, it does seem to be a good fit for Ange. After all, many long-time viewers know that there is a small island in the Wulong River next to the farm, which also belongs to Ngu, and he will inevitably need to visit the island frequently in the future. With this vehicle, you can travel back and forth between the two sides, saving you the step of taking a boat, which is not bad. The key point is that this vehicle was originally a rescue vehicle belonging to the Russians. It's important to remember that Russia was once a superpower, with unparalleled heavy industry. If it really was made by the Russians, and was intended for military use, it might actually have some amazing features. Moreover, as Ango said, the nickname, Conqueror of Siberia, itself already represents a lot. It's important to know that the Siberian plain is definitely one of the harshest environments in the world. If it can conquer places like the Siberian plain, it should be able to drive freely on most extreme terrains. Just then, Ngo flipped over lightly and entered the truck bed, quickly going up the stairs to the driver's cab. Holy crap! The interior of this car is interesting. The driver's seat is actually in the middle, but the steering wheel is a bit ugly. The interior of this car is indeed very large, it seems to have 10 seats. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like I was in a fighter jet cockpit. So many buttons! How can there be so many buttons? My car doesn't even have half of them. It has to be said that the interior design of this car is really different from that of ordinary cars, and for a time, people were discussing it a lot. Putting everything else aside, the driver's seat, located in the center, gives a very novel feeling. No other car is arranged like this. I think I forgot to mention that this car is an 8-wheel drive vehicle with low-speed control, steering control, and differential lock, so there are quite a few buttons. And Gus sat down in the driver's seat and said, "Enough with the chit-chat, I'll take you all on a tour of the farm, and you'll see why I love this vehicle so much." As they spoke, Gus skillfully began to operate the equipment. The large number of buttons did not hinder his operation. Because he had once traveled to Russia with his mentor and seen other people drive there. With a series of skillful maneuvers, Ngo drove the shaman vehicle off the truck bed. "Mr. Ench, I think I've successfully completed my mission, haven't I?" Seeing Ngo get out of the car, the driver quickly said. "Of course, I've checked, there's nothing wrong with the car." Hearing this, the driver breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm relieved to hear that. After all, it's over 1,000,000 yuan. I can't afford to pay for it if something goes wrong. Since there are no problems, I'll be going now. Although this little bear seems quite obedient, I still feel a little creeped out." Upon hearing the driver's words, everyone in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. "I've been with this silly guy for so long, and I'm still scared." Of course, some people also noticed that he said the car was worth millions. On second thought, if it really is that powerful, then millions is not unreasonable. After all, many vehicles that cannot achieve all-terrain capability, and may not have the same off-road ability can still be sold at this price. Off-roading is inherently an expensive activity. After seeing the driver off, Ngo smiled at the camera and said, "It just so happens that we didn't explore the farm thoroughly enough yesterday. Now that our car has arrived, let's take a good look around. Sophia, do you want to come along?" Yesterday, he simply walked straight from the villa across the meadow and then ventured several kilometers deeper into the mountains and forests. Although understanding the farm environment will no longer affect the subsequent plans. However, many details are still inaccurate. This requires him to travel around and see more in order to gain a detailed understanding. "Senior, is this car really okay?" Sophia asked hesitantly. It's not that she doesn't trust Ngo. However, this car was truly beyond her comprehension. "Don't worry, this car can handle swamps like it's flat ground, let alone meadows." Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia didn't hesitate, and immediately got into the car with Tai Han in. Chapter 45. Is this the power of an all-terrain vehicle? After Sophia and Tai Han got on the bus, Ng followed closely behind. Seeing Ng sit directly in the driver's seat, Sophia said with some concern, "Don't we need to secure Iron Man to the seat? It'll be bumpy later." If it weren't for the fact that Tai Han wouldn't listen to her, she really wanted to strap him to the seat right now. Driving in this kind of environment, with this guy running around in the car, is really dangerous. "Haha, don't worry, I'll show you what it means to walk on flat ground in a little while." As he spoke, Ngo had already fixed his phone to the windshield and said, "Brothers, the driving simulator is officially activated." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene in the live stream began to change. Under Ng's control, the car plunged straight into the meadow without the slightest hesitation. "What? The grass here is so tall? Brother, you're obviously new here. Those who watched the live stream yesterday know that the grass was as tall as the streamer. Charging straight into this terrain, streamer is awesome. You're truly skilled and daring. Yeah. They couldn't even see the road clearly, but they just started speeding right there. The streamer is really awesome. By the way, if I remember correctly, there are quite a few streams, rivers, and mud pits hidden in these meadows, right? Is it really okay for such a heavy vehicle to be in such a situation? The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion. Sophia was also very nervous. Although she chose to believe in Nga. But she was well aware of how dangerous it was here. She knew the meadow all too well. This is the place where she was born and raised. The cattle and sheep in the village depend entirely on the grass in the meadow. Even so, these locals didn't dare to act recklessly in the meadow. Because no one knows what kind of traps are hidden in this vast sea of grass. Anyone entering this meadow must be careful and cautious, and explore the area slowly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to hike up the mountain to find Ange yesterday. Everyone knows that driving is faster than hiking. But now, Nga actually drove such a huge vehicle straight into this bottomless meadow. How could she not be nervous? But neither her worries nor the discussions in the live stream could be seen by Nga at this moment. Because his entire attention was on the car. What he wants to do now is to enjoy this ultimate pleasure. Yesterday, the meadow here was the biggest obstacle to his progress. With each step forward, one must worry about whether there are traps beneath the earth formed by the tangled, withered grass, and with each step, one must worry that the tower will cause one to slip and fall. Even with each step forward, it felt like sitting on a boat, with the world spinning around you. But now, whether it's grass as tall as a person, countless towers, or traps hidden under the haystacks, they're all just paper tigers and have no effect whatsoever. Just crush them and that's it. Green weeds, red lilies, white wild chrysanthemums, and all sorts of plants, some I can name and some I can't, were mercilessly shredded by this truck. Through the window, you can clearly see grass clippings flying and mud splashing, but inside the car, it's as stable as if you were driving on a flat road. The fear and wariness that this grassland once brought him have long since vanished, replaced only by excitement. Even the birds that had been startled and started barking could no longer attract his attention. Seeing this scene, Sophia became completely stunned. The meadow that they once treated with utmost care is now so vulnerable. If even a local like Sophia is like this, how could the viewers in the live stream not be shocked? What? 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 Unfortunately, I'm uncultured, so all I can say is truly awesome. I can't think of any other words to describe this except what. This terrain is even worse than I expected, yet this car is so stable. Putting everything else aside, the suspension must be incredible. I feel like the car is going 60 or 70 miles per hour right now. With this kind of terrain and this kind of speed, it's absolutely incredible. I never imagined that a scene that only happens in movies would actually happen right here on the live stream. Just as everyone in the live stream was discussing this, suddenly, an exclamation came. Senior, turn around quickly, there might be a swamp ahead. Who else but Sophia could have said that? As the car continued to move forward, Sophia finally accepted reality. She had just realized that this car's off-road capabilities were truly incredible, just as Nga had said, when she suddenly noticed something amiss. Her scalp tingled, and a chill instantly rose from her spine to the top of her head. Goosebumps erupted all over my body in an instant. Meadows and marshes are like twins. If the grass in a meadow grows very short, it must be a swamp. If a person were to walk on it, the water would surely reach their ankles, or even their knees, with just a light step. If you continue forward, there is a high chance you will get stuck in the swamp and never be able to get out of this meadow again. The principle is actually quite simple. The terrain is low-lying and there is a lot of standing water. Over the years, withered and new grasses have intertwined and flowed on the water, giving people the feeling of being indistinguishable from a grassland. In reality, because it has been covered and seeped by water for many years, the area below has long become a silt swamp. Once you enter it, you will be firmly stuck to the silt, and unable to escape. Upon hearing Sophia's voice, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Swamp? What's going on? How come they can't see anything? Before they could react, the car suddenly dipped slightly. Only when this was possible could Ng's view and the view of the live broadcast room no longer be blocked by the sea of grass. What comes into view is a large patch of weeds floating on the silt. What? We've really run into a swamp? Shouldn't you stop the car immediately and call for help? The farm is so remote, I hope we can hold out until the rescuers arrive. If you asked me, we should just abandon the car and jump to the side. This place must be where we just entered, right? What a waste that a car worth over $1 million was only driven for a few minutes. What time is it and you're still thinking about money? $1 million yuan is nothing to a streamer. Survival is the priority. Why is the car still moving forward? Is it trying to run over us? I can see shimmering water ahead, like a lake. How can we charge through it? However, the car didn't stop. They continued walking straight ahead. At that moment, Ng's voice came. I already identified the swamp, so there's no problem. This vehicle uses low-pressure tires. I can press a button here and the tires will be fully inflated. At this point, it can even float in a river. Similarly, at this time, the tire has a large contact area with the ground and strong grip, so there won't be any problems whether it's a snowy mountain or a swamp. You can roughly think of it as a tank. You can see for yourself. As she spoke, Ngo adjusted the angle so that the rearview mirror image appeared in the live stream, causing an uproar. Seeing this, Sophia was completely relieved. Is this the power of an all-terrain vehicle? Chapter 46. Let me see this simpleton. Under Ng's control, the car continued to move forward. Countless weeds and dirt were blown up by the wheels. Calling it mud scraping is no exaggeration, it's incredibly imposing. A mere swamp is nothing but a paper tiger. Awesome! This car is unbeatable. It really is just a mere swamp. How did they manage to make such a big car? What? I'm so envious, this car is really amazing. Not only were the viewers in the live stream stunned, but Sophia was also completely dumbfounded by the scene. Swamp. This is a swamp. How can such a large vehicle drive freely on a swamp? Actually, this vehicle is not as heavy as you think, it only weighs 4.5 tons. Because this vehicle uses an aluminum plastic composite material, it is relatively lightweight. In short, it is designed for off-roading. The only drawback is that it can't go very fast because it is equipped with a diesel engine. However, I'm quite satisfied with being able to drive at 80 km per hour in an environment like my farm, considering how small my farm really is. Ngo explained as she drove. It must be said that this car truly deserves to be called the king of off-road vehicles. This is simply a giant monster born for off-roading. Its off-road capability can only be described as phenomenal. It seems that all the designs were made to overcome such extreme terrain. The swamp did not hinder Ngo's progress, nor did the river. Soon, a river about 10 meters wide appeared in front of the car. Although the river was very slow, almost without any ripples. But the width was ultimately more than 10 meters, and no one knew the depth of the water. Even so, Ngo was not afraid at all and rushed into it. Sure enough, the car floated up. He can even turn the car around in the middle of a river and make it travel upstream. Even though the speed is slow, it is still incredibly fast. After entering the river, Ng's emotions gradually relaxed. Sophia, speaking of which, we don't think we encountered the big soy sauce vat just now, right? Yes, it looks like an ordinary swamp. Sophia said somewhat blankly. I don't think so. I didn't smell the soy sauce vat either. That's alright. If there were large vats of soy sauce, it would be much more difficult for us to free-range livestock, Ngo said. Listening to the conversation between Ngo and the other person, the viewers in the live broadcast room all looked puzzled. What is a large soy sauce vat? They do know about northeastern soybean paste. But there can't possibly be a large vat of soy sauce in the middle of nowhere, can there? Seeing the confusion in the live stream, Ngu smiled and explained. The big soy sauce vat actually refers to a very deep muddy pool in the swamp. That's the real man-eating demon. You can imagine that countless soil, withered grass, and fungi are mixed in a pit, slowly fermenting, and then covered with a layer of grass to prevent sunlight from entering. Over time, a large amount of methane gas was produced in the water. There was no need for Ngu to continue speaking. People understood immediately. With mud, swamp, marsh gas, and foul odor combined, any animal trapped inside would likely perish. As time goes by, the car had already waded through water and ventured deep into the mountains and forests. Ngu, meanwhile, looked around as she began to explain. Just as Bear Grylls said, the river is often a shortcut, but they are looking to go downhill, while Ngu is looking to go uphill. Sophia, let's park the car around here and observe the surrounding area. Because of that silly guy yesterday, my understanding of the farm is still a bit lacking. As they were talking, Ngu drove the car directly onto the river. A slope that looked quite steep couldn't stop the car from moving forward at all. Hey, you idiot, it's time to get off the bus. When Ngu opened the car door, she discovered that Taihanin was actually hiding in the back seat, tightly hugging a seat. Haha, I didn't expect this simpleton to be scared after all. I never knew brown bears could be so timid. They were afraid of people before, then they were afraid of deer, and now they're afraid of people. Ah, this adorable little iron goofball is so cute. I feel like I want to hug him and cuddle him a little, sob sob sob. I don't know if the streamer will welcome us or not. Summer vacation is coming soon, which will give us time to travel. In the scene, Taihanin nervously looked around after hearing Nji's words. After confirming there was no danger, I finally relaxed. He jumped off the seat. Immediately, he ran quickly towards the car door. The injury on my leg didn't affect it at all. It seems they just want to escape from here as soon as possible. Clearly, this guy was terrified. Seeing this scene, Sophia couldn't help but laugh and said, "Looks like we'll have to tie this guy to his seat when we get back, but for a different reason than when we came." Yeah. If this happens again, this guy will probably pee on my seat. He's a real bear. Ngu made a joke and walked towards the car. The environment here is actually very similar to the place where I met Taihanin yesterday. Tall trees, low weeds, large shrubs, and fungi everywhere. Everything around us undoubtedly testifies to the superior ecological environment here. Looking at all this, Ngu couldn't help but sigh. I guess I'm the first person to drive a car to this place. Besides your car, I doubt any other car can get up here. Sophia rolled her eyes and said, By the way, what's the name of your car again? I think I only heard you say something like Siberian Conqueror. Didn't I mention the name? This vehicle is called Shaman, Avtoro's Shaman. Siberian Conqueror is just its nickname. Shaman? What a fitting name. Legend has it that shamans can control the weather, make prophecies, interpret dreams, do astrology, and travel to heaven and hell. This car is no different, isn't it? Sophia couldn't help but exclaim. Throughout the journey, she was completely captivated by this car. If given the chance, she would like to drive this car and experience the feeling of conquering nature. However, she wouldn't dare to try it at this stage. There's a lot to learn about those buttons that give you goosebumps. As they chatted, they began to survey their surroundings. Eng wanted to document all sorts of wild fruits and wild animals. While the two were talking, their live-streamed car chase had already been recorded and broadcast on the internet. TikTok, Tushio, and even some off-road forums. What? What kind of car was this filmed in? That car is amazing! Damn! It's even amphibious! Awesome! I want to get one myself. Judging from this environment, it should be in the primeval forests of northeast China or near the Russian bears, right? It feels so familiar. Guanshan is here! Guanshan, this is a recording I made while watching a live stream. The streamer's farm is located between the Daxian Bay Mountains and the Wulong River. Today he was test driving the car, and he called it the Siberian Conqueror. The Siberian Conquerors? That's a powerful name. Give me a link, I want to check it out too. Guanchan Fido is an extremely famous figure in the off-road community. Every time he appears, he attracts countless people from the industry to come and watch. In an instant, countless people with off-road dreams from various off-road forums flock to Ange's live stream. However, they entered the live stream room, and what they saw wasn't a car, but a brown bear. Immediately following was Ange's voice. "You idiot, what did you catch? Let me see." Chapter 47. This thing is much cleaner. Tai Hanan looked up when he heard Ange's words. However, his hand did not move at all. Eng didn't care whether it understood or not, and snatched it away. "What are you looking at? Look again and I won't give you milk today." "Humph!" Seeing that Tai Hanan was actually unhappy, Engu directly threatened him. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be given milk, the simpleton instantly softened and turned to look in another direction. "The streamer is so mean! They actually stole something from a bear. Why don't you come to my house, you silly goose? I won't rob you." "Haha, am I the only one who thinks the streamer is so cute? Is this what they mean by a man is a boy until he dies? Haha. Iron Hanin is really smart, it feels like he's almost become a spirit." Seeing this guy go off to play in the water again, Engu revealed a smug look. "You're a smart kid." After saying that, Engu turned her gaze to the things she had just snatched from Tai Hanan. Sophia was also drawn by the commotion and looked curiously at the thing in En's hand. "Cricornis!" "Yes, crayfish." Engu placed the shrimp in front of the camera and chuckled. "I'm in for a treat today. Let's look around some more, there should be some left." "Crayfish? Isn't that just a small crayfish?" "Yes. But it looks a bit darker than a crayfish." "It looks so ugly, can this thing really taste good?" "Are you stupid? All shrimp look weird when they're alive, but they turn red soon after being cooked, don't they? If the streamer is craving crayfish, buy some online, don't just eat random things." "What do you know? This isn't a crayfish, it's a cricket. There are plenty of them around my house." Upon seeing the shrimp in Nji's song, the first reaction of most viewers in the live stream was crayfish. The only difference between this thing and cooked crayfish is its color. From the outside, they are not completely unrelated, but rather exactly the same. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Engu laughed and said, "Haha, it seems we don't have many northeastern viewers in our live stream. This isn't some kind of crayfish, it's called a lagu, or lagu tofu, and it's the main ingredient in the famous northeastern dish, lagu tofu. Don't be fooled by how dark this stuff looks, it's really delicious when cooked properly. Come to think of it, if this thing were really as easy to raise as crayfish, so few people would have heard of it." After Nji's explanation, people finally understood. Although these crayfish are somewhat similar in appearance to crayfish, their living environments are completely different. In the south, crayfish can survive normally in many fields and ditches with slight pollution, but crickets will die immediately if there is even a little pollution. Its sensitivity to chemical pesticides, in particular, has reached an extraordinary level. Even a tiny bit can kill off a large area of crayfish. "I've learned something new. I didn't expect there to be domestically produced crayfish varieties. So, does that mean this crayfish is a cleaner version of a crayfish? It seems that crayfish also like to eat the mud at the bottom of the river and also like to eat small fish that have died. In this respect, crayfish are much more hygienic. I suspect the streamer was subtly showing off that his farm is completely pollution-free and has wild crayfish surviving on it. No doubt about it, the streamer has repeatedly emphasized that his farm is a natural and pristine place. I was there for the first live stream and saw everything. My mouth is watering. When will the streamer start selling them? I want the spicy kind. Aren't there many ready-to-eat crayfish? Crayfish should be okay too, right?" Crayfish are currently very popular among young people. At this moment, the number of viewers in Enge's live stream has already exceeded 500,000. Among such a large group, there are naturally many who enjoy eating crayfish. As the first person who wanted to buy began to shout, a large group of people followed suit. To be honest, with the destruction of crayfish habitats and pollution of their natural habitats, Their numbers have become extremely scarce. Looking at the people who wanted to buy, Gus slowly said, "So, before my farm achieves artificial breeding, I will absolutely not sell to the public. I will only catch enough for myself to eat in one meal. But don't worry, crayfish are on my list of key breeding animals, and I may start trying to raise them in a while." In Ange's view, crayfish are relatively large, nutritious, and delicious, and can be sold as a high-end food with unique flavor. The key point is that it can also be used for polyculture of fish and ponds, making it a crucial part of ecological agriculture with considerable economic value. "Hey, Senior, I found one too!" Just as Ngu was explaining these things, Sophia's voice came over. Looking in the direction of the sound, Sophia was seen waving her arms on the riverbank not far away. In her hand was a crayfish. "And it's huge. Go, Sophia! I'm coming too. Let's try to have a big meal for lunch today." As they spoke, Ngu walked toward the riverbank, a portable basket that had appeared in her hand at some point. She said, "We can put the crayfish we find in here. I want spicy crayfish for lunch, and I also want crayfish tofu." After putting the crayfish she found into the basket, Sophia quickly rummaged through it. Without wasting any words, Ngu began to bend down and search. At the same time, speaking into the microphone, he said, "Speaking of which, the crayfish's favorite place to live is a mountain stream with very good water quality. Because they are nocturnal, they now mostly hide under objects that can block out light, such as aquatic plants, caves, rocks, and driftwood. Look! We found it!" Just as he lifted a large pebble, a crayfish the size of half a palm was found hiding underneath. Seeing the crayfish trying to escape, Ngu reacted quickly, grabbing its body and entering the blind spot of its pincers. "Hee, you still want to pinch me? No way." After quickly tossing the crayfish into the basket, he continued searching. In no time, the two found 20 or 30. "Sophia, look at that silly guy!" Just as Ngu was confirming her battle results, she suddenly noticed that Taihanin was lying on the riverbank not far away, staring at something. Exceptionally focused. Occasionally it will stick out its tongue and lick it. "It seems its target is fish?" Sophia looked at Taihanin and said somewhat uncertainly, "This silly guy, is that how you catch fish?" Ngu couldn't help but complain. "Besides, it can't even eat fish. It will take at least half a month before it can barely eat plants and animals." The viewers in the live stream chatted excitedly as they listened to Ngu and the other person's words. Some people say that Taihanin is drinking water, some think he is catching fish, and others think that Taihanin is looking in a mirror. Opinions vary widely. At this moment, Ngu slowly walked towards Taihanin. Sure enough, this guy was indeed licking the fish. Whenever a fish gets close, it stretches its head out. But what about it? If catching fish were that easy, Mama Bear wouldn't be under any pressure, so why would she give it to herself? Sure enough, this guy hasn't learned any hunting skills at all. As Ngu spoke, she reached out her hand. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a pig being slaughtered rang out. Chapter 48. Can they still be raised freely? What are you yelling for? Did I hurt you? Ngu grabbed Taihanin's barely visible little ear and scolded him sternly. Do you think you're Jiangxia? Playing the willing to take the bait game? I'll definitely find you a brown bear someday and teach you how to hunt properly. Now you go find crayfish too, that's it. As she spoke, Ngu began to quickly turn over the pebbles around her, then held up a crayfish she had just found and gestured to Taihanin. This is it. If you find a lot of these, I'll reward you with a bottle of milk when we get back at noon. Isn't that better than just staring at the fish-fragrant dish? The entire process of Ngu scolding Taihanin was filmed and broadcast live. Those who witnessed this couldn't help but laugh. Politeness, are you a crayfish? Haha, the streamer is hilarious. Jiang Taigong fishing, haha, you know what, it actually has some merit. It looks like the streamer is really annoyed by this silly guy, it's hilarious. If this idiot can understand what I'm saying and I manage to catch him, I'll live stream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. Is the person upstairs trying to freeload again? I remember you were the one who said that if a streamer had a farm, he would drink urine while standing upside down, right? The streamer is so funny, he actually wanted Taihanin to find crayfish for him, and even used milk to lure him. Iron-headed fool, do you think I'm the Stone Emperor? What? The simpleton actually understood? Damn! They've actually started looking. This bear is possessed by a spirit? Does it think this is funny? It can't really be looking for crayfish, can it? At first, the audience was making fun of Nji's behavior. I think Nga is a bit childish. But something outrageous happened soon after. After tilting his head and shaking it for a while, Taihanin actually started searching around. Even so, most people think that Taihanin was just having fun and wasn't actually looking for crayfish. It's hard to imagine that a bear could learn to find crayfish in just a few words. It's important to know that even a very intelligent dog needs several days to be trained to perform some simple tricks. Bears have never been trained, generation after generation. They simply don't know how to get along with people. However, reality soon showed them what it means to live in a world full of wonders. Before long, Taihanin found a crayfish. Without hesitation, it stretched out its long claws and grabbed it in its hand. What? You really caught them? Could it be that this guy actually understands? Who just said it couldn't understand? Iron-headed goofball is so cute, I want to hug him. Just as these people were discussing, Taihanin excitedly came up to Nga and handed it over to her as if showing off. Upon seeing this, Nji's first thought was not to take the crayfish, but to think that although the brown bear was small, it was also tough and resilient. The crayfish was seen frantically attacking Taihanin's claws, but Taihanin didn't react at all. If it were him, he would probably have been torn to shreds by now. The viewers in the live stream were quite shocked when they saw this scene. Who would have thought that a bear cub's defensive capabilities could reach such a level? If it were an adult bear, it truly lives up to its reputation as one of the most powerful creatures on land. Alright, go ahead and make some more, so you can give it to your milk when we get back. After Ange took the crayfish it had caught, she patted its head, signaling it to continue. Iron Face seemed to be greatly encouraged and got to work without hesitation, carefully searching through the items. Sophia, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh and said, "That silly boy is really smart. Maybe if we teach him properly in the future, he can even help you with housework. If you asked me, this guy won't do anything without a profit motive." And Nga glanced at it and said irritably, "If I hadn't said I'd give it milk, it definitely wouldn't have done any work. It's just milk anyway, we have plenty at home. If you want a cow to work, you have to feed it grass, so isn't it normal to give it milk? Besides, does that mean we won't give it milk if it doesn't work?" Sophia looked at Ange's childish appearance, and couldn't help but laugh even more happily. Although Nga knew that what truly tempted Taihanin wasn't the milk, but rather the milk powder that could improve his physique and intelligence, he wouldn't reveal that. It's best if he deals with this kind of absurd thing on his own. "Hey! There's a silly road deer over there watching us." Before she finished speaking, the camera had already turned towards the bushes not far behind Sophia. If you look closely, you'll find a deer hiding in the bushes. Its tan body was hidden among the bushes and was not easy to spot. But those two straight eyes were unexpectedly striking. "What? This is a wild deer? It looks just like the sika deer that the streamer bought. You just said this is a silly road deer? I don't see any difference either. Wow, I didn't know that the road deer is actually a type of deer. How did the streamer determine that it was a Siberian road deer and not a sika deer?" The silly road deer, a mythical creature from northeast China, is quite famous. I don't know when it started, but legends about it have spread all over the country. Many people don't even know that the road deer is a type of dwarf deer, but they do know what the three words, road deer, represent. Actually, it's very simple to distinguish between a road deer and a deer. Just look at their rear end. A road deer has a tuft of white fur on its rear end. Also, the hind legs that connect to the rear end are higher than the front legs. After seeing the comments, Nga explained, "Of course, I didn't use that method since I can't see this guys but right now. I guess you figured it out by listening? Sophia said. Yes, it's the ears. Roe deer ears are much bigger than deer ears, but you can only judge this by comparison or experience. As they were talking, Gus suddenly thought of a joke and laughed. Actually, there's an even simpler way. Take a stick and hit it with it. If it turns around and looks at you, it's a roe deer. If it gets scared away, it's a deer. Dash. Hearing Angie's words, Sophia couldn't help but laugh. I think it's not necessary to go through all that trouble. Just call it silly roe deer, and if it turns around, it will look like a silly roe deer. The live chat was filled with question marks. Many viewers were baffled. What kind of crazy idea was this? What I don't understand is why they were laughing so happily. It wasn't until a comment on the screen cleared up their confusion. The silly roe deer isn't actually stupid, it's just that it's extremely curious. The streamers said that the method of shouting, silly roe deer, at the animal was actually to test its curiosity. Of course, you might be thinking, what if a deer is just naturally curious? What I'd say is that deer are naturally very alert. Their first instinct at the slightest disturbance is to run. The source of this comment was none other than Guanshan Faidu, the off-road expert and adventurer who was attracted by it, which immediately convinced many people. That's right! This friend is correct. After seeing this comment, Gu explained, roe deer are indeed very curious animals, which is why they are called silly. But jokes aside, when judging whether it is a roe deer or a deer, just look at its rear end. Don't actually attack it. Just as Gu was explaining these things, Guanshan Faidu's comments appeared again. In comparison, I'm more curious, after seeing wild deer on your farm, would you still choose to let the sika deer roam freely? These words were spoken. This immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Yes. If there are wild deer on the farm, can they still be allowed to roam freely? Chapter 49 may even surpass natural reproduction. Previously, Gu had explained to them the benefits of free-range sika deer. Simply put, free-range sika deer enjoy better water sources, a freer growing environment, and more sunlight, resulting in better health and larger, more plump, and nutritious antlers. In contrast, captive sika deer are very likely to have reduced disease resistance due to a lack of exercise, which in turn leads to slow antler growth, emaciation, and even ring-shaped hunger marks on the antlers of some sika deer. Once it occurs, a large amount of nutrients have been lost, and its medicinal value is basically lost. It is easy to see from this how many advantages free-range farming has over captive farming. But now, wild deer have been found on the farm. Although it is a roe deer and is a different species from the sika deer, who can guarantee that these deer will not run away with the silly roe deer? If she really runs away, then Gu will have nowhere to turn to for help. Of course, I will definitely still choose to let them roam freely. Upon seeing this question, Gu replied without hesitation. Actually, I knew from the beginning that there was a high probability that there were wild deer on my farm. It could be a roe deer, a musk deer, a water deer, or even a red deer or a wild elk. In any case, many of these are very likely to exist, and there are quite a few of them. After all, most of my farm is virgin forest, which has never been polluted, and it happens to be in the main activity area of the deer. That's why I said I'd rather give up this year's antler harvest than let the sika deer get used to their environment. Once they recognize their home, it will be easier for them to roam freely. Just as Gu was about to explain the specific reasons, she suddenly frowned, handed the live-streaming phone to Sophia, and said, "You tell everyone the reason, I'm going to go check on that idiot." Sophia was taken aback when she heard this, and instinctively took the phone and microphone. Holy crap, how did that silly guy fall into the river? Haha, luckily the water wasn't very deep by the river. They were splashing around so cutely. What I'm curious about is, the water doesn't seem that deep, so why can't this guy get up? Is he scared? I can hear Taihenen's wailing even from this far away, it's hilarious. Sometime during the day, this silly guy actually fell into the water. At this moment, it is frantically thrashing about in the water. If you look closely, you'll find that it's not located very deep in the area. There is no danger at all. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Sophia was completely oblivious to Taihanen's predicament, her heart filled with worry. Naturally, he couldn't explain anything and stared intently at Nge. Then, she saw Nge lift Taihanen up in one swift motion. Before the clumsy iron could react, it was placed down with its limbs facing down. The water was so deep that it didn't even cover its legs. Pfft, that idiot, he really is a fool, making such a big fuss over such a small amount of water. Seeing Nge scolding Taihanen not far away, Sophia immediately relaxed, collected her thoughts, and began to explain. There are two main reasons why we feel comfortable letting them roam freely. 1. Sika deer prefer to move around alone. 2. Sika deer are twilight animals, and only like to be active in the morning and at dusk. Based on these 2 points, as long as the deer enclosure makes them comfortable, they will choose to go out alone in the morning and evening, and then return during their rest time. After listening to Sophia's explanation, the audience quickly understood. It turns out there were so many twists and turns involved. However, many people are also relieved that they can still raise them freely. In the live stream, there were quite a few people who needed deer antler to nourish their bodies. They trust what they see with their own eyes more than they trust those random sellers. If you can see sika deer through Nge's live stream every day, you can feel much more at ease eating deer antlers. At least you don't have to worry about being scammed. Not long after, Nge returned and took over the live stream. I was truly prescient in choosing the name Iron Fool. Nge said with a smile. Sophia should have already explained to you why I can let the sika deer roam freely here, right? After exchanging a few words with the live stream audience, Nge walked over to the basket containing the crayfish. After glancing at it briefly, she smiled and said, We've collected almost all the crayfish. Let Taihanen take over the rest. Let's explore the surrounding area. After giving Sophia a few brief instructions, Nge began to survey the surrounding area. To be honest, Sophia really didn't feel anything about her surroundings. After all, she had lived in such an environment for more than 20 years. I suddenly have a question. What do you all think of the scenery of my farm? As Nge walked forward, she said, I think it's very nice. As the saying goes, the mother forest is lush and green, the young forest is fresh and green, and the tender green grassland complements each other. I feel relaxed here. After 3 days of live streaming, although he has gradually figured out some tricks, he is still completely clueless about many things. For example, he still doesn't understand why his live stream viewership consistently shows 100,000 plus, even though he clearly feels there are many more people in the live stream. It should at least reach 200,000 plus to be reasonable. Regardless of the circumstances, there have definitely been many new viewers. So he thought he would interact with these new visitors and ask them what they thought of his farm. Little did people know that the maximum number of viewers that Douyin live streams can show is 100,000 plus, but in reality, his live stream now has a full 700,000 viewers. Compared to yesterday, it has increased more than 7-fold. This number even surpasses that of the vast majority of live streaming rooms. Those who can reach this number, except for Nge, are all veterans who have been operating their accounts for a long time and have a very large fan base. He is now practically creating an industry legend. As soon as he finished asking the question, the screen was flooded with comments. Perfect. The environment is excellent. Our scenic spots aren't this good either. To be honest, I've never seen such a good environment in real life. The environment here is absolutely amazing. Putting everything else aside, the river we just came from was incredibly clear. I even hope that the streamers will not overexploit the area, will not open it up for tourism, and will not want this environment to be destroyed. Looking at these comments, Nge smiled and said, Everyone, please rest assured, I majored in plant protection. My ability to protect this forest will even surpass its natural reproduction. Chapter 50. My mission is complete. Plant protection? What's that? Beyond natural reproduction, is it really that awesome? Nature has existed for countless years. How could humankind possibly surpass it? Don't brag about this. It's really unnecessary. Just develop normally. I just looked it up. Plant protection is also called plant medicine. It focuses on plant pathology, insect and pest control, pesticide science, and invasion biology. It does seem to be able to surpass natural reproduction. You newbies, I suggest you go online and check out the streamer's past achievements. She's won national-level awards in college competitions. Can you even match her professionalism? What? The streamer is that good? Looking at the discussions among the viewers in the live stream, Ngo casually said, "Let's not talk about the past. I'm just a novice farmer now, and I just happen to have mastered a little bit of professional knowledge. In short, you must believe me. I will never destroy the best asset of my farm for short-term gains. Green mountains and clear waters are the real gold and silver mountains. Besides, the logging ban in the Dxianbei Mountains where I am has been in effect for many years. Anyone who wants to cut down the trees here without applying to the relevant authorities will end up in jail." Many people were taken aback when they heard Ng's words. A logging ban? Are there really such things? Indeed, it's not like we can decide whether or not to cut down the trees in our village. But this is good. At least it can ensure that the environment for the streamers is not destroyed on a large scale. Although I have great faith in the streamer's character, I would definitely feel more at ease if there were legal protections, especially since the trees here are so big. Big? If it's just big, then I'm not worried. Guess what tree I just saw? Ash. A second-class protected plant. Because of its hard, dense wood and beautiful grain, the wood of this tree is more than 5 times that of ordinary coniferous species. And it's priceless. What? More than 5 times the price? That means a ton of that tree would cost tens of thousands of yuan. At first, Ng's expression didn't change much when she saw those comments. After all, he never intended to destroy the forests here from the beginning. They would never cut down trees. On the contrary, they believe that trees are their greatest asset. But as he read on, he frowned and said, "It's not that expensive. Don't be misled by the information from these marketing accounts. Although there are some protected plants in my forest, they are generally not expensive. Don't you think about it. These mountains and fields are full of trees. If they were really that valuable, they wouldn't have survived until now. You know, the logging ban was only issued a few years ago. Putting everything else aside, when I came here just now, there was a protected plant in that swamp called Ashuri foxtail algae. If you dig it up, someone might want it. Besides, damaging protected plants is a criminal offense. If you go even slightly too far, you could face 7 years in jail, plus a hefty fine. To be honest, some of those trees are indeed quite valuable. It's possible for a ton to sell for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. But Eng felt that it shouldn't be promoted on the internet. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching. What if someone takes the risk? It's important to understand that plants are protected precisely because they are rare. Protecting biodiversity is essentially protecting humanity. Who knows, a plant that goes extinct today might become the main ingredient in a treatment for terminal diseases like cancer tomorrow? Besides, even if he didn't consider those things, he still had to consider the safety of the farm. If he attracts illegal logging, he can't possibly monitor such a huge farm in all aspects. Moreover, if such an event were to occur, the loss of trees would be a minor issue compared to the significant threat to human lives. Many people fell silent after hearing Ng's words. Clearly, Ng's attempt to shift the focus was quite successful. With the added threat of 7 years in prison and fines, few dared to harbor any ill intentions. However, some people are still arguing about it. Seeing these comments, Ng's mind raced. They quickly found a way to change the subject. Pointing to the most common birch tree around him, he said, "Birch trees, they're so common, right? What money can you make by cutting them down? 1,000 or 800 for timber? But what if they were alive? Absorbing carbon dioxide, regulating the climate, and nourishing water sources, the benefits are countless. Just this carbon dioxide alone, 1 hectare of forest can absorb 1 ton a day, while simultaneously producing 750 kilograms of oxygen. A person only consumes 0.8 kilograms of oxygen per day. Okay, let's not talk about the abstract stuff, let's get down to business. Birch sap contains a lot of easily absorbed carbohydrates, fructose, vitamins, inorganic salts, and minerals. It is recognized worldwide as a nutrient-rich and physiologically active water. At the same time, it is also a natural functional beverage that fights fatigue and aging, and it can also relieve cough and reduce inflammation. Tell me, isn't a living tree more valuable than a dead one? As she talked, Angie's little head started thinking about opportunities to make money again. Aren't the most abundant trees covering these mountains and fields birch trees? If birch sap could really be developed and sold, it would definitely be a huge moneymaker. This is a truly natural beverage, and more importantly, it has numerous health benefits. It will definitely be more expensive. But there is a consumer group. Natural, anti-fatigue, anti-aging. These keywords alone guarantee a good product. However, this matter requires careful consideration. This is much more difficult than producing blueberry jam. It must be said that Ng's words successfully shifted the topic. This birch sap is really that potent. That's a nice thing to say. When will the link be uploaded? Anti-fatigue, anti-aging, I think I've got an idea. Host, where's the blueberry jam you promised? I've been waiting forever. The host's reminder reminded me of when I was studying in Hans. People called this natural beer a forest drink, and it tasted pretty good. Really? I don't believe it. Unless the host can get me a drink. Seeing that the topic had been turned around, Nguyen finally relaxed. To be honest, it's easy to collect birch sap for our own consumption, but it's troublesome to sell it. So far, there are no successful cases in China. I can only explore step by step. Once I figure out a way to scale up production, I will definitely upload the link. As you can see, my farm is huge. It's covered with birch forests all over the mountains. There's no way I'd let you go hungry. Don't worry. Time flies. And Gus stayed in the mountains for about an hour. Suddenly, a shout came from afar. Senior! My dad's back. He called to ask where we are and if we want to go down the mountain. Down! Gus said without hesitation. It's likely that Lev has already completed the task he was assigned. Chapter 51. I guess the streamer doesn't dare to say it. Soon, Ngu returned to the parking area. Wow, you've caught quite a few! Looking at the basket that was almost full, Ngu smiled and said, This amount is more than enough to make 2 dishes. It's all thanks to your silly son. As she spoke, Sophia pointed to the simple-minded man working not far away. I watched as this guy rummaged through the riverbank at lightning speed, grabbed something, and held it right in my hand. I have to say, this guy is really tough. We were worried about getting pinched by the shrimp, but this guy is not afraid at all. Sophia added. And this guy gets more and more enthusiastic as he grabs them. His efficiency is incredible. Good heavens! There's someone inside, right? This silly guy is just too cute. This guy is really going all out for a bottle of milk for the streamer. Iron-headed, I never thought my bear life would start with working. It's normal for Siberian hamsters to fight tooth and nail for food. From now on, I'm a fan of Hanin. If the streamer dares to mistreat Hanin, I'll fly over there on my own. Humph. Iron-headed fool, where are Tang Sanzang and his disciples? If they don't come soon, old bear, will be exhausted to death. Good heavens! This is outrageous. You want to steal the cassock, huh? You've come to the wrong place. Tang Sanzang doesn't come to the northeast. It has to be said. In this era, people love cute pets. There are countless pet bloggers with hundreds of thousands or even millions of followers. The moment Tai Hanin appeared, he immediately took center stage, sparking countless discussions. Hey, you idiot! Let's go! Ngu blurted out to Tai Hanin. He then laughed awkwardly and said, That's a joke from 5 years ago, haha. However, he soon discovered that Tai Hanin didn't move when he called out and was still searching. So he shouted even louder, Tai Hanin, we should go back. You have milk! Upon hearing, milk, this simpleton reacted instantly. He ran quickly towards Ngu. The injury on his leg seemed to have no effect on him at all. This situation deepened the doubts in Sophia's eyes. I was thinking of giving Taihanhan a thorough checkup after Ange's broadcast ended, and also asking Ange about it. After Taihanhan put the 3 crayfish into the basket, Nge picked it up and walked towards the car. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "Sophia, I remember you seem to want to eat crayfish tofu, right?" Sophia was taken aback. I don't understand why Nge suddenly brought this up. Just as I was about to say that I was just saying it casually, and that I'm fine with anything, Nge spoke up first. "How can crayfish tofu be without chives? Crayfish tofu without chives loses at least half its freshness. I just saw some wild chives around here, so I'll just have some." As they spoke, Nge handed the basket, along with the crayfish, to Sophia. "The car door is open. You take Taihanhan and get in the car. Wait for me for 2 minutes." Before the words had even faded, he was already gone. They left Sophia and the others with only their backs to them. In just a few dozen seconds he had crossed the bushes. "Look, this is wild chives." As she spoke, Nge grabbed a handful of wild chives and cut them in half with a knife. As Nge continued to rack up kills, the chat room was filled with comments. "Is this chives? Why does this look different from what I usually eat? It's probably because they're wild. Many things are different when they're wild. Is this really chives? Is it edible? It looks so wide, and the pieces are quite small. Could this be wild chives? Wild chives are a medicinal herb, so it's best not to eat them indiscriminately. Trust the streamer, they're professionals. How could they not recognize whether someone is a sucker or not?" Soon, Nge stopped what she was doing. "That's about enough. One is enough. I've memorized the location. I'll come back here when we have barbecue or make dumplings." These words were spoken. Some people immediately felt uncomfortable. The act of harvesting leeks inevitably brought something to their minds. However, many people were making fun of Nge. They were actually willing to come up the mountain just to have some barbecue and make some steamed buns. Why not just go out and buy it directly? Of course, those who are obsessed with mountain leeks versus wild leeks haven't stopped. On the way back, Nge noticed the comments on the screen and explained. "Mountain leeks are wild leeks, and wild leeks are mountain leeks. It's the same thing with 2 names. The biggest difference between wild leeks and regular leeks is actually their appearance. As you just mentioned, wild leeks have wider leaves and are shorter. But in terms of taste, wild leeks just have a stronger leek flavor, and that's about it." After quickly finishing explaining the issues regarding food, Nge paused, then added, "As for the fact that wild leeks are medicinal herbs, that's not wrong either. Besides the name mountain leeks, wild leeks also have other names, such as longevity grass and immortal grass. Of course, wild leeks can't live forever. Don't get me wrong, otherwise ancient emperors would have lived forever." Upon hearing Nge's words, the screen was immediately filled with laughter. Immortality? Who would believe that eating leeks can grant immortality? However, amidst the jokes, people also became curious about the origin of the name. After all, immortal grass can be understood as wild chives that are not easy to die. But what is longevity grass? Could it be that it is meant to express that wild chives are perennial and can live for many years? This is ridiculous. Moreover, Nge said that it is indeed a medicinal herb. It must be related to people. The main reason it has this name is because of the medicinal properties of wild leeks. Nge said with a smile. The main effects of wild leeks are to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, dispel wind, and relieve itching. In other words, wild leeks can be used to treat bruises, sprains, and cuts. In ancient times, such injuries could be fatal, hence the name. However, I personally think that modern people don't need to use wild leeks. After all, it's much harder to find herbs like blood-flying herbs or snake-retreating herbs to use with it than to buy a bottle of white medicine from a pharmacy. There's no need. At first, people were still in a daze. But after hearing Nge's last addition, he immediately lost his composure. No way? No way? Surely no one would actually dare to administer medication to themselves? Haha, the streamer is too cautious, even giving a risk warning. But that makes sense. How much does a bottle of Yunnan Bai Yao cost? If you find wild leeks, of course you should eat them yourself. Exactly, everyone knows that wild leeks also have another name, young raising grass. I guess the streamer is afraid of being seen as a pornographic streamer, so she doesn't dare to say it. Haha, another kidney tonic? The anchor and kidney tonics really have a connection. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ngu quickly returned to her car. After handing the wild chives to Sophia, he drove away. The speed is no less than when we arrived. In no time at all, they returned to Ange's villa. From a distance, it's easy to spot Lev sitting by the door, holding a black plastic bag, the kind you usually use to collect trash. Chapter 52. Who's blind? I'll beat them up. What? Hearing the commotion, Lev couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What kind of car is this? Why on a farm? Is this really necessary? Can this car go to the meadow? Doubt instantly filled my mind. Although the people here use relatively rugged vehicles, such as off-road vehicles and pickup trucks, they have never seen such an exaggerated car. Before he could react, the car had already stopped in front of the villa, and then he saw Ngu and Sophia get out of the car. This car. Lev couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at the two of them. I just bought it, Ange said. It's more convenient to have a car inside the farm, but this car isn't really suitable for driving on the road. I might buy another one later. Boss, won't this car have problems on the meadow? Of course there won't be any problem. We'll just take the keys and open it later. Ngu smiled and said, Did you get the money back? Yes, 300,000, please count it. Upon hearing this, Lev's expression turned serious, and he quickly said, It wasn't easy to withdraw this money. The bank manager made me wait in the VIP room for a long time before I was transferred here. Very few people here withdraw this much cash. As he spoke, Lev handed over the black plastic bag. That's right. The black plastic bag was full of cash. A staggering 300,000 yuan. Going to Mo City to collect money was the task that Ngu assigned to Lev. Compared to the car, what Lev is most eager to do now is to hand over this huge sum of money to Ngu. To be honest, this was the first time he had ever handled so much cash. If something goes wrong, it feels like even a lifetime's worth of losses wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. Seeing Lev's reaction, Ngu couldn't help but smile slightly. This guy certainly didn't disappoint him. Taking the money was also a test for him. Next, by doing things for him, you'll encounter a lot of money. 300,000 is just a drop in the ocean. Understanding the person is the most important thing. At least, judging from his current actions, Lev is still quite reliable. However, it's unlikely that anything will go wrong, since his wife and daughters are still in the village. Especially his daughter, who has always been by his side, he couldn't possibly let her touch the money, could he? Moreover, the salary promised by Ngu was quite generous. There's really no need to embezzle Ngu's money. Taking the plastic bag, Ngu said with a smile, There's no other way. It's better to pay cash for the fruit. They'll be more willing to work with us if they have cash. Although Decadian village has been connected to the internet in recent years and villagers have started to use devices such as smartphones, their acceptance of mobile payments is still somewhat lacking. Especially some older people, they may feel unsafe, or they may feel that the purchasing power of payment software may be questionable. In short, they are not very accepting of it. Of course, this situation may also be due to the fact that there are no express delivery outlets in the village, and it takes more than 2 hours to pick up a package in the city, making online shopping inconvenient. Whatever the reason, when they buy blueberries and similar fruits, giving cash to the villagers earns their utmost trust. Moreover, the feeling of converting a day's work into cash in your hand is much more stimulating than having a few extra numbers on your bank card. This can be considered the most primitive form of motivation. The audience, who had initially been joking about Lev's reaction, fell silent the moment they heard the conversation between Ngu and Lev. Immediately afterwards, a lively discussion broke out in the live stream. Was there 300,000 in that garbage bag? Why would the streamer take so much cash? What? You're using so much to buy wild fruit? Poverty limits my imagination. Can anyone explain that to me? Wow, is the peel of this wild fruit made of gold, or is the pit made of gold? Do you think it's possible that this money was used to buy blueberries? What? Is the streamer really that generous? Yesterday she said she'd arrange for us to get blueberry jam, and today she's already prepared 300,000 yuan? If that's the case, I'll definitely buy some when the blueberry jam is available. I remember it's good for memory and eyesight, right? While the audience was discussing it, Nge had already returned to the villa with Lev and his daughter. They put the live streaming phone aside and, without any hesitation, began counting it. After confirming that everything was correct, he took out 100,000 yuan and said, "Uncle Lev, take these. The people from our village went up the mountain to pick blueberries today. They must have gone to places they know well. There must be quite a lot. If you don't have enough money, come back and ask me for more. Whether it's blueberries or other wild fruits, as long as the quantity is enough, we'll set a price and take them all." 100,000 yuan seems like a lot. Actually, it might not be enough. Engel ordered wild blueberries for 30 yuan per kilogram. In other words, this 100,000 yuan can only buy 3,333 jin, 1,565 caddies, of goods. You should know that today the village mobilized more than 200 people to go up the mountain to pick various wild fruits. The reason they didn't choose the base salary of 100 yuan and instead went directly up the mountain was twofold. Firstly, they wanted to test whether the company would really be willing to buy blueberries, and secondly, they wanted to pick blueberries in a place they were familiar with. You know, they have lived on this land for generations. Each household has several regular blueberry fields for picking blueberries. In other words, the most efficient time is right from the start. If they go up today, there's a high chance they'll all return with a full load. Perhaps today is the peak. After all, once you've finished picking in the familiar areas, you'll need to explore the vast mountains to find more, which will greatly increase the difficulty. If each person weighs an average of 10 jin, 5 caddies, then 200 people would weigh 2,000 jin, 1,000 caddies, which would require 60,000 yuan. As for whether these fruits can be made into jam and sold out, Nge is still somewhat confident. After all, there are so many people in the live broadcast room. Okay. Leave it here for now. I'll take it out this afternoon, and I'll refund any overpayment or charge any underpayment. They had discussed this matter last night, and Lev nodded without hesitation. Anyway, this money won't be leaving the farm, so even if he were to keep it, he could feel more at ease. Hey, is what I asked you to print out ready? Yes, it's printed. Lev quickly took out a stack of A4 papers. It clearly stated that Eng wanted to acquire all the wild fruits. The price of each wild fruit was also included. Okay, this afternoon, we'll distribute them to the villagers and let them pick the fruits on the list. We'll collect them all. Nge took it, glanced at it briefly and said, "Also, remember to remind them that we only want ripe fruit. If anyone tries to sell us unripe fruit or anything mixed in, don't blame me for being ruthless." Upon hearing Eng's words, Lev nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, if any fool dares to cause trouble, I'll beat him to death." Chapter 53. Are we all the same? No, we are different. No, it's not that bad. Nge quickly waved her hand and said, "At worst, we won't do business with those kinds of people anymore. There's no need to do anything drastic." He was genuinely afraid that Lev would get into a fight. It's really not worth it for something like this. Lev pursed his lips and said, "That's true. These wild fruits are impossible for us to sell for money. We either keep them at home to eat or let them rot in the mountains. Now that you are willing to buy them back, you are providing them with a way to make a living. In this situation, some people are ungrateful and cause trouble. They deserve to be punished. I believe that everyone in our village thinks the same way." Seeing Lev say this, Nge didn't say anything more. After all, he was new to the place and certainly didn't know as well as Lev how to get along with the locals. Anyway, this business is a buyer's market right now. In other words, if they buy, they have a say. Even if problems arise in the relationship, the cooperation will not be affected. Since we've chosen Lev, let him handle it. Acquiring blueberries is not a complicated matter in itself. In addition, since we already discussed the details yesterday, we can now make a final confirmation. While Ngu and the other two were discussing, there was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. This streamer is capable. He said he'd arranged something for us yesterday, and he's already doing it today. More than 200 people were mobilized. The streamer is really awesome. The key is that they don't hide anything from us. Anyway, I'll definitely buy it when the blueberry jam is available. 300,000 yuan. I remember it was 30 yuan per gene. That's enough to buy 10,000 gene. Will it not be enough for us to share? That makes sense. There must be at least several 100,000 people in our live stream right now, right? It'll be hard to get a spot then. I'm a little curious, what else is there besides blueberries? It seems like they found some sorghum berries and raspberries yesterday, and they said something like that. Miss Sophia's father has such a cute temper. He'll start hitting you at the drop of a hat. Just as Ngu and the others were making the final confirmation, Tai Henin finally couldn't hold back any longer. She quietly crawled up to Nji's side and started shaking his leg. Seeing Ngu look down, he immediately gave her a pitiful look. Is Tai Henin getting impatient? You just said you were going to give it a bottle of milk. Seeing this scene, Sophia couldn't help but smile and say to Nj, how about I go get it a baby bottle? Upon hearing the word milk, Tai Henin immediately reacted. Haha, this silly boy really wants to drink milk. I'm starting to think more and more that there's a real person under that iron fool suit. At this rate, I reckon it won't be long before that simpleton starts stealing the cassock, right? I think the streamer should strike first and prepare a cassock for the idiot. By the way, wasn't the one who stole the cassock a black bear? The guy whose iron face is golden. Humph. Now that you've achieved enlightenment, do you really need a cassock? God, he's achieved enlightenment. It's a little bear. Give it some. Look how hungry the child is. I don't know when it started, but the viewers in the live stream actually began to connect the simpleton with the black bear spirit who stole the cassock in Journey to the West. However, Ngu was unaware of this matter. After hearing Sophia's words and looking at Tai Henin's expression, he thought it made sense and said, I'll go. Maybe this guy is tired from catching crayfish. As she spoke, Ngu got up to prepare milk for Tai Henin. He knew perfectly well that what Tai Henin wanted wasn't milk, but rather the milk powder produced by the system. The amazing things about this thing cannot be told to outsiders. If Sophia saw that she had milk but didn't give it to Tai Henin, instead giving him formula instead, she would probably think that she was abusing Tai Henin. He should handle this himself. Seeing Ngu get up, Tai Henin immediately adjusted his posture and followed closely behind Ngu. Sophia, can that car really run in the meadow? As soon as Ange left, Lev couldn't wait to speak. Dash. I thought he wanted to ask something. Haha, so you're still struggling with this issue. They looked so mysterious, as if they were afraid the anchor would hear them. If it were me, I'd probably be struggling with this too. Yes, I was truly shocked when I saw it with my own eyes. To be honest, I feel that this car is simply the epitome of a man's romance. When Ngu left, she did not take the live streaming phone with her. The audience then saw Lev looking around mysteriously, wondering what this guy was up to. Unexpectedly, he ended up asking Sophia this question. Immediately, everyone broke down. But then I thought about it again, and just an hour or two ago, weren't they doing the same thing? They didn't believe at the time that the vehicle could really go off-road, let alone that it could cross a swamp. But what is reality? The vehicle moved across the meadow as if it were flat ground. This vehicle can move as smoothly as if it were flat ground on the swamp. The car can still move across the river as if it were flat ground. What vehicle can match its off-road capabilities? Yes. Upon hearing Lev's words, Sophia said, You have no idea how powerful this car is. It can't handle meadows, swamps, or rivers. You should just watch the video I took. I can't explain it clearly. For a moment, Sophia didn't know how to describe it. She felt that the incredible nature of this car was beyond words. The problems that had once troubled them the most were nothing but paper tigers in the face of this car, visible, but ineffective. It's still unclear, it's just a car or something. What the hell? Awesome! Lev was about to complain about Sophia's reaction when he saw that the car was actually driving on the swamp, and more importantly, it didn't seem to sink at all. Haha, I was really shocked. My reaction at the time wasn't exactly the same, but it was exactly the same. There's no way around it, this car is just too insane, really, I've never seen or even imagined such an insane car before. I really don't know where the streamer found this kind of car. If I hadn't seen it here, I would never have imagined it. We were all the same, equally shocked, equally at a loss. However, just as this comment appeared, Lev finally realized what was happening and said, I remember, Eng just told me that I could drive this car, right? Are we all the same? Are they the same? They can touch the car. They can drive. But they could only watch endlessly. The show's impact was immediate and phenomenal. My senior just said that if I want to drive, I can just ask him for the car keys. Sophia said. However, this car consumes over 20 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers. I'll add diesel. You can drive them out for fun if you want, but these only have a top speed of 80 miles per hour, so don't take them on the road. Just drive them on the farm or in the surrounding forests and meadows. Before Sophia could finish speaking, Eng's voice came from outside. Chapter 54. Wait a minute, a miracle might happen. I heard you talking about cars. Noticing the two people staring at her, Eng added with a smile. It's already a big favor that you let me experience the car, how can I use your oil? Lev said. Hey, I'm planning to use this shaman's car as a farm vehicle, Eng said. But I'll still leave the task of buying diesel to you, since we need to go to the city. Hearing Eng say this, Lev did not refute it, and said, If you want to buy diesel, just ask someone else to bring it. Most of the cars in the village are diesel. Diesel engines have high torque, so the chance of accidents is smaller. While the two were talking, Tai Henin had already climbed out with his baby bottle in his mouth. Then he climbed over to a carpeted spot and sat down. He quickly drank from the bottle. Upon seeing this, the tone of the live stream suddenly changed. The voices that were originally envious of Lev and wanted to join the Northern Lights farm were suddenly drowned out by the silly party. A classic reborn! I only started watching the live stream because of this scene. Me too, but after coming in, I found that there were more interesting things than I expected. You audacious fiend! I can tell you're not human at first glance. Today I'll expose your true form. Great mighty heavenly dragon, Prajna Buddhas, world-honored one Ksitigarbha, Prajna Paramitha. It's a pity the streamer is in northeast China, otherwise I really want to see which is cuter, the iron silly or the panda. Which is cuter? For adults, the choice is definitely both. You're so greedy! I love it! Ha! And chatted with Lev and Sophia for a long time, then suddenly changed the subject, saying, By the way, are Auntie and the others coming down from the mountain at noon today? They all brought food with them when they went up the mountain, and they probably won't come down until 7 or 8 o'clock, Lev said with a smile. Actually, that's basically how everyone does when they go up the mountain. Hearing Eng and Lev's conversation, the viewers in the live broadcast room realized that Sophia's mother had also gone up the mountain with the other villagers. However, her purpose in going up the mountain was different from that of others. The others went up the mountain to pick more blueberries to exchange for money. Her purpose in going up the mountain was to help Eng confirm some things. Of course, although the goal was the same, she also mingled among acquaintances. Upon hearing Lev's confirmation, Eng nodded and said, In that case, I'll cook lunch for the 3 of us. Let Sophia do it. What? You still don't trust my cooking skills? When Engo heard Lev say this, he joked. Of course not. The food you cooked yesterday was definitely up to the standard of a high-end restaurant. Lev quickly shook his head and said, I just think, how can you, the big boss, cook for us employees? Hearing Lev's words, Engus said with a wry smile, What big boss? We're all on the same side, why are you talking about this? Alright, I'm going to cook. I just caught some crayfish on the mountain. Senior, let me help you. Sophia followed closely behind Ngu as he got up to leave. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Lev murmured to himself. Sophia, when will you finally let me eat this meal with a clear conscience? Hearing Lev's mutterings, Tai Hanan couldn't help but look up. Then it continued playing with its baby bottle. Clearly, there's no more milk. Only the simple-minded bear, Tai Hanan, heard what Lev said. Sophia, why don't you clean up these crayfish, and I'll prepare some ingredients and tools. After entering the kitchen, Ngu fixed her live-streaming phone, put the crayfish into the sink, and said to Sophia. Okay, Senior, do you really know how to make crayfish tofu? I remember it being quite complicated to make. What man would say he can't? Ngu joked. Don't worry, I happen to know about this. To be fair, ever since winning the cooking prize in the lottery, Ngu's cooking skills and understanding of cooking have reached a very high level. Although he didn't have many recipes in his head, he had happened to hear about crayfish tofu before, so recreating it shouldn't be a problem. Huh! The streamer can really cook? There aren't many men who can cook these days. The streamer is amazing. Are you guys fake fans? Didn't the streamer cook a whole table of dishes yesterday? I ate 3 bowls of rice watching it. I only started watching the streamer today, so it's normal that I don't know anything about it. There's no need for everyone to argue. Just watch the streamer's performance. It will definitely surprise you. It seems like yesterday a restaurant owner said that the chef he hired for 20,000 yuan a month wasn't as good as the live streamer. What? Is the streamer that amazing? I hope the streamer succeeds. I haven't eaten crayfish tofu for many years. There used to be a lot of it in the small gullies around my home, but now it's basically gone. Sigh. While everyone was discussing it, all the preparations were completed. Senior, is there anything else I can do? Sophia asked. These shrimp probably need some processing, right? Okay, let's handle it together, and hurry up. As they were talking, Ngu had already come to Sophia's side, fixed the angle of the live streaming phone, picked up a crayfish, and started operating it. Actually, it's quite simple to process shrimp. Just pull from the middle of the small tail and the shrimp vein will come out. Then lift the head open, take out the shrimp brain and put it in this bowl. Finally, just pull off the gills and you're done. As Ange operated the equipment, she explained the process to Sophia and the viewers in the live stream. After processing half of the crayfish, Ngu took a garlic jar, put the processed shrimp in, and mashed them. The viewers in the live stream were all a bit confused by Ng's actions. Wow, a garlic jar, that's kind of retro. What is the streamer doing? My goodness! Who cooks shrimp like that? Why would you mash these shrimp? Are they still edible after being mashed? Exactly! This crayfish's shell is probably the same as a prawn's, so it's probably inedible, right? This is such a clever move! These crayfish are extremely rare. If the streamer doesn't know how to cook them, you can give them to me. While they were discussing this, Ngu had already put the crushed crayfish into a basin, added cold water and stirred it. Then, she used a strainer to remove the crumbs. Such behavior has only made more people misunderstand it. What kind of suspicious behavior is this? Do you really only want that yellowish-brown, cold soup? Then. Ngu actually filtered it several more times with gauze. Now, all that's left is water. Not to mention the viewers in the live stream, even Sophia was stunned. It's truly incomprehensible what Ngu is doing. At this stage, the crayfish tofu is basically ready. Ng's voice suddenly rang out, saying, when the soup reaches 50 or 60 degrees, a miracle will happen. Chapter 55 Then its bare life is over. What miracle? Could shrimp paste possibly turn back into shrimp? I don't understand what the streamer is doing. I just feel like the ingredients are ruined. They must have their reasons for doing this. Let's just wait and see. Although I don't understand what the streamer is doing, I know that wasting food is shameful. Clearly, the audience still couldn't understand Ng's actions. Let the shrimp meat dissolve in the water. Are you suggesting we eat shrimp paste instead? Shrimp paste isn't like that. However, the style of the live stream quickly changed. That's a 6. What? The streamer is awesome. What? Magic? I can't believe they actually do that. Good heavens, this is meat tofu. The stove is very hot. It quickly reached 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. As Ngo pushed the spoon in his hand, a dramatic change occurred inside the pot. The shrimp and water that had been blended together suddenly started to separate. The soup turned transparent. The shrimp turned into a tofu-like consistency. Actually, crayfish tofu and tofu have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Ngo said with a smile. The shrimp meat will turn into a tofu-like consistency, just like shrimp paste. As they were talking, Ngo took the shrimp brains that had just been separated and poured them into the pot. These shrimp brains are cooked as soon as the pot boils. As for seasonings, we just need to add some salt and pepper. This stuff is very fresh on its own. The art of speaking. It is now basically complete. Just before it was done cooking, Ngo poured in the prepared wild chives. Crayfish meat chunks and green chives swam in the clear broth. It looked incredibly appetizing, completely exceeding everyone's expectations. I've really learned something new. I never expected there would be such a method. I deeply regret arguing with the streamer just now. Tears of no regret have already flowed from my mouth. The fact that it can be made into a clear soup proves that this stuff is cleaner than crayfish, since crayfish needs strong flavors to mask its own taste. At first, when I crushed and squeezed the juice, I thought it was going to be made into a kind of mushy dish like those Indian dishes. But I didn't expect that the protein in the shrimp meat would coagulate into a tofu-like consistency, which is comparable to boiled cabbage in clear broth. I have to say, the dishes in our celestial empire are really exquisite. I really learned something this time. To be honest, as a native of Wollongjiang, I can't buy this even if I want to. I saw it a lot when I was a child, it was everywhere in the ditches, but these days I really can't find it. This is what the viewers in the live stream are like. Sophia's reaction was similar. Although there are more crayfish in Dakodianzi village compared to other places, villagers can occasionally eat some in the summer. However, this is a Rus village after all, and they certainly haven't seen this kind of practice before. Sophia, please take this out for me. I can make the spicy crayfish myself. After hearing Ng's words, Sophia finally realized what was happening and nodded. Compared to crayfish tofu, spicy crayfish is much simpler. There wasn't anything particularly amazing about it. He didn't use fermented soybean paste or any other random seasonings. The statement, "Too many seasonings will easily mask the freshness of the crayfish," makes this clear. This statement undoubtedly proves once again that crayfish taste far better than prawns. While Ange was preparing the 2 crayfish, Sophia greeted Ange and then joined in, quickly making a few simple cold dishes. A simple lunch was finished in no time. The staple foods are the most common Northeast rice and rye bread, nothing special. This soup is made with crayfish? After Lev took a sip of soup as usual, his eyes looked different. Haven't you tried it before? Looking at Lev's expression, Ange asked in confusion. Isn't this the most traditional dish in Northeast China? It is said to have been passed down for thousands of years, and it was served at Nurhasai's imperial banquets. I don't know. Maybe this thing is only found in areas inhabited by Han Chinese. We usually roast it. Lev thought for a moment and said, Anyway, this soup tastes really good. The group ate and chatted at the same time. The viewers in the live stream were drooling with envy. Some people couldn't stand it anymore and ordered crayfish delivery to eat with it. Although the taste may be different, at least the appearance is similar, and it can still satisfy a craving. Of course, it wasn't just the viewers in the live stream who were craving it. The silly boy next to him was drooling so much that he almost soaked the carpet. Iron-headed drool, ha ha. Let it eat. I suggest giving the streamer some food. The pet owner shouldn't just mind their own business. That's right, the bear cubs are growing right now. Upon seeing these comments, Ngo immediately launched into a scathing critique. Are you all crazy? You idiots can't eat this. Iron Hanin is just a brown bear that is 4 or 5 months old. Its organs are not fully developed yet, and it is very dangerous for it to ingest salt. Its kidneys simply can't metabolize it. This will really affect its life as a bear. In fact, most viewers understood the situation as soon as they heard that the kidneys couldn't metabolize the substances. After all, many animals in nature share the same characteristics. For example, dogs can suffer kidney failure if they eat too much salt. Foxes will lose fur from their tails if they eat too much. Even human infants cannot eat salt before they are 1 year old. What's so hard to accept about the fact that brown bears that are 4 or 5 months old can't eat salt? Besides that, the most popular demand is for people to let and sell or raise crayfish. As I said before, we will definitely raise crayfish, but we need to plan this out in the long term. And Gus said, crawlings are eurothermal animals, tolerating water temperatures between 2 and 31 degrees Celsius, with the most comfortable water temperature being between 16 and 21 degrees Celsius. In other words, in addition to the very clean water source I mentioned earlier, I also have to control the temperature. As you know, the temperature here is very high, and the winter is very long. These creatures will stop feeding and go into their burrows to hibernate once the temperature drops below 4 degrees Celsius. After listening to Nji's explanation, everyone realized that raising this thing was really troublesome. They can't adapt to low temperatures, yet they happen to live in the coldest place in the country. It seems there's still a long way to go before we can actually eat this stuff. However, seeing this situation, Ngu also knew that if she really raised this, she would definitely not have to worry about selling it. This meal took quite a while because of the spicy crayfish. We finished eating around 2 o'clock. Just as Ange was about to clear the dishes, Sophia took the lead and started clearing them up first. Uncle Lev, a vacuum concentrator will be delivered this afternoon. When it arrives, please receive it and deliver it to the factory we agreed on yesterday. While Sophia was tidying up, Ange said, I'm going to check on the sika deer with Sophia. See you this evening. Chapter 56. I love this kind of streamer. I love it. A vacuum concentration device? Lev was somewhat confused. It is a device that can remove moisture from food and increase its concentration. Ngu explained. Simply put, the blueberry jam we sell in the future will have to go through this machine for processing after it's made before it's sold. The jam will become thicker and more fragrant. Upon hearing Ange's words, Lev blurted out, Isn't that unnecessary? We've been making jam for generations and have never used this machine. Why not just bottle it after it's done? In the past, we ate it ourselves, so we knew how to store it, how long it could last, and what it would look like when it spoiled. Of course, it was fine. But now we have to sell it. Ngu said seriously. What we consider common sense may not be known to many consumers. Moreover, we also need to ensure the safety of the delivery during transit. In short, I believe that the jam we produce and sell must be clean and hygienic, and have a longer shelf life and be easier to store. Without using additives, a vacuum concentration device is the most suitable option. After hearing Nji's words, Lev fell into deep thought. The viewers in the live stream were deeply moved. I love this kind of streamer. I didn't expect the streamer to buy new equipment specifically for us. I originally thought it would be as simple as the anchor making jam yesterday. As expected of a top student majoring in agronomy, I can only feel safe eating products like this. I hope it will be available soon. My son will be taking the high school entrance exam in 2 months, and I want to use blueberries to help him improve his memory. Clearly, Nji's remarks have made many people more convinced of the farm's products. The number of people wanting to buy jam is also steadily increasing. However, these statements were interspersed with many discordant voices such as, Why do I always feel like I'm acting? These days, you can't believe everything you see on camera. Exactly. A certain internet celebrity can sell sweet soup as bird's nest, and a live streamer might sell jam with the peel on. These days, nothing is surprising when it comes to making money. After the incident involving Pangaea, I no longer trust these streamers. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. NG's live stream viewership is currently hovering around 800,000. This person is considered a top-tier streamer on any platform. The key point is that he is still a newcomer, which undoubtedly attracts a large number of red-eyed monsters. Trolls, haters, and online trolls mingle among the crowd, and once they find a breakthrough, they will launch a full-scale attack. Fortunately, in this day and age, there is so much of this kind of trash that people who surf the internet for a long time have developed a strong resistance to it. NG's true fans didn't hold back when they saw this troublemaker and retaliated without hesitation. Is this really outrageous? The streamer is a farmer who runs a farm. With such a large farm, why would he come here to scam you? Besides, it was the viewers in the live stream who first brought up the jam thing. You're just jealous because someone else is popular, aren't you? You're just stirring up trouble because you're resentful of the rich, aren't you? I'm willing to buy it, no matter what. Putting everything else aside, they're willing to let you see the entire production process. Isn't that better than some so-called conscientious companies? Various arguments continued to rise and fall. However, NG's attention was not on this. While Sophia was washing the dishes, he told Lev about all the equipment he had purchased and the entire production process, and even estimated how many people he would need. I'll have him start recruiting in the village these next few days. Because Ango had only mentioned it briefly to Lev, by the time Sophia finished washing the dishes and came out, the matter had been almost completely explained. Alright, that's about it, Ango said with a smile. We'll see how things go later and make adjustments. I'll make a simple table tonight so you won't be confused. After giving a brief explanation, Ango packed up and prepared to go see the deer. It was only then that he realized his live stream was in an argument. After a careful inspection, Ango quickly said, Everyone can rest assured, what just happened was definitely not an act. Once the equipment is installed, I can broadcast the entire production process of the blueberry jam live at any time to ensure there are no problems. In addition, I own a green food production company, which will absolutely meet, or even far exceed, national standards in all aspects. We also hope that netizens will supervise this. As Anja's voice faded away, the comments from the fans in the live stream suddenly became even more aggressive. Humph! Those haters, you saw that, didn't you? Everything about people and things is open and transparent, and there are companies that comply with regulations. Everything is done in accordance with national regulations, and the standards are far higher than the national standards. What else do you have to say? Brethren, don't pay attention to these haters. People aren't stupid. Seeing is believing. You've shown everyone the production process, and they'll definitely buy what they want. That's right, that's right. Anyway, I will definitely place an order when the jam is released. Seeing this, the haters' faces turned black. They originally wanted to take the opportunity to smear Ngo and hinder his development. Unexpectedly, the high level of activity among the fans in NG's live stream led to this situation. The key point is that the backlash actually made NG's live stream more active, and there will probably be even more viewers in a little while. Meanwhile, after explaining, Ange and Sophia went straight out. Anyway, he's upright and has nothing to fear, so there's no problem as long as he shows the whole jam-making process. After leaving the villa, the two went straight to the deer enclosure. Compared to the morning, the deer are noticeably more active now. However, upon seeing Ange and Sophia, he still appeared very frightened. This is especially true after seeing the simple-minded Iron Man. Perhaps, this is the instinct for danger? Sophia, it seems my thinking was right. If we touch their deer antlers under these circumstances, their semi-free-range deer will truly become a pipe dream. Yes. Sophia looked at the deer and said, Just as the book says, these sika deer are very alert and sensitive by nature. It will probably take some time before they lower their guard against us. After exchanging a few words, the two got to work. Now these creatures can only stay in their enclosure, so naturally, they need to be provided with water, food, and the like. Besides that, there are many other things to deal with. Since we haven't hired any employees yet, we have to do it ourselves. Chapter 57 The first batch of blueberries arrives. Speaking of which, I remember that sika deer seemed to have a pretty simple diet. While changing the water for the sika deer, Ngu suddenly spoke up. Yes. Sika deer aren't too picky about food and drink. Sophia replied without hesitation. Generally speaking, captive sika deer are mainly fed coarse grains, primarily corn stalks, occasionally supplemented with refined grains such as soybean cake, corn, and bran. At most, they are given a little salt to supplement calcium. Clearly, she had done her homework beforehand. After learning that Ngu had bought a sika deer yesterday, she went back and reviewed the knowledge she had about sika deer, and even went to talk to a deer herder she knew. The viewers in the live stream chatted excitedly as they listened to Ngu and the other person's conversation. I didn't expect Miss Sophia to know so much about agriculture. Didn't you hear them keep calling him senior streamer? They must be from the same school. Exactly. Besides, the streamer owns a farm, so isn't it normal for him to hire people who understand agriculture? I am a sophomore at Northeast Agricultural University. Last year, my senior, Sophia, led a team to participate in the 4th Cattle Elite Challenge and won the team grand prize in the dairy cow category. She also won an individual grand prize. What? That's awesome. As expected, the streamer's farm is full of hidden talents. If the requirements are that high, doesn't that mean I have no hope? Under Sophia's direction, everything proceeded smoothly. Change the water, change the feed, check the individual sika deer, and inspect the entire deer enclosure. While doing each thing, the two would provide a simple explanation of the facts in the live stream. Undoubtedly, this is a very novel experience for the audience. I never imagined that herding could be so interesting. It's interesting, but I feel too tired. I really admire the streamer's stamina. If it were me, I would be panting by now. Have you guys noticed that all these sika deer are avoiding the streamers? Didn't Sophia just say that sika deer are naturally more alert and timid? That's normal, isn't it? Sigh, if only the wild boars rooting up sweet potatoes in my field were this timid. When I was old enough to fight them, they would run away as soon as they saw me, but now they just glance at me and keep eating. If I had a bamboo pole, they would dare to chase me and hit me. However, it does look rather discordant. Seriously, with a personality like that, would she dare to come back if she were allowed to roam free? I think it's better to keep streamers in captivity. I was busy for quite a while. During a break, Ngu suddenly realized that so many people in the live stream had no idea what captive breeding, pasture breeding, or semi-free-range breeding were. They wouldn't understand the differences between the three. After a quick thought, Ngu realized that they couldn't afford to be unaware of this. If I don't know, how can I tell if my farm's products are of good quality? So, leaning against the fence, he said with a smile, I have my reasons for choosing semi-free-range farming. Well, each of these three methods has its advantages and disadvantages. I can only say that semi-free-range farming is the most suitable method for me, at least on my farm. After a slight pause, Ngu began to explain. First, they are kept in captivity. It means keeping the sika deer confined in an enclosure. We will differentiate based on age and gender and implement detailed management. This approach offers numerous benefits for the health and disease prevention management of the deer population. However, there are also many drawbacks. The most serious one is what Ngu mentioned earlier. It is very likely that the deer will suffer from malnutrition due to the inability to determine what nutrients they lack and lack of exercise. This results in slow growth of antlers, thinness, and hunger marks on some antlers, which is a very common phenomenon. Even if professionals regularly conduct blood tests on the deer herd to determine which nutrients the sika deer are generally lacking and then supplement them in a timely manner, it can only reduce the chances of this happening. After all, the root cause is a lack of exercise. In contrast, grazing is a very effective way to solve this problem. Because grazing often refers to a combination of pen raising and grazing methods. On weekdays, the deer are taken to the mountains to collect the nutrients they need in nature. In this situation, the chances of malnutrition are naturally reduced. Of course, they also get plenty of exercise every time they go out. However, there are also some problems in operation. For example, it requires many experienced herders to graze livestock. This is something that Ngo would find difficult to do. In this day and age, there are already few herders, let alone herders who raise reindeer. In contrast, adopting a semi-free-range model can very effectively solve the aforementioned problems. In a semi-free-range system, the deer can forage for food in the wild during spring, summer, and autumn. At the same time, the deer enclosure will also supplement the food supply to a certain extent. In this situation, it is very difficult to become malnourished. As for the amount of exercise, that goes without saying. That's definitely enough. When winter comes, the deer enclosures provide warmth and food, thus ensuring the deer can survive in the harsh winter environment. It's obvious that this model requires herders. At least it doesn't require a large number of herders. The labor problem is no longer a problem. As the saying goes, every advantage has its disadvantages. This method, of course, also has certain drawbacks. For example, it poses great difficulties for tasks such as epidemic prevention and breeding. According to Ngo, each of these three methods has its advantages and disadvantages, but who would have thought that semi-free-range farming is the most suitable method for Northern Lights farm? Moreover, free-range farming does have its advantages. Both the deer itself and its antlers get maximum exercise. In fact, the quality of deer antlers is even better under these conditions. So that's how it is. It does seem that free-range breeding is indeed more suitable. Every advantage has its disadvantages, so the streamer must keep up the good work. Once the deer antlers are ready, remember to put them on the shelves. I want to buy some. That's right, that's right. I've watched the deer grow up myself, I would never be fooled. Deer antlers? You're so cruel! Those are deer antlers. No way? No way? There are actually people who don't know that deer antlers grow every year, not all at once. Cutting deer antlers can ensure that there will not be a large number of deaths among deer during the mating season. Moreover, unlike cow antlers and sheep antlers, deer antlers grow once a year and will fall off automatically in winter. As Ngo explained, people suddenly understood why Ngo had chosen her. Certainly. During the popular science presentation, Eng also included some practical information. For example, free-range deer have better physical condition and their antlers are more nutritious. Although this was a prelude to future sales of deer antlers, he did not lie to anyone. This information is verifiable, and many professional institutions have provided detailed conclusions. He was simply publicizing the advantages of his farm. Senior, we've basically finished what we needed to do. All that's left is to check if there are any hidden problems with these sika deer. About an hour later, Sophia suddenly spoke up. If you don't have anything else to do, you can take Tai Han Han to the deer enclosure and spend some time with these sika deer. I think the deer herd is in much better condition than this morning. Once they get to know each other, they won't be afraid of you and Tai Han when they start to roam freely in the future. Upon hearing this, Ngo readily agreed. Anyway, he has plenty of time now. Over the next few hours, Sophia began to investigate carefully. Meanwhile, Eng and Tai Han Han played in the deer enclosure. During this time, he also received a phone call from Lev. However, compared to the vacuum concentration device that was a sure thing, he was more concerned about these sika deer, so he did not go to confirm it in person. Hard work pays off. After an afternoon of effort, some of the bolder sika deer even dared to approach him towards the end. Although they didn't allow it, it still made the audience quite envious. Sophia, let's go back. The blueberry pickers should be back by now. Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia, who was searching around the deer enclosure, subconsciously checked the time and realized it was already past 6 o'clock. Chapter 58. Two things are completely different. Sophia quickly replied, Right away! I can leave as soon as I've packed up. After saying that, he busied himself with the cleanup work. Before long, the two headed toward the entrance of the farm. Before we even arrived, we saw a small, drizzling crowd approaching from a distance. If you look closely, you'll see that most of these people are carrying a tin bucket. Holy crap, so many people? Wow, the streamer is really generous. It looks like there are probably over 100 people. Look how happy those people are. Of course. You're happy that someone wants to buy all the food you have more than you can eat. I wonder when the other equipment the streamer bought will arrive. I can't wait to try the wild blueberry jam. My wife has given me an ultimatum. If these beauty and skincare products don't arrive, she'll have to find another way. What should I do? Seeing this scene, the live stream chat became lively once again. There were quite a few people in the live stream looking forward to their first day's earnings. After all, Nga had prepared 100,000 yuan for today. Before long, Eng arrived at the farm gate. The couple, Lev and his wife, were directing the villagers to come forward one by one to weigh their fruit and pay. Then, two strong men next to them would help put the weighed fruit into a container on the side. The iron buckets that the villagers were carrying contained all sorts of wild fruits. At this moment, the voices in the crowd became clearer. Brother, you've had quite a haul today. Haha, you're lucky, you guys are pretty good too. Our whole family mobilized, and we managed to harvest almost all of that blueberry field. Huh! You found blackcurrants today? That's a good thing. Our village has finally received a benefactor. Today's harvest is equivalent to half a month's work for me. Uncle, you've run out of buckets, haven't you? Can I borrow yours for a bit? Sister-in-law, come over here and help me sort these. My hands are rough, I don't want to ruin these fruits. Some villagers were discussing today's harvest, some were looking at what good things other people had found, some were happily counting their money, and some were asking for help to distribute the fruit. After all, the price of each type of fruit is different. The containers we brought from the mountain weren't enough, so we naturally had to borrow buckets to separate them. Boss, you're here! There were many outsiders at the scene, and Lev used this name when he saw Nga. As soon as these words were spoken, many people around immediately turned their attention to Nga. A look of surprise flashed in everyone's eyes. They never expected Nga to be so young. Although they had heard yesterday that the Northern Lights farm had been bought by a young man. Although they had heard that this young man was the one who had helped them treat the tree disease. Although they had heard that the young man had gone up the mountain alone and brought back a bear cub, and that he wanted to buy wild fruits like blueberries. But the more I hear, the more I feel that this, young, should be relatively young, not too young. After all, which of these things seems like something a young person would do? But who would have thought that she was actually really young? They couldn't understand how such a young man could have the financial resources to buy the Northern Lights farm and to purchase wild fruits at high prices. However, they also understood that they didn't need to understand this. Just do your job well and get the corresponding compensation, that's all. You go about your business, I'll look around. Nga gave a brief greeting and then walked around. Seeing Ng's easygoing demeanor, many villagers felt much more at ease. The live stream feed had already switched to the surrounding scenery. Looking around, the main fruits are blueberries, raspberries, sorghum berries, and blackcurrants. Sorghum and blueberries were the most abundant, followed by blackcurrants, and raspberries were the least abundant. Wow! So many fruits! I feel like my blueberries are just around the corner. By the way, why do those blueberries over there look a bit off in color? What? Now that you mention it, it's true, the colors do seem to be different. Yes, the color of the fruit over there seems to be darker. Uncle Lev seems to have separated the two different colors. Could they be different varieties? Upon discovering the discussion in the live stream, Nga was initially taken aback. Then, realizing what was happening, he picked up a blackcurrant and said, "Is this the fruit everyone's talking about?" After the audience confirmed, he said, "This is not a blueberry, it's a blackcurrant. Don't be fooled by the fact that these two things are somewhat similar to blueberries in color, size, and shape. In reality, they are worlds apart. From a botanical point of view, blueberries belong to the genus Vaccinium in the family Ericaceae, while blackcurrants belong to the genus Curcuma in the family Saxifragaceae." Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia's eyes flickered. He seemed to be pondering something. Just as Nga paused and thought back, Sophia suddenly spoke up. "Senior, it's not surprising that no one can tell the difference. Seeing Anja's surprised look, Sophia revealed her guess. In the last 10 years or so, many unscrupulous beverage manufacturers have liked to promote blackcurrant and blueberry-flavored grape juice drinks. There are advertisements and covers like this everywhere. As she spoke, Sophia showed her phone. The live stream chat exploded. What? I knew it looked familiar. Yes. Isn't this the packaging of a certain brand of beverage? However, these two fruits are really similar, and I feel like I still can't tell them apart. Host, could you tell me how to distinguish between these two different fruits? Fruit hunter Yang Xiaoyan, come out and give us some science. The live stream room immediately descended into chaos. Upon seeing the familiar juice brand manga on Sophia's phone, those in the know will understand. Go to the supermarket more often, and everyone will see it. I see. And Gus suddenly realized and said, but these merchants are really outrageous. Although blueberry and blackcurrant juices are purple and taste sweet and sour, similar to grape juice, they can't mislead people like this. The moment he saw the juice's cover, he knew that many unsuspecting consumers would be fooled by these people. After a moment's thought, Gus said, to be honest, I don't know how to tell the difference between juices, since I've never bought one before. However, you can tell by looking at the ingredient list. Also, often if it says flavor, it's not real juice, it just tastes like it. However, the fruit is still easy to distinguish. Blueberries are generally dark blue, and when you buy them, there should be a fine white bloom on the surface. Blackcurrants, on the other hand, are darker and larger. Also, the navel is more prominent. As for the taste, blueberries have a more delicate flesh that is soft and easy to chew, while blackcurrants have a thicker skin and a stronger sour taste. As she spoke, Nga put the blackcurrant directly into her mouth. Immediately, his brows furrowed. Just look at my expression, you can tell how sour I am. After saying that, Nga took another blueberry and put it in her mouth. A few seconds later. In the live chat, only one sentence remained. Black plums are so sweet. Chapter 59 seems to have quite a few charlatans. Ng's expression froze the moment she put the blueberry in her mouth. Then it began to twist. It's the same as when you eat blackcurrants. Viewers in the live stream could even clearly see his cheeks twitching. This inevitably brings to mind the live streaming e-commerce hosts that were widely circulated on the internet not long ago. Haha, it seems that the taste of these wild blueberries is indeed lacking, but the artificially cultivated blueberries you usually buy would never be like this. Nga gave an awkward smile, gave a brief explanation, and then changed the subject, saying, I believe you should remember that I mentioned before that blueberries are very nutritious and can prevent cancer, protect the eyes, block ultraviolet rays, delay aging, and so on. And these blackcurrants are certainly not to be outdone. As soon as Nga said this, the number of people making jokes in the live stream suddenly dropped. In contrast, what's even more intriguing is what benefits blackcurrants offer. It's worth noting that blueberries are internationally recognized as one of the world's 5 healthiest fruits. What about blackcurrants? They had never heard of it before. Looking at the comments in the live stream, Nga said with a smile, in the past, scientists used mice to conduct a control group experiment on blackcurrant juice, and finally confirmed a series of benefits of blackcurrants. The most amazing thing about it is that it lowers lipids, specifically blood lipids. I won't go into the details of the process, but in short, blackcurrant extract has begun to be used in clinical medicine and is widely used to treat cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Eating blackcurrants directly will certainly not be as effective as extracts, but it can still lower blood lipids and reduce the incidence of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. He is undoubtedly one of the biggest killers of humankind in this day and age. Almost every day, every hour, people die from this disease. That alone is enough to be exciting. Immediately, the live stream chat was abuzz with discussion. Wow! This fruit is incredibly potent. I feel like a lot of people around me have this disease. Not to mention anything else, there are quite a few in our village alone. Who says otherwise? We eat so well now, it's too easy to get food. If this thing really works, I will definitely buy it for the elderly in my family. To be honest, I can prove that the medicine I take contains an extract from blackcurrants. However, blackcurrants have more than just this one benefit. While looking around, Ngo continued to explain into her phone. In addition, during this experiment, scientists unexpectedly discovered that the mice's ability to carry loads for longer periods and their endurance had improved to some extent. In other words, blackcurrants may have the effect of relieving fatigue. These words caused another uproar. Reduce fatigue. Doesn't that mean this stuff has the same effects as energy drinks, or tea and coffee? This is definitely meaningful for many people. For example, many long-distance truck drivers eat and sleep in their trucks, and when they don't get enough rest, they easily become fatigued. If you have this blackcurrant jam, eating some with breakfast, even if it doesn't have a great effect, is worth it if it provides even a little relief. Besides these, there are many other examples. Or, to put it another way, the vast majority of people in modern times need it. As Ngo continued to explain, people learn more and more about blackcurrants. What? Blackcurrants are this potent? I think it's perfectly fine to prepare some of this for the elderly in my family to eat. My hometown is in northern Xinjiang, where there are many blackcurrants. We usually eat them with bread. The streamer has prepared so much, the jam should be online soon, right? Just waiting to get on the yellow bike. Viewers in the live stream no longer consider blackcurrants to be just an ordinary, sweet and sour fruit. Instead, it is regarded as part of dietary therapy. After all, blackcurrant extract has been used to treat diseases such as cardiovascular disease, arthritis, and immune system disorders. This information is all public. A simple search will reveal that Ngo was not making things up. Even without considering these factors, the functions of regulating blood lipids, fighting fatigue, and antioxidation are already very attractive. Seeing the viewers' comments in the live stream, Ngo smiled and said, "Nature is an endless treasure trove, waiting for us humans to explore and discover it. I believe you will see a different world in my live stream." Over time, more and more wild fruits are being recycled. More and more villagers gathered around. Although the sounds were much louder, they were very harmonious. Everyone's face was beaming with smiles. They never imagined that the wild fruits they couldn't finish eating could be sold for money. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that everyone present was so serious. All the fruit was handpicked, with almost no leaves or branches mixed in. From the outside, all of these fruits were fully ripe, with no unripe ones. In terms of quality, there is absolutely no problem. Seeing this scene, Ngo was naturally very satisfied, as were the viewers in the live stream. The quality of the wild berries is absolutely amazing. The villagers here are so honest. They don't have a single leaf. Who says otherwise? Unlike our village, where people love to scheme against each other. Actually, this is normal. In those natural villages with such harsh conditions, everyone knows each other and helps one another. Under such circumstances, who would dare to cause trouble? No matter what, I'm confident in the quality of this fruit. As long as the production process by the streamer is flawless, my family will eat the streamer's jam every morning from now on. By the way, why are there so few raspberries? Will I be able to get any? Hey bro upstairs, if you're feeling unwell, try eating some beef, lamb, testicles, or pork kidneys. They're just as nutritious. Some long-time viewers, upon seeing someone mention raspberries, immediately thought of Ng's statement that raspberries have aphrodisiac and kidney tonifying effects. This is something that's hard not to think about in a dirty way. The reason there are relatively few raspberries is mainly because the peak season is over now. After noticing that many people were discussing raspberries, Ngo explained, "I came to the farm a little late this year. Normally, raspberries appear in May and reach their peak fruiting season in June. It's already July now, so I believe the quantity will definitely be higher next year." Upon hearing Ng's words, a chorus of wails erupted. Seeing these comments, Ng's eyes began to flicker. It seems there are quite a few people who need raspberries. In this day and age, are there so many superficial people? Time flies. In the blink of an eye. It's almost over. The village officials began to count the number of people. Seeing this, many people expressed their doubts. They didn't understand why someone was counting heads when they were supposed to be moving around freely. Chapter 60, Day 1, A Bountiful Harvest. The village officials are counting the number of people mainly to prevent them from getting lost in the mountains. Enga looked at the comments and explained. It's actually quite easy to get lost in the forests of the Great Xianbei Mountains. If you can't get down before dark, it's quite dangerous. If we count and find that someone hasn't come down yet, the men in the village will form a team to go up the mountain to look for them. This is how everyone has lived for hundreds of years. Ng's explanation is quite clear. They were afraid people would get lost. Ensure safety. If someone is found to be missing, the others should go up the mountain to search for them. As Ng's voice faded, the live stream chat erupted in discussion. Indeed, mining is not easy. No wonder the streamer was willing to pay 30 yuan per kilogram of blueberries. I'll definitely buy some to support them when the blueberry jam is released. So they weren't going back because they were waiting to take a head count. I thought they just wanted to chat. Actually, they're not just waiting to count the number of people. They're also waiting in case someone gets lost, then they can go back up the mountain. Clearly, most people already understand Ng's explanation. However, there are still some people causing trouble. This quickly filled the live stream with hostility. Seriously, aren't they all locals? Locals get lost too? Nonsense, if you run through the forest all day, can you guarantee you'll be able to return the same way? TCH, why not just bring a compass? The streamer already said their village is in the far north, just head north and you're good to go. Indeed, the streamer seems quite relaxed. He went up there for the first time the day before yesterday, and he was very easygoing, wasn't he? It's not that easy. That's a primeval forest. You try running there if you dare. I am a forest ranger, and I spend most of my time in the forest. Occasionally I get lost. I laughed. A forest ranger? Do forest rangers even have a signal? Still watching a live stream, haha. Seeing the argument break out in the live stream again, Enga was speechless. How could they even start arguing like this? In such primeval forests, there are many uncertainties. Getting lost is inevitable, and even locals sometimes get stuck in the mountains. Don't think it's simple just because I seemed relaxed the day before yesterday. If you watch the video carefully, you'll find that my routes back and forth are different, only the direction is the same. And the direction, besides the knowledge I have, also depends on the equipment I have prepared. As he spoke, he raised the watch on his wrist. Many seasoned outdoor enthusiasts immediately understood. Of course, to cater to the vast majority of beginners, Enga still gave a brief introduction, saying, This dedicated outdoor watch can not only display my physical information in real time, but also monitor temperature, humidity, and altitude. Most importantly, it can use both GPS and Beta navigation. While speaking, Enga also gave a demonstration to the viewers in the live stream. Holy crap! There's such a magical artifact? Got it? The primeval forest isn't a place just anyone can enter? Ha ha ha, I wonder if some people feel any shame. Is this really just something they say casually online? I didn't expect the streamer to know so much about outdoor activities. This gear must be expensive. Does anyone still think the streamer's preparation was simple? Don't forget, although this is the streamer's first time here, he has been to other places in the Greater Xianbei Mountains and often goes to the Lesser Xianbei Mountains as well. Seeing that the argument in the live stream seemed to have ended, Enga then said, Actually, if you think about it carefully, what did I experience on my first trip up the mountain? Putting aside the bear mother, just those natural traps hidden in the shadows, could you have avoided them? To conquer nature, you must first arm yourself with knowledge. Hearing Ng's words, many people were filled with emotion. As Enga said, without knowledge, it would be a pipe dream to gather fruit on this mountain. Just then, Sophia's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Senior, all the fruits have been purchased. Would you like to take a look? I've already checked it. Let's move it back to the factory. Enga said. Can we ask the villagers for help? There are so many fruits. With just a few of us, We probably won't be able to move them back by tomorrow. There's no need to even look. The fact that the initial 100,000 yuan wasn't enough, and they had to withdraw another 100,000 yuan, is enough to prove that they bought more than 3,000 jin of fruit today. This is normal, though, since everyone is familiar with blueberry meadows. Most adults ate 20 or 30 kilograms today. Don't worry, senior. Everyone will definitely be willing to help. Sophia said something and then walked to the side. It's easy to see from the villagers' help during the blueberry harvest that they were all willing to lend a hand. Soon, the villagers sprang into action. Many hands make light work. It didn't take long to move several thousand kilograms of fruit to the factory. As everyone knows, Ange is the only one left on the farm right now. After moving everything and making sure everything was alright, they all said goodbye. Before long, only Lev's family remained. Uncle Lev, how was your harvest today? Nga asked with a smile. It looks like it weighs about 5,000 jin, right? Not only. Lev took out his notebook and said, blueberries totaled 5,472 jin, raspberries 293 jin, sorghum 1217 jin, blackcurrants 965 jin, for a total of 7,947 jin. Although the purchase price of sorghum and blackcurrants was relatively low, it still cost more than 180,000 yuan. At this point, Lev's breathing became much heavier. 180,000. This much was spent in just one day. Is it really possible to break even? He was very skeptical about this. After all, he didn't know exactly how many people would be willing to buy jam. The viewers in the live stream were also very shocked to hear this. Is the streamer going to go this far? They got almost 8,000 jin on the first day. The streamer is amazing. Won't all this fruit spoil? Will the streamer have time to make jam? I hope the jam will be available soon. I can't wait. When will the other equipment arrive? People in the live stream were discussing it, but Ngu was thinking about something and muttered to herself. More than 5,400 caddies of blueberries can make about 3,000 caddies of jam. Even if the harvesting efficiency is a little lower, it should still be enough to meet the sales demand. These words were spoken. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. A group of people were shouting, expressing disbelief in their spending power. However, Ngu did not notice any of this. After completing the other details, Eng wanted to invite Lev and the others to have dinner there, but they politely declined. That's actually normal. Everyone's exhausted after a long day. I understand if you don't want to stay out too long while eating. After exchanging a few words, the Lev family left. Alright, viewers, that's all for today's live stream. I need to rest now. After saying that, Ngu once again ignored the chattering audience and shut down the live stream. Iron-headed fool, we should go back. Ngu stretched and said. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Chapter 61 Crazy Lottery. Mr. Eng, it's me, Nan Qin. As soon as the call connected, a woman's voice came from the phone. I've arrived in Mo and should be at your farm by noon tomorrow. Nan Qin? Upon hearing the name, Ngu was momentarily stunned. But then I remembered that it was the operations manager from the Douyin company who had contacted me yesterday. Oh, you've already arrived in Mo? Just come over tomorrow, I'll definitely be home. Ngu didn't stop walking. She said into her phone. But you'll probably need to charter a car when you come over, because there are no shuttle buses from the station that come to my place. Yes. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive on time before noon tomorrow. Even though Nanqin tried her best to control her excitement, Ngu could still clearly feel it. But that's normal. After all, Eng's growth rate in the self-media field has far exceeded the expectations of their Douyin company. Of course, it also exceeded her expectations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here so quickly. Last night, after seeing a video of a silly baby breastfeeding that attracted tens of thousands of viewers, she couldn't wait to buy a plane ticket and fly over. Unexpectedly, in just a few hours she was in the sky. The number of people paying attention to Ngu reached a staggering 500,000. At its peak, the live stream had 800,000 viewers. As for other data, it is far ahead. She even felt that as long as it was within her authority and she could get the contract signed, everything else was a minor issue. We had a brief discussion. And Good then hung up the phone. "Hey, you silly goose, hurry up and we'll get you some milk when we get back." Seeing the simpleton looking around, and Good couldn't help but shout out loud. As soon as the word milk was uttered, Tai-Hanin quickly caught up. Back at the villa, Ange immediately filled a milk bottle and handed it to Tai-Hanin. The once excited but foolish boy suddenly became unhappy. "This isn't my favorite baby formula." "Woo! What are you humming about? You'll eat this tonight. You can't digest too much of that other formula." Looking at the idiot pretending to be pitiful, Angus said without any politeness. Whether it was Tai-Hanin clinging to her leg or pointing at the baby bottle, Angus ignored it and started cooking. The label on veterinary milk powder clearly states the amount that an animal can digest each day. Anything more than that is wasteful. "You know, I only won 2 cans of milk powder yesterday, which won't last more than a few days." Seeing that Angus was ignoring him, Tai-Hanin had no choice but to sit down and start eating by himself. Even if he couldn't get milk powder, he couldn't go hungry. "Milk, can't you eat it too?" The meal didn't take long. After dinner, Angus went straight to her bedroom, took a shower, and lay down on the bed. If it weren't for the fact that he had sweated a lot throughout the day and his body smelled strongly of deer, he wouldn't have even wanted to take a shower. Damn! 8 million reputation points? Angus looked at the numbers on the attribute panel and couldn't help but rub her eyes. Even now, he doesn't know much about live streaming. All he knew was that his live stream had over 100,000 viewers for the entire day. Unexpectedly, the number reached such a terrifying level. Based on his past experience, he probably had 700,000 to 800,000 viewers in the live stream today. The internet is truly amazing! Looking at the more than 8 million reputation points, Angus couldn't help but laugh and say, "Ha ha ha, with these 8 million reputation points, I can have another round of fun." A single intermediate lottery draw requires only 100,000 reputation points. In other words, the reputation gained today is enough to participate in more than 80 lotteries. Yesterday I had so many great items over 10 times, so I'm sure this time won't be any worse. As for the basic lottery, he didn't even consider it. It's obvious that, given the system's unscrupulous nature, even if you draw the beginner-level lottery 800 times, you'll never get anything good. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain veterinary milk powder. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain a down comforter. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain plant nutrient. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain an agricultural tractor. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive 300,000 yuan in pocket money. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain the livestock management system. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain the mastery level fishing skill. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain the proficient level calligraphy skill. In Ng's hands, more than 8 million reputation points were quickly depleted. Seeing the prizes appearing one after another, Angus was extremely excited. Great! No one went home empty-handed. Although there were some low-quality prizes, overall it was still pretty good. Pocket money, items, skills, not bad at all. Although he immediately noticed some lackluster prizes, such as down comforters. This thing is available for purchase online. It really doesn't cost much. Compared to other rewards, this is extremely disappointing. But when it comes to lotteries, it's normal to get junk. If it's generally acceptable, then it's acceptable. After careful review, Angus quickly categorized the various rewards. The total amount of rewards received was 7.2 million yuan in pocket money, 6 portions of veterinary milk powder, 3 portions of plant nutrients, 3 agricultural machines, 2 skills, and 1 livestock management system. As for the remaining prizes, they are all miscellaneous items such as down comforters, tea sets, and fishing tackle that can be directly awarded to the system's inventory. Putting aside these miscellaneous items, The remaining things are still quite useful. Looking at these things, Gus smiled and muttered to herself. Putting everything else aside, just these 3 agricultural machines, tractors, lawnmowers, and balers, can save me a lot of trouble. There was so much grass on the meadow. Harvesting is inevitable. In other words, these 3 devices are absolutely essential. I won it in the lottery this time. Same as always, it will be delivered tomorrow, which saves a lot of trouble. As for veterinary milk powder, its efficacy goes without saying. Improving animal intelligence and physical abilities is already incredibly advanced. With these 6 portions, it should be enough for Taihanan to eat for a while. The key point is that this incident also confirms one of Nji's conjectures, that veterinary milk powder will likely appear frequently in the prizes. It seems that many animals on the farm will have the opportunity to enjoy this in the future. As for those 2 skills, well, it's always good to have more skills. Moreover, fishing and calligraphy skills are frequently used. Because of his reputation, he will definitely be doing live streaming in the future, which is certainly a highlight. After sorting through these things, Ngu immediately turned her attention to plant nutrient solutions. Plant nutrient solutions are common and available on the market. Many hydroponic potted plants need to have a few drops of green nutrient solution added regularly. But having learned his lesson with veterinary milk powder, he always felt that this plant nutrient solution was definitely not the ordinary stuff on the market. This thing was definitely not that simple. Chapter 62 Sophia's Answer. Plant nutrient solution. This specially formulated plant nutrient solution contains approximately 10 times the nutrients of ordinary solid fertilizers, which helps plant growth and wound healing. The product is free of impurities and pollution and is easily absorbed by plants. Use once every 10 days, 1 drop each time, dissolved in water at a ratio of 1 to 100. It can be applied to plant leaves or the soil around the roots. Note, it does not cause any damage to soil, animals, etc. Upon seeing this introduction, Ngu revealed an expression that said, "I knew it." Sure enough, it's just as amazing as veterinary milk powder. Nowadays, commercially available plant nutrient solutions contain very few impurities and are easily absorbed by plants, but their nutrient content is significantly lower than that of solid fertilizers. In addition, the plant nutrient solutions available on the market nowadays are not recommended for use on soil-grown plants, because the soil will absorb a large amount of nutrients. In other words, the plant nutrient solutions available on the market can only be sprayed on the leaves of plants or used on hydroponic crops. In contrast, the products produced by the system are free of impurities and pollution, and there are no problems even when used in soil. This completely surpasses the technology currently available to humankind. However, it is likely that both are essentially made from fungi. Therefore, it will not deplete the soil's potential and may even further stabilize the nutrients in the soil. That's absolutely terrifying. This was Nji's first thought after seeing the introduction. As a plant protection professional, his assessment of this plant nutrient solution can only be summed up in one word: terrifying. This is not just an evaluation of the fact that plant nutrient solutions provide nutrients. It is also an evaluation of its effect in helping plants heal wounds. No one understands the power of this plant nutrient solution better than him. Many plants in nature heal from wounds more slowly than animals. In some special cases, wounds may never heal. With this plant nutrient solution, Nj felt that she would definitely have far fewer troubles in the future. The key point is that, based on our experience with veterinary milk powder, this plant-based nutrient solution should not be in short supply in the future. In other words, farms could use this technology on a large scale in the future. This will also have a significant impact on future planning. Much later, Ngu finally calmed down. He then turned his gaze to the last item, which he could not understand literally. Livestock Management System, a sophisticated livestock management system that utilizes technologies such as 5G, the Internet of Things, and satellite remote sensing to achieve refined livestock management. The system components include software system, signal receiver, and 10,000 smart electronic ear tags. After reading the entire introduction, Ngu couldn't help but mutter to herself, With this, raising free-range animals will seem much simpler in the future. Simply put, the smart electronic ear tag is like an animal's ID card. It can be installed directly on the animal's ear, just like an earring. The other items are considered auxiliary equipment. It allows staff to use computers to easily monitor the temperature and movement distance of each animal, and to mark various problems. Crucially, the software can also analyze livestock health and estrus status through various data, and provide accurate early warnings for many important matters such as diseases and estrus, greatly enhancing management capabilities. This will definitely increase profits and reduce losses. Of course, most importantly, it is equipped with GPS for precise positioning. In other words, staff can monitor the location of these livestock at any time. In addition, it has an electronic fence function that will sound an alarm if livestock leave the designated area. All these features make it seem like it was tailor-made for a farm. In comparison, Nga even felt that the help this system provided him was greater than those skills and such. It's definitely no worse than other rewards. In addition, the system provides 10,000 ear tags, which is a sufficient number, and there will definitely be no shortage in the short term. This made Nga feel very good. After clarifying the functions of the livestock management system, Nga still checked the attributes of the prizes she had just won in the lottery one by one, just in case she missed any surprises. What if there are seemingly ordinary names like veterinary milk powder or plant nutrient solution that turn out to be incredibly effective, and we miss out on them? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Master Fishing. After using this skill, the host will fully understand the principles of fishing and be able to skillfully use different fishing tackle and make different types of bait. Proficient Calligraphy. After using this skill, the host will possess extremely high calligraphy talent. Through simple observation and copying, they can master one or even multiple styles of calligraphy. After some investigation, Nga, however, found that there was no surprise. These two skills are the only ones worth checking out. The rest of the items were all as ordinary as he had guessed. However, those miscellaneous items filled the contents of his villa. In any case, the area was so large that it could easily accommodate all sorts of different items. After inspecting the items, Nga took them out, categorized them one by one, and placed them in suitable locations within the villa. The system space can be accessed anytime, anywhere, so it should be used to store more meaningful things. By the time everything was sorted out, it was already past 10 o'clock. Lying in bed, just about to fall asleep, I discovered that Sophia had sent me quite a few WeChat messages not long ago. Click on it. Sophia Senior, the bees you mentioned this morning, I found a very suitable one, called the Northeast Black Bee. Sophia, the Northeast Black Front can overwinter in temperatures as low as -30 degrees Celsius. We only need simple protection in winter, and we will be perfectly fine. Sophia, simply put, the Northeast Black Bee is large, healthy, and strong, and its disease resistance is superior to most bee breeds, making it suitable for foraging in the wild. Sophia, in addition, black bees fly at high altitudes and have a large foraging radius, resulting in honey with a high sugar content and rich in minerals, organic acids, proteins, vitamins, and enzymes. Looking at the series of messages sent by Sophia, Ange remembered that she had mentioned this in the morning, wanting her to look for suitable bees. Putting everything else aside, just look at this simpleton. He's destined to be a major consumer of honey in the future. Being able to produce and sell his own honey is quite an achievement. Unexpectedly, she had an answer so quickly. Chapter 63. Let's try it out. I quickly read through all the messages Sophia sent. Nga muttered to himself. These Northeast Black Bees are indeed suitable, but they are ferocious in nature. I wonder if they can be tamed well. The black bee is one of the world's foremost famous bee species. It can adapt perfectly to the farm environment in every aspect. The key point is that the honey from this type of black bee is of quite good quality. However, everything has two sides. Behind so many advantages, black bees have one major drawback: they are fierce and difficult to tame. Perhaps this is why black bee honey is often more expensive than other types of bee honey. After all, raising them is much more difficult. After a moment's hesitation, Nga finally made up her mind. No matter what, this kind of bee is the most suitable. I can't waste this excellent location. The location of the Northern Lights farm is not just a simple, natural, and pollution-free place. After exploring for the past 3 days, he has been able to confirm that there are a large number of nectar-producing plants on the farm. Not to mention the distant ones, the linden trees around the villa are good sources of nectar. With such an environment, wouldn't it be a waste if honey wasn't produced? Moreover, besides these nectar-producing collagen plants, the Northern Lights farm and the nearby Dakodianzi village have another advantage that makes Eng feel it would be a pity not to raise bees. That is, a landform surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on 1 side. It's important to understand that under these conditions, the natural barriers would make it extremely difficult for these bees to escape, making this an absolutely ideal place for beekeeping. In fact, this kind of terrain can make taming black bees easier. After figuring everything out, Eng quickly typed a message. I think we can give it a try. Can you tell me where we can buy bee colonies? Also, what other preparations do we need to make? After sending the message, Enga put her phone aside and prepared to rest. After all, it took him more than half an hour to reply to Sophia's message. Sophia must have already gone to sleep. Unexpectedly, I heard a notification sound as soon as I turned off the screen. It seems that Sophia had been waiting for his news. Sophia, I'm looking into ways to source bee colonies. As for the environment, the farm has almost everything, we just need to purchase some additional beehives. Eng, all you need to do is buy beehives. Enga, forget it, let's just call and talk. For some reason, Enga subconsciously felt that written communication was definitely not as smooth as chatting, and it was impossible to discuss things in detail through text alone. So, I made a video call directly. Sophia answered the call without hesitation and said, It should be that the beehives are missing. I've seen the other facilities at the farm, but just to be on the safe side, I'll go to the farm tomorrow and take a closer look. Okay, so that means we just need to buy the bees and beehives, and we can basically get right on track? As she spoke, Angie's breathing became much heavier. Noticing Angie's unusual reaction, Sophia realized that she was only wearing a slip dress, so she quickly tilted her phone up slightly to make sure only her face was in the video. What? You want to see more? Sophia seemed to be using this tone to cover up her embarrassment. However, she didn't notice that her slightly flushed face had already betrayed her. Hearing her words, Enga nodded subconsciously and said, I don't want to. What kind of person do you take me for? Humph. You're just saying one thing and meaning another. Sophia gave a light snort and changed the subject, saying, What do you think of the black bees I chose? It's very good. The only downside is that it's not easy to tame, but I think that shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? And really didn't expect Sophia to be wearing such pajamas. But thinking about it, it's actually quite normal. According to the weather forecast, the high temperature today is approaching 28 degrees Celsius. This means that Mo has fully entered summer. Taking a deep breath, Enga added, If all else fails, I can use my connections to find some experts from the school who specialize in bees to come and help. After all, he is a graduate student at Northeast Agricultural University. Asking my supervisor to recommend some diamond rings from other majors shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, inviting people over is not free. Since black bees originated in the Wulong River, Northeast Agricultural University must have experts who are very knowledgeable about them. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Enga asked about some more details. Sophia naturally had no doubt about Ng's network of connections. After all, his mentor is one of the top mentors at Northeast Agricultural University. After understanding the whole situation, Enga smiled and said, Let's leave it at that. When we have time, we'll start raising black bees. It just so happens that it's the flowering season for linden trees. Yes, I will find the seller of the black bees as soon as possible. Sophia nodded. There's no need to rush. It's getting late, let's rest first. We won't be in a day or two. Okay, senior, you should go to sleep early too. Good night. It has to be said that the two of them really have a great understanding. He verbally told the other person to get some rest. In fact, After the chat ended, one continued to look for suitable bee sources, while the other started purchasing suitable beehives online. After buying all the beehives, Eng started looking for beekeeping equipment, honey extraction devices, and so on. Only after buying everything or putting it in her shopping cart did she feel like resting. Before we knew it, it was already the next morning. And Ge habitually stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside. Once my bees arrive, I'll taste you from all angles. The moment the window was opened, Ng's nostrils were filled with a fragrant aroma. It's easy to guess that the fragrance comes from the linden trees near the window. From where Nge was standing, she could clearly see that a purple linden tree was covered in linden blossoms. It's not very big, but you can see that it contains glistening honey inside. Purple linden is also a type of linden tree. It is an excellent source of nectar for bees. In ancient times, linden honey was a tribute to the imperial court. If an ordinary person were to eat it, they would be beheaded. But now, all he has to do is wait for the bees to arrive. After standing by the window for a long time, Nge finally stretched and walked upstairs. It's too early for breakfast now. He plans to study the livestock management system from yesterday first. Seemingly noticing Ng's movements, Tai Hanin was immediately awakened. He quickly followed in his footsteps and caught up with him. If you observe carefully, you will find that Tai Hanin's limping symptoms have been greatly reduced. Chapter 64. A bear is still a bear. Hey, you're up too! Nge looked at the lovable but clumsy man who had caught up with her and couldn't help but laugh and say, I'm not going to abandon you, what's the rush? Besides, this is my home, even if I don't want you, I'll just throw you out. Upon hearing Ng's words, Tai Hanin shook his head for a while, but his steps forward showed no sign of stopping. A bear is still a bear. Even the smartest person has the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old human. Moreover, even if a creature had the intelligence of a 5 or 6-year-old human, it wouldn't be able to understand all human speech. At most, it could only comprehend some commands. It could naturally understand Ng's words. However, even if you can't understand the words, you can still convey emotions. Seeing that Nge had stopped for him and spoke in a gentle voice, Tai Hanin's sadness and fear lessened considerably. Especially after catching up with Ng, she instantly broke free from her feelings of sorrow and fear, and instead felt a little happy. Sometimes animals are just that simple. Noticing this change, Nge shook his head and walked towards the room where the live streaming equipment was located. All his computers were in this room. Plug the external hard drive containing the livestock management system into the computer, follow the tutorial step by step, and the whole system will soon be running. Huh! You can install a mobile app? Upon seeing the notification pop up in the management system, Nge couldn't help but exclaim. It has to be said that having a mobile app will make things much more convenient in the future. These days, we basically never leave our cell phones behind. Once the management system predicts something and issues a risk warning, these managers can see it immediately and react as quickly as possible. After installing the mobile version, Ng began to study the system introduction. To be honest, just looking at the introduction given by the lottery results, he only had a superficial understanding. For many functions, he only saw the name and didn't know what they did. After all this trial and error, I finally understood. In short, in addition to monitoring the livestock themselves through ear tags, the system can also monitor the livestock shed through sensors and cameras, and monitor temperature, humidity, dust, harmful gases, etc. through devices such as thermometers. Of course, it also has all the equipment for monitoring food, water, and excretion. In addition, industrial control switches and other equipment can be used to remotely control various devices such as lights and air conditioners. Wow, that's really high-tech! Looking at these innovative features, Nge couldn't help but sigh. However, of all these things, what he is most satisfied with is the function of generating an ID card by combining the ear tag with the database. Each ear tag is independent and can record various data, such as body temperature, exercise level, vaccines, diseases, estrus, parents, etc. You can record anything you want. This is of great significance for the refined management of livestock. Once this system is in use, basically every animal on the farm will have its ancestry traceable back 18 generations, and all information will be verifiable. In this way, there is no need to worry about inbreeding among livestock, and therefore no need to worry about livestock suffering from certain hereditary diseases. It should be understood that this situation is unavoidable for the vast majority of livestock farms that have been operating for too long. In addition, there are many other benefits. In the blink of an eye. It was already past 7 o'clock. It took an hour to figure out most of the livestock management system. Hey, you silly goose, let's go downstairs and give you some milk. This time it'll be milk powder. Upon hearing Anji's words, Tai Hanin, who was fast asleep beside her, was immediately awakened. Even though it didn't get the milk it wanted last night, its attachment to milk remained unchanged. After quickly preparing the veterinary milk powder, Enga looked at Tai Hanin's simple-minded expression and said with a smile, "Are you satisfied now?" However, Tai Hanin has no time to pay attention to him now. He sat there by himself, quickly sucking the animal milk from the bottle. "Humph, you're ignoring me. I won't give you any next time." Enga snorted softly and was just about to prepare her breakfast when the doorbell rang. Looking at Sophia at the door, Enga was about to ask her why she was up so early this morning when Sophia took out a thermal container and said, "Senior, I hope you haven't prepared breakfast for me today?" "No need for that trouble, I can do it myself," Enga said, somewhat amused and exasperated. He felt that Sophia was worried that he had made breakfast, which was why she came so early. But then I thought about it again and realized that it couldn't possibly be like that. I'm so narcissistic. "Don't you like eating rye bread?" Sophia asked, surprised. "No, I've lived in Harbin for so many years, how could I not like eating rye bread?" Enga shook her head and said, "I just think it's too much trouble for you guys." As they were talking, Enga took the insulated food container and walked towards the restaurant. "It's no trouble at all. We usually eat rye bread at home. We just need to bake a little extra bread." In the time it takes to exchange 2 sentences, the two have already arrived at the restaurant. Seeing that the amount in the insulated box was much larger than yesterday, Enga suspected that the girl had adjusted the portion size, probably because she was afraid that she wouldn't have enough to eat. Could it really be that he was preparing breakfast for himself? No, it shouldn't be. Her target should be the simpleton. After all, her gaze was always on Tai Hanin. "By the way, Senior, I was just about to ask you yesterday, did you give Ironheart some kind of special medicine? I feel like its recovery speed is much faster than expected." Looking at the silly boy drinking milk beside her, Sophia suddenly remembered the question from yesterday. "No. Maybe Tai Hanin is in good health, so he recovered faster," Enga answered instinctively. However, he immediately realized that this was definitely due to the help of veterinary milk powder. But Sophia couldn't possibly know about this, so he just made up an excuse to brush it off. "Oh, maybe." Sophia looked at Tai Hanin with some suspicion, but it didn't seem impossible, since the physical condition of each individual might be different. "Senior, you eat first. I'll go check Tai Hanin's wound and change his dressing." "Okay, go ahead." Originally, Enga thought it would take quite a while to change the dressing. Unexpectedly, before he could finish eating, Sophia returned to the restaurant. At that moment, her face was filled with shock. "Senior! You'll never guess how well Tai Hanin's wounds have healed." "Huh? Could it be that the wound has already started to heal?" Enga was taken aback and asked, somewhat puzzled. He remembered that Tai Hanin's wound was somewhat inflamed. If the inflammation does not subside, the wound cannot heal. Chapter 65. A guest is coming. "Yes. The inflammation has completely subsided," Sophia exclaimed in surprise. "Not only that, the wound is healing quite well." Upon hearing this, Enga raised an eyebrow and asked, "How long will it take to recover? It shouldn't take more than half a month, right?" "Yes, of course. Judging from the changes, I estimate it will be fully recovered in 5 days at most." Sophia nodded and said, "Oh? Only 5 days? That's not bad." Wounds, naturally, heal as quickly as possible. At the same time, Eng also roughly estimated the effects of veterinary milk powder. This will be of great reference value for the future use of milk powder. Sophia spoke excitedly to Eng for a long time before calming down and continuing to apply medicine and bandage Taihanhen's wounds. Before long, Taihanhen rushed back from the living room and lay down next to Ngu. It was as if they had been frightened. Just as Ngu was about to check on Taihanhen's condition, Sophia walked in from outside. The dressing has been changed. Why are you still running? Does it hurt that much? Hearing this, Ngu was both amused and exasperated, and asked, The medicine has been changed? Yes, it's been changed, Sophia said. At this rate, we shouldn't need to wrap it with gauze in 2 or 3 days. Seeing Taihanhen hiding right next to Ngu, Sophia felt a little envious. She really couldn't understand why this simpleton was only close to Ngu. You have to understand that it's you who has to change the dressings and treat the wound. By the way, I placed an order online yesterday for beehives and some other equipment. When you have time, go and confirm it again, so as not to delay our beekeeping business because of these things. Hearing Ng's words, Sophia came back to her senses and said, I have also found a way to purchase black bees. It's in the next county. They said I can go and see them anytime, but it will take 4 or 5 hours to drive there. The neighboring county? That's acceptable. Ngu nodded and said, I'll go with you tomorrow or the day after when I'm free. I have guests coming over at noon today, so I'm not available. 4 or 5 hours. In mainland China, it's probably already possible to go public. However, Mohe is very different from the inland areas. This place truly embodies the concept of a vast, sparsely populated area. It's not unusual for it to take 4 or 5 hours to reach the neighboring county. Guest? Have you forgotten? Someone from TikTok is coming to see me. Ngu said. To be honest, I really hope we can reach an agreement with them. After all, with their company's help, more people will definitely notice our existence, which will be of great help in selling our agricultural products. According to online sources, Douyin, TikTok, has reached 800 million daily active users. Forget about the abstract concepts of hundreds of millions. If even 1 million people follow their Northern Lights farm, they won't have to worry about finding a market for their agricultural products. Moreover, popularity also brings an important byproduct, reputation. In the past few days, the things Ngu has won in the lottery have far exceeded her expectations. There are many things she never dared to dream of. In this situation, it would be a lie to say that one has no desire for prestige. As long as Douyin doesn't cross his bottom line, he doesn't mind signing an exclusive live streaming agreement. Of course, he has absolutely no interest in an exclusive video agreement. After all, with videos, you definitely need to cast a wide net and catch as many fish as possible. In fact, after previous communication, Ngu could tell that Nanqing, who was in charge of the negotiations, was quite eager to sign an exclusive agreement. Therefore, when discussing matters, he can certainly act more assertively and try to secure as many benefits as possible for himself. Oh, they arrived so quickly? Sophia was somewhat surprised to hear this and said, In that case, today is indeed not a good day to go out. As a local, she naturally understood the remoteness of the Great Meadow. Let alone coming from other places outside the province, even if you came from the provincial capital Harbin, arriving this quickly is already considered very rushed. It's easy to see just how eager the other party is to negotiate an exclusive agreement with Ango. The admiration I felt for Ngu seemed to have been strengthened without me even realizing it. To be honest, her admiration for Ngu had already begun to sprout when Ngu helped their village solve tree diseases back when Ngu was still in school. With a deeper understanding, especially after the last few days of contact, this feeling of admiration has been amplified dramatically. Putting aside his vast knowledge base and calm demeanor when faced with challenges, his achievements in live streaming, which he has only just begun, are truly admirable. By the way, since we have guests coming, should I ask my mother to prepare some food? You must have something to do this morning, right? As for me, I need to check on the deer herd and organize the beekeeping supplies. Sophia paused, then added, Actually, the task I gave her yesterday has basically been completed, so it doesn't matter whether we go up the mountain today or not. Hearing this, Nga pondered for a moment and said, All right, let's do it this way. Also, tell your dad to come over early this morning. 3 relatively large agricultural machines should be delivered today. I don't know the exact time, but it's better to have someone watching over them. Originally, Engel had planned to have Lev go to the city center to withdraw money again. This time, they're withdrawing 1 million in cash. After all, yesterday's purchase of wild fruits alone cost more than 180,000 yuan. It's safer to keep more cash on hand. Unexpectedly, when I called the bank, they said they didn't have that much cash and the earliest they could get it was tomorrow. Thinking about it, it's actually understandable. The entire Mauve region has only 70,000 people. And most of them are older people or children. Most of the able-bodied adults have already gone out to work. In this situation, there is hardly any cash being used up, so banks naturally won't hold too much in reserve. Having experienced this before, I doubt I'll ever feel this awkward again. In addition, Ngo estimates that the remaining 120,000 should be enough. Yesterday, the villagers mostly gathered from the meadows they were familiar with. Today wasn't as lucky as yesterday. Agricultural machinery? There are actually some in the village, we can just ask them to come and use them. Upon hearing this, Sophia couldn't help but say, There's absolutely no need to buy it. It's not surprising that she reacted this way. This has always been the case in the village. There are only a few agricultural machines like tractors. When needed, we just call those people over to do the work. After the work is done, we give them some money or treat them to a meal, and that's it. We should still buy it. With such a big farm, we can't keep using other people's equipment, can we? Angus said with a wry smile. Besides, the combined area of my farm's meadows and cultivated land is larger than that of the village. If I asked them to come and help me, wouldn't they be furious? Chapter 66 The Evil reaches out towards the silly Iron Man. What's wrong with that? Your purchase of wild fruits has brought them a lot of income. They're grateful to you more than anything. They're just here to do some work. Sophia still doesn't seem to understand Ango's thoughts. It's not surprising at all that there are such differences in thinking. The harsher the environment, the more united the people become. In places like Mo, the villagers live very close-knit communities. However, this is their close bond, and Ngu is ultimately an outsider. This closeness, when it appeared on him, seemed somewhat awkward. At least in the short term, Ngu will not be able to get used to this situation. One thing at a time. The income one bring them is also because this matter brings me profit, isn't it? Ngu smiled and said, I'll handle these things. There's really no need to save money on some things. By the way, how about we have barbecue for lunch? You can ask Auntie to prepare some Russian-style large meat skewers. We can grill them in the barbecue area in the yard. It'll be a good opportunity for those out-of-towners to experience the local specialties. Upon hearing this, Sophia's eyes lit up. Clearly, she is also a carnivore. Just as she was about to speak, Ngu added, Maybe I can bring back a big fish, and we can grill it together. A big fish? Yes, I was planning to go to my little island this morning. As Ngu spoke, she pointed to the window and said, It's not a big area, but it's not small either. I need to figure out what I can do with that place. Also, I'm thinking of fishing there while I'm at it. Upon hearing this, Sophia immediately understood Ange's words. Indeed, I also think that area would be better developed. In fact, that island is actually quite large. It's about 300 mu, approximately 20 hectares. That translates to over 200,000 square meters. It is roughly equivalent to the area occupied by a school that can accommodate 10,000 people. It's just a bit smaller compared to the behemoth that is the Northern Lights farm. Most importantly, this island is located in the Wulong River, and the soil is definitely fertile. It can even be compared to some of the top-tier lands. However, compared to other farmland on the farm, transportation here is not very convenient. With all these factors combined, we really need to carefully consider what this place should be used for. While eating, Ngu chatted with Sophia. At the same time, Sophia also used her phone to inform her parents of what Eng had just said. Seeing that Ngu had finished her breakfast, Sophia said, "I'll pack up. You go and prepare your things for the island. I'll take care of this myself." Ngu was a little embarrassed and said, "You cooked all the meals." "It's okay, I'll be going to the deer enclosure in a bit." Without waiting for a reply, Sophia took the tableware and headed towards the kitchen. Watching Sophia's retreating figure, Ngu felt a strange unease. It would be nice to have someone help me with these things. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Ngu shook her head and walked towards the storage room. "My fishing skills, plus the fishing tackle I won in yesterday's lottery, are perfect for this. As for bait, there are plenty of suitable things at home. When we go back to the island, we can adapt to local conditions and see if there are any insects or anything else. It won't be a problem at all." Not long after, Ngu then transferred all the items to the car. "That's right, it's on the car. Who made his car amphibious? Just drive over there and you're done. Not only do you not need to find a boat, but after crossing the river, you can also drive around to explore." Meanwhile, Sophia's parents arrived at the farm. After explaining the situation again, Ngu took the live streaming equipment and Tai Hanin and headed outside. "Hello everyone, I'm Ngu, a new streamer, and also a farmer with 100,000 acres of land. Today, I plan to drive my all-terrain vehicle to the small island that belongs to my farm for a short exploration." The moment the live stream was started, the number of viewers in the live stream room began to surge. In just a few dozen seconds, tens of thousands of people had gathered. Clearly, all of these people had notifications indicating that they had started a live stream. They were drawn in the moment Ngu started her live stream. "The anchor is here! The anchor is here!" Newcomer. A newcomer with hundreds of thousands of followers? It's the same familiar rhetoric. Hee, it's finally starting. Actually, what the anchor said is not wrong, he is indeed a newcomer. Thinking back on it, it seems that when I first started watching live streamers, there were only a few hundred viewers. What? Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. The streamer gained so many followers in just a few days. Is he really a fan-attracting maniac? Hey streamer, where's my goofy guy? Why isn't he on camera? Did I see that right? The anchor just said they were going to drive to a small island? What's so strange about that? Longtime fans know the streamer's car is amphibious. What I'm more curious about is that the streamer's farm even has a small island. Longtime fan? Let me tell you, this streamer's farm not only has an island, but that island is probably the closest to the border, and it's quite large. Within just a few minutes, the live stream had once again reached 100,000 plus views. Moreover, judging from the comments, it seems that the number of comments is still on the rise. Many people started discussing the opening remarks of the Angel song. With such immense popularity, Big Data naturally wouldn't hesitate to promote the live stream to even more people. As a result, many viewers from various stages appeared in the live stream, as well as some brand new faces. Ng's words undoubtedly touched on a blind spot in their knowledge. This applies whether you're on the island within the farm, or driving there. How can a farm inside a continent have a small island? How did the car manage to get onto the island? Even when other viewers told them about it, they still found it somewhat unbelievable. Even some new viewers felt that this was just a joke from Ng's live stream, meant to amuse them. Meanwhile, some of the colleagues who had infiltrated Ng's live stream were completely dumbfounded. They had only heard that a new live streamer had recently become popular. But I never expected it to become this popular. Putting everything else aside, the data on bullet comments and gifts alone is definitely no worse than that of some top streamers. Is this really a newcomer? In an instant, they felt that all their past efforts had been wasted. She even began to doubt herself, wondering if she was really not suited for this line of work. On the other side, Ngu looked at the 100,000 plus mark and nodded in satisfaction. He squatted down and said, "Look, this is the lovable goofball you wanted. Isn't he adorable? Too bad you can't get your hands on him." As she spoke, Ngu directly reached out her evil hand towards Tai Hanin. Chapter 67 Propeller? Outrageous. Seeing Nji's outstretched hand, Tai Hanin obediently stopped and remained still. Clearly, after these few days of interaction, it has gotten used to being petted. It even lay on the ground like a dog, exposing the soft fur on its belly. Haha, the hair on this guy's belly is the most comfortable, Ngu said with a smile. It feels especially good. I'm so envious. Wah, I want to masturbate too. Oh no, this streamer will have no friends. You scoundrel! Let go of this bear, let me handle it. Why does it seem like the idiot is enjoying himself so much? What problems do you think there are with this manuscript? Illegal and prohibited. I can't get it. Vulgar. Gambling fraud. Blood and violence. When Ngu started petting a brown bear in front of so many people, the live stream chat exploded. I wonder how many people are green with envy. Petting cats and dogs is basically the limit for most people. At most, they might pet rabbits or something similar, which are relatively niche pets. Petting a bear? I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. In fact, many people have never even seen a brown bear. But now, Ngu has actually kept one at home. You can masturbate anytime, anywhere, and the best part is, this guy is so honest. Let them masturbate as they please. He even lay down and let me stroke his belly. Looking closer, this simpleton was actually squinting his eyes in enjoyment. Those slightly trembling ears looked absolutely adorable. A long time passed. Ngu suddenly stood up and said, "It's almost time, we should set off." "No! We also want to see brown bears. This assistant is so inconsiderate. We want to watch the anchor. Iron Silly is so cute, can we just stream it? This streamer is inhuman. He's had his fill of masturbating and now he won't let us watch anymore. Unfollow. Humph." However, Ngu will not be affected by these comments. "Hey you idiot, get up, I'm leaving." Upon hearing this sound, Tai Hanin finally realized what was happening, quickly got up, and chased after it. The shouts of "Iron Silly" in the live stream didn't last long before they were quickly replaced. Because a car appeared. Many viewers were seeing this car for the first time. The scene was unimaginable. An off-road monster with 8 wheels, just thinking about it is enough to be awe-inspiring. More importantly, someone just said that this vehicle is amphibious. Such a behemoth, if it were to go into the water, wouldn't it sink instantly? What? This car is awesome. My armored vehicle, isn't it? How come there are cars like this in China? This car? You're telling me it can go into the water? Are you kidding me? He's this big. Judging by appearance, it probably weighs 7 or 8 tons. I don't believe it. You'll find out soon enough that we witnessed it yesterday. Haha, I had the same reaction as you guys yesterday morning. But then I thought, what's a little river? I wouldn't be surprised if this car could go into the sea. Some found it unbelievable, some shared what they had seen and heard the day before, while others remained on the sidelines, quietly waiting to see the expressions on the faces of the newlyweds. In fact, all explanations are futile. No one will believe what they think is impossible. Unless you can see it with your own eyes. No matter how you look at it, Enja's car doesn't seem like a monster that can walk in water. Naturally, they couldn't easily accept this premise. After what happened yesterday, Ngu naturally understood this principle. After securing her phone, she smiled and said, "Silly boy, sit tight and hold on, we're off." Having said that, they sped off like lightning. Under Nji's control, the car drove directly into the meadow. In no time, they found a slope that led down to the riverbank. Under Engo's command, the title of Siberian Conqueror was not disgraced in the slightest. No matter the terrain, it's all as smooth as walking on flat ground. Whether it's a large meadow, a beach, or a rock formation, it's all the same. Anyway, there was absolutely no sign of being cowardly. Suddenly, Ngu stopped the car. We stopped at the edge of a relatively flat riverbank. Look everyone, that island right in front of us belongs to the farm. It's about 300 acres in size. Actually, we can drive right there, but I thought about it and decided to install a propeller, since it will make us a little faster. Propeller? A propeller is mounted on the vehicle? I feel a little confused. Haha, is the streamer finally going to install a propeller? After I saw this car yesterday, I checked it out and it does have a propeller. You mean the propeller is standard equipment on this vehicle? Every vehicle has it. What? There really is a propeller? But isn't it a bit too small for the Conquerors? While most viewers in the live stream were still discussing it, Nge had already taken out a propeller the size of a wash basin and skillfully aimed it at the rear of the car. This is a design that was originally installed by the manufacturer, so it is very easy to install. As he spoke, the propeller had already been inserted into an interface, taking only a few seconds in total. Alright, easy peasy. As soon as she finished speaking, Nge got into the car through the back door. The entire carriage is open, so you can enter the driver's cab from any door. The viewers in the live stream were completely bewildered by Nge's actions. Everyone's head was covered in question marks. What just happened? How come it ended before I even saw the beginning? Is it really that fast? A 3-second reel, man? When they came to their senses again, Nge was already sitting in the driver's seat, smiling as she said, I'll point the live stream camera at the rearview mirror. I should be able to see roughly what's behind us. But it doesn't matter if we can't see it. I can find someone to help me film the whole process of the car driving in the water later. As soon as he finished speaking, the car was started again. Under his control, the car plunged into the Wulong River without the slightest pause. In the footage, the small island that Nge points to begins to grow larger and larger. The river water rippled considerably as the car moved forward. Now, the only words left in the live stream were 666 and invincible. Clearly, the vast majority of people were greatly shocked after seeing the car speeding through the Wulong River. Even those who had seen it sailing on the river yesterday were filled with astonishment. How could such a small propeller be so powerful? Today, my speed in the river was significantly faster. The key point is that although the Wulong River has a calm current, it is known for being wide and deep. Being able to drive on the Wulong River means that it can basically drive in shallow waters. This car is truly outrageous. Chapter 68 Suddenly Unhappy. Hee, now you know why I like this car, right? Nge laughed and said, the terrain around my farm is really bad. It's difficult for a regular car to even drive normally. But this car is different. I can go wherever I want. Even my little island is easy to get on. Of course, if any large objects or equipment need to be transported up in the future, we will definitely still need to use boats. This vehicle can only carry people and move some small items at most. However, at this moment, the live chat is still in a vacuum. The vast majority of people were in shock. Even if things return to normal, I don't want the comments to cover up the screen. In short, the live stream room has now fallen silent. However, Nge's attention was not on the live broadcast at the moment. This was his first time appearing on the Wulong River. It would be a lie to say I wasn't curious about everything around me. Moreover, in a sense, this short stretch of river is also crucial for the farm. He naturally needs to familiarize himself with the environment. In addition, he was also thinking about whether to build a small dock, and if so, where would be a suitable place to build it. As mentioned earlier, cars can indeed travel between the island and the mainland, but boats are necessary to transport large items. No matter what this island is used for in the future, it will most likely be useful. We're about to land. Before long, the car arrived near the island. Nge's reminder startled the audience awake. What? You're here so quickly? I never expected this car to be so powerful in the water. Why do I feel like this car is faster than my fishing boat? After installing the propeller, it is indeed stronger. Do you think it's possible that this car was actually running on the Wulong River? I think it's very possible. If the special effects can be this good, they might as well just go to Bollywood. Why bother broadcasting here? Nge had barely finished speaking when the car was already ashore. With the press of a button, the tire pressure instantly returned to normal. The car shuddered slightly, and seemed to lower a little. This island is much more desolate than I imagined, to put it simply. Looking around, Nga said, You should have noticed that this island is entirely covered in black soil. As we all know, black soil is one of the most nutritious types of soil. But here, there are only meadows and a few small trees. As Nga said, there were no beaches or rocks on the island, and the river banks were all covered in black silt. Apart from the occasional cliff, it seemed that everything was black. However, it must be said that such land and that shimmering river surface do complement each other quite well. After all, the Wulong River is also black. And the direction they were facing was the territory of the Russian Bear Kingdom. As you can see, after crossing this dark dividing line, another vast green meadow appears, with gentle mountains, lush trees, and the scenery of your own farm in the distance, just like before. Let's drive around the island for a bit, and take a look at its specific conditions. And Nga thought for a moment and said, Let's find a suitable place to go fishing and see if there are any big fish in the Wulong River this season. Fishing? I'm so envious. The island does seem to be a good place for fishing. But the weather doesn't seem suitable for fishing today, does it? Why, does the streamer even care about whether they make money or not? They're just enjoying life. By the way, what kind of fish are in the Wulong River? I'm quite curious, since it's frozen over for most of the year, right? I can tell you definitively that the place with the most fish resources in northeast China is the Wulong River area. I was just suddenly thinking, don't you know that the ethnic groups that used to live in the Wulong River basin were all fishing and hunting peoples? Don't fishing and hunting peoples fish? How could there be no fish here? Looking at the comments from these adorable viewers, Nga said with a smile, The ice won't freeze the entire river. Even at the coldest time, the ice layer is only a little over a meter thick. In other words, everything below the ice, which is more than a meter thick, is active. In addition, in our Wulong River there are sayings about 3 flowers, 5 luo, 18 suns, and 72 miscellaneous things. As she spoke, Nga started the car. At the same time, he spoke again, saying, Simply put, the 3 flowers refer to 3 types of fish, mandarin fish, bream, and crucian carp. The 5 luo refer to 5 types of fish, taimen, falu, jialu, hulu, and tonglu. As for the 18 suns and 72 miscellaneous fish, there are too many to list. I'll tell you about them when I encounter them. Are there so many kinds of fish in the Wulong River? Abalone flower, bream flower, crucian carp flower, what are these? Why have I never heard of these fish that the streamer is talking about? Aohua is mandarin fish, and Jihua is river crucian carp. I can tell you that these fish do exist. To be honest, even though I'm a local, I've never seen all the fish species, especially the 72 mixed fish. My family is arguing about it. Some say there are more than 72 species, while others say it's just a number and there aren't any. They're almost coming to blows now. What should I do? Seeing these people's comments, Nga couldn't help but laugh. My initial somewhat unhappy mood has also changed. The land is over 300 mu, approximately 20 hectares, which is neither too big nor too small. If you were to walk, it would take at least half an hour to explore the entire area. But if you're driving, the speed will obviously be much faster. Moreover, there are no abrupt places here, almost the entire area is flat. It's no exaggeration to say that you can see the whole thing at a glance. Ng's purpose in driving around was simply to see for himself what state the island was in, and whether there were any dangerous areas like swamps or even large vats of soy sauce. However, things were much worse than he had imagined. He studied plant protection, and he could basically tell at a glance that many trees had been soaked in water. Moreover, many trees bear very obvious marks, which undoubtedly tells him that they have been submerged more than once. Doesn't that mean the island has been submerged several times in the past? If that's the case, then if you want to develop this island, you need to consider the chance of it being submerged, and what to do if it is submerged. In short, development will definitely not be as smooth as you might imagine. Chapter 69 Sensing something was wrong. Actually, 72 miscellaneous is indeed a figurative number, So far, the information I have come across has only yielded 42 kinds. Composing herself, Ngu said to the camera. Moreover, many of these 42 kinds are not suitable for consumption. Anyway, you'll soon find out the specifics by following my camera. At this point, Ngu suddenly changed the subject, saying, Also, I have a general understanding of the situation on the island. Let's go fishing and test the waters around here. These words were spoken. The audience was completely bewildered. That's it. Why do I feel like I didn't see anything? Who says otherwise? All I see are a few trees and lots of grass. Maybe the streamer just wanted to familiarize himself with the terrain? He'll just take a quick look and be done with it. I think the streamer came here just to fish and show off his island. The fisherman said he wanted to see what kind of fish the streamer could catch. In comparison, I'm more curious about whether the streamer is professional or not. Ngu paid no attention to the discussions in the live stream. After saying that, he drove directly to the place he had just seen that was quite suitable. That's just the situation on the island. Life is unpredictable. The large intestine encloses the small intestine. The island is at risk of being submerged, so we need to think of solutions for the possible submersion. A living person can't die from holding in their pee. Anyway, he has plenty of time to waste on this island. Moreover, he doesn't have the energy to develop this in a short period of time. Nowadays, almost all the villagers have gone up the mountain to collect various fruits. It will take them 2 or 3 days to harvest all the fields they are familiar with. Around that time, the equipment and jars for making jam also arrived. At that time, the villagers will be reassigned again, with some coming to produce jam and others continuing to pick wild fruits in the mountains. In fact, Ngu had originally thought of asking some villagers to apply for health certificates today, but that was simply impossible. They're currently in a frenzy, all thinking about quickly harvesting their fields and exchanging them for money. It's simply impossible to do anything else. Unless they have already completed collecting in their most familiar area, and going back up the mountain again would likely yield nothing, they would choose to do other work. In short, he will be in a state of severe underproduction for a long time to come. Unless he goes to Harbin to recruit people. Mo has ultimately suffered from severe population loss. Finding enough workers is extremely difficult. In fact, the entire population of Wolongjiang has suffered a severe loss. Furthermore, the vast majority of people from other places simply cannot live in such an environment for a long time, so the issue of manpower may be his biggest problem in the future. Of course, Eng wasn't too worried about manpower. A generous reward will surely attract brave men. At worst, the salary will be higher in the future. In short, just look back and see what happens. A few dozen seconds later, the car stopped at a riverbank. I took a look earlier, and this place seems quite suitable. As she spoke, Ngu walked towards the carriage, saying with a smile, Hey, it's time to get off. Upon hearing Ng's words, Tai Hanan quickly moved closer to Ngu. However, his legs were still a little weak, and the car's rapid movement had left him somewhat dizzy. By the time it reached Eng's side, Eng had already opened the back door and started moving the fishing gear. The equipment is very complete, including a phone holder, a portable recliner, and fishing tackle. He quickly completed the entire scene setup. I brought some bait with me when I came. I'll try it out first. If it doesn't work, I'll find some insects around here. As Ngu spoke, she cast her first line. But I'm still very confident when it comes to fishing. Just wait and see my amazing skills. He immediately sat down. Having fishing skills, he knew perfectly well that all he had to do was wait. This is a perfect area for fishing. There will definitely be fish that take the bait. This streamer seems pretty professional. Professional? You call this your major? Other streamers would have already caught their first fish by now. TCH, are you comparing people who fish in artificially aquaculture ponds with people who fish in the Wulong River? I don't know if they're professional or not, but I feel like the streamer really enjoys this leisurely life. Look at their expression. I'm so envious. I've been working overtime for so long just to be able to pay off my loan. I recently finished a project and can finally rest for 2 days. Even if you have time to rest, so what? When you finally get a break, everyone just lies around at home. Who has the energy to go out and play, to enjoy this beautiful nature? The river, the sunshine, the deck chair. I've always dreamed of this. The comments section was filled with countless expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. However, this time Nga really couldn't see it. The phone was placed quite a distance away. At this moment, all he can do is talk into the microphone. That's his limit. Lying on a portable recliner, basking in the sunlight, feeling the gentle breeze, and watching birds rise and fall in the distance, it was incredibly relaxing. In particular, the fact that he could see almost entirely his own territory from here made him feel especially pleased. Suddenly, the float on the fishing rod started to twitch. Nga made a gesture towards the camera not far away, then quickly stood up and abruptly pulled back. Splash! As soon as the sound rang out, a fish flew up into the air. The speed of their movements was astonishing. Many people were startled when they saw the large fish that had already appeared in his hand. Even professional anglers rarely see such scenes. Not to mention, very few people have ever watched a professional fishing competition here. What? Such a big fish? What kind of fish is this? I've never seen it in the market before. The streamer is amazing. I've never seen such outrageous fishing moves before. Haha, who was it that said the streamer wasn't professional? Have you ever caught a fish this big? Awesome, 666. If I can learn this trick from the streamer, I'll be the coolest guy in our village tomorrow. Just dreaming about it. I've only ever seen this technique in some professional fishing competitions. How could you possibly learn it? In fact, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even Taihanan, who was standing next to Nga, was stunned at this moment. It vaguely remembered the miserable state of the fish it encountered in the mountains yesterday, but now, Nga caught one right in front of it with almost no movement. It looks like it's half its size. Enough to last for several days. The more I looked, the more shocked I became. My desire to play vanished instantly. Hee, today's harvest is really good. Nga smiled and said, "This is one." However, before he could finish speaking, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream also noticed something was wrong. Chapter 70 doesn't seem too difficult to solve. Hey streamer! Look behind you! There's a snake. And it has a triangular head. What? The streamer seems to have placed the phone quite far away. Should we call the police? But the streamer seems to be in a very remote location. There really are snakes in the Woolong River? The streamer wasn't lying to me the other day. Reddish-brown with a grayish-white belly, this shape suggests a 7-inch snake, which is non-venomous. Don't pretend to know if you don't, or you'll harm people. This thing is clearly the legendary 5-step snake, a snake that bites you and makes you fall down in 5 steps. What the person in front said is also wrong. This is a short-tailed viper. I was bitten last summer and was given anti-venom and a tetanus shot, otherwise I might have died. I understand the logic, but isn't it a bit absurd for each of you to name a different type of snake? Besides, even a 7-inch snake is still venomous. That's right. The fish itself is fine. Ng's pause and the discussions in the live stream were all because a snake was seen approaching him in the camera's view. In fact, it's hard not to notice it. The snake's back was a very different color from the soil. Just as Nga was putting away his rod, a snake that was more than half a meter long and more than 5 centimeters wide, with an outrageous color, appeared in the shot. How could it not be eye-catching? Of course, Ng's gaze was focused on his dogfish, so he didn't see it. The reason he noticed it was because his animal emotion perception ability suddenly detected a hint of anger. In fact, the instant he sensed it, his thought was of the emotions emanating from the pike in his hand. However, if you pay close attention, you'll find that anger, sadness, and fear are not emotions that come from the same direction at all. The key point is that he could clearly sense that, very close by, besides Taihanan and Goyu, there was another emotion present. Moreover, Tai Henin's emotions also began to change. What started as happiness turned into anger and fear. Clearly, there must be some kind of threat around them. As expected. Glancing around out of the corner of my eye, I unsurprisingly spotted a viper. The plant and animal encyclopedia activated instantly, and the description of this viper appeared on the screen. He could recognize a viper at a glance, but he couldn't quite tell which kind. Name, Ashuri viper. Classification, Order Squamata family Viperidae genus viper. Description, near threatened species, listed on the IUCN Red List, mostly found in mountains, forest edges, grasslands, ditches, fields, and pond edges, and is extremely poisonous. In an instant, Ngu grasped the key point. Toxicity extremely high. A few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. When I was in college, I often ran around in the fields, so I naturally heard about and saw this kind of snake that causes the most bites and deaths. However, the toxicity varies depending on the species. He was initially praying that it wasn't a highly toxic species, but to his surprise, the system's evaluation was extremely toxic. Fortunately, the guidebook says that the Ashuri viper generally does not attack people unless attacked, and will only bite the attacker if attacked. Taking a deep breath, Ngu said, "Iron-headed fool, back up quickly!" The moment he uttered the words, he quickly stepped back. However, things turned out completely differently than he expected. Before he and Tai Henin could retreat, the snake coiled up into a plate shape on the spot. This can be described as a defensive stance. However, it can also be interpreted as an aggressive stance. Because under these circumstances, the snake could attack at any moment. What? Isn't that an attack stance? Is there anyone who knows about this? What exactly is this thing? If you asked me, we should run now and pack up our things later. Why do I have a feeling that if the host doesn't run faster, the banquet will start soon? Are you all stupid? Snakes are much faster than people. If they really attack, do you think they can escape? Then what do you suggest? Kneel down and beg the snake not to bite you. Upon seeing this, Ngu immediately stopped. At that moment, he was only a little over 3 meters away from the snake. He couldn't guarantee that if he moved again, the snake wouldn't suddenly attack. At the same time, Tai Henin had already hidden behind him, watching the venomous snake warily. Although he had never learned to hunt, Tai Henin clearly sensed some danger out of his animal instincts. Nji's mind started racing with calculations. Significant swelling will appear within half an hour after being bitten by it. It only takes a few minutes to get back to the villa from here. In other words, asking for help is not a problem. But I don't know if the health department has serum. If not, it will take about 2 or 3 hours to get to the county seat. He regretted not stockpiling some serum. With his connections at the school, getting some common serum shouldn't be a big problem. Wrong. Being bitten is the worst-case scenario. Ngu took a deep breath. He still had other opportunities. To be precise, he felt that he had 2 other ways to get out of the predicament. Thinking of this, Ngu took a deep breath, quickly took the pike she had caught off the fishing rod, and threw it over. What kind of operation is this? Is the streamer trying to kill the snake with a fish? At a time like this, can you please stop being ridiculous? I suspect it might be a pet snake? The kind whose venom has been removed? While the audience was confused and questioning, Ngu continued. The main food of the Ashuri viper is rats, frogs, and fish. This pike is enough for it to eat its fill, and it might leave. Upon hearing Nji's words, the viewers in the live stream were all taken aback. Is this even possible? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Once you're full, you should be safe. But this snake's main food is fish? What the hell is this? However, Ngu was completely oblivious to their doubts. In fact, Nji's words were not meant to explain things to the audience. He just wanted to give himself some confidence by talking. The fear of snakes is instinctive. Most people have an instinctive fear of this kind of long worm. In addition, this snake is indeed very venomous. Naturally, we must handle this with care. If it can be resolved peacefully, then let it be resolved peacefully. If this snake doesn't know what's good for it, and doesn't know when to stop, then we'll have no choice but to take action. Although the distance was short, and the enemy was fast, with weapons in hand, Eng felt that the advantage was on their side. In fact, the reality is developing in this direction. The Ashuri viper didn't even glance at the pike. Engu remained unmoved even after throwing the fish aside. Furthermore, the desire to launch an attack has become even stronger. Eng could clearly feel the anger accumulating within it, building up steadily. Just as the Ashuri viper began to probe, seemingly preparing to attack, Eng's fishing rod moved. In the blink of an eye, the snake actually took to the air and flew up. All the audience members were instantly stunned. Immediately afterwards, Eng's voice came over. Actually, it doesn't seem that difficult to solve. Chapter 71 Dog or Fish? All I saw was... At this moment, the Ashuri viper had already appeared on the river surface. He poked his head out and stared intently at Engu. It seems they still want to attack. What happened? How did the snake suddenly appear on the river? Resolved? How was it resolved? I didn't see it clearly. The snake is still alive. Don't let your guard down, streamer. Run for your lives. The streamer's fishing technique is absolutely amazing. Wow, this snake can swim really well. Is it a water snake? Don't you know that the vast majority of snakes can swim? It's too dangerous, streamer rat-tail juice, run away quickly. Engu was not distracted at this moment. Although they said the problem was solved, they remained very vigilant. Although he could feel fear from the snake, that wasn't all, anger still lingered. He muttered to himself. The snake is about 10 meters away from me now. Although it is very fast, I have enough time to react if it wants to get closer again. In addition, my fishing rod is 5.4 meters long, which means that as long as my hand speed is fast enough, the fishing rod can guarantee my safety. Master-level fishing skills are no joke. His movements in manipulating the fishing rod, while not as easy as manipulating his body, were not far off. Just now, didn't he tap the snake on the head when he cast his fishing rod, and then, while the snake was still dazed, he flicked it hard and threw it into the water? The whole process was so smooth that even the viewers in the live stream couldn't see it clearly. Now, the distance between the two sides has increased considerably compared to before. The level of safety naturally increases dramatically. Is the danger over? I'm still a bit confused about how I managed to do it. That snake is still staring. Be careful, it might suddenly turn around and attack. Let's retreat quickly, after all, there's a poisonous snake nearby. The streamer is in a good position now. As long as his technique is correct, he should be fine. The streamer is amazing. He actually managed to handle the snake like that. It's incredible. What? Finally, the viewers in the live stream realized what was happening. Looking at Engu, whose expression had calmed down, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Gifts and comments suddenly increased. There is truly nothing more shocking than this. Just then. Suddenly, the snake approached again. Immediately afterwards, the fishing rod was struck hard. Because it was in the water, its attack power was significantly weakened, but it was still enough to throw the snake further away. Once, twice, 3 times. As soon as the snake gets close, Engu will strike it with his pole. With these actions, he could clearly feel that the snake's anger was being gradually weakened, and its emotions were slowly being replaced by sorrow and fear. This snake is called the Ashuri pit viper. Although it is a near-threatened species and is listed on the IUCN Red List, if you encounter it, you must do everything you can to protect yourself. If the situation is critical, you should not hesitate to kill it, as this is a form of emergency avoidance. Watching the viper swimming back and forth in the river but not daring to venture ashore again, Engu finally relaxed and slowly said, Because vipers are quite dangerous. Don't be fooled by its small size. Once bitten, it will cause obvious swelling within half an hour. If antivenom is not injected within 6 hours, it is basically a death sentence. The general process is that snake venom first attacks the internal organs, then causes internal bleeding, followed by damage to the circulatory system, increased permeability of blood vessels and lymphatic vessels, which can no longer contain blood and lymph fluid, and then kidney failure. Hearing Nji's words, many people couldn't help but shudder. I never imagined that this snake's venom would be so terrifying. Although they weren't there in person, they saw everything that just happened. Ngu seemed to handle it with ease, but they all understood one thing: if they had encountered such a snake, they would probably have been bitten long ago. Analyzing their location further, even if they arrived at the hospital at the fastest speed, they would probably already be half dead. A feeling that defies description arose within me. Suddenly, the gift-giving frenzy returned. Finally. Much later. The snake swam towards the opposite bank. Although the destination was still his own farm. But at least it's safe now. Watching the Ashuri viper disappear into the distance, Ngu finally relaxed and said with a smile, "Finally safe. When I get back at noon, I must ask the village clinic if they have any antivenom for this kind of snake. It's just too dangerous." And at this moment, the viewers in the live stream were completely excited. Haha, the streamer is awesome! 666. They actually chased away a poisonous snake with a fishing rod. I have to say, this snake is really tough. It took so many hits to leave. Indeed, if there had been serum in the village, it wouldn't have been life-threatening. He remained so calm even when facing a venomous snake. This streamer is amazing. Even rural live streams are this exciting. You guys are obviously not longtime fans. Do you really think this idiot came to the streamer's house on his own? Look at that silly guy, he's completely bewildered by the streamer. His expression, ha ha ha, it's hilarious. While these people were discussing, Ngu had already set up her fishing rod again. At the same time, she picked up the pike that had just been thrown over and said with a smile, "Let's continue our previous topic. What do you think of this pike I caught?" Look at the big fish in Nji's arms, and then listen to what Ngu has to say. The topic of the live stream suddenly changed. Pike? Is this fish called a pike? It doesn't look like a dog at all. I've never seen one before. In comparison, I think it looks more like a duck. The streamer seemed to have mentioned pike to us earlier. Do you think it's possible that the streamer was trying to lure the snake with the fish, not because the snake didn't want to eat fish, but because the snake simply couldn't stomach it? What? You know what, it's actually possible. Isn't it said that snakes can eat things as big as themselves? It should be fine, right? Not just any snake can swallow something that big. This kind of venomous snake is clearly not in that category. Grilled pike is so delicious. Many people in my hometown love it. The host is having barbecue for lunch, so this is a good opportunity to grill some. What? Fellow townsmen? That's a must-order at the barbecue stalls around my hometown in the summer. It has to be said that the name, dogfish, has sparked a lot of discussion. Because this fish doesn't look like a dog at all. Its mouth does resemble a duck's bill, being both large and flat. That snake doesn't know how to enjoy life at all. Pike meat is tender and white, and tastes delicious. Except for a slight grassy taste like grass carp, it's quite good in every way. Ngu smiled as she put the pike into the bucket. Don't let its size fool you, the taste is absolutely unaffected. Whether braised or grilled, it's quite delicious. Chapter 72 You simpleton, why don't you do it? Clearly, Nji's statement has drawn criticism from many people. Many people believe that fish that are too big will not have a tender and smooth texture. This is especially true for some very large fish that take many years to grow. Ngu, who was quite far from the phone at the moment, seemed to have guessed what these people were thinking and explained to herself. The pike is called a pike because it is like a hungry dog in the water. It is the most ferocious carnivorous fish in this river. It will attack not only other fish, but also frogs, wild ducks and other animals that go down into the water. It is said that they can eat food equivalent to their own weight in a day, so you may occasionally encounter some huge individuals. Of course, it takes a bit of luck, after all, it's fishing. In fact, Nji's words, though meant as an explanation, sounded more like boasting. He was showing off that he had caught such a large prey. Anyone in the audience who enjoys fishing noticed this. A vicious water dog, good heavens! Eating the equivalent of one's body weight in food in a day is indeed the act of a starving dog. I'm lucky, that's about right. I've been fishing for so many years and I've never caught a fish this big. Am I the only one who thinks the streamer's skills are amazing? When he's fishing, his technique is absolutely professional. I feel like the streamer just wants to show off in front of us repeatedly, sob sob, I'm so touched by Versailles, thank you. I'm slacking off at work. I don't know when I'll have a chance to go fishing. I don't care if I catch anything or not. I just want to enjoy myself. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, one fish after another was caught by Ngo. You can catch one in about 10 minutes. This is quite efficient. There are common fish such as grass carp and silver carp, as well as nutritious fish such as silver carp and fine-scaled fish. Small fish such as willow root and yellow loach can also be caught. There are many kinds and a considerable number of them. Each fish that is caught elicits a different reaction from the audience. It feels like opening a blind box. Unfortunately, he never caught a big fish again after that. That pike was the largest one. Hey, you idiot, you've been watching all morning, why don't you come and fish for a bit? Seeing that the 2 buckets she had prepared were almost full, Ngo jokingly said to the simpleton sitting next to her, I'm going to the toilet now. I have to say, this guy Taihanin is really well behaved. Ever since Ngo chased the snake away, this guy has been sitting in the same spot. She's completely different from how restless she was these past few days at home. The key point is that this guy was actually watching very seriously. Every time I see a big fish, I can't help but scream. It seems they genuinely want to learn how to fish. Ha! Making a simpleton fish, what a brilliant idea the streamer came up with. The streamer is amazing! A bear can fish? The way he does the stunts so naturally is truly amazing. It is common knowledge that the reason why humans can be the dominant species is because they have mastered tools. Silly boy, isn't it enough that I have to find shrimp, now you want me to fish too? What? I suddenly remembered the anchor talking about the simple-minded young Taigong fishing, but this time it's not like that. Upon hearing Ng's words, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but start discussing it. Many people recalled what happened on the mountain yesterday. But in just a few dozen seconds, the discussion in the live stream suddenly changed. The initially cheerful discussion quickly turned into astonishment. As Ng's voice faded, Taihanin reacted for a few seconds and actually crawled towards Ngo. Seeing this, even Ngo himself was surprised. Could this guy really understand? You should know that this is not a simple command like, come sit and nurse, but a real, normal language that allows for normal communication. While she was thinking, Ngo had already given up her seat. If you catch a fish, what should you do? Do you know? Ngo asked again. These words had barely left his lips. Iron-like claws were already on the fishing rod, pressing down gently. That's right. If it takes the bait, remember to lift the rod. Now, Ngo was even more excited. Then do you know what happens when a fish takes the bait? In fact, it wasn't just Ngo who was excited at this moment. The live stream room has been covered by something. The entire live stream, with 700,000 to 800,000 viewers, was stunned. This simpleton can actually understand speech? Clearly, this was not something that was practiced in advance. Or rather, it's impossible for someone as simple-minded as him to be trained in advance. How could they possibly train well in just a few days? Upon further reflection, I realized that the simpleton had been watching intently for the entire morning. The audience members who thought about this all gasped in shock. Could this bear really have become a spirit? Everyone looked expectantly at the screen, eager to see what kind of performance the simpleton would deliver next. After a long wait, Taihanin finally reacted, pointing at the buoy on the river and making a series of woo-woo sounds. Damn! Awesome! That simpleton is so clever! It can actually fish? So cute and adorable, a source of joy for silly fans. What? 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 If we actually caught a fish, that would be amazing. You often see people online saying that a bear's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, but can a 5 or 6-year-old child fish? Everyone was shocked by Tai Hannen's reaction, and Ngu was no exception. The shock was even greater. After all, it's my own pet. No one knows the situation better than Ngu. There had been no similar training before. After bringing it back, apart from petting it a few times, the most I did was feed it some veterinary milk powder. That's some serious intelligence. In an instant, Nji's idea of making this guy the mascot of the Northern Lights farm became even more firm. Okay, now that you understand, I'm going to the bathroom. Don't get dragged down there. After saying that, Ngu actually walked off camera. At that moment, the audience realized that he was serious. But just a few dozen seconds after Ngu left, the float on the fishing rod began to sink. Seeing this, Tai Hannen quickly extended his claws. Then, you can't hold on to it at all. Brown bears have long, slender claws, which are indeed very powerful in combat, but they have almost no grasping ability. Before the idiot could even try it a few more times, the fishing rod started shaking violently. Where's the streamer? Looks like a big fish. What? Did Brother N really go to the bathroom? Fishing rod -1. I hope the streamer will come back and not be angry when he sees that his fishing rod worth thousands of yuan is gone. 1,000 yuan might not be enough to make a streamer angry, but missing out on such a big fish would probably be a painful experience. The poor thing is so innocent, its little paws can't even hold on to the fishing rod. Ha ha ha, I don't know why, but I just want to laugh. We are professionally trained, and no matter how funny it is, we won't laugh unless we can't help it. Ha ha ha, the silly guy is so cute. Such big paws, yet he can't even hold on to the fishing rod. Just as the audience was discussing it, the fishing rod holder began to tremble. It seems the fishing rod is in grave danger. They could be pulled into the water by that big fish at any moment. However, just as the fishing rod holder was about to fall, it stopped. The fishing rod obediently remained still in place, and the rod holder stopped shaking. The chat in the live stream also fell into an eerie pause. Chapter 73. Was milk all that was offered? Huh! Why did the fishing rod suddenly stop moving? Did the fish break free? Look at that silly boy! Wow! This simpleton is so smart! They actually know how to use their mouths. Our silly boy isn't silly at all, humph! What? The pole's starting to wobble again. Come on, go go go! Hang in there, just a little longer. As long as the streamer isn't completely incontinent, he should be back soon. As expected, this guy was living in the streamer's house waiting to steal the robe. He's so clever. Use your body to press down. Aren't you supposed to weigh 40 or 50 pounds? The audience's interest was immediately piqued when they saw the simpleton manage to bite the fishing rod. Especially when they saw the clumsy guy forcefully dragging his fishing rod towards the shore, they cheered him on. At the same time, a sense of curiosity also arose in my heart. I was curious about what kind of fish it was, as its strength was no less than that of a clumsy, simple-minded creature. Although Taihan is still young, it is a brown bear, one of the strongest animals on land. As time went by, Taihan gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The large fish hidden in the water seemed to have inexhaustible strength, constantly dragging Taihan towards the riverbank. Soon, the iron-headed creature's front paws were already airborne, and the audience's hearts were in their throats. Why isn't the streamer back yet? For urinary urgency, painful urination, and incomplete emptying of the bladder, use Sanjing brand. Hey you idiot, let go! Don't let yourself get dragged down with you when you lose your grip on the fish. Where's the streamer? Why did it take so long? I've been waiting so long. Give in! You idiot, give in! However, the viewers in the live stream could only watch helplessly. Iron-headed fool couldn't possibly know what these people were talking about. It only knew one thing: if it released this big fish, it would be gone. Every living being, regardless of age or strength, will instinctively crave food. Therefore, it is driven by an instinctive desire that makes it unwilling to let go. Finally, its hind legs were already close to the shore. As for the body, it had already stood up with its legs straight. Even using your body's center of gravity, you still can't pull it up. Many viewers in the live stream couldn't help but close their eyes. However, it was just falling into the water. It's not that I'm extremely worried. According to Ngu, the water flow here is not very rapid. Sure enough, the simpleton didn't last long. Just when everyone thought it was about to be pulled into the water, suddenly, a hand grabbed the fishing rod. Hey idiot, are you stupid? If you can't catch it, just let go. If you fall in and get swept away, where am I supposed to find you? Looking at the familiar man in front of him, Tai-Hanin finally relented, his face showing deep grievance. Who is this person? How could they treat the streamer like that? That's right, the streamer should fire this assistant as soon as possible. Hee, my silly goose is so amazing. This fish must be huge. Assistant, hurry up and pull it up. Brother-in is finally back. If he hadn't come back, I would have started selling medicine right away next time. Without prostatitis, one wouldn't last so long. Hurry up and fish. I want to know what kind of fish this is. It can even catch bears. That's amazing. Many people breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Ngu return. Many people also jokingly referred to Ngu as a simpleton from the perspective of the anchor. However, Ngu doesn't have time to check the live stream chat right now. The moment Tai-Hanin let go, he felt a strong force coming back from the fishing rod. Goodness, it's a big fish. Ngu stared wide-eyed at the Wulong River, a hint of seriousness on her face, and said, Then let me see what you're capable of. He felt that this fish would definitely be the biggest catch of the morning. Putting everything else aside, its strength alone basically proves that this is a large fish that is no weaker than a pike. As Ngu kept loosening and tightening his grip, the viewers in the live stream finally realized that Tai-Hanin had really caught a big fish. They hadn't seen Ngu fish so seriously all morning. As the fish was gradually loosened, its strength diminished considerably. Clearly, this guy's stamina has been gradually worn down. Seeing this scene, people finally understood that Ngu was absolutely not joking when he said his fishing skills were excellent. Previously, those gains could be attributed to luck, but now, it's pure skill. Suddenly, Ngu quickened her pace and swiftly reeled in the fishing line. The moment the fish left the water, Ngu exclaimed in surprise, A salmon! This is actually a salmon. He truly never expected to have such good luck. Salmon? That sounds familiar. Why is the anchor so surprised? Is this fish very expensive? Chum salmon are a type of salmon, don't you think? Salmon? Ha ha ha, that reminds me of Gua salmon downburi and salmon star. Iron Hanin is really amazing. He caught such a big guy on his first fishing trip. Is this a salmon? We have salmon in China? I thought salmon came from the sea. The streamer is going to strike it rich. It's so fat, it must have roe inside, right? The appearance of the word salmon has clearly sparked a lot of discussion. But that's understandable. After all, salmon has become quite famous over the years. Leaving aside the famous ingredients like caviar and the salmon controversy in a certain province, the sashimi that has been promoted in Japan for years has generated a lot of buzz. Just as the audience was discussing, the large salmon appeared in Ng's arms. After weighing it a few times, he murmured, I think it should weigh around 7 or 8 pounds. What a great haul! Hey, you did a great job. We'll give you an extra bottle of milk as a reward when we get back today. Upon hearing the word milk, Tai-Hanin immediately became incredibly excited. However, the live stream was flooded with messages from unscrupulous merchants. Many people are complaining that this simpleton is being sold out, and is even helping the seller count the money. What is the price range for salmon? Even without caviar, the price is still quite good. If there's caviar, making it into caviar would be ridiculously expensive. But now, a bottle of milk is enough. The key point is that this guy actually seemed quite happy. If Eng knew what these people were thinking, she would definitely laugh at them, for they simply don't understand the power of veterinary milk powder. While the intelligence of brown bears is mainly due to their naturally good brains, the contribution of veterinary milk powder should not be underestimated. After a brief demonstration, Ngu smiled and placed the salmon in the bucket, saying, "Silly boy, we should go back now." Chapter 74. Has the guest arrived? As they spoke, Ngu quickly loaded today's catch, along with fishing gear, a portable deck chair, and other items, into the car. Only after making sure everything was loaded into the car did I take my phone into my hand. As I got into the car, I glanced at my phone. Since he started fishing, he hasn't looked at his phone for several hours. It's still the familiar 100,000 plus views. This number made him feel very comfortable. At the same time, some comments and discussions appeared on the screen. Ngu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wolongjiang province is known as the hometown of salmon, so of course it has salmon, but the fish is quite expensive, usually around 30 yuan. Of course, the fishing will only increase after the White Dew solar term, around the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival, since it's currently the fishing ban period." As they spoke, Ngu was already seated in the driver's seat, quickly securing her phone. Meanwhile, the live stream room was already buzzing with discussion. "Only 30-odd yuan? That's cheaper than a lot of seafood. I feel this price is perfectly acceptable. After all, fish is quite good for your health." "I don't care whether it's good for your health or not. The main thing is that this stuff is a top-quality ingredient, and the Japanese are so obsessed with it, so it must taste pretty good, right?" "Fishing ban period? I didn't know there was a fishing ban period in inland areas too." "Of course, and we have plenty of time. I remember seeing something about someone who liked to eat salmon and therefore didn't have heart disease. I wonder if that's true?" After securing the phone, Ngu glanced at it again and said, "Hey, you idiot, sit tight, we're leaving." These words were spoken. Tai Henan immediately perked up. "Sit up quickly and stop moving around." Clearly, its previous experiences have taught it one thing: if it doesn't behave while riding in a car, it might start to feel pain soon. As the engine started to sound, the car was slightly raised. Immediately afterwards, under Nji's control, they rushed directly into the water. I just saw in the comments that someone asked which people don't get heart disease because they eat salmon regularly, and I happen to know that too. As soon as the car entered the water, Nji's voice rang out in the live broadcast room again. "Those are Eskimos. Not only heart disease, but also diseases like diabetes and arteriosclerosis are rarely seen in these people. However, what I want to say is that it's useless for us to know. We can't possibly eat as much salmon every year as people in those places. Even if our wallets can handle it, we might not be able to buy it any time. It's fine to try it occasionally. This fish is delicious whether it's steamed, fried, grilled, or smoked. As for eating it raw like the islanders do, I don't recommend it." As she spoke, Ngu smacked her lips. I recalled the scene from the last time I ate it. Thinking it over, I decided to grill all the fish that were suitable for grilling in a little while. Viewers in the live stream easily noticed Nji's reaction, and their mouths watered involuntarily. Given this reaction, it must taste pretty good. In the time it takes to say a few words, the car has already crossed the Wulong River. Once on land, Nj pressed a button to restore the air pressure in the tires and drove back towards the villa. "Hey, smoke is already coming from the villa. Sophia and the others are probably preparing a barbecue. They can take the fish they caught today over there to grill together." Looking at the wisps of smoke rising not far away, Ngu said with a smile, "Whether it's salmon or trout, they are both excellent barbecue ingredients, and they can also be used to entertain guests." His words contained a lot of information. Barbecue, grilled fish, customers, these words stirred the audience in the live stream. Longtime fans know that Sophia and her family are of the Rus ethnicity. The Russian ethnic group's large meat skewers, weighing several kilograms each, are quite famous, but not many people have actually tried them. Coupled with Nji's description of the fish and his own reaction, the audience couldn't help but salivate. The arrival of the guests made them feel extremely envious. He wished he were the guest. Many people even started asking Ngu if she would be treated to any kind of entertainment if fans came over. However, even if Ngu saw such a question, she would absolutely not answer it. It would be inappropriate to say that we would not entertain them. But if we're talking about entertaining guests, who knows how many people will come? Anyway, he doesn't want to entertain any fans right now. If the farm is developed in the future, perhaps. For now, let's just pretend we didn't see it. Under Ngu's control, the car did not return to the garage, but drove directly to the backyard. The enormous roar naturally attracted the attention of the Levs. Ngu is back. Lev laughed and said, "You'll see in a moment why I can't stop thinking about this car." "Alright, stop being so irresponsible. Instead of worrying about the car, why don't you think about what kind of relationship Ngu has with that girl? She traveled all this way to the farm to see him, could it be?" "Don't worry. Have you ever seen someone come looking for a lover and bring gifts? Besides, Ngu said he's not in a relationship. And besides, do you think our Sophia is inferior to that girl?" Can. Before she could voice her doubts, the Siberian conquerors were already in sight. Whether she saw the enormous vehicle or sensed that Ngu was about to get off, she didn't say those words aloud. Looking at his wife's expression, Lev couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, everyone reacts the same way when they first see this car. Just as the two of them were lost in thought, the car came to a stop. Immediately afterwards, Lev was awakened by a sound coming from not far away. "Uncle Lev, come and lend a hand. We've had a good haul today. Let's see what kind of fish is good for grilling, and we'll grill some in a bit." "All right. Coming." Upon hearing this, Lev jogged over. Upon seeing Ngu unload the buckets from the truck, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Hunchbacked fish? Boss, you're so lucky." "Hee, there's also a pike. The rest are all relatively small. Anyway, whatever you think is suitable for grilling, we'll grill them all for lunch today." Ngu didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Have the guests arrived?" "They've arrived. It's a young girl. She's in the villa's living room now, with Sophia with her." Lev chuckled and said, "Also, I've already taken over those 3 farm machines. They're all in the garage." Clearly, he wasn't as worried as his wife that this young girl would become Sophia's rival. "Okay, then lunch is yours. I'll go back and talk to the guests first." After saying that, Ngu walked towards the villa. After taking only a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "How about this? Weren't you curious about the Russian barbecue? I'll put the camera on the barbecue and you can take a look." Chapter 75 Mistaken Identity? Ngu suddenly realized that it wouldn't be good if Nanqing, a guest, suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room without her knowledge. Putting aside the fact that it was the other party's first time. Given the other party's identity as a Douyin employee, and the fact that they came specifically to discuss cooperation, this is highly inappropriate. So, I decided to leave my live streaming phone outside. Of course, he did this because he wanted to tempt the viewers in the live stream. If that's not the case, wouldn't it be simpler to just shut down the live stream? The Levs have basically gotten used to the live streaming environment in the past 2 days, so they don't mind it anymore. In less than half a minute, Ngu found a suitable angle and placed her phone not far in front of the barbecue grill. "Auntie, I'll go in first so the guests don't have to wait too long." Ngu greeted them and then walked towards the villa. A little while later, Lev came over carrying a bucket and said, "Wife, take a look at these fish and see which ones are suitable for grilling. I'll take the rest back and freeze them." "Huh? Boss, did you cast a net? You caught so many fish?" Li Yuji asked in surprise when she saw the bucket. "Look, there's no net here. These are all fish caught with fishing rods." Lev scoffed and said, "Besides, how could he not know that it's the fishing ban season here? We can only fish, not cast nets." "That makes sense. It's probably because it's the fishing ban period and no one is catching fish here, so there are more fish." Li Yuji thought about it, and realized that it made sense. Besides, it had been more than half a month since the fishing ban began, and it was normal for there to be more fish after such a long period of no one catching them. So they focused their attention on the fish that Ngu had caught. The viewers in the live stream were also discussing the conversation between the two. Meanwhile, Nge had already returned to the villa. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw a pretty girl sitting on the sofa, but Sophia was not there as Lev had said. "Hello, Mr. Nge." Just as Nge was sizing up the visitor, the girl also noticed Nge and reached out her hand. "Hello?" Nge looked at the girl with some surprise, then reached out and gently shook her hand. He quickly recalled his several conversations with Nanqing, and wondered why her voice sounded somewhat different. Could it be that the voice was altered because of the phone call? Even so, the gap shouldn't be that big. The girl looked at Nge with some confusion, seemingly unable to understand why he had that expression. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Oh, right, Mr. Nge, this is a gift for you." As she spoke, she tentatively picked up her gift. Could it be that he knows the purpose of his trip and therefore doesn't want to receive us? Upon hearing this, Nge naturally turned her gaze to her hands. "Fengjiu original liquor? Galingi wine?" Now, Nge was even more confused. Gifts are a normal part of meeting someone. It's quite normal to give a bar as a gift when you first meet someone. I don't care about Fengjiu or Matai. But what on earth is this Galingi wine? Although this was the first time he had seen it, he knew it was medicinal wine. A few years ago, there seemed to be a lot of advertisements. Even though he was full of questions, he still accepted the gift and said, "Thank you, Miss Nanqing." He doesn't care about gifts. What's important is future cooperation. "Nanqing?" The girl was also taken aback when she heard this. But he quickly realized something. "I finally understand why I felt something was off ever since that old man picked me up. Mr. Ench, are you waiting for a guest named Nanqing? That Ross uncle mistook me for Nanqing and brought me in." Upon hearing this, Nge seemed to realize something. It seems that Lev saw the girl at the farm gate, mistook her for Nanqing whom he had asked to be brought back, and thus brought her back directly. After a slight pause, Nge asked, "And who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu. I've come here to buy the ginseng you dug up from the mountains the other day." Yu smiled and quickly revealed his purpose. "Forget your worries?" Upon hearing this name, Nge couldn't help but think that it suited her perfectly. With her delicate features, long, jet-black hair, and pure white fitted sleeves paired with a jade-green long dress, she resembled a pure white lotus blooming in clear water. However, he quickly changed his mind and shook his head, saying, "Ginseng? Sorry, I don't intend to sell it." "Of course I know you don't intend to sell, so my coming here this time isn't just about offering money," Yu said, his expression unchanged. "Oh?" Nge looked at Yu with a puzzled expression. He wanted to see what terms this person could offer. "Have you ever heard of Guangxingju?" Seeing that Nge did not react to Guangxingju, Yu continued. "Our Guangxingju has been passed down for hundreds of years and is the top Chinese medicine pharmacy in the country. It is known as one of the 4 major pharmacies along with Tongrentang, Huqinyutang, and Qinliji." Upon hearing this, Nge's curiosity was immediately piqued. He didn't know about the other companies, but he had heard of Tongrentang. Being able to be as famous as Tongrentang, it must have had its glorious past. He wanted to see what price a family with such a heritage would offer. Seeing that Nge's expression finally changed slightly, Yu smiled and said, "If you are willing, we are willing to exchange medicine for medicine." "Exchanging medicine for medicine?" Nge laughed and said, "You guys own a pharmacy. If I want to buy medicine, I can just buy it from you. I'm not short of money, why would I want to trade with you? These days, not all medicines are readily available." Yu said with a smile. "Take Among Yuhuangwan for example. It is indeed available for purchase, but all of them are made from water buffalo horn powder. Compared to rhinoceros horn, the medicinal effect is far inferior. My family has a history of hundreds of years and naturally has a lot of Aong Yuhuangwan made from rhinoceros horn. Under our proper preservation, the medicinal effect is not diminished at all. These can also be exchanged." Upon hearing this, Nge's mind immediately began to race. How could he not have heard of Anlong Nyohuangwan? This is a life-saving artifact. For many acute illnesses such as sudden fever, febrile seizures, and stroke, one pill can buy a lot of time for rescue. Before Ngu could speak, Shi Wanyu continued. There are many other medicines like these. For example, our family can produce Galingi, Nyohuang Qingxinwan, Babeo Yushuwan, or old versions of pills such as Huaduo Zaizo Wan and Shishiang Baoxin Wan produced by our peers. We can produce all of them. We will definitely not let you down when it comes to replacing ginseng. Chapter 76 isn't necessarily a bad thing. Upon hearing Shi Wangyu's words, Ngu couldn't help but frown. To be honest, he was a little tempted. After all, ginseng is just ginseng. He didn't understand any pharmacology, so even if he had it, he just left it there. However, if one were to choose one of these rare but life-saving miracle drugs that are no longer available, that would be a good option. No one knows if they or someone around them might suddenly fall ill or suffer an accident. Having these medications is like having an extra life. But I can't make up my mind. After all, it's such a top-quality ginseng. Moreover, it was the first wild ginseng he had ever collected. Seeing Ngu frowning and remaining silent, Shi Wangyu's eyes flickered as he said, in addition, Guan Xingju is willing to purchase any kind of qualified medicinal herbs produced by your farm, including ginseng and deer antler, as well as those you subsequently cultivate or raise. This is undoubtedly a very favorable condition. Under normal circumstances, the medicinal herbs produced by these agricultural producers can only be sold through specialized personnel such as herb recycling merchants and middlemen. And these middlemen are definitely going to make money off them. If we can sign a supply contract directly with a pharmaceutical company like Guangxingju, we can eliminate the middleman's profit margin. Don't underestimate these price differences. Over time, they can add up to a considerable sum. Putting everything else aside, just take the sika deer for example. Once the deer population grows, they can produce 2 harvests of antlers a year, which is very lucrative. Moreover, Shi Wanyu meant that they would accept all the medicinal materials produced, as long as they met the standards. Doesn't this mean that there's no need to worry about selling any kind of medicinal herb? Undoubtedly, this can significantly reduce the risks associated with developing a farm. If one could exchange this ginseng for pills of equal value, and then be able to establish a partnership with Guangxingju, it certainly seems like a good option. Changing is not out of the question, but I don't know the efficacy and value of the medicines you mentioned. I need some time to study them carefully. Finally, Ngu relented and said, also, Guangxingju needs to sign a contract with me to purchase Chinese medicinal herbs. Sure. Shi Wanyu nodded decisively and said, I can also give you a list of pills that we can provide, including their effects, differences from commonly sold pills, approximate value, etc. The saying, though no one sees the process of preparation, heaven knows the intention, was almost etched into her mind. Even if no one was watching, she believed that she should act with a conscience. Since I didn't intend to cheat anyone, there was naturally no problem with signing the contract. Just as Ngu was about to recount the details, her phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Ngu said something and then took out her phone. Hello, Miss Nanqing, have you arrived at the farm yet? That's right. This call came from Nanqing. Yes, I'm already at the farm gate, but I see it's locked. I'll come pick you up. Ngu thought for a moment and said, Give me 2 minutes. After exchanging a few words, Ngu hung up the phone and said, Miss Shi, I'm going to the entrance to pick someone up. If it's not urgent, we can talk about this again this afternoon. Of course, I have plenty of time. Shi Wanyu smiled and said, To be honest, we can provide quite a few special Chinese medicine pills. It may take you some time to figure out which one you want to exchange for. Haha, that's good. I just had someone prepare a special barbecue for the Russian people today. Let's have lunch together in a bit. Ngu said with a smile. There was no conflict, and both sides had time. This is a very good prerequisite for getting something done. After saying that, Ngu walked outside. As soon as I stepped out of the living room, I saw Sophia carrying a tray of tea towards the living room, with Tai Hanan following behind her, a baby bottle in his mouth. Sophia probably went to prepare tea, but the silly boy kept bothering her, which is why she didn't return to the living room for so long. Senior, what's going on? Sophia watched as Eng seemed to be preparing to leave, then glanced into the living room and couldn't help but say something. Nan Chi Kai, the operator from Douyin, has arrived at the farm gate. Upon hearing this, Sophia was taken aback and looked towards the living room. Before she could ask any questions, Eng explained. Although Miss Wan Yu inside didn't give us a heads up before coming, we might have a good working relationship in the future. Please take good care of her for me. With just one simple sentence, Eng cleared up the previous misunderstanding and explained the possibility of future cooperation. Oh, I see. Sophia nodded and said, I understand. After saying that, Eng walked towards the door. Seeing that Tai Henin had followed him with a baby bottle in his mouth, he stopped and said, Tai Henin, you stay at home, I'll be right back. Upon hearing Ng's words, Tai Henin was clearly taken aback. She looked at Eng with some confusion. Before Eng could even react, she had already walked out. He then closed the door behind him. After watching its owner leave with wide eyes, Tai Henin stared blankly for a moment before crawling towards the living room. Ah dash! Upon seeing Tai Henin, Shi Wangyu suddenly let out a gasp. Just as Sophia was about to say something to comfort Tai Henin for not being a threat, Shi Wangyu rushed excitedly to Tai Henin's side, squatted down, and exclaimed, This must be Tai Henin! He's so cute! Right? Right? He's so adorable! Sophia said with a smile. If Eng were there, she would definitely exclaim. Apartment really lived up to its reputation. Women love fluffy things. Friendships between women are simple. Shared tastes are all it takes. That's a line from a movie. At this moment, in front of Tai Henin, it was displayed to the fullest extent. Not long after, Eng had already arrived at the farm gate. There was a car parked at the entrance. It must have been a car rented by Nanqing, because there seemed to be no one on the bus. There was only one woman at the door, looking around. Around 1.65 meters tall. He looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans. Eng couldn't help but purse her lips and mutter, Don't these people feel the cold? Although it's already the end of June, the highest temperature in Mauve today was only 24 degrees Celsius, and the lowest temperature was only 5 degrees Celsius. I really don't understand why these two out-of-towners are dressed so lightly. Didn't you do your homework before coming? However, this is none of his business. Asking someone if they're cold on the first meeting is just being a busybody. Anyway, they won't freeze to death. Chapter 77. When you're a guest, do as the host says, just listen to me. Mr. Ange, you've arrived! Nanqing quickly noticed and said, Your farm has a really nice environment. Haha, after all, it's so remote and there are few people, so the environment is naturally better. And smiled and quickly opened the farm gate. Who doesn't like to hear nice things? You're too modest. Since I arrived here, the air feels especially sweet. It's so much more comfortable than the capital, Nanqing said with a smile. It might be the fragrance of the flowers. There are so many wildflowers this time of year. And pointed to the wildflowers not far away and said, You must be tired after traveling all morning. Let's have a quick lunch here and then talk about cooperation. It's already a little past noon. It's somewhat inappropriate to discuss cooperation at this point in time. Furthermore, as the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. And whether or not the negotiations with Douyin can be successful depends heavily on Nanqing. If you enjoy the meal, it will be easier to discuss things later. Of course, most importantly, you can get information out of people over a meal. Understanding your influence with Douyin and knowing their bottom line is crucial to maximizing your benefits, and at the very least, avoiding being taken advantage of. That's not very nice. We haven't even talked about anything yet, and you're already offering to treat us to a meal? Although she said that, she couldn't help but swallow. While she was waiting, she had already opened the live stream and taken a look. Putting everything else aside, The barbecue feast prepared by Lev and his crew was incredibly delicious, especially the enormous meat skewers that were almost as long as an arm. "You've traveled all this way to the farm to see me, isn't it normal for me to treat you well?" Ngo waved his hand and said, "When in Rome, do as the host says. Just listen to me. After lunch, we'll have plenty of time to talk about cooperation." Upon hearing this, Nanqing naturally stopped being polite. The two exchanged brief pleasantries and walked towards the villa. Ngo could clearly see that Nanqing was looking at his farm the whole way. However, he didn't seem to care too much. After all, it's the first time seeing such a view, so it's inevitable to be a little curious. However, unbeknownst to him, Nanqing's heart was already filled with shock at that moment. Besides those two words, I can't think of any other adjective to describe how she felt. The real-life Northern Lights farm is far more breathtaking than what you see in the live stream. "Do you mind appearing on the live stream? If not, I'll come over in a bit and turn it off." Suddenly, Nanqing's thoughts were interrupted by Ngo. Upon closer inspection, they realized they had arrived at a short distance from the villa. "I don't care," Nanqing said. "Perhaps because of that kind of work environment, I am quite comfortable in front of the camera." After a slight pause, he added, "Besides, your live stream also experiences peak traffic during lunchtime, so don't let my presence affect anything." "Okay, if the other guest doesn't mind either, then we won't turn off the live stream." Upon hearing this, Ngo nodded. Another guest. Nanqing was taken aback upon hearing this. "I didn't expect there to be other guests today." However, she did not choose to ask. She was perfectly aware of her role on the farm. These are things that she, as an outsider, should obviously not concern herself with. In just a few steps, she followed Ngo back into the villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Tai Henin rushed over from a short distance away and hugged Ngo. "Hey idiot, it's only been a few minutes, what's all the fuss about?" Squatting down, Ngo gently rubbed Tai Henin's little head and said with a smile, "Roar." "Awu." Looking at Tai Henin's aggrieved little expression, and hearing his two low growls, Ngo said speechlessly, "It's not like I don't want you anymore, what are you acting all aggrieved about?" Nanqing, standing to the side, appeared somewhat dazed. "It's only been a few days since I brought him here, and it's already turned out like this. What will happen if this goes on for too long? Putting everything else aside, this simpleton alone could probably create a top-tier account. Indeed, Ngo has enormous potential." He secretly resolved that this collaboration absolutely could not fail. Even if this collaboration were negotiated according to the highest standards. "Senior, you're back? Is this Miss Nanqing?" "Yes, that's right. Sophia, go check on your parents' preparations. These two guests have been running around all day, they must be hungry," Ngo said with a smile. "Okay, I'll go out and take a look. Sister Wang Yu is indeed hungry." After saying that, Sophia walked outside. Hearing this address, Ngo was taken aback. They'd made friends so quickly. Looking at Sophia's retreating figure, he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, it is difficult to understand. Can friendships between women really form so quickly? Indeed, that is the case. In just a short while, she had already figured out Shi Wengyou's identity. She also understands very well that the farm's future development will inevitably require cooperation with them. Of course, even without considering this relationship, their shared hobby alone is enough to make them friends. Finally, under Ng's physical and firm attitude, Tai Henin let go of his leg and retreated to the side, feeling wronged. Enter the living room. Ngo got straight to the point, and started talking to Shi Wengyou about the live stream. "Live streaming? Of course, no problem," Shi Wengyou said with a smile. "I've always been your fan, so just think of me as the first fan who came here to freeload a meal." As the two were talking, neither of them noticed that Nanqing was looking at Shi Wengyou with a surprised expression. For some reason, she felt that the person in front of her looked very familiar. But for a moment, I couldn't remember where I had seen it before. "Okay, since everyone is okay with it, let's continue the live stream while we have lunch. After lunch, I'll turn off the live stream and discuss the collaboration with each of you separately. Nge nodded and said. Upon hearing Nge's words, Nanqing and Shi Huangyu looked at each other almost simultaneously. Discuss cooperation? Could it be? Before they could think further, Nge said, You two are not talking about the same thing, and you're in different fields, so there's no need to be so tense. Upon hearing this, both of them visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're not competitors, that's fine. The hostility on his face vanished instantly. They greeted each other with smiles. A short while later, Sophia walked in from outside. Senior, my parents said we can go out to eat any time. The big meat skewers will be cooked soon, and the other things will be grilled very quickly. Chapter 78 The Wonders of Fish Skin Clothing. Okay, let's go out then. Nge nodded and looked at the two guests. Upon hearing this, the two quickly stood up. Nanqing thought for a moment and asked, Speaking of which, this is my first time eating Russian cuisine. I wonder if there are any rules. Upon hearing this, Shi Huangyu also turned his gaze to Nge and the other person. This is my farm. What rules can I, a Han Chinese, possibly have? Nge casually replied. As long as I'm full and well fed, that's fine. As they spoke, the group walked toward the courtyard. Tai Hanan followed closely behind Nge. When everyone arrived at the barbecue area outside the villa, plates, bread, hot sauce, ketchup, various cutlery, and kvass were already laid out on the table. At this moment, the air was already filled with the aroma of roasted meat. The aroma is wonderful. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Nge approach, Lev smiled and said, The roast meat will be ready soon. There are also salads and cold dishes prepared here to help cut through the richness. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward and opened a mosquito net. At the same time, they looked at Shi Huangyu and Nanqing with surprise. He had just heard Sophia tell him about this misunderstanding. He really didn't expect that two people would come looking for Nge at the same time. Of course, his gaze did not attract the attention of anyone else. Let alone outsiders like Shi Huangyu and Nanqing, even Nge finds it quite novel. Inside the mosquito net were all kinds of salads, and of course, some cold dishes with a northeastern Chinese flavor. When Nge was still studying in Harbin, she rarely went to restaurants outside the city, and even when she did, she almost never managed to create such an authentic Russian flavor. After all, he was a Han Chinese who had never studied such combinations before and didn't really understand them. After examining the items on the table, Nge followed the aroma of meat and focused her gaze on the grill not far away. 10 large iron skewers, each about a meter long, were being roasted on top. Each skewer has 5 or 6 pieces of meat the size of a baby's fist on it. On the side, there were pike and some sausages that had been caught that day being grilled. In addition, chicken wings, vegetable rolls, and solid eggs were also prepared, but they have not been baked yet. It should be ready to eat in about 2 or 3 minutes. Seeing Nge looking at her, Li Yuji pointed to the salmon next to her and said, Should we grill this salmon? I feel like after we finish these meat skewers and sausages, we can just fill it up with chicken wings and vegetable rolls. We'll see how things go then. Nge said with a smile. I think that's about right, there are only a few of us in total. As he spoke, he arrived at the spot where he had placed his live streaming phone. When he picked up his phone and saw the comments, he immediately felt a strong sour smell. Chicken wings and vegetable rolls sewn together? Aren't all these big meat skewers enough to eat? If you let me eat it, just 1 skewer of meat would be enough to fill me up. I have a feeling this string of them could fetch an astronomical price if it were sold. The meat skewers in my area are only about the size of this 1 piece of meat, and they only cost 3 yuan. Now I finally know what it means to be outrageously rich. Wah! There are only 5 or 6 people, how can they eat so much? Seeing these comments, Nge couldn't help but smile slightly and said, How about it? Getting hungry? Here's a huge meat skewer for you guys. Oh, I forgot, you can't eat it through the phone. Upon hearing Nge's words, not only the viewers in the live stream, but also everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. If it weren't for the fact that they could eat it, they would have really wanted to go up and punch him a couple of times. That's such a despicable thing to say. The key point is that after saying that, Ngu burst into laughter. At some point, Yu came over and said, Mr. Ngu, may I take a look at this salmon? I heard my dad say that when he came to northeast China to dig for ginseng, there was a minority group who made clothes from the skin of this kind of fish. I'm just curious, what kind of fish skin can be used to make clothes? These words were spoken. The live stream room immediately became lively again. What? A new girl? Could this be the streamer's guest? Making clothes out of fish skin? Are you kidding me? I have eaten fish skin before, but using it to make clothes is outrageous. No matter how you look at it, you can't make clothes out of fish skin. I just don't understand. Looking at the changes in the live stream chat, Ngu couldn't help but think back. It seems that he didn't mention it after catching the salmon. So he said, I think you're talking about the Huzha people, right? They do use salmon skin to make clothes. In fact, it's not just salmon skin, but also bighead carp, sturgeon, grass carp and so on. As she spoke, Ngu went directly to the bucket and picked up the large salmon. For someone with expert fishing skills, catching a fish is naturally a piece of cake. Seeing Ngu holding a phone in one hand and a fish in the other to show the viewers in the live stream, Yu quickly stepped forward and said, Let me help you take the picture. It's not very convenient to control the camera with one hand. As she spoke, a hint of apology appeared on her face. If she hadn't suddenly brought up this topic, it wouldn't have triggered such a chain reaction. There will never be a situation where someone is holding a big fish in one hand and doing a live stream with the other. In fact, Ngu had no idea she would think that way. He just felt that this was something he could tell the audience. Seeing her step forward to help take pictures, Ngu handed her her phone. I must say, this Yu is quite professional. There are absolutely no problems with the presentation. Seeing this, Ng's lips curled up slightly, and she said, Actually, in a sense, fish skin clothing was one of the most suitable garments for the Wolongjiang environment in ancient times. Because it doesn't harden in winter. As you probably know, winters in Wolongjiang are extremely cold, easily dropping to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, and occasionally even to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. At such extremely low temperatures, whether it's cowhide, deerskin, or mink fur, it's very easy for it to harden. Well, it gets really stiff, so it's very uncomfortable to wear and restricts movement. But fish skin clothing doesn't encounter this problem. Moreover, fish skin clothing is waterproof and easy to clean, with many advantages. It can definitely be considered a crystallization of the wisdom of our ancient fishing and hunting peoples. After explaining the advantages of fish skin clothing, Ngu casually began to explain the production method. Yu was also very knowledgeable and swam around the fish's body in accordance with Ng's explanation. At the same time, an I see expression appeared on his face. The viewers in the live stream are actually quite similar to her. In particular, Ngu occasionally intersperses stories and biographies. In an instant, the screen was filled with messages of, I've learned something new. Praise for Ngu filled the entire live stream room. Seeing this scene, Nanqing's breathing became heavy. Because she understood one thing very well, once she signed a contract with Ngu, even if she made the biggest concessions, it would be enough to cause her income at the company to skyrocket. Just then, Li Yuji's voice rang out. The barbecue is ready to eat! Chapter 79 Why is he so fierce? These words were spoken. It immediately drew everyone's attention. Yu looked at Ngu, pointed at the barbecue, and then pointed at the live streaming phone. Clearly, she was asking Ngu if she wanted to live stream the giant meat skewer. Upon seeing this, Ngu raised an eyebrow and then nodded slightly. Upon seeing Ng's confirmation, Yu quickly went to the barbecue grill and took a close-up shot of the meat skewers. It must be said that Yu is truly professional. As Ngu watched her familiar movements, she couldn't help but compare them to her own live streams. The difference is quite obvious. I really don't know how she, the daughter of a big pharmaceutical company owner, could have such skills. But then I thought about it again, and it seems that girls usually like to take pictures, It's not entirely unreasonable for someone to have strong photography skills. Meanwhile, a heated discussion had already broken out in the live stream room. No wonder, under Shi Wangyo's operation, a piece of roasted meat the size of an adult's arm appeared in the live stream. Dozens of large chunks of meat sizzled on the charcoal fire, with drops of hot oil slowly sliding down the plump pieces. It inevitably evokes a primal urge. It is truly intoxicating. Wow! It looks really good. Such a big piece of meat, just looking at it is satisfying. Is one skewer about a pound? Can the streamers eat that much? Have you guys noticed that this young lady is a really good photographer? Damn, is roast barbecue this good? I wonder if we have it in Dragon City. I've decided. Tonight I'm going to find some people to go eat Russian barbecue. I never thought it would be this fun. I'm so envious. I only make about 3,000 yuan a month. I don't even dare to dream of it. I'm afraid a single meal would cost me several days' salary. Even through a screen, the viewers in the live stream were quite tempted. Even if you don't like eating meat, seeing such a scene will instinctively make your mouth water. At that moment, Ngu casually picked up a skewer and bit into a large piece of meat. Instantly, a rich, meaty sensation filled my entire mouth. Although it's a little too hot to eat, it can bring a sense of happiness. When you take a bite, it even bursts with juice. Please don't follow my example, I'm setting a bad example. Seeing that Shi Wangyu had already pointed the camera at her, Ngu quickly said, "The correct way to eat it is to put the special spicy sauce on the plate, and then put the grilled meat, sausage, and grilled vegetables on the plate and dip them in the sauce." As she spoke, Ngu had already reached the outdoor table next to her, quickly squeezed some chili sauce onto the plate, and then proceeded to do as she had instructed. The large chunks of pork were already fragrant after being grilled over charcoal, and now with the addition of chili sauce, the aroma is even more outstanding. By the way, Auntie, why is this grilled meat so tender? Li Yuji was clearly caught off guard by Nji's sudden question. After a long pause, just as Ngu was about to change the subject, she finally spoke up. It's probably because I added lemon and kiwi. That's what my mother-in-law taught me. Lemons and kiwis? Ngu couldn't help but repeat it once. I can understand lemons, but what the heck is a kiwi? If I remember correctly, kiwi fruit used to be only available in China, right? That's right, those kiwi fruits now are all exported and then sold domestically. Where did the Rus people get kiwi fruit before? It might be an improvement over the last few decades, but adding kiwi to meat, are you sure it's not some kind of culinary disaster? The streamer seems to be enjoying his food, it shouldn't be anything horrible. Obviously, viewers found it hard to accept the idea of putting kiwi fruit in meat. They didn't believe that adding kiwi would make the meat tender. At this moment, Ngu seemed to have thought of something and said, I remember now, kiwi fruit can be used as a meat tenderizer in addition to being eaten as a fruit. Simply put, kiwi fruit contains a substance called protease. Marinating meat with this will make it very tender. This method works for both pork and beef. Upon hearing Nji's explanation, the discussion in the live stream became even more heated. Wow! Is it really that amazing? Why don't we ask the magic conch? If the meat tenderizer is made from fruit, it seems acceptable. Do you really think those merchants who try to take advantage of you would use kiwi fruit? I've learned something. I'll add some kiwi when I make barbecue at home in the future. On the other side, Ngu had already invited everyone to start eating. Grilled meat tastes better when it's fresh out of the oven. Soon, grilled sausages, grilled fish, grilled eggs, grilled green peppers, and other dishes were also completed. Watching Ngu and the others feast, the viewers in the live stream could only swallow their saliva with tears in their eyes. Meanwhile, Tai Henin was also quite active on the side. Acting incredibly cute. Hugging Anja's legs tightly, she rested her head on her thighs. Saliva was flowing out like it was free. Roar! 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 Ngu glared at Tai Henin and scolded. You can't eat barbecue. If you keep making a fuss, believe me, I won't even give you milk anymore. Roar! Row! However, Faced with Nji's threats, Tai Hanin refused to let go this time, glaring angrily at Ngu and making a lot of noise. Seeing Shi Wangyo's doubts, Sophia smiled and explained Tai Hanin's situation. It's probably because they're not old enough and it's not suitable for them to eat pork, etc. In the live stream, some viewers who were initially confused finally got their answer. Everyone had an expression of sudden realization. It turns out there are so many factors to consider when it comes to food. But this stubborn guy is really persistent. This time, it absolutely refused to let go, and just kept howling. Annoyed to no end, Ngu said, Alright, I'll grill a fish for you myself, okay? With that, Ngu got up and walked towards the oven. He really couldn't go against that simpleton. However, in fact, this guy is almost 5 months old and can indeed eat some plants and small animals. Let me do it! Seeing Ngu stand up, the Yuji quickly spoke up. No need, I'll do it. You don't know what this guy can't eat. Ngu shook her head and said, You guys eat quickly, don't worry about me, I'm almost full. With her exceptional culinary skills, Ngu can easily grill a fish. Even though you can't use a lot of seasonings, it still smells pretty good. After a simple cooking process, Tai Hanin finally got his specially made grilled fish. With tears welling up in her eyes, she ate with great satisfaction. After a series of actions, the viewers in the live stream could see it very clearly. Many new viewers were surprised to learn that Ngu was also a very good cook. It's a pity we don't have any starch sausages at home, otherwise we would grill at least a couple. Otherwise it just doesn't feel right. Seeing Tai Hanin eating so happily, Ngu couldn't help but say something. Starch sausage? Sophia asked, puzzled. Yes, starch sausages. I don't like them if you add even a little bit of meat, Ngu said with a smile. Undoubtedly, Nji's words resonated with many people. There are certain facts, one by one. That's the taste of my childhood. Sometimes I just crave starchy sausages. They eat mostly starch, they can't stand even a little bit of meat. I still think that starch sausages should be fried. I only remember that the sausages that cost 1 yuan each at the school gate were the best. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, the barbecue feast came to an end. Just as the audience was happily discussing this, Ngu suddenly spoke to the camera. That's all for today's live stream. I have other things to do this afternoon. The various jams that everyone has been waiting for should officially enter production in the next few days. Also, if you haven't followed us yet, please follow us. You'll get a notification during the next live stream. Alright, see you next time. After saying that, Ngu immediately ended the live stream. Although long-time fans were used to Nji's ending, it still felt somewhat unexpected. As for new fans, it was even more so. Chapter 80. Why? Mr. Ng, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to suddenly quit the live stream like this? Nanqing looked at Ngu, unsure of what to say. It's just ending the broadcast, I feel that's fine. I can't exactly have to give them a sentimental farewell, can I? It's not like I'm not going to broadcast anymore. Ngu didn't care and said, Let's talk about business, Miss Shi. If you're not in a hurry, I'll talk to Miss Nanqing first. No problem. Shi Wangyu nodded. Since we already know that the other party is not a real competitor, the order of events doesn't matter. Alright, in that case, you can use this time to prepare a list of pills for me. Of course, if you have them ready, you can also have Sophia show you around the farm. Ngu said with a smile. If our cooperation goes smoothly this time, I will sell a large portion of the deer antler and other medicinal materials produced by the farm to you. Previously, after a brief exchange, Ngu already knew that if a cooperation was reached, Guan Xingju was willing to be the guaranteed financial backer for the qualified medicinal herbs on their farm. This is also very important to him. The medicinal herb market is unpredictable, and there are numerous examples of herbs that were once extremely expensive suddenly becoming unwanted. With Guan Xingju's backing, he can completely transform the large-scale planting and breeding of medicinal plants and animals into a low-risk economic pillar industry. He had just secretly checked Guan Xingju's background. The earliest private pharmacy in China, one of the 4 major pharmacies in ancient times, and later the Shaanxi Provincial Pharmaceutical Factory. Although its current market value is only 15 billion, it is almost certain to reach a market value of 100 billion. Not long ago, it was successfully selected as one of the brands with the most historical and cultural heritage in China. With such a strong foundation, it seems there shouldn't be any problem in providing a safety net. To be honest, Nge doesn't care about small amounts of money, but he desperately needs big sums. The amount of money needed to develop these 100,000 mu of land is astronomical. Developing pillar industries is essential. Oh right, I also want to remind you of something. Although the ginseng I filmed during the previous live stream weighed 337.82 grams, that was the weight of fresh ginseng. If it were dried. Before Nge could finish speaking, Shi Wanyu spoke up, saying, I know, about 118 grams, which is only a little over 1/3 of the ginseng king in the Great Hall. Yes, that's right, it's about 118 grams, but I wouldn't say it's worthless. Nge nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, sincere people don't need much reminders from him about these kinds of things. Generally, when processing fresh ginseng into dried ginseng, the loss is around 65%. 337.82x, 1 to 65%, is approximately 118 grams. Of course, I discussed this with my father before I came. We are willing to exchange pills worth about 20 million, as well as some cash. Shi Wanyu nodded. Through their conversation, everyone present came to understand the true nature of the collaboration between Nge and Shi Wanyu. It turns out they wanted to exchange it for the ginseng that Nge had dug up earlier. Hearing this, Nge nodded in satisfaction and said, In that case, Miss Nanqing, let's go inside and talk. Sophia, I'll leave Miss Shi to you. The rare pills, worth around 20 million, can not only prolong life but are also collectibles. In addition, the cooperation with Guangxingju, along with some cash, are used to exchange for that 118-gram wild ginseng. In Nge's view, this already shows great sincerity. Of course, the most crucial thing was to keep him alive. He's not done living yet. But living in this world, no one knows if something bad will happen to them in the next second. Putting aside other issues, just take stroke as an example. Last year alone, the number of patients reached 17.8 million, and the mortality rate was extremely high. To be precise, 22.8% of all deaths in the country are caused by stroke. Think about it, out of 100 people who die, 23 die from stroke. That ratio is terrifying, isn't it? However, if one has an old version of Anlong Niuhuangwan, taking one pill in the event of a sudden stroke can buy a lot of time for rescue. Just thinking about it this way, it certainly wouldn't hurt to keep a few on hand. Soon. Nge then led Nanqing to the living room. Tell me about your company's conditions. Hearing Nge's straightforward approach, Nanqing didn't beat around the bush either, saying directly, Regarding the gift split, when I called you earlier, I mentioned that the ratio was 30 to 70. Now we're willing to compromise and split it to 20/80ths, with you getting 80%. Oh? There's more? Nge, her expression unchanged, said, For example, the revenue-sharing ratio of Douyin Shop. Although I don't plan to help others sell their products, my farm definitely has its own products, and I will choose to consume them through online channels. I think you would be happy to reduce some of the technical service fees, right? After his first conversation with Nanqing, he took some time to study it. I have gained some understanding of the profit models and revenue-sharing models of self-media bloggers. Among them, the Douyin Shop is what he cares about most. After all, any farm that wants to sell its products online through its own traffic will inevitably have to bypass certain channels. In other words, a portion of the profits will definitely have to be shared with the platform. According to publicly available information, the platform will only take 1% of the revenue from a new store's first month. Subsequent months, different fees will be charged depending on the product category. For example, electric vehicles will only be charged 2%, but clothing will be charged 5%. Upon hearing Nge's words, Nanqing revealed an expression of, I knew it. Thinking about it, it made sense. With Nge's intelligence, she must have already figured out the relevant issues by now. It's not surprising that people know these issues. For doing shop, we are willing to charge your shop only 1% technical service fee. That is, whether it is the first month or the 10th month, as long as there is no violation, we will only charge 1%. Nanqing paused, then added, "This is absolutely the best offer we can make. Even some top streamers and bloggers can't get it." "Oh? Then why am I allowed to get it?" Nga asked, her expression unchanged. His words were undoubtedly a test. He wanted to know just how important he was to TikTok. The more important something is, the more favorable conditions you can propose for yourself. The fact that such a result was achieved so quickly after just one opening statement suggests that there must be some very special significance to it. Looking at Nga, Nanqing wished she could slap herself across the face. Saying this does prove that the conditions you proposed are excellent, but it also inadvertently lowers your own standing. This will not be beneficial for subsequent negotiations. Chapter 81 Advanced Lottery completed. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. Nanqing also knew that once the words were spoken, they could not be taken back. After a brief silence, she took a deep breath and said, 1%! I'll only charge you a 1% service fee. As you should know, our platform has many tasks to undertake throughout the transaction process, and these tasks naturally incur certain costs. 1% is the maximum concession we can make. Nga said with a half-smile. Are you saying that other people's 1% is only for the first month, while mine will continue indefinitely? Yes, as long as the exclusive agreement is not terminated, this 1% will never change. Nanqing said. Let me give you a sneak peek. Right now, our platform is stuck in a vicious cycle of severe homogenization. Your appearance has given our leaders a breakthrough. That's why the higher-ups are willing to give you so many preferential treatments. I can guarantee with my personal integrity that even those big Vs with millions of followers don't get this kind of treatment. Hearing this, Angie's expression remained unchanged. I watched her quietly. It's impossible to believe everything she says. However, a lot of information can be gleaned from it. Then let me be clear, I absolutely will not accept any time limits, Nga said, her expression unchanged. As for other matters, they are all negotiable. Being able to discuss it doesn't mean I'll definitely agree. This statement is essentially telling Nanqing that there's no need to discuss the live stream duration. As for the other conditions, they can be stated first so that he can decide whether or not to sign. Not even 90 hours? Nanqing asked. Nga shook her head and said, This is not a matter of time. You need to understand one thing first. What I care about has never been time, but freedom. I might stream for 120 hours, maybe 150 hours, or even 200 hours, but I will absolutely not accept any hourly limit. If you can't make the decision, you can call your supervisor for instructions. What Nga really meant was that he could stream for 120 hours or even just 1 hour. Ultimately, he was saying that 90 hours was too long. Faced with the pressure from Nga, Nanqing finally went out and made a phone call. Time passed second by second. Negotiations between the two sides have been ongoing. Nanqing had to consult his superiors several times. Finally, the cooperation between the two parties was finalized. In short, the cooperation mainly includes several terms. 1. Ango receives a larger share of the profits, such as 80% of the gifts, while small shops only need to pay a 1% technical service fee. 2. The platform must guarantee a minimum of 10 million visits per month. 3. Square must create a customized event once a year. 4. Eng can only be streamed on the platform. 5. Eng must maintain its existing creative style and must not deviate from the farm theme. In essence, only the first point is a concession made by the platform. The second and third points are both win-win situations. As for the fourth and fifth points, they are indeed restrictions on Ango. But for Nga, this is not really a restriction. The farm is just sitting there. How could he possibly change its style? In addition, it is worth mentioning that the time limit was not actually removed, but rather 0.1 hours was written on the contract. In other words, the contract stipulates that the live streaming time must be no less than 6 minutes per month. 6 minutes, it's like a joke. By turning it on and off, the restrictions are essentially achieved. It's fair to say that this restriction is practically non-existent. The reason it wasn't cancelled directly is that this special contract must be entered into the platform system, but the system restricts the input to a time. Unless the back-end system is modified, it's impossible to make this number lower than 0.1 hours. And Gun naturally wouldn't bother with a mere 6 minutes. He didn't want to waste several days signing the contract because of this fleeting time. In conclusion, the entire negotiation process went very smoothly. Both of them have been focusing on live streaming. Regarding the video, the two tacitly agreed not to mention it. Nanqing was well aware that Nge would never agree to an exclusive video release. Anyway, video editing isn't part of their department, so it's a thankless task. Only after confirming that there were no problems or pitfalls in the contract did Nge Fang sign his name. Seeing Nge sign his name, Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Mr. Nge, to be honest, in all my years working here, I have never seen the company make such a big concession. Haha, there's nothing I can do, this is my bottom line. Only when everyone takes a step back can cooperation become a win-win situation, right?" Nge said with a smile. "You're right," Nanqing replied noncommittally. "When I get back this time, my colleagues and I will start customizing the push and operation of your live broadcast room. However, I personally suggest that you also hire some professional operation teams, so that our communication will be easier." "The operations team? I'll try my best." Nge nodded and said, "However, I'm not sure when it will be able to be assembled. After all, I live far from the central government, and there probably won't be many people willing to come here." To be fair, Nge believes that if people come here to have fun, many would definitely be willing to do so. However, if it were to settle down and work here, most people would probably not be willing. Putting everything else aside, the winter temperatures alone are unbearable for most people. If the people we hire leave after only a few months of working together, it will only make things more complicated to find someone to take over. So, in his view, we must be cautious. "That's right. How about this, after I return to the capital, if I meet someone suitable, I'll introduce them to you. We'll see how things go then." Nanqing sighed. To be honest, she was very clear that Nge didn't really understand how to operate the business or even post-production of videos. This will limit the account's potential to some extent, and subsequent communication and cooperation will be relatively more difficult. What Nge said was true. His situation was indeed somewhat special, and he had to consider far more things than in big cities. Take her for example. She's a professional in operations, but even if Nge offered double or triple the salary, she wouldn't be willing to work here. For one thing, she just can't stand the low temperature. Moreover, there are many other factors to consider. The two chatted for a long time during the live stream. Nanqing then said, "Mr. Nge, I plan to return to Mo. I will take a flight back to the capital early tomorrow morning. Won't you stay a few more days?" Nge asked politely. No, we still have a lot to deal with between us." Nanqing quickly waved his hand and said. After some polite exchanges, Nge finally saw Nanqing off. "Boss, Miss Sher and Sophia went to see the deer. If you want to talk to her, you need to go to the deer enclosure." Standing at the doorway, Lev's voice came from the side. "They are already preparing to harvest today's wild fruit." "I understand." Nge nodded. "Let's rest for a while." To be honest, discussing this kind of thing takes a lot of energy. Now he plans to go back to the villa to clear his head. Just then, around noon today, I heard another system notification. "Congratulations, host! Your reputation has reached 10 million. You are now officially unlocking the advanced lottery, 1 million reputation points per draw. You are rewarded with 1 free advanced lottery draw. Would you like to participate? Reaching a cumulative reputation of 10 million is to be expected. After all, there were 8 million yesterday alone. We can achieve this with just a little something today. Moreover, today's popularity is no less than yesterday's." However, compared to upgrading to an intermediate lottery, Nge was clearly not excited this time. The reason is simple. he guessed that the system's shrewd business acumen would definitely continue to flourish. Chapter 82 is simply amazing. Over 8.7 million reputation points? Back at the villa, Nga calmly opened her attribute panel. It clearly stated above that there were over 8.7 million reputation points. Almost the same as yesterday. In fact, the number was pretty much the same as his guess. After all, the reactions in the live stream today, whether it was the comments, the gifts, or other interactions, were almost exactly the same as yesterday. The number of people gaining prestige is about the same as yesterday, which is quite normal. System, let me guess, what's the difference between the advanced lottery and the basic lottery? Is it the higher drop rate? Ding! Yes, the higher the chance of winning in the premium lottery. Heh, I don't believe you for a second. Nga complained. The intermediate lottery is definitely useless now. Let's start with 7 intermediate level draws costing 100,000 reputation points each, and use up the last bit of reputation we have. Although he guessed that, given the system's previous pattern of slowing down 4G and 3G, and slowing down 5G and 4G, the intermediate lottery was basically a waste, he still thought it best to test it out. The intermediate level lottery costs 100,000 per draw. A VIP lottery draw offers a chance to win 1 million coins per draw. Perfect, I gained 8.7 million reputation points today. After deducting the reputation required for the advanced lottery, 700,000 reputation remain. Using these 700,000 reputation points to test things out and give up on the idea isn't a bad idea. Anyway, for him now, 700,000 reputation points are nothing. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain veterinary milk powder. Consume 100,000 reputation points to obtain plant nutrient. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive 300,000 yuan in pocket money. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. From now on, I'll treat the intermediate lottery as a way to stock up on supplies. Looking at the lottery results, Ng's lips twitched slightly. 7 lottery draws, and you give me 3 bottles of milk powder, 3 bottles of nutritional supplements, plus 300,000 yuan. You're really something. In fact, this result was not a bad thing for him. Milk powder is formulated for animals. Nutrients are for plants. Ironically, his demand is very high. If this situation can be maintained, it wouldn't be a bad outcome. However, the specifics will depend on subsequent developments. Who knows if the system will say it's all luck again. However, to Ng's surprise, the system's voice rang out immediately after he finished complaining. Ding! The lottery is entirely based on luck. The host can choose the advanced lottery to increase the chances of winning. Enough with the nonsense, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Use the remaining 8 million reputation points to exchange for 8 lottery draws, plus the 1 draw from the achievement reward, for a total of 9 draws. Go ahead and draw. He really couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this system. It's useless anyway. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain Tongbei Fist. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain 1 treasure map. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain veterinary milk powder. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain plant nutrients. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain 1 million coins. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain a universal recipe for making jam. Consume 1 million reputation points to obtain 1,000 dwarf apple trees. Ha! He really is a shrewd businessman. Looking at the prizes of the high-level lottery, Nga said with disdain. Forget it, let's see what these prizes are first. Some of them can't be identified just by their names. In this lottery, a total of 2 million yuan in cash was won twice. The remaining items, apart from veterinary milk powder and plant nutrients, were all new. The key point is that Nga can tell what Tongbei Quan is. Other things, I couldn't quite grasp their contents for the time being. In fact, he didn't even know if this Tongbei Fist was the one he was thinking of. Tongbei Quan, a traditional Chinese martial art characterized by its open arms, quick and agile movements, and its ability to improve physical fitness, self-defense, and overall body control. Long-term practice can enhance physical health and self-defense capabilities. After quickly browsing through the introduction, Nga murmured, "The Tongbei Quan master lived during the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. He had no rivals in the 9 provinces of North China and Northeast China, so he must have been very powerful. I don't ask for anything else, just to improve my physical fitness." To be honest, before seeing the introduction to Tongbei Quan, Ng's knowledge of it was limited to a few movies such as Beggar So and Fang Sai Yuk. In reality, this boxing technique is quite effective. Anyway, he doesn't seek to compete or fight with others, he just wants to stay healthy and fit. Although his physical condition is okay now, who wouldn't want to become stronger? The farm is so big, and the mountain roads are so difficult to navigate. Unexpected situations may arise in the future, so a strong physique is necessary. I'll take a closer look after I receive the reward. For now, let's look at other things first. As she murmured to herself, Nga opened the description of the next reward. Treasure map. The system scans the farm area and finds a map containing valuable treasures, such as items, herbs, or mines. Please check it out yourself. Jam making all-purpose recipe. This is an amazing app. After installing it on your phone, simply input different fruits, and it will generate the perfect jam recipe. Note: all materials are all natural. Dwarf apple tree. In the cold Siberia, there is a special apple tree with extremely strong cold resistance, which can grow normally even at -60 degrees Celsius. Due to various practical factors, this apple has not yet been widely cultivated and harvested, but its fruit is as small as a cherry, has a sweet and sour taste, and is very suitable for making jam. It's quite mysterious. Hopefully, the target is something we can bring back. If it's a mine, then it's all for nothing. Nga murmured. As for the other 2 rewards, I really didn't expect them. One is an app, and the other is a fruit seedling. But that app is a bit magical. If it's really as the system says, then making jam will be perfect. As for the dwarf apple tree, I'll find a place to plant it later. Regardless of the reward, he would not allow the farm's environment to be damaged. Therefore, if the target of the treasure map is a mine, he has no choice but to give up. If it's an item, then of course I'll gladly accept it. As for the dwarf apple trees, Eng wasn't very interested at first, but her interest grew immediately after seeing that they hadn't been planted or harvested on a large scale. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean this thing will become a unique fruit variety of the farm in the future? This instantly increases the scope of operation. In addition, as a plant protection professional, he felt that he might be able to uncover something even deeper. However, that thing is subject to uncertainty. Once we're in position, we can try it slowly. After calming down, Nga directly chose to claim the rewards. Instantly, information about Tongbei Quan appeared in my mind. Information on power generation techniques, footwork, free sparring, and weapons flooded my mind instantly. That's interesting. So that's how it is. For me, the most important thing is still physical exercise. This basic exercise method seems very useful. It took Nga a long time to fully process the information about the reward. She rubbed her throbbing temples and took out the treasure map. The system only provides the methods for practicing Tongbei Quan. After digesting all the information, Nga instantly understood the true core of the matter. It's not that traditional martial arts are ineffective, but rather that modern people don't invest enough effort and lack practical experience. Simply put, traditional martial arts provide a method of training and a method of fighting, but how much fighting power can be unleashed depends on the individual who practices it. However, it's easy to imagine that these skills, passed down for thousands of years, are mostly combat skills refined from the battlefield. They are so powerful that almost every technique is designed to kill. It is indeed not very suitable for modern society. Shaking her head to clear her mind, Nga quickly opened the treasure map. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens! I'm fucking speechless. Now I'm not conflicted at all." Chapter 83 has an interesting theory. The treasure map clearly showed the words, ginseng. To be honest, Nga felt a tiny bit disappointed the moment she saw those 2 words. But when they focused their attention on the smaller font below, their disappointment vanished instantly. Because of the smaller font size, all the information about this ginseng was recorded in detail. In just a moment, Ngo was drawn to its weight. 1,483 grams. Even the smallest amount is bigger than what I dug a few days ago. Even when dried, it weighs over 510 grams. 510 grams, what does that even mean? The largest ginseng currently existing in the world weighs only 505 grams. Basically, it's safe to say that digging up this ginseng would be enough to break a record. In comparison, the ginseng that was dug up a few days ago is nothing special. After drying, it weighs only 118 grams, which is nothing compared to the 510 grams. Actually, when you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The main production area of ginseng has always been in the eastern part of the 3 northeastern provinces. My place is actually in the western part of the 3 northeastern provinces. For a long time, there haven't been many ginseng harvesters. Ngo murmured. It's not surprising that there are some ginsengs that are hundreds of years old hidden in this primeval forest. Now we really don't need to worry about it anymore. We can take the small ones to exchange for those things, and keep the big ones for ourselves. While muttering to himself, he had already finished reading the detailed description of the treasure map. It is excellent in every respect. It is absolutely the best of the best. To be honest, Ngo felt that once you see this ginseng, seeing any other ginseng would definitely give you the feeling that, after seeing the 5 sacred mountains, you don't need to see any other mountains. At least, the ginseng in his own possession, which was treated like a star by everyone, was incomparable to it. In that case, what's there to hesitate about in making a deal with Shi Wanyu? As long as the other party's offer is reasonable enough, it doesn't matter if we switch. It's like, with a 3080, who cares about a 1060? After a long while, Ngo finally calmed down and looked at the map portion of the treasure map. After all, the farm covers a full 100,000 mu. Even if you know the general location, finding it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it is necessary to determine exactly how detailed the treasure map is and whether it can be found directly. It seems pretty clear. Let me see, where exactly is it? Ngo murmured to herself, holding the treasure map and comparing it with the 3D map in the system. As time went by, more than 10 minutes later, Ngo finally found her destination. The straight line distance is 8 kilometers, but if we want to go around it, it would probably be at least 12 or 13 kilometers, and it's a mountain road. I don't know if we can make it in a conqueror. If we have to walk, we'll be exhausted. Despite the complaints, Ngo was genuinely quite excited. The largest known ginseng in human hands lies quietly in a corner of the farm, waiting to be picked. How could anyone not be excited? Invisibly. Eng also had another premonition. This treasure map is definitely not unique. This system will definitely produce quite a few of these items in subsequent draws. After all, the description clearly states that this thing was found by the system scanning the farm area. It's easy to imagine that such a large farm has more than just this one ginseng plant as a treasure. Just as he was sorting out his thoughts, Sophia's voice rang out. Senior, has Nan Qing already left the farm? Upon hearing Sophia's voice, Eng instinctively looked over. Sophia and Shi Wanyu were seen standing hand in hand at the entrance to the living room. I don't know when, but the two of them had gotten to that level of friendship. You two, have you finished watching the deer? Yes, after these 2 days of handling, Lu is basically back on track, and there's not much left to deal with, Sophia said with a smile. By the way, after talking with Sister Wanyu, we found that your previous worries can actually be avoided by finding a powerful master. What do you mean? Ngo asked, puzzled. He couldn't even quite understand what Sophia was talking about. That's why you're worried that harvesting deer antlers will affect the future of semi-free-range farming, Sophia said with a smile. Sister Wanyu contacted her family's deer farmer and asked for some relevant information. It's basically saying that we can just harvest the deer antlers normally, and after the second round of harvesting, we can rest for a month, and then we can start free-range farming in November without any problems. Coincidentally, food is scarce in November, and they are easily hungry when they are out. Naturally, they will want to return to familiar places to eat. Over time, the habit will naturally form. Of course, the people who harvest deer antlers must be skilled. Even if Sophia didn't continue, Ange knew what she wanted to say. My farm is in winter for 7 or 8 months of the year. This long period of time will allow the deer to get used to a semi-free-range lifestyle. I must say, this theory is quite interesting. Theoretically, it makes sense. But why would she help me? Is it simply because he wants to buy that ginseng? And that's why he wants to curry favor with me? Or perhaps she felt this matter was insignificant to her? So she just asked casually? Or perhaps she wanted to use this as an excuse to make a good sale, buying ginseng while also acquiring deer antlers, and then she wouldn't care what happened next. Although many people have malicious intentions, Shi Wangyu has been very sincere so far. However, one should always be wary of others. They've only known each other for a few hours. Moreover, Shi Wangyu could also become a beneficiary of this matter. Furthermore, in recent years, there have been so many people who specifically target and cheat farmers that it's impossible to count them all. To take a recent example, he met a farmer in Harbin who had been tricked by a company into buying mushroom spawn and growing mushrooms, only to lose all his life savings. Thank you for your suggestion, Miss Shi. I will consider it. And Gu composed herself and said with a smile, if this method really works, I might be able to sell a large portion of the deer antlers directly to you. He wouldn't blindly accept this suggestion, but he wouldn't outright reject it either. His idea was to first have his advisor ask animal specialists for help. If the experts also confirm that it will work, then it can naturally be implemented. You're welcome. I just saw that these deer antlers are of very high quality, and I didn't want to waste them. Shi Wangyu smiled and said, if you are willing to trade with us, I think my father or brothers would be very happy. Of course, it doesn't matter if there are other sales channels. Chapter 84 Sophia, I'm not stupid. Dad? Brothers? Aren't you responsible for these things? And Gu looked at Shi Wangyu with some surprise. This isn't about invading privacy, it's about necessity. She came here to talk about ginseng, isn't she just here to buy medicinal herbs? If she herself is involved in the purchase and sale of medicinal herbs, then why would she mention terms like father and brother here? If you don't understand things, how can you feel comfortable doing business with her? My father is the chairman of the company, my brothers are each in charge of some business, which is to cultivate their ability to manage the company. As for me, I can do whatever I want. Shi Wangyu naturally understood Anji's doubts and explained with a smile. I saw you live streaming yourself digging ginseng the other day, and the ginseng was even more beautiful than the ones in the warehouse at home, so I showed it to my dad. Originally, he planned to send one of his supervisors over, but I really wanted to touch the idiot, so I told them that I was the one who found him and that I would talk to them. So I came, hee. And Gu looked at Shi Wangyu with a completely bewildered expression. He truly hadn't expected to receive such an answer. But upon closer reflection, it does make sense. After all, they are a family business that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Besides, judging from Shi Wangyu's appearance, her family must spoil her quite a bit. I see. And Gu nodded and said, but aren't you a little disappointed? This guy, Tai Henin, doesn't really listen to anyone except me. No way. Tai Henin is super cute, Shi Wangyu quickly said. He's almost as cute as my 2 cats already. By the way, Mr. Ange, I've prepared the pill list. Why don't you add me on WeChat and I'll send it to you? Shi Wangyu realized halfway through her sentence that she might have said something she shouldn't have, so she quickly changed the subject and got straight to the point. Good. And Gu quickly opened WeChat and while sending the list said, I'm sure the list might take some time. What are you planning to do? There are indeed many kinds of pills. Each product has different effects and prices. Preparing the right combination of his 20 million yuan worth of pills would be a huge undertaking, and it would probably take a day or 2 to accomplish. I've already made arrangements with Sophia to stay at her place for a few days before going back. It's almost the hottest time of summer, and it's quite hot in Shanxi too, so this is a good opportunity to escape the heat. Shi Wangyu paused for a moment, then said, "If you plan to harvest deer antlers, I'll have my family's deer antler harvester come and help, and bring my cat along as well. If you don't plan to harvest them, then have the ginseng harvester bring the cat along when they come. It's all the same anyway." And Ge looked at Shi Wangyu, unsure of what to say for a moment. Perhaps this is the difference between social classes. "So you've decided to stay here to escape the summer heat? And they even plan to have someone bring the cat over as well? That's truly outrageous. Furthermore, it's outrageous that Sophia agreed to let this stranger, whom she had only known for less than a day, stay in her home. Doesn't she worry that the other person might be a bad person? I really don't understand these two women. What's wrong with their thought processes?" After a long silence, Ngafeng finally spoke. "I haven't decided whether to cut the deer antlers yet, and you may not agree to my final plan of exchanging medicine for medicine. Just write it down without worry. As long as the list I sent you isn't too outrageous, we can get it. The total value is around 20 million. My dad will agree." "Okay." Since that's what they said, he naturally didn't say anything more. "Anyway, I didn't plan to live in my own home." "Okay, I'll give you a list as soon as possible." And Ge pondered for a moment and said, "Sophia, come to the study with me. I have something to tell you. Monsieur, you can sit outside, watch TV, and relax. Hey, you silly goose, you're in the living room too." After saying that, he walked towards the study not far away. Sophia followed closely behind. As for Tai Henin, he originally followed along, but Ge glared at him and sent him back. Seeing Tai Henin leave dejectedly, Shi Wangyu smiled. "In the study?" And Ge cut to the chase. "Sophia, do you think Shi Wangyu's words are credible?" "Of course it's believable," Sophia said. "She is a person. I'm not talking about her character, I'm talking about the sika deer." Before Sophia could finish speaking, Ange interrupted, saying, "About the deer antler harvesting. Honestly, what can you really tell about a person in just a few hours?" Even if Sophia expressed her feelings, Ange wouldn't believe her. The most important thing is to be pragmatic. "I listened to the explanation of the principles by the deer her family's expert, and I felt it was very credible." Sophia pursed her lips and said, "Besides, I've tested them out, and their deer herder is very professional, especially in terms of practical skills. I'm still a little worried. Does our school have any experts who specialize in deer? I'm planning to ask them about it." Hearing Nji's words, Sophia slapped her forehead and said, "Indeed there is. Moreover, one of my good friends even passed the entrance exam for his graduate program. How about this? I'll have her inquire about it. That way, you can rest assured, right?" Are you sure? If that's the case, then I won't ask for any help." And Ge raised an eyebrow and reminded her, "This matter concerns all the sika deer in our family from now on, so I hope you can take it seriously." Yes, don't worry," Sophia said. "I'm not stupid. I know how important this matter is, and I won't be influenced by one side's opinion." Upon hearing Ange's reminder, Sophia naturally knew what Ange was worried about and quickly assured her. After confirming a few more things, Ge relaxed and said with a smile, "Let me take a look at Shi Wangyu's list first. I estimate that the villagers who went to pick wild fruits have returned one after another. You can take Shi Wangyu out to have a look." Upon hearing this, Sophia subconsciously checked the time and realized it was already 6 o'clock. It has to be said that time flies when you're busy. After she left, Ge began to carefully peruse the book. It has to be said that these families that have been passed down for hundreds of years are terrifying. They have so many things that are no longer available. Not to mention pills made from protected animals and plants that are prohibited from use. They even have stock of extinct animals. Of course, those that are extinct will naturally be much more expensive. Furthermore, many of the pills even come with relevant modern medical testing reports, making their preparations quite comprehensive. And Ge finally understood why Shi Wangyu was so certain from the beginning that there would be no results in the short term. In the blink of an eye, the sky was beginning to darken. And Ge then noticed the change of time and walked outside. He never imagined that as night fell, an unexpected surprise would unfold. Chapter 85. Look at the sky. The sunset is really beautiful tonight. We arrived at the villa entrance. And Good gazes into the distance. Only the last rays of sunset remained before the sky darkened completely. To be honest, he'd been in Mo for a few days now, and this was the first time he'd ever seen a sunset. Little did they know that the conditions for the appearance of the sunset actually proved that the current climate was suitable for another spectacle to occur. Following the sunset, looking towards the farm entrance, we saw several villagers helping Lev and his group move the wild fruits to the warehouse. Sophia and Yu followed around the crowd. I suppose she'll be in charge of opening the door and such later. Just like yesterday. As they passed the villa, Enga quickly stepped forward to meet them. It seems that today's harvest is much less than yesterday's. Yes. Upon hearing Anja's words, Sophia explained. But that's normal. In fact, they already picked the best parts yesterday. Today we'll either go to some well-known, bad meadows, or we'll clean up the areas we picked yesterday again. Yes, as expected. Enga smiled and said, That's good. Once they've finished harvesting the fields they're familiar with, we can start hiring. He had been thinking about hiring for several days. Whether it's producing jam, raising deer, clearing meadows, cultivating land, or planting the miniature apple tree that we won in today's lottery, all of these require human labor. But he also knew that the villagers wouldn't be coming in the next couple of days. They would definitely earn more by picking wild fruits in their own fields. Now that we've finished harvesting our own crops, it won't be so quick to harvest again. Recruiting will then proceed smoothly. Upon hearing Nji's words, Sophia nodded in agreement. If wild fruits remain as readily available as yesterday, it will indeed be difficult to recruit workers. My parents have just spoken with the people who are suitable to participate in the jam production, and they all said they are willing to go to the city tomorrow to get health certificates. Sophia said, I estimate that once the equipment and bottles arrive, we can start production immediately. Oh, that's wonderful, Ngu said with a smile. Sure enough, it's most convenient to leave this kind of thing to the locals. Without Sophia's family, this matter would likely have been much more complicated. In the time it took to say a few words, the group had already arrived at the warehouse. Huh! This warehouse is actually embedded underground. When Yu saw the state of the warehouse, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. She never expected that this warehouse, which looked about 3 meters tall from the outside, was actually more than 5 meters tall inside. Upon opening the warehouse, the first thing you have to do is climb a 2-meter-high staircase. The layout is somewhat similar to the monster warehouse in Detective Conan. However, the steps are much higher than those in the monster warehouse. Sister Yu, you'll know the secrets once you go inside, Sophia said with a smile. Oh? Somewhat puzzled, Yu followed the group inside. Suddenly, a chill ran through me. The temperature inside the warehouse was 7 or 8 degrees lower than outside. Why is the temperature so low in here? Yu asked, bewildered. She didn't see any air coolers, air conditioners, or anything else that could cool things down. The principle is very simple. The soil here is still quite cold. Ngu casually remarked. Although it's not like the Russians, where there's permafrost, the temperature is still quite low this time of year. These words were spoken. Yu suddenly realized. No wonder this place is below ground level. The original intention was to use the land to achieve cooling. Just as they were talking, Lev came over with the last batch of fruit. Go talk to the villagers first, and then talk to me after they've all left. Seeing that Lev had just come in and wanted to report the situation to her, Enj pointed to the villagers and said. While Lev was talking to the villagers, Ango wandered around the warehouse. After 2 days of collection, the wild fruit piled up in the warehouse should have reached 10,000 jin, 5,000 kilograms. The number is quite large. It can be said that this far exceeded Enj's expectations. Initially, he only allowed the withdrawal of 300,000 yuan, partly because he considered that the bank was not prepared, and partly because he felt that the efficiency of picking these wild fruits would not be very high. Unexpectedly, these villagers acted so quickly. However, it's better to be faster. The faster you act, the more you earn. Once the season is over, it's truly gone. Looking around, Ngu began to ponder. All of it was made into jam, and it's estimated to weigh 7,000 jin, 3,500 caddies. All the bottles I ordered are 375 milliliters each, which can hold about 1 pound of jam. That means these fruits can make 7,000 bottles. The price of one bottle is expected to be 88 yuan. Total sales amounted to over 610,000. After deducting all costs, we can double our money. Moreover, this is just the beginning. While the speed of wild fruit gathering will certainly not be as exaggerated as it is now, it shouldn't be too much different. With the recent harvest of various wild fruits, earning tens of millions shouldn't be difficult. When these wild fruits are finished ripening, another type of cash crop will ripen in the forest, and the profit margin will still be quite high. I have to say, this is a really good deal. While Ngu was considering these things, Sophia also took Shi Wangyu to look around. Before long, Lev had seen all the villagers off. "Boss, this is the list of acquisitions for today." Lev's words instantly brought Ngu back to her senses, and she said, "Just tell me directly. Today's harvest is much less than yesterday's. There are only 2,177 jin of blueberries, but more of other kinds of fruits. There are 1,429 jin of sorghum, 1,132 jin of blackcurrants, and 362 jin of raspberries. In addition, there's water, namely 83 jin of dwarf currants." Lev paused for a moment and said, "The purchase of these wild fruits cost a little over 100,000, and now we only have a few $1,000s left in cash." Dwarf currant? Upon hearing the name, Ngu immediately recalled relevant information. Actually, this thing is somewhat similar to blackcurrants, except it's red. It can be considered a specialty of northeast China, and it usually grows on those famous mountains. To be honest, he hadn't thought he could actually collect this thing at first. He wrote it down just in case. After all, this kind of thing usually grows at an altitude of over 1,000 meters. The area around Dakoozi village at an altitude of 1,000 meters is almost at the top of the mountain. However, 83 pounds is better than nothing, right? That number is already quite a lot. Seeing that Ngu remained silent, Lev assumed that Ngu felt there wasn't enough, and quickly explained. "Yesterday was because everyone had familiar meadows, and this year's harvest hadn't been done yet, so there was more. Starting tomorrow, the number will likely decrease." Hearing this, Ngu shook her head and said, "Of course I know that. Just proceed according to plan. Also, the bank should be ready by tomorrow. Let's withdraw the cash first." As they spoke, Ngu gestured for the others to walk outside. To be honest, it's a bit cold in the warehouse. Not suitable for long stays. When the group walked out of the warehouse, the sky was already shrouded in darkness. Before we knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. "What? Senior, look at the sky!" Chapter 86 rehabilitates the Northern Lights farm. To be honest, this was the first time Ngu had ever heard Sophia swear. Without being able to resist, I followed her words and looked up at the sky. In fact, it wasn't just Ngu, the Lev couple and Shi Wangyu were the same. "What?" Immediately afterwards, I listened to something. Everyone reacted in the same way. The sky at this moment is dazzling and magnificent. Streaks of light, gradually changing from green to blue, streaked across the dark sky. It changes constantly, sometimes like a bolt of lightning, sweeping across the sky with a gust of wind, sometimes like an arc, spreading outwards, and right now, it looks more like a long serpent, dancing wildly on the horizon, unpredictable and ever-changing. Looking at this scene, it seems that, apart from something else, I can't think of any other word to describe my feelings at this moment. After so many years, I've finally seen the Northern Lights again. Lev's exclamation immediately brought everyone back to reality. Aurora! Northern Lights! It's the Northern Lights! At this moment, the Aurora Borealis is in the sky. The Aurora Borealis, which has been questioned by many, is something that could not possibly be seen in China. And so, he appeared naked before everyone. All the legends are true. You can indeed see the aurora borealis in Mo. Yes. I still remember when you confessed your love to me under the northern lights. Liu Yi's face was already filled with reminiscence and happiness. She still clearly remembered that night. Seeing the two already embracing, Nge and the other two felt a little uncomfortable, but they didn't disturb them and walked towards a more open area. Only. A strange glint flashed in Sophia's eyes. How she wished that Nge could be like her father. However, she was also afraid that Nge would end up like her father at this time. For a moment, her delicate little face was filled with confusion. However, this dilemma did not last long. Soon, she was captivated by the stunning scene. This was the first time she had ever seen such a magnificent scene. Oh dear! I really regret not bringing my camera this time. We might miss such a beautiful view. My phone just can't capture the quality. Shi Wanyu, who was standing to the side, took pictures with his phone for a long time before he couldn't help but tap his head. A camera? I have one. Upon hearing Shi Wanyu's words, Nge put down her phone and said, If you know how to use it, take it out for me. But since I'm providing the equipment, you'll be responsible for giving me a live stream. He was just trying to take pictures. But even a mobile phone, the one in the live streaming package, can't capture the feeling. As for the other professional equipment included in the live streaming package, it is powerful, but he hasn't studied and mastered it in the past few days and doesn't know how to use it at all. Of course I know how to use it. I graduated from the film department of Boston University. How could I not know how to use it? Do you really have professional photography equipment? Shi Wanyu asked in surprise. The two hit it off immediately and headed towards the villa. Sophia's eyes flickered as she looked at Shi Wanyu and said, Senior, if I remember correctly, there's a large terrace at the end of the corridor next to your bedroom. You should be able to take clearer pictures from there, right? That makes sense. Let's go up and take a look in a bit. Nge smiled and nodded. Shi Wanyu didn't realize Sophia's implied meaning, but she also felt that standing at a higher position would be more effective. In no time, the three of them arrived at the second floor of the villa. Nge led the two directly to her studio where she kept her live streaming equipment. Wow! You have so much professional equipment. As soon as Shi Wanyu entered the room, she was attracted by the professional equipment all over the floor. The equipment Nge prepared was more comprehensive than she had imagined. It has a full range of lenses, including standard lenses, wide-angle lenses, ultra-wide-angle lenses, telephoto lenses, super telephoto lenses, fisheye lenses, and macro lenses. That's fantastic! That's fantastic! Shi Wanyu quickly scanned the area and said excitedly, With this equipment, I'm sure I can capture the most perfect aurora. This, and this, all of these will come in handy. Only now did she understand why Sophia said that Ench was someone who liked to do things to the extreme. It's astonishing that someone who knows absolutely nothing about photography could afford so much equipment just for live streaming. Putting everything else aside, just the footage she saw, costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan, is quite normal. Even for her, the equipment wasn't as comprehensive as Ench's. It's obvious that after buying such expensive equipment, I'll gradually become familiar with it and then fully utilize it. How many people in this world can do something like that? How many people would dare to do that? To be honest, although you can see the aurora in Mo, it is a region with a very weak aurora. In other words, this is basically the edge of the aurora viewing area. If you go a little further south, you won't be able to see it anymore. Moreover, if any unexpected situation occurs, such as the appearance of clouds, you will not be able to see anything. No one dared to waste any time, and they quickly carried their equipment to the third-floor terrace. If the delay is too long, and the northern lights have already ended or you can't see them at all, then you'll have nowhere to turn to for help. Indeed, it's better here than down below. As soon as Shi Wanyu reached the terrace, he said, Mr. Ench, please start the live stream quickly. I'll start setting up the equipment as soon as possible so we don't waste too much time. Okay. Gu nodded and said, "Remember to keep a copy for our local area too. I want to use it when we make the farm's promotional video later." "That's right. This is Ng's purpose. How could you not see the northern lights at an aurora farm? The live stream simply allows more people to see this scene in real time. How many people are there in Mo? And most of them don't have a voice online, so even if they do speak, no one will believe what they say. In this situation, he must ensure that more people can see the scene at the same time. Otherwise, who knows if people will say it came from somewhere else if I post it. There will definitely be plenty of special effects monsters and composite monsters as well. Of course. I'll definitely film the most perfect part, so that even if I just look at it myself, I can be proud of it for a lifetime." As Shi Huangyu spoke, he started filming. Without hesitation, Ngu quickly began operating the system. Because we need to switch to the camera's view later, there are a few more operations required. Soon. The live stream had already started. "Hello everyone, I am Ngu, a new anchor. At the same time, I am also a farmer who owns 100,000 mu of land in Mo City, the northernmost city in China. There's only one main reason I'm going live so late. I want to set the record straight for my farm. The Northern Lights farm isn't just riding the wave of popularity. You really can see the Northern Lights." Chapter 87: A huge wave of reputation. What? I thought I was seeing things. I never expected Brother N to go live at night. It's the same familiar recipe, the same original taste. Northern Lights! The anchor just said we could see the Northern Lights? Are you kidding me? Where in China can you see the Northern Lights? The Northern Lights, aren't they only visible in the Arctic Circle? Does that mean the Russian bear doesn't exist? If you asked me, the anchor should get down to business. We want to see some silly goose. We don't want to see the Northern Lights. Look at the background of the streamer. It does seem like there are lights flashing in the sky, but they're a bit blurry. Soon, the number of viewers in the live stream increased. Perhaps it's because it's past 9 o'clock, which is the time when people are resting. In short, in just half a minute, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 100,000 plus. The barrage of comments was naturally incredibly lively. However, most people don't believe they can see the aurora. Even through Ng's lens, one can see a magnificent sky. Looking at the discussions among the viewers in the live stream, Ngu smiled slightly and said, "The aurora, as the name suggests, is a special phenomenon that appears in the polar regions." He understood that the reason for these doubts was that the phone couldn't capture the images clearly. Once the camera was set up and they saw the reality, the doubts would disappear. He paused slightly, then continued, "Since it's a special phenomenon that only occurs in polar regions, it's natural that the higher the latitude, the easier it is to see, and the more often we see it. As the county with the highest latitude in China, Mo is naturally the place where the aurora borealis is most easily observed. Even though the weather affects the observation records and there are fewer records, this fact remains unchanged. Since the establishment of the Mo Meteorological Station in 1957, the aurora borealis has only been observed on 39 days. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I encountered it just a few days after arriving. Once the camera is ready, everyone can watch this spectacle with me." Seeing that Shi Huangyu was ready, Ngu immediately changed the subject and shifted the topic to the Northern Lights. What followed was a series of operations. The camera feed appeared directly in the live stream room. In an instant, the previously noisy barrage of comments suddenly disappeared. Then came a sudden change in style. "What? Is this real? I can actually see the Northern Lights. This scene is only found in heaven, it's so cool. Wow. It looks a bit like an oil painting. I want to see the aurora borealis with someone I like. I make a wish. I hope I can successfully pass the test. Wang Fang, look at the aurora. I'll take you to see it. I swear I must see the aurora borealis at least once in my life. I hope to grow old with my girlfriend and stay together until the end of the aurora borealis. This is the aurora you've always wanted to see. Look. Though my body is in a corner, my heart yearns for the bright future. I am deeply moved, thank you, brethren. Everyone was stunned as they watched those dazzling streaks swirling in the sky. The northern lights are mentioned in elementary school textbooks. But how many people have actually seen it? How could people not be awestruck by such a magnificent scene that suddenly appeared before them? In an instant, exclamations and wishes filled the live stream chat. With the bullet comments turned off, a pure and tranquil atmosphere instantly emerges, something to yearn for, as if it possesses an unknown power that attracts everyone. The capital city. The Douyin live streaming operations director looked at the time, stretched, and muttered, "It's almost 10 o'clock, time to go home." However, just as he got up, his phone rang. "Nanqing, what's up? Didn't you and Ngu already sign a contract?" "Director, you need to check out Eng's live stream first. I think now is a great time to promote Eng. If we operate it well, our app's user base might surge. You'll see if you check it out now. If we delay any longer, we might miss out." "What do you mean? Explain yourself." As the director spoke, he quickly opened the live stream and searched for Ngu. "I remember he usually streams during the day, right? It's late at night now." In fact, he knew that even if Nanqing was eager to make a contribution, he would never say anything inappropriate. After all, Nanqing doesn't have that authority. Whatever operations are prepared, they all need his approval. The moment he opened Ng's live stream, he was completely stunned. Nanqing's words could no longer be heard. "Director! Director! Don't say anything!" About a minute later, he was brought to his senses by Nanqing's voice. "I understand. I'll take care of this. Hopefully, it will last a little longer." Before he started the live stream, he never expected to see such a scene in Ng's live stream room. Northern Lights. The aurora borealis as observed in China. The photos are so clear and perfect. Moreover, it was filmed exclusively by one of their own company's anchors. This is definitely an opportunity. A huge opportunity. Because of Ang's presence, he gained some understanding of the Northern Lights and the Mo River. He knew that the only place in China where the Northern Lights could be seen was Mo. He also knew that there were only tens of thousands of people in Mo. Moreover, most of them were elderly people. In other words, the people of Mo are practically non-existent on the internet. The key point is that it's quite far to get to Mo from other places. By the time I drove there, the daylilies were already cold. In conclusion, Ngu is probably the only one who can currently make his voice heard online and photograph the Northern Lights. This is absolutely exclusive information. If people find out, will some people download the app specifically to come and watch? It's obvious, of course. The aurora borealis is a very attractive phenomenon in itself. Moreover, this is the only instance of this happening domestically in recent years. This will not only help Engo attract more users, but also drive traffic to their app. So, we must now push out Eng. We need to push notifications not only within the platform, but also externally. They promoted Eng on the homepage of the website and bought trending topics and online trolls to get other media outlets, self-media, and bloggers to promote it. We must let as many people as possible know as quickly as possible that Eng's live stream is broadcasting the Northern Lights. He hung up the phone and rushed out. Although it was already this late, there were still many employees in the company, and they acted as quickly as expected. In just a few minutes, the news of the aurora borealis appearing in Ng's live stream had already flooded the internet. A once-in-a-century event. The Northern Lights will shine brightly tonight. Douyin, TikTok streamer Mo's live stream of the Northern Lights attracted millions of viewers. A place across the river from Russia, where the Northern Lights can also be seen in China. Heading north, a chance encounter with the aurora borealis. A young man from a rural area in China captured rare images of the Northern Lights. Articles like these have already appeared in every corner of the internet. At the same time, many short videos promoting live streaming have appeared on various platforms, including Douyin. The number of viewers in Eng's live stream began to rise rapidly. Chapter 88. Live stream viewers surpass 1 million. Mr. Ent, your live stream viewership has surpassed 1 million. Just as Ngo was immersed in this spectacle, Shi Wangyo's voice suddenly rang out. Compared to the immersive experience of Ngo and Sophia, Shi Wangyo was more concerned about the shooting effect, so she kept an eye on the information that was being synced to her computer in real time. The back-end data of the live stream can also be seen at the same time. When I saw that the number of users in the back-end had exceeded 1 million, I reminded Ngo. A million? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Ngo couldn't help but say, my live stream usually only has about 100,000 viewers. Shi Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Ng's words really left her speechless. Tens of thousands of people? How is that possible? Given the popularity of Ng's live stream, it's impossible for it to have fewer than 500,000 viewers. After a slight pause, she quickly took out her phone and said, are you kidding me? The public data clearly shows that your live stream had more than 1.6 million viewers today, with a peak of more than 800,000 viewers watching at the same time. So many? Upon hearing this, Ngo asked in surprise, I saw that the live stream said 100,000 plus, so 800,000 is also 100,000 plus. Shi Wangyu looked at Ngo and suddenly realized what was going on. But after realizing what was happening, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Did you only look at the front end? It only shows 100,000 plus at most. Haven't you been looking at the back-end data? As she spoke, Shi Wangyu pointed at the computer screen and said, look, it clearly shows over 1 million, right? Well, in the time it takes us to talk, there are already 1.3 million people in the live stream. Compared to the live broadcast this morning, the Northern Lights are indeed more captivating. Fortunately, the microphones have been turned off by Ngo in order to provide an immersive experience for the audience. Otherwise, those few words of conversation would have shocked countless people. To be honest, Ng's words somewhat shook the image of Ngo that she had in mind. Originally, after seeing Ng's equipment, she really felt that Ng must be the kind of person Sophia described, someone who likes to do things to the extreme. But now it seems that it's not quite there yet. If they really wanted to do things to the best of their ability, why haven't they been able to figure out even the basic number of people in the back end after so many days? But on second thought, it's not really Ng's fault. His first live stream happened on the same day he took over the farm. Things must be prioritized according to their importance and urgency. Live streaming is clearly far less important than farming. Finding out the farm's situation, settling the sika deer, buying wild fruits, producing jam, and today's meeting with Nanqing, aren't all of these more important than the live broadcast? In that case, it's quite normal that nothing is clear about the live stream data. Think about it from another angle. Someone who doesn't even understand how to use the live streaming platform has such a huge fan base and such impressive data. Doesn't that just prove how powerful he is? She's been involved in social media for so long. Just as she was lost in thought, Sophia's voice suddenly rang out. Senior! You're trending! No wonder you have so many more viewers! Sophia naturally overheard the conversation between Ngo and the other person. Originally, she planned to check out Ng's live stream first. Unexpectedly, as soon as I turned on my phone, I saw a Weibo post, a Northeastern anchor live streaming the Northern Lights. Northeast. Live streaming. Northern Lights. Upon seeing these three words, this was the first thing that came to mind. Sure enough, when she opened it, it was about Ng's live stream of the Northern Lights. Can the Northern Lights be seen in China? Do you have a world map? Let's open it and see how big the Russian bear is. I suggest you watch the short video or the live stream link before you speak. Don't you know that world maps are severely distorted? And the higher the latitude, the more severe the stretching? Anyone who has ever looked at a globe knows that Siberia is not as wide as you might imagine, and you can indeed see the aurora borealis in most city. Hey, you guys should go watch the live stream. Stop talking about it here. I've already made my wish and come back. If it weren't for the fact that people occasionally show their faces in the shot, I would have suspected it was special effects. So where's the link? Give me a link! The topic of NG's live stream of the Northern Lights has clearly reached the top. Its popularity even surpassed that of the second-place artist, a certain singer surnamed Wang, whose album sold hundreds of thousands of copies. I wonder how Mr. Wang felt about being defeated by a newcomer streamer when he released his album this time. But that's not the key point. The key point is that the gap between him and NG is still widening. The phenomenon of live streaming the Northern Lights is expanding like a snowball. Trending on social media? Is that even possible? Eng was surprised to hear Sophia's words. Since the microphone was already off and the viewers in the live stream could only see the screen, NG naturally didn't shy away from speaking directly. To be honest, the series of news left NG somewhat bewildered. There were over 1.6 million viewers this morning, and at its peak, over 800,000 people were watching simultaneously. Currently, there are 1.3 to 1.8 million viewers, and it has already become a trending topic on Weibo. These events all far exceeded his expectations. But on second thought, it seems reasonable that only so many people could obtain that much prestige. Otherwise, if 100,000 people could accumulate so much prestige, wouldn't they be able to take off effortlessly in the future? Senior, look, Sophia said, walking over quickly. Compared to the splendor of the Northern Lights, she felt that NG's career was more important. Looking at the phone Sophia handed him, how could NG's emotions not be stirred at this moment? Trending on Weibo, how much prestige does that take? It's not just trending topics, but also Douyin's hot list, Baidu's trending topics, and push notifications from various self-media platforms. I guess Douyin's official team has really put in a lot of effort. Soon, Shi Wangyo's voice rang out again. But it's not surprising. You've already signed an exclusive contract with them, and now you're cooperating on their platform, so this reaction is normal. Shi Wangyu finally realized that NG was truly a pervert. How could such achievements be made in just a few days? It's incredibly difficult for countless celebrities to even get a trending topic or gain exposure. Eng, before anything even happened, was sent up there. Seeing that she was now ubiquitous on the internet, NG couldn't help but gasp. How much reputation can we gain from this wave? I never expected to achieve such results on the first day of our collaboration with Douyin. It's impossible to achieve such an effect with just the Northern Lights without anyone pushing it. This is absolutely the product of a combination of favorable timing, location, and human factors. Chapter 89 Gradually numb. The view in the sky remains the same. The aurora borealis changes constantly, like a magic trick. Green, yellow, blue, and even the occasional purplish red. Graceful and enigmatic, mysterious and unpredictable, like a volcanic eruption, it remains magnificent and spectacular. At this moment, the beams of light filling the sky are like light gauze curtains hanging down, swaying dreamily in the breeze. However, this vast, mysterious, and breathtaking scenery could no longer attract Eng's attention. The ever-increasing numbers in the live stream's back-end made NG feel even more like she was in a dream. The number of viewers in the live stream has now exceeded 2 million. However, there was still no sign of it stopping. The number of people is still rising. Similarly, his reputation is also rising steadily. It's really hard for the heart to be at peace. His breathing was quite heavy. However, he did not make a sound to disturb Sophia and the other person. The rare spectacle was something they couldn't appreciate because there were more exciting things to do. But for the two of them, the Northern Lights and photographing them were the most important things. In fact, he wasn't the only one who felt this way. There was also Nan Qing, the Douyin Live Operations Director, and other Douyin Live staff. Compared to NG, these staff members were clearly more aware of one thing: this was just the beginning. Those advertisements have only just been launched. Dissemination and assimilation both require time. The price increase will only become more terrifying in the future. Today's battle can be considered a great success. Nan Qing, you've done a great job this time. I'll apply to the higher-ups to have you specifically in charge of NG in the future. The operations director, watching the video call, grinned from ear to ear and said, "Besides, you'll get your bonuses too." Thank you, Director. Nanqing also smiled and said, I believe our cooperation with Ngu will go very smoothly. His potential is even more terrifying than you initially thought. Yes. The operations director laughed. He had even decided to pin his hopes for a promotion and a raise on Ngu. But that's understandable. Based on the data currently available, Ngu's live stream has a significantly higher interaction rate and fan growth rate than its competitors. It can be dozens of times higher than the average. What does that mean? Doesn't this mean that viewers prefer this kind of live stream? Doesn't this mean that Ngu's live stream can attract more people? Doesn't this mean that the presence of encores allows them to occupy more of the audience's time? Traffic is king. No one understands traffic monetization better than the people in their company. Even if Ngu really has no intention of live streaming e-commerce, the traffic he brings is enough to give their company more opportunities to monetize. And as the person in charge of all this, isn't it normal for him to get promoted and receive a raise? Hopefully the aurora borealis will last a little longer. The operations director stared intently at Ngu's live stream, muttering, just one more hour, and the results will exceed expectations. In the blink of an eye. It's already 10:30. The aurora borealis has been shining for an hour. The brilliance in the sky showed no signs of fading. However, Ngu's heart calmed down considerably. Or rather, I'd become quite numb to it. The number of people watching the live stream in real time has already exceeded 5 million. Keep in mind that this is the number of people currently remaining in the live stream. In other words, the actual number of people who came to this live stream to see the aurora is far higher than this figure. What an enormous number that is! Even if it were the person he used to be, or even just an hour ago, he wouldn't dare to think about it. However. But it has actually happened now. Dream. What happened tonight can only be described as a dream. However, it was precisely this numbness that made Ng focus her attention on the northern lights once again. As for reputation, just check the system after it's over. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Boss, Sophia and Miss Sher, we haven't eaten for 8 or 9 hours. We've prepared some food. Would you like to come down and eat something? The Levs reminisced about the past outdoors and cuddled for a while. Suddenly, they felt a bit hungry, so they decided to go home. After all, they were almost 50 years old now, and their bodies weren't as strong as those of young people. But after walking a few steps, they suddenly remembered that Ngu and the others hadn't had dinner either, so they went to the villa to ask if they wanted to eat together. Then, I discovered that Ngu and the others were actually doing a live stream on the terrace. They must have been hungry too. So I took the initiative to cook some dinner. Food? Upon hearing this, Ngu was taken aback, only then realizing that she hadn't eaten anything that evening. It would have been better if they hadn't mentioned it, because as soon as they did, their stomachs started growling. How about we bring it up and eat it here? Ngu thought for a moment and said, Anyway, there's a table here. As he spoke, he glanced at the two of them. To be honest, the temperature is only around 15 degrees Celsius right now, so it's definitely a bit cold to eat outdoors. It might even cause diarrhea. But if we leave the northern lights here and go back inside to eat, it would be a waste of their beauty. Who knows how long it will be before we see the northern lights again after this one ends? 1 year? 10 years? 20 years? Or perhaps we'll never see it again? These are all possibilities. Upon hearing Ngu's words, the two nodded repeatedly. Clearly, this is the best option. A short while later, the Levs brought up some food. Bornet soup is quite suitable, it's good for warming up, Ngu said with a smile. Yes, Lev said. The dinner I prepared is mostly for warming you up or replenishing your energy. Tonight might still be a tug-of-war for you too. The last time I saw the aurora, it lasted for more than 3 hours. After exchanging a few words, Ngu, reminded by Sophia, turned to Shi Wangyu and invited. Miss Shi, you don't need to worry about the camera anymore. It's right next to us, and we can adjust it any time. Come and eat with us. Thank you. Shi Wangyu took a step forward and then said, Mr. Ange, how about we cut a small shot from the live stream and show you eating? Small lens? Upon hearing Nji's question, Yu immediately realized that Ngu didn't actually know much about live streaming. So he explained, "It's just switching to another view in one corner of the live stream, but the main focus is still on the northern lights." Like a game streamer? The screen is mainly focused on the game, with only one person peeking out from a corner? Ngu said, "That's not bad. Perfect, it will add some extra fun for them to see the northern lights." Chapter 90. Are you sure this isn't abroad? After a brief explanation, Yu quickly got to work. At the same time, Nj also turned on her microphone. Although it's already late June, the nights on the farm are still very cold. The temperature should be around 15 degrees Celsius now. In order to complete today's work, we have prepared some Russian cuisine. Once everything was ready, Ngu said with a smile, "Everyone can also order takeout or prepare some late-night snacks, and enjoy delicious food with us amidst this natural wonder. Speaking of which, there are many people who enjoy the moon while eating, but someone like me who watches the aurora while eating is probably unique in the entire country, right?" It must be said that Yu truly understands. As Nji's voice faded, she quickly took a close-up shot of the food. Even without professional equipment and fill lights, the effect is still quite good. They're eating again? You call this a midnight snack? I don't even dare to eat like this at lunchtime. If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of meat. The streamer's late-night snack is truly hardcore. By the way, isn't the streamer in China? Why is it Russian food? Were we scammed? The streamer is actually from the Ross tribe, but he said this was China. You can go to the streamer's homepage and see for yourselves. They have all kinds of certificates and credentials, and the person is from our country. Didn't you guys notice? The streamer's farm is on the border between China and Russia. Isn't it unusual to see Russian creatures there? Putting everything else aside, don't you know that our country also has Rus people? What? I just found out that the anchor is actually a farmer, and the Northern Lights footage was filmed at his farm villa. Seeing the sudden change in the live stream, everyone in Nanjing, far away in Mo City, and the Douyin live stream operations team in the capital was stunned. It's worth noting that from the moment Ngu started live streaming the Northern Lights, there was not a single sound coming from her live stream. All that remained on screen was the spectacular sight of nature. They all thought that tonight's live broadcast would continue with that kind of footage until the end. Unexpectedly, Ngu chose to adjust the content at this time. Director, how about I contact Ngu and discuss switching back to the way things were before? What are the risks of such a change? Nanqing tentatively suggested. No need, I think this is the wise thing to do. The operations director waved his hand and said, Didn't you notice that the small screen didn't affect the Northern Lights? If viewers don't like it, they can simply turn off the comments and sound and continue watching the Northern Lights without any impact. And for the rest of the audience, this little scene adds a lot of fun, as they can watch the Northern Lights while watching his live stream. The key is that, in this situation, new viewers can know that Ngu is actually an agricultural anchor and someone who owns a farm. At this point, the operations director fell silent. He felt he had made himself perfectly clear. The vast majority of the new visitors were actually drawn by the Northern Lights. But will the Northern Lights last forever? Obviously not. Therefore, in his opinion, it was a very correct choice for Ngu to use a short scene to highlight the theme before the Northern Lights ended, allowing new viewers to get to know him and pay attention to him. Hearing the director's words, everyone nodded in agreement. It seems I've learned a lot. As expected of the new streamer hailed as having the greatest potential on the platform, she has made every step perfectly. Similarly, as expected of a leader, he was able to connect all the dots and analyze the results in an instant. On the other side, Yu quickly finished the close-up shot. Immediately, the camera was quickly positioned in the appropriate location. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. He who takes another's money is beholden to him. Yu went to great lengths to ensure that he could enjoy this meal in peace. Everyone eat up! Seeing the camera return to its original position, and Gus said with a smile. It's late at night, don't let the food get cold. As he spoke, he scooped up a spoonful of borscht and drank it first. Seeing this, everyone started to fight. Li Yuji, who was standing to the side, said with a smile, I guessed that we might eat out, so most of the things I prepared were things that wouldn't get cold easily. As he spoke, he pointed to a steaming dish. Take this for example, a classic Rus dish, beef stew in a pot. Cooked food in a pot retains heat to the maximum extent, so it doesn't cool down easily and stays warm even after a while. Li Yuji's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Sophia smiled and said, Senior, this is my mother's specialty dish. You must try it. Oh? Then I'll have to give it a good try. And Gus smiled, scooped up a spoonful, and took a light sniff, saying, The strong aroma of tomato sauce is enough to stimulate one's appetite. It should contain cabbage, beef, and tomatoes. It's mainly sour with a slight hint of sweetness, like the sweetness of tomatoes. It tastes very good. You should try it too. Upon hearing Nji's evaluation, the Lev family of three immediately broke into broad smiles. Who doesn't like to be praised? Moreover, it was praised by someone with such high culinary skills as Ngu. Hee, Senior, I prefer to pour this over the bread slices. As Sophia spoke, she picked up a slice of bread, placed a spoonful of braised beef on it, and then put it in her mouth. The meat and staple food filled my mouth instantly. A feeling of satisfaction welled up inside me. Seeing this, Yu couldn't resist giving it a try. It's so delicious, and I feel so energized. Even if the northern lights last until tomorrow, I can stay awake. Haha, that's great. We can record the entire northern lights this time, Gus said with a smile. Amidst laughter and conversation, everyone quickly began to eat. Inside the live stream, however, there was a chorus of complaints. How did it suddenly turn into a food show? Isn't posting pornographic content late at night going too far? I followed this from Weibo hoping to see the northern lights, but it made me so hungry. By the way, what exactly is this streamer broadcasting? Isn't he supposed to be broadcasting spectacular events? Why is he eating? These roast dishes look so delicious. They're packed with calories, no fluff, and they're just as good as the barbecue we had this morning. By the way, we're eating Russian food right now, and I just checked the streamer's profile and found out he actually keeps a brown bear as a pet. Are you sure this isn't Russia? The streamer's farm is definitely in China. You arrived late and missed the introduction. Anyway, look at the bottom of the camera, isn't there a river? That's the Wulong River. The real bears are beyond that. I suggest you follow this streamer. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Their streams are always really interesting. Chapter 91: What to do when your belly gets big. As time went by, the viewers in the live stream gradually realized that the reason the streamer was broadcasting the northern lights was just a coincidence. Coincidentally, his farm offers views of the northern lights. He is a very professional rural-themed live streamer. To be honest, this change surprised many people. After all, they all came following the news online, chasing the northern lights. Now that we know that Nji's arrival was just a coincidence, we naturally don't pay attention to it anymore. But Ngu didn't care at all. Because from the very beginning, he knew that this type of person could never be kept. Or rather, most of the people who were drawn to the northern lights tonight will choose to leave after seeing them. What he needs to do is seize the current peak in traffic and keep more people engaged. With millions of new viewers, if even 1/10 of them are interested in his live stream, his fanbase will explode. This is actually the biggest opportunity tonight. Even if you can't retain most of them, you can still contribute a lot of reputation points to him, so this is a win-win situation. However, to be fair, he only thought of this after Yu reminded him to start a live stream. Ultimately, I realized it a bit late, so I don't have any good ideas yet on how to maximize tonight's potential in a short period of time. Late at night, it seemed that apart from the aurora borealis, there was nothing else that was attractive. Senior, we haven't fed Iron Man yet tonight, have we? After an unknown amount of time, Sophia finally noticed that the silly boy next to Ngu was crying tears of grievance, which streamed down his face like a waterfall. "This guy, let's get some milk after we finish eating." And Gu casually patted Tai Henin and said, "This guy has eaten enough of all sorts of random things today, he can't eat anymore." For a brown bear cub of its age, it's not yet at the age where it should be eating all sorts of random things. Giving it a grilled fish for lunch is basically its limit. These rust dishes on the table are truly inedible. "You can't eat other things, but you can eat jam," Sophia said. Sophia genuinely liked Tai Henin, and seeing his pitiful look, she couldn't help but offer some advice. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly added, "Of course, I can go down and get it some milk. The little bear is growing at this age, and it's not good for it to be hungry." As Tai Henin's professional doctor, she naturally realized that this guy didn't like milk at all and always ate it reluctantly. However, milk is indeed the most suitable thing they can offer for the bear cubs, since they can't possibly go up the mountain to find a mother brown bear to milk them. Fortunately, Tai Henin has a special fondness for the jam made by Ngu and likes it very much. That's why her first thought was to give this guy some jam. "Jam? That's fine, but you can't give too much." Ngu thought for a moment and said, "I'll eat a little bit, but I'll mainly drink milk." As he murmured to himself, he picked up a plate next to him and quickly scooped a few spoonfuls of jam onto it. "What? There really are bears? Wow! This streamer actually keeps a bear as a pet. By the way, aren't bears protected animals? Can they be kept as pets? You newcomers to this industry, we tell you to open the streamer's homepage and take a look, but you won't. The anchor is a man with a license for the domestication and breeding of key protected wild animals. What's wrong with raising bears? If there were giant pandas in northeast China, raising giant pandas wouldn't be illegal. Just follow them and that's it. Watch the live stream a few more times and you'll see that the streamer is beyond your imagination. Is this little bear called Tai Henin? It's so cute. But it feels like the streamer isn't feeding it. Look how hungry the kid looks." The longtime fans weren't surprised by the new viewer's astonishment. Who hasn't gone through this? The more you see, the more calm and composed you become. On the contrary, it was only after Ngu noticed the reaction in the live stream that she realized that Tai Henin was a powerful tool for attracting fans. It seems that many of his fans are drawn to him because of his lovable, goofy personality. They were simply conquered later. In fact, reality has once again proven that history always repeats itself in surprising ways. With the appearance of the Iron Silly Boy, the number of people paying attention to him suddenly increased. There are many pet bloggers on the internet, but most of them are cats and dogs. To put it more nichely, they are geckos and snakes. This bear is a first for me. The key point is that this silly guy is also so cute. Many people are thinking that they can come and take a look when they have nothing else to do. During this meal, Shi Wangyu and Ngu became quite familiar with each other. It has to be said that eating is the best way to get familiar with something. If one meal isn't enough, have another. Time passed by, second by second. The food on the table is being consumed little by little. In no time, the table was empty. All that was left were some uneaten large loaves of bread, which were still sitting there. "If I get pregnant, you'll have to take responsibility." Shi Wangyu patted his stomach and said in a joking tone, "This food is really delicious, but it's a bit high in calories." "Calories? Is it labeled on it? My sister wrote 0 calories. Ngu casually picked up a tissue and wiped Tai Henin's face while saying, "You're quite something, being able to get food all over your face." Jam with a high sugar content is really difficult to remove once it gets stuck on your face. Haha, after all, this guy is still young and his mouth isn't long enough. In another 6 months, even if he wanted to put it on his face, he wouldn't be able to. Sophia also came to Tai Henin's side, took the tissues from Nji's hand, and carefully cleaned up. "I'm so envious. You can pet bears freely. Are they still hiring for the live streamer position? I'd like to go. Well, I want a pretty lady to help me wipe my face too. Hey upstairs, something's not right with you. I suspect you're envious of bears, not people. Both humans and bears envy me. Compared to them, what kind of life am I living? By the way, I just saw a comment saying that the streamer will be selling jam. Is that true? I saw Taihanhan eating it so deliciously. I want to have some too. With nothing to do, Nga picked up a phone and started watching her live stream. New viewers may not know, but we have already purchased more than 10,000 caddies of wild berries. All the equipment should be delivered in the next 2 days, and soon our farm's all-natural, pollution-free jam will be on the shelves. If you're interested, you can follow me. Watching Ng's actions, Sherwan Yu, who was off camera, was filled with astonishment. Others become popular, retain their fans, and then sell products. How come when it comes to Nga, it's become that she's trying to use product sales to retain her fans? But then again, they and Taihanhan had just enjoyed their meal, so it's normal for the audience to be interested. Boss, we're planning to go home after we finish packing up these things. Lev suddenly spoke up, saying, "We're an old couple, and we really can't keep up anymore." Okay. Nga nodded and said, "By the way, remember to arrange for the selected people to come to the farm to work before going to the city tomorrow. I will be sending over a batch of fruit trees." Chapter 92 Sherwangyo's Little Secret. Fruit trees? I understand. Lev nodded and said, "Several of the people I've hired are skilled at using farm machinery. They should report for duty at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Okay, that's fine. Nga nodded. As soon as Nga finished speaking, Sophia reminded him. "Dad, although the warehouse has a fairly complete set of farm tools, the quantity may not be enough. Why don't you ask them to bring the farm tools with them when they come over, so that we don't run out of tools and it won't be awkward later?" "That's right, Uncle Lev, why don't you remind me?" Nga nodded and said, "But when we have time later, we should still take stock and see what the farm is lacking. Buying everything at once isn't a good solution." "Okay, by the way, what kind of tree is it? I'll see what tools we need to prepare." Lev thought about it for a moment, and realized that it made sense. Anyway, every household in the village had farm tools. Once they decided what they needed, they could just have them bring it over. A special kind of apple tree, well, how should I put it? It's a bit bigger than a blueberry plant, but definitely not as big as a regular tree. And Nga thought for a moment and said, "You can think of it as an apple that looks a bit like an apple from a shrub." Hearing his words, everyone present, as well as the viewers in the live stream, was completely dumbfounded. "What is this thing?" "It resembles a shrub. Compare its size to that of a blueberry plant. How could there be such a small apple tree in the world? The key question is, if that's the case, how big would the apples be? Could it be an apple the size of a blueberry? This is outrageous." Looking at everyone's expressions, Nga said, "Anyway, you'll find out tomorrow. This thing is a mutated apple tree from Siberia. Locals call it the dwarf apple tree. Its biggest feature is that it can withstand low temperatures. Even at -60°C, it is impossible for it to have any effect. For a place like ours where the coldest temperature is only -50°C, it should be quite suitable for fruit trees." Hearing Ango's explanation, Lev and Sophia nodded. A variant of the apple tree from the Siberian plains. This explanation has given them a general idea. They could roughly guess what it would look like. However, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Ng's words have truly refreshed many people's understanding. Only -50°C. Why do I suddenly feel like my brain isn't working properly? -50°C. When it's winter here, even 3 or 5 degrees Celsius can kill me. I can't imagine what it's like to be -50°C. Wow! Is this the temperature in the northernmost part of China? No wonder we can see the northern lights here, now I understand. I really want to see an apple tree that can withstand temperatures as low as -60°C. I wonder if there's anything special about this kind of apple. I guess these apples won't be very big, right? I'm kind of looking forward to it. I wonder if they'll be sold like jam. If any streamer dares to put it up for sale, I will definitely support them." Seeing the comments from the audience, Nanqing and the Douyin live streaming operations director, who were on a video conference, couldn't help but laugh. Mr. End is truly amazing. With so many build-up moments and such anticipation, he's unbeatable. The conversion rate has far exceeded our expectations. The Douyin live operations director couldn't help but exclaim. Yes. Nanqing sighed. I really don't know how many cards he's holding. I spent several hours with him today, and I still couldn't figure him out at all. She figured that ordering the tree seedlings and having them delivered to the Northern Lights farm would take at least a few days. Not to mention, it's a special fruit tree unique to Siberia that can withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius, so the time it takes to grow must be even more terrifying. She even felt that this thing could be used as a bargaining chip in their negotiations. However, Ngu didn't mention any of these things at all. But then I thought about it again. Even if Ngu didn't mention these things, didn't she still manage to get the biggest concessions from them? Given that, it's normal that they didn't say it directly. On the other side. After hearing Ango's explanation, the Levs left the villa. Sophia, on the other hand, went to prepare milk for Tai Henin. Wang Yu, would you like some coffee or tea? Judging from the weather, the Northern Lights should last for quite a while longer. We still have a tough battle ahead. Looking up at the sky, Ngu smiled and asked. Seeing the reactions in his live stream and realizing that he had surpassed 2 million followers, Ngu finally realized that he didn't need to do anything more. He could just let things take their natural course. Those who like it will naturally stay. No matter how hard you try, you can't keep someone you don't like. T-bar, although I studied abroad, I still prefer tea. Without hesitation, Shi Wanyu replied. It might also have something to do with my family background. That's true. With your family background, I think it's normal for you to drink Chinese herbal medicine like tea. Ngu nodded and said, I have some in my bedroom. I'll go get it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and went to the bedroom to get some tea leaves. No rush, I just finished eating, I can get it later. Seeing that Ngu was about to leave, Shi Wanyu hurriedly spoke up, saying, But speaking of which, how did you know that our family drinks Chinese herbal medicine as tea? This hint of panic was well concealed, and Ngu did not notice it. I just followed up on her topic and said, I just suddenly thought that there are many Chinese herbs that can be used to make tea, and they are quite effective, such as chrysanthemum and cassia seed tea, red bean and barley tea, etc. Oh, I see. Shi Wanyu nodded and said, That's true. I've been using tea to regulate my body since I was a child. Speaking of which, your name is also a kind of Chinese medicinal herb, isn't it? Ngu smiled and said, The forget-me-not grass seems to be a kind of daylily. I didn't expect you to know so much about Chinese medicinal herbs? Shi Wanyu said with some surprise. Wakuko is indeed a kind of Chinese medicinal herb, and it also belongs to the daylily family. To be precise, it is what people often call daylily. I only know about plants. I think I mentioned that I studied plant protection and have seen quite a few plants, but I might not be able to match the names of the Chinese medicinal herbs, Ngu said with a smile. The two started chatting about this topic. The viewers in the live stream were also listening with great interest. After a while, Sophia came out from inside, leading Tai Henin. What are you two talking about? You seem to be having a lot of fun. Nothing much, just chatting. After all, we have a long battle tonight. Ngu smiled and pointed to the sky. Shi Wanyu, who was standing to the side, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sophia return. If she doesn't come back soon, I won't be able to hide my fear of the dark anymore. Chapter 93 Four-Legged Gold-Eating Beast. For Shi Wanyu, the night with people around and the night with no one around are two completely different worlds. The change in her expression clearly went unnoticed by Ange and Sophia. Because their attention is elsewhere. Seeing Tai Henin already sitting down and eating by himself, Ngu couldn't help but laugh and say, This guy's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. It will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Sophia, sitting to the side, also smiled and said, If I remember correctly, an adult brown bear eats 40 or 50 pounds of food a day. His words stirred up a huge wave of discussion. These words stunned many viewers in the live stream. Eating 40 or 50 pounds a day? Are you kidding me? Will this little thing eat this much when it grows up? Suddenly I realized that even with a license, I simply couldn't afford to keep it. How come I feel like I only eat this much in a month? I'm numb. I guess only farmers like streamers can afford to raise them, right? No way, no way. Does anyone really want to keep a brown bear as a pet? Look at my wallet. Damn. I just checked on Baidu, and some brown bears can grow to 1,000 pounds. Eating 40 or 50 pounds of food seems normal, right? Don't you newcomers know that Tai Hanin is only 4 or 5 months old? He's already the size of a big dog at 4 or 5 months old. Can't you imagine what he'll be like in the future? Holy crap! The little guy is only 4 or 5 months old. Clearly, the brown bear's appetite has surprised many people. I was initially envious that Nge had such a simple-minded person, but now my feelings are somewhat complicated. Previously, through Eng and the others' conversation, they already knew that Tai Hanin's main food was berries, honey, and meat. These are all extremely expensive items. If you eat 40 or 50 kilograms a day, it will cost at least 1,000 yuan. If you eat well, you can easily earn a month's salary in a single day. It's something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about. Perhaps only someone like Nge could afford to support her. Such a pet is best kept virtually. At most, you'll pay a small data fee, and you can keep seeing it. It's simply a matter of whether you can or can't do it. Even if they encountered it in real life, wouldn't they still not dare to masturbate? Lord, ye love dragons, but those who know, know. Yeah! This guy is a four-legged money-devouring beast. Hearing Sophia's words, Eng said helplessly, "We'll definitely have to save a lot of the jam we produce in a few days for this guy as a food reserve, as well as all kinds of meat and honey. Is it possible to keep bees in such an environment?" Shi Wangyu, standing to the side, asked with some surprise. "I remember bees seem to be very afraid of the cold. Isn't it winter here for 7 or 8 months of the year?" Although she didn't know much about bees, she had a general idea of their habits. In their medicinal herb field, bees are generally active during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. In Ango, however, there are 7 months of winter every year. Beekeeping is possible in such an environment. It's really a bit unbelievable. Her question precisely raised the same question that the viewers in the live stream were wondering about. Although most people have never seen beekeeping, they generally understand the habits of bees. And G's words are indeed somewhat contrary to common sense. Some special bees can be kept. Sophia explained. Our current plan is to raise a type of bee called the Northeast Black Bee. It is a very cold-resistant bee, but even so, this bee can only work for 5 months. Only 5 months of work per year. Doesn't this mean working outside of winter? To be precise, it means completely saying goodbye to working below zero. It was still a bit awkward. If it were in mainland China, 8 or 9 months shouldn't be a problem. But then I thought, being able to work in such an environment for 5 months is not bad. There's nothing we can do about it, that's just how the environment is, and we always have to adapt. And Gu seemed to see through Shi Wangyu's doubts and said calmly, My farm has so many nectar-producing plants, especially linden trees, which are one of the best nectar sources. We can't let them go to waste. Eng was quite satisfied with Black Bee. Other bees need to prepare for winter when the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius. But these black bees can reach temperatures close to 0 degrees Celsius. Besides, 5 months is actually about enough. After all, most nectar-producing plants bloom during this period. For them, the only added cost is the longer wintering period. Speaking of which, the seller who was planning to sell black bees contacted me this evening and asked when I would be coming over. After being reminded, Sophia realized. There were so many things happening tonight, I almost forgot to ask. Let's do it in a couple of days. Your dad is going to the city tomorrow, and we need to arrange work for the new employees, so we don't have time to go over. And Gus said after thinking for a moment. He also wanted to get black bees as soon as possible, since linden honey had already been secreted in considerable quantities. However, there are many things to do in the early stages of starting a farm. Things always need to be prioritized. The three of them chatted while watching the aurora. Amidst the dazzling spectacle, time ticked by, second by second. In the blink of an eye. It's already past midnight. Senior, you should have brought extra clothes, right? Why don't you get a jacket for Sister Wan Yu? It's so cold right now, don't let her catch a cold. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Nge couldn't help but look at Shi Wan Yu. At this moment, Shi Wan Yu was still sitting in front of the camera, staring intently at the screen, but he was holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, and his body was trembling slightly. No need to bother, I'm not cold. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Shi Wan Yu quickly spoke up. It's no trouble at all, just don't get too cold. Nge said helplessly. I really don't know what you guys were thinking. Didn't you check any travel guides before coming here? You came wearing short sleeves. Before he finished speaking, he walked towards his bedroom. Shi Wan Yu's outfit, consisting of short sleeves and a long skirt, is definitely summer attire. In mainland China, the end of June would be no problem, but it's not the same here. Right now, the temperature on the farm is probably barely 10 degrees Celsius. It's no wonder you're cold wearing clothes like that. Upon hearing Nge's words, Shi Wan Yu couldn't help but give an awkward smile. Who would have thought that the temperature difference could be so great within the same country? But just thinking about it, Shi Wan Yu wanted to refuse to wear someone else's clothes, especially a man's clothes. Before she could speak up to stop him, Sophia's voice came again. Sister Wan Yu, the senior only needs to take a jacket. If my house wasn't so far away, he would have gone to get my clothes. Her words seemed to have seen through Shi Wan Yu's thoughts, and also seemed to be a reminder to Nge. In short, her words were quite effective. Hearing this, Shi Wan Yu stopped refusing, and Nge also came out with a coat. However, even if she didn't say anything, Nge would only bring her coat. In the blink of an eye. It was around 1 o'clock. At this moment, there are still more than 3 million night owls in the live stream room. But the aurora in the sky seemed unable to hold on. Chapter 94, A Bountiful Harvest. It looks like the aurora won't be able to hold on much longer. Gazing into the distance, Nge murmured. But it must have been more than 3 hours, right? The once vibrant aurora borealis was now reduced to a single, colorful ribbon, its colors no longer as dazzling as before, as if it might vanish at any moment. Yes. It's been more than 3 hours. Sophia and Shi Wan Yu spoke almost in unison. There was a hint of reluctance in their eyes. This is the end, and I don't know when we'll meet again. The reactions of the viewers in the live stream were nothing more than this. Those who have persisted in the live streaming room until now, aren't they all true fans? It's hard not to feel a little sad that such a natural wonder has disappeared. After a brief silence, Sophia slowly spoke, saying, Actually, it should be over soon. There's about an hour and a half left before dawn. Yes. In Mo, it gets light before 3 a.m. in the summer. It's time for the aurora borealis, a phenomenon that only appears under the night sky, to come to an end. Even so, I still couldn't help feeling a little reluctant to part with it. Looking at the already incredibly weak aurora, Nge slowly said, The appearance of the aurora may be brief, but it brings us a visual feast. Over the past 3 hours, the aurora, against the backdrop of the night, has presented us with a spectacle unlike any other light pollution phenomenon. It made us feel the unparalleled beauty of nature. At this point, Nge paused slightly and said, However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, and the aurora borealis will eventually come to a close. I hope this live stream will bring you, and the strangers who came for the aurora, a wonderful memory. Of course, if you're interested in the northernmost part of our celestial empire, I also hope you can follow me. Through my lens, you will see a farm rising in the northernmost part of our country, no longer ordinary. Nge's voice wasn't very loud. But under the cover of night, it travels very far. The viewers in the live stream heard it very clearly. The comments section was filled with countless farewells and sighs. The gifts became exceptionally extravagant. Various large gifts constantly trigger different special effects. It seems they are thanking Ango for bringing them this visual feast. TikTok company. Looking at the reactions and data in the live stream operations director's excitement intensified. "Ah, fantastic! Fantastic! We're definitely going to make a killing this time. I'll apply for bonuses for everyone tomorrow. Nanqing, you deserve all the credit." These words immediately caused an even greater uproar in the entire department. While they were talking, the director couldn't help but send 10 Heart of the Universe tokens worth 18,888 Douyin coins, or 2,698 yuan, directly to the live stream. How extravagant! Seeing this, many staff members couldn't resist having sexed themselves. "Director, the credit definitely goes to you. I was just a gopher." Upon hearing the director's words, Nanqing smiled broadly and said, "However, I think we must give Ngu a good push this time. He can definitely become the top performer in our company." She dared not meddle in the credit for the first task. The more important thing now is to make everyone in the department believe that Eng must be supported. As the exclusive operator of Eng, there's plenty of money to be made in the future. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the operations director smiled even more broadly. "Of course. I told you long ago, he is definitely a person with huge potential." As they were talking, the aurora in the sky above the live stream room had become very faint. It even gives people the illusion of disappearing. All that remains are scattered starlight. But it truly deserves to be one of the few unpolluted pristine places in China. The starlight there is far more dazzling than what we see on the mainland. The entire sky was filled with bling. The sky is beautiful even without the aurora. I feel like I haven't seen such a beautiful starry sky in many years. The environment here is really nice. I really want to go and check it out. Even without the aurora, I feel I can still see the most beautiful starry sky in China. I remember the sky when I was a child. Every night it looked like this. Now I'm so envious. Now I understand why people like live streamers choose to stay in such places and dedicate their lives to their careers. Without the dazzling aurora borealis, the twinkling stars offer a different kind of experience. In the live stream, many people who came for the aurora were also attracted by the starry sky. Starlight, a perfect last hit. This made some people who had originally planned to say goodbye to all of this slow down. If you follow us, you might be able to see starry skies like this more often. Ng's fan base has increased slightly again. Finally, the last trace of the aurora disappeared completely. The sky returned to its usual appearance. If there's anything special about it, it's that the sky was cloudless. The aurora has ended, so let's wrap up our live stream for tonight. Ngu then turned to the camera and said, "It's getting late, everyone should get some rest. Good night." That's all. The live stream was immediately shut down. It gives the audience no time to react at all. Those who wanted to continue looking at the stars were met with a black screen. Helpless, these people could only choose to pay attention amidst their curses and grumbling. If you don't pay attention, you really won't be able to see skies like this again. Seeing this scene, the Douyin live streaming operations director was about to ask Nanqing to remind Ngu not to end the live stream so decisively, but seeing Ng's fans rising again, he opened his mouth slightly but did not make a sound. Sophia and Shi Wanyu had both witnessed Ng's casualness before, so they weren't too surprised. However, they always felt that this was not quite right. "It's getting late, let's pack up these things and get some rest." Ngu looked around and saw that there were still quite a few things. She said with a headache, "As for these things that were filmed, it's not too late to deal with them tomorrow during the day. Anyway, I haven't fully studied the list of pills you gave me, and you're not going back anyway." Shi Wanyu nodded. That's what she actually thought too. Turning the footage into the final product takes a lot of time and effort. Tonight, her brain really isn't working properly. It's impossible to handle. Anyway, she had already made arrangements to stay at Sophia's house for a while, and she had plenty of time. I must say, quite a lot of things were brought up that night. It took quite a while to clean everything up. "Senior, do you have any extra blankets here?" After carrying the last of their belongings downstairs, Sophia suddenly asked. I was thinking, why don't one you and I stay in your guest room for the night? It's too late to go back now. She wasn't afraid of the dark. But this is the great Xianbei mountain. Who knows what we might encounter on the way? Bears, wolves, Siberian tigers, none of these are impossible. As for betting, we do have a set for the two of you. He brought his own set with him when he came. This extra set was won in a previous lottery. And Ge had been thinking of offering to take them back herself, but before she could say it, Sure Wang Yu said, "One apartment is fine. I'll stay with Sophia." "Okay, as long as you're willing." Hearing this, and Ge no longer refused. Anyway, he has so many guest rooms, it's nice to stay there occasionally and add some life to the place. Soon, and Ge arranged for the two of them to stay in the room next to where the live streaming equipment was located. After saying goodbye, he quickly returned to his bedroom. He couldn't wait to see how much reputation he had gained tonight. Chapter 95. What? Awesome! What? Over 63 million reputation points! Looking at the numbers on the attribute panel, and Ge couldn't help but count them several times. Once I confirmed it was an 8-digit number, I started to get excited. Premium lottery, 1 million reputation points per draw. You can draw a total of 63 times. In the afternoon, I won a lot of good things in the previous draws, so I think this time will be no different. As for the intermediate and basic lottery draws, they were not even within Enge's consideration. Basic lotteries have been largely abandoned, while intermediate lotteries are now used as wholesale outlets for veterinary milk powder and plant nutrient solutions. If we don't have enough left over, we can just use whatever little bit we have. Anyway, we don't lack anything right now. On second thought, it's quite normal that today's events cause such a stir